same. So I've got that. Now, what I did, I've got another sheet of the paper that I liked. This is the same paper, like I say, and I stamped out all the elements. Now, there's hundreds of them. I stamped out this one. I'll stamp all these out and show you how I did and what they look like, and then I've cut them out ready so that you can see. So I went along, and I did spend quite a while doing this. I nearly said something I shouldn't. I was messing about, and I just couldn't get enough. Right, those are all the stamps, and I'm going to show you how they stamp out now. Now, you can use your stamp platform if you wish. It's up to you. You can stamp direct, so whatever you want. Sometimes, if I've got a big stamp, I just take me platform out and use that as a block, but I don't really need it here. Now, the thing is with this, these circles, yeah, you need to let them drop and find their own way, and then pick them up, because if you don't, you tend to stretch them as you're putting them on. Now I'm going to stamp them all on here because I'm going to use them later, so I'll do them in a grey, and I want to show you how wonderful these are.
By the way, this is stamp collection, the Grunge collection, the set of 2 borders and background stamps. That's 2/3 of the stock has gone, 38 stamps in total. Very, very busy. If you want yours, well, you please do check out your baskets.
They're a bit, they're not as heavy as you think they are. You sort of look at them and go, they're quite heavy, I might not use them. But then when you get them out of the baskets, out of the packets and try them, you're like, wow. So here's the smaller one. Again, the smaller they are, the more sturdy they are, they keep the shape, so it doesn't really matter. But I just want to show you the stamp. So I've got some. Now, if those ladies and gents who come and do my moodling, you need to get these. You need these because this would help your life so much. So I've got this. I'm going to put some on the other one as well. And then I'm going to show you just these simply, because otherwise I'll be here all day. Now, I could just make a really smart card or collage paper out of just this. I don't need anything else, because these just make it brilliant. So this is a sunburst. Then we've got this one, which looks like, I'm not too sure whether it's a tree trunk or, I know it isn't a tree trunk, but or a web or something like that. It sort of reminds me of that. And then the smaller one on it, which is this. So we'll go in there with it. And this is like a bubble dot. And we've got a bigger one. Now these are on, I can't remember which pack they're on, but there's 2 sets of them.
You're getting them both.
A big, medium and a small.
Yeah.
Now, I'll just show you these final ones. What you can do, let me show you while I'm doing it, is if you get your little block like this and then arrange them, you can then, let's have that on and off, right? You can make, if you can hear my tummy, I'm really sorry. It's growling. I'm going to stamp them all together now. If it goes Pete tongue, it goes Pete tongue, but I don't care.
Oh, well, welcome to my life as well.
There we go.
Love that. Looks like a Japanese calligraphy from where I'm standing. You know, the Zen circle.
So you can put them all together if you wish. So what I've done is, done all these stamping on here, but I wanted to show you it on here. So I've got that, and I've cut them out. What I've done is I've cut loads out because I thought I'd make something 3-dimensional. Now also, if you want to use the words and the letters that you have and stuff like that. Sorry, it's all under there because I was keeping it tidy so I didn't lose it. See, put these back, because if you're like me, you'll lose them. And don't lose these because they're brilliant. I'm going to keep one out because I'm using them later, but just wanted to show you what I've cut out. So I stamped and cut out in black on like paper that I've used some of the borders. I stamped out and used a bit, that's for writing if I want. I did a little sort of inspiration with sentiment. Now I did some circles and I've cut some of them purposely off because the paper wasn't big enough, but that's fine. And then I've coloured. Now you can get all the little bits and bobs you've got from the other show's work. So even these shapes, if you take that off, they look great on here. And then if you wanted to use the lettering from, you could use the blocks or take them out. And it doesn't have to say a word. I think some of mine made up. People spend hours thinking, what does it mean, you know? And I've just made it up. I find it really funny. Now, if you're doing sort of different colours and stuff, that's great. But if you want them all, just gesso the lot. That looks. Let me get that right. That's better. It's just starting to look a bit weird, that one. So, what we're going to do now is put them all on here. So I've got all those. I hope it's coming across. Oh, these as well, these are great, because if I wanted to put like a letter on these and have these collaged in here, they look brilliant. Even white on white looks brilliant, although it might not show up.
We had those ones at 7 a.m., didn't we? And of course, I just want to make sure that everybody check out their baskets. Yes. We are very, very busy, especially for the set of the Grunge collection. Now, three-quarters of the stock now gone. It will be not long before it goes to limited stock. If you want yours, please do check out your baskets. Right? Sorry about that, Lou. I just want to make sure that nobody misses out.
It's really important. I don't think people realise how important it is for us to get, because we don't have feedback or anything, and I don't even have it in studio. So we need to know if you've bought something, you need to see it before it sells out, don't you? So right, I've got some greens, and I'm just using a little bit of watercolor, not a lot, and I'm using a little bit. Now, see how strong that is? That's way too strong for what I want. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to lightly colour some of my circles. I don't want a lot, but it's got to match, not match totally, but it's got to be in the scheme of these. Otherwise, it's overpowering. What you don't want is to overpower. You want it to work together. But I am using a little bit of that ochre with it, because these two colours, they get overlooked a lot. And the beautiful colours, aren't they, Paola?
They are. They're so luminous as well. I want to make sure also that everybody checks out their basket, because we just had confirmation that once it's gone, it's gone. So we have got no more extra stock on an extended delivery, and it's heading to. Well, no, it is now limited stock. If you want yours, please do check out your basket.
Oh, I better hurry up then. Right, so yeah. I've done these. I've done these, and what you can do is, if you're using the same paper, like I've got that lovely colour there, I'm going to stick now to, like, there's a flesh colour here. I wouldn't normally use this flesh colour, but I just think when you sort of collaging, if you do all the things first and then work on putting them together, you create something that you wouldn't normally do if you sat down and planned it. So I quite like this. So I wouldn't use this flesh colour normally, but it's starting to look lovely with all the other bits I've got. So I've got these lines, which are really important, because the lines, I'm going to keep some in. No, I think I might put the light blue on them, because I've got a very light bluey colour here. I'm going to frame everything up now, so I don't need a lot of colour. And like I say, these are quite powerful and they're nice colours. Right, just a hint of a tint, we call it. So I hope that's coming across, because it's very light. But so what we've got now are all these little bits and bobs, and this is the best bit. So I want to create focal points. So I'm just going to arrange them how I'd like them. Now, I like the idea of thirds. It doesn't matter whether you want to do thirds or not. It's entirely up to you what you do, but just to show you how.
Lou, sorry to interrupt you again, but now it is technically sold out, a set of two borders and backgrounds stamp sets. Now, if you have it in your baskets and you check out now, you still will get it. There is no more instant delivery. So now it's basically your last call to check out those baskets if you want it. Right? Sorry about that, but I just want to make sure that everybody checks out their basket and get those beautiful sets.
I mean, I can still use it because I'm still using the watercolors.
Of course, indeed. Those watercolors are amazing, aren't they? The vibrancy of the colours.
And I want to show people that, even creating your own collage like this is really achievable and unique, because no one else is going to have this. Yeah. And the watercolors allow you to change it to any mood or style, anything you want, because the colour that you use really does change what it looks like. What I'm going to do now is ensure that everything on this side now is going to have a bit of a shadow. So anything coming this way, look at that, isn't it?
Oh,
Maybe turn it round that way so it matches. Look at that wonderful colour. And when I first picked them up, I first went to pink. And then when I was, you know, putting them in a swatch, now you must do a swatch because it allows you to understand what colours they are. I went from the magenta, that was it, to the pear, and I just thought, oh, I'm in love.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
It's well, I like that. Right, so what I've done is I've layered on this card paper slightly different colours, very sort of soft, and, you know, I've left some white, which you want. Now what you can do is, if it's too stuck, if you want to do that, yeah. And before it sticks, which I didn't, just chop a bit off. Let's see if that looks better. And then hide it underneath. Yeah, that's it. Now the bit that you've got, you could always add anywhere else. I'm not too worried about that. So, got that. I've got my sentiment. And I've got the Inspire as well from the last one, which would fit in, but I'm not putting that in. And then these tags are from this morning's, but don't forget you can put them in as well. Now, I'm just going to put in, it looks a bit mad at the moment, but some random, there's no meaning to these letters at all. I'm just sticking them on. So if you've got letters or alphabets, especially if you've managed to get the first ones, you'll see that these are brilliant because you've got the outside and the inner. And I think for texture, and you won't see them like that, but when the light hits them, you'll get that reflection it in the light. So, and then, oh, I forgot about that one. Right, the last thing I'm going to do is add these and the colour. So, put some more. I've only got 3 and I don't like 3. Oh, here they are. Right, now these little ones are really good for just adding, like, if you want to add your name or anything like that, and just again adding something a little bit different. Now, I know that you're just like me, Paula, and we have got tons and tons of mirror paper, mirror board, and we don't tend to use it as mirror. We tend to use it now as, well, in the cupboard we don't use it, so I'm getting all mine out and using the other side.
I mean, I love it for alcohol inks as well. They are very good for alcohol, but sometimes you don't have time. And like you say, the back of the card is usually such a good stamping card.
Yeah. And I found, you know, yesterday what I did, well, sorry to just tell you what I've done. I had it there, but I didn't like it. It was overpowering, so I've just put these 2. Now, I haven't got 3 of them. I've only got 2. So what you can do is push them 2 together and have this one over the top and have it. Now, it's got ink on it, but I'm not worried because I'm going to colour it. So, like that. Yes, alcohol inks on mirror, whatever it's called, is brilliant. Is absolutely brilliant. Now, I've got everything now. I'm just going to drop in some colour, and I'm just moving it so it's underneath some of these so that I've got hiding all my junky bits. Now, you can put it there. I could put it, actually I quite like it up there. So, now, I'm going to drop in a tiny bit more of the colour, and these, they're just so nice. I wouldn't say it really, well, I wouldn't, because I don't want to get in trouble anyway, but these are so soft to use, and they're just really, how can I put it, sometimes you use products and you're frightened of using them because you think, no, that's too bright. But look how soft that really bright pink can go. And if you don't like it, or it's still too much, get the white. You don't often get white watercolour. It's something that's not always. I'm just going to warm this up a bit by putting a little bit of pink on it. I know it looks a bit daft, but it'll match it up a little bit. That's better. Can you see the white?
Yes.
Might be able to see it. I'm just going to now use the Storm Grey. Now, the Storm Grey is an amazing colour because, Paula, you said it before, it creates fantastic shadows. So I don't even have to do much and it's done. And you can hardly, you won't be able to see at first until it dries how much of a shadow that creates on there. I've just put another one here to show you. So you can put quite, dipped it in the wrong one, right? I put it quite heavy like that, but if I then, so you've got a lovely shadow, So I think we need a little bit of the blue on here. So I'm just going to put a little bit of blue, blend that down, and then that brings in that blue there. I'm using quite muted colours because I think looking at this, it needs it.
I mean,
and I'm just going to use
of colors that you are getting with those watercolors are just extraordinary. And like you were saying, that bright magenta and the pear, the combination of that colors are just phenomenal. And then from the palette to in your artwork, the tint that you have created by adding water, it's just amazing. Also variation of color.
It is, and I really like the idea that it's got a range of the colours and not just one, because sometimes you'll get one pink. Well, that's hard to match up or blend with because that's all you've got, whereas here you've got them in threes, which also helps you to understand colour because it's already saying, well, that goes with that, that goes with that. So here again, I've got the light pink at the top, bottom is the darker magenta. I'm just washing that in, so that I've got a blend of the colours, but it's hardly noticeable, and it certainly won't overtake. A bit of the pear, believe it or not, will look lovely on the other side.
I think I'm like you. The pear and the bright magenta are just my two favorites from there. It's just like, and the camera, there is a definite difference between the pear, which is more of a green, mossy, in the ochre is more of earthy, mustardy.
Yeah, definitely. It is hard to see, but when you get them home, you'll see there's a distinct, like, coolness, not cool, but coolness to one, and a lightness to the other. So all I'm going to do is just stick that on there, and then you do need to let this dry, but, you know, I'll try and finish it, and people put it on for people to see. But I would use a white pen, and all you do, and highlight, but I'll quickly show you what I'm going to do. So all you do now is you look. Now, it is meant to go that way on the page, and I actually quite like it like that. So
I like it. I love that. Whichever direction works.
It doesn't matter. You could have it any way you wanted if you use the rule of thirds. But what it does need is, because this is quite bright, and I've got a little bit there, but I think it needs a bit more, as in the threes. What I'm going to do is just, and then a piece of tissue.
A wash of a magenta.
And it's brought it down now. Yes. And I'm going to do exactly the same, but I'm only going to choose one, and I'm just going to do the pear. And you don't need a lot. You really don't, because actually the more subtle these colours, the harder they work for you. So you can see that now. What I can get is last little bit of this, so that, you know, I do realise that people are a bit, they can stick and cut and do whatever they want with them. But if you get your own pen and you want to put, I'm using a thin, a 0.05 Secura pen, and, you know, we've brought them, and Lou Sims brings them as well. And you can just add your own. So I'm looking at this here, and I'm just going to add my own little line so that it looks. You don't have to do this at all. It just brings elements all together. So, for instance, the little flowers here, you might want to just make more of the centres. If you want the crackles here, you can just go over certain crackles with your pen. And it's just...
Can I be cheeky?
Of course.
Because I was thinking, could you incorporate some of the stencils into this background? Like, for instance, the circles. I was thinking the circles that you have created would be perfect to highlight them with the stencils, maybe? I don't know. I'm just thinking ideas.
I would, and I think that's a brilliant idea, but I haven't got them.
Oh, all right, I see. Oh.
I was going to use them, but I haven't. I've been all over. What I did was I've left them at Hochanda, you know, being there, because I thought, oh, I'll use these all the time, so I've left them there. But yeah, it would, just a little bit here would look brilliant. Absolutely. So you can add any colours you want with your pens. I mean, it won't work at the moment, but once this is all finished and bright and, you know, and dry, you can actually go back in with your stamp. It won't work, it's wet on this, but go back and then put white pen on it and highlight it. So I've got my own drawing, my own little scribbles, but I've highlighted it where it's going to be, like on the balloons and stuff.
Fabulous.
So basically, that's that collage page done. It's so simple.
I love it. I love it. Now, Lou, can you get ready for another quick demo, and we can have a recap? We will have about 8-7 minutes there at the end of the show.
No problem.
Okay, fabulous. Now, of course, we have got a recap of those stencils. I was very cheeky, but with Lou, I know that she doesn't mind me, because it's kind of, she's the queen. Lou is the queen of stencils, and it's a very big testament to this amazing set. You're going to get 4. The fact that she leaves them here at Hochanda means that she continuously wants to use them. This gorgeous spiral, or is it the iris of her camera, or is it a very famous international spy coming out? And you know what, the one, yes, and that one. Anyway, so you have got that beautiful kind of, also I'm thinking Van Gogh, you know, the Starry Night and those beautiful kind of painterly effect. Think about layering into paint with a beautiful oil, you know, kind of like a texture paste as well. Then you have got here the kind of, I think it's like, is it, shall I say, the Wi-Fi signal as well, or sound waves. If somebody is into music, this could be perfectly as a background, and then a stamp of somebody, like this morning we had a lady with her headphones on. This could be the background for that. It has got that kind of element of the music and traveling through the waves. Then we have got the tribal nature of these beautiful, almost chevron, diamonds, and finally you also are getting this one, which you can see it here. We don't have the physical sample, but is actually the diamonds on a scan. They have got a distress element as well, which makes it perfect for collage elements. 805862 is your item number. £14.99 is your price. Moving on to the watercolors, those beautiful colors that you are getting. I have to say, yes, there are other palettes available. However, this is a happy hour, so you have got that low price for this hour only. And as you can see in the top right corner, well, you have got about, let's see how many, 12 minutes until the end of the show. 11:50. Well said, producer. And then we have got the gorgeous colors. And as Lou was saying at the top of the hour, if you have, like, you use a color very much, you can pop the half pan and refill it with something else as well, which means that you will have your customized palette. If you are like me, that you rearrange all the colors, by all means you can do that as well. Having white and black means that you will be able to create shades and tints of any color, as well as having the mixing palette. And then when you close it up, it's nice and close it up. And of course you have got the two water brushes. 713597 is your item number. £16.99. Lou, are you ready?
Yeah.
We have got about 5 minutes left.
Hopefully it'll come across a bit easier, but I'm going to use both of them. I've got my stamps from the grunge set, so I know it's out of stock, but you could do this with any of the stamps we've got. I'm just going to show you with the watercolours because I love this. Now, sometimes you might not have all those colours in inks, so if you use the watercolours, just put a little patch down. Now, I'm using a massive block for this, so you don't really need it. And make sure, again, test the colours. So what we can do is now bring all the watercolours that we've got on our palette to life by just stamping with them. So the first one's there. I'm going to put another one on. So the other one I cut all these out. Well, now I'm going to do some mixing with it as well. So I want this dark, so I want it as a frame like I did in the other one. So what I'm going to do now is add a little bit of the blue that I've got, add a bit of water, and you can see now I'm making my own purples. So the colours in this are really, really lovely. I'm using a blue, a cool blue, to make a purple, which then is quite a dark dark colour stamp and I can use it to frame. Now, I normally do either third stamp where, oh, I haven't got enough on. Does help if you put ink on, doesn't it? Paint. That's the beauty of them then, you can see. So just going to extend that, and I'm going to go across again in the thirds. And I'm going to put a little bit more paint on actually, because you just need to wake them up and make sure that you've got enough, because although it looks quite dark, it's on a white surface. When you put them on the stamps, they do sort of, it fades a little bit, so you need plenty on. That's better.
Yeah.
So, and I'm just going to bring in 3 little ones here at the top. 1, 2, 3, just to give it that. And then 1, just 1. Because I'm going to balance it with 1 down here, so I've got that. Then I've got the little black, they're like squares, but they go really well with the bubbles that we've got. So I'm looking at the colours now and thinking, what colour? Let's go for a bright red. Now, I would never do this, ever. So I can't waste it. So you put it on a clean-up page and have that for later. But I don't want to contaminate this colour. So even watercolours, how tight am I? I'm going for the bright red now. Look at that red.
Ooh,
that
is
is
red.
Cadmium red, that, if you ever saw one. So this is the square version. And it reminds me very much of Klimt, this one.
Oh, yes.
And if you don't know who Klimt is, he used lots of lovely patterns in his work, squares and circles. So again, you could just see them. It looks very disjointed at the moment, but it does come together,
isn't it?
Yeah, Klimt is lovely like that.
Especially.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Mrs. Can't remember her name.
Yeah, that's
Mrs.
the other one.
something. That's the other one. So again, get me clean up sheet. And this is, I know this is sort of like very similar to what I did last time, but it's very different in as much as I'm not using inks, I'm using the paints. And people don't forget to use paints like this. They seem to think, oh, I'll use it with this, I'll use it with that. And you're like, well, why don't you just try stamping with it? It's another dimension. So I'm going to use the very dark blue. Prussian blue. Oh, I love that. It's my favourite colour.
I love the fact that Prussian blue was the first synthetic pigment ever created in the 1800s.
Was it?
Yeah, Prussian blue.
Oh.
Yeah. Until then, blue was, of course, the most expensive color to create because it was all to gemstones rather than minerals. Well, actually it is, but yeah, they created a synthetic, which was Prussian blue in the early 1800s, I think.
Don't you think, though, it's so interesting? I love that, you know. It's so interesting because I think that's it. Well, I was talking to some people online the other day in our group, and I was saying about how science didn't really interest me. However, I adore science now because I want to know about paint.
Absolutely, yeah. I think this is the thing. Science is quite interesting once you think, because actually color is science, is the way the light reflects, certain surfaces. So it's actually pure science. It's fascinating.
Well, I was, because I always used to get it wrong. When I was teaching it at school, I used to say about the colour wheel, and we'd say black is no colour and white is all, and they'd go, Miss, that's wrong, that's wrong.
Lou.
And I can see why, because you would think that, but it's not. It's how the light. You can only see 3 colours.
Lou, we are
and it's
out
how
of time. Lou, we have got seconds to go. We get into this. This is what happens when you work with friends. That you get into a chat and you forget that you are live on TV and we have got time. Right. Thank you so much, Lou. When are you back?
Thank you. Hopefully in a couple of weeks, and I'll be in the studio, hopefully.
I hope so. I hope very much to see you. Right, of course, thank you so much, Lou. Check out your baskets. We have got bargains galore, but you need to check out your baskets to do that. After the break, Michelle Jackson and beautiful knitting. It is Knit Away with Michelle Jackson. She will be joining us via Skype. Then another look at the one-day special at 12 and at 1 and Daisy Bee Crafts.
my name is Catherine Sturrock and I work in collaboration with FMM. FMM creates some wonderful cake decorating cutters. We've brought them to Hochanda and used them with air dry clay to create some beautiful flowers, leaves and other florals. We use them then to decorate various products such as laser cut designs, mixed media, card making and many other items. So join me on Hochanda and let me guide you through the process of putting together various flowers such as roses, peonies and lots more besides.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks.
We've got a fantastic design team who help us with all our designs for the stamps, and we've got a great range of inks which we manufacture ourselves here in the UK.
Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
We hope that our products bring you as much fun, creativity and inspiration as they do to us. We love all of our products and we hope you do too. So make sure you don't miss our shows on Hochanda.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hi there, I'm Nick from Crafterscope. I've been crafting for as long as I can remember. It started off making things just for myself, but then friends and family asked if they could use them too. It was really important to me to bring something unique to the crafting arena, something that was different and something that people would enjoy using just as much as I do. I really hope you'll come and join me on Hochanda for my shows with Crafterscope.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And Mark.
From Totally Patched. We're a family-based business here in Shropshire. We've been established for about 20 years.
All of our kits come pre-cut, meaning all the fabric is cut for the actual people who want to make the items, whether they be cushions, bags, quilts or anything else you want to cast your creative memory or mind into.
Most of the kits we produce we design ourselves. The design process is usually inspired by the fabric itself. We only use great quality fabrics, 100% cottons.
So, whether you're a beginner or an experienced sewer or quilter, we hope we've got something for all of you.
Make sure you come and watch us on Hochanda.
Well, welcome if you are just joining us. I absolutely adore the knit weight kits that we have got in here. We are very, very excited. Unfortunately, Michelle cannot be here in the studio, which I was so looking forward to see her in the studio, but she's joining us, Michelle, via Skype. Hello, Michelle.
Hello, Paul. Oh, do you know what? And we're really looking forward to meeting you.
Me too.
Because I just, honestly, when I saw it, we're going to be snowing, I thought, no, because I've had Catherine for 2. And then they said, Paul, I thought, oh, that's quite exciting. Hello, Catherine. Quite exciting. So, but I don't feel like as much like a celeb because I'm not in studio.
I know. But anyway, at least you are now safe and warm in your house. And we have got all your beautiful goodies. And I have to say, I love the color matching. I mean, you look stunning, white and pink, as they do your kids. Now, I know there is a lovely story behind how you started Knit Away. Can you tell us a little bit how you started all?
Right. Well, my son, our Oliver, who's 20, started his own business. It was all like old retro radios and Polaroid cameras. And do you know what? He was doing so well. And I just thought, you know what? I've always been a gunner. So I saw him and I thought, I can do something. So I've knitted forever. So I decided that this is it. I'm in my 50s. I need a bit of excitement, Paula. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to do it. So here I am. I'm on a channel, I'm telling you.
You know what? If I can say, it's like social distancing and everything else. I just want to be with you and be your friend because you have got that excitement that is so contagious and that joy. And the fact that you went for it. And, you know, I love that immediately your bundles project that joy, that excitement. And the fact that you have got little details like the love hearts as well in here, I just think that is just such a lovely touch. Now let's go through what you are getting in the first bundle. This is the beginner's knitting kit with a reusable free cotton project bag worth $5.99. If you were going to buy it online in our shop, that would be $5.99, just that reusable one. Now what do we get here, Michelle, and how we start?
Right. What I did with the beginner's kit, all my kits, Paula, what I do is I make them so that when you receive that kit, it's a wow. So you're waiting for that postman and he comes and he's got this beautiful kit for you. So the beginner kit, as you can see, it's got step-by-step pictures, writing. So if you've never been a knitter, never tried knitting, honestly, that's the booklet. You also get the snood there. You get the pattern for the snood.
Ooh,
you get 3 balls of yarn, 300 grams. You get your knitting needles. You get the beautiful box. Paula, I have got here, because I will model as we go through, because you've not got the finished item. So I'm going to model. I'm going to model for you, Paula, right?
Oh, I love that.
So
the snood.
Look at that. So you can make 3. You can make 3 of these. So do I look good? You look
amazing. I love that. Now, this is a really a good project because I always say, like, I'm a massive fan of capelets, but also something that kind of protects the neck, but it's not a scarf, because a scarf, you know, there are dangling bits that sometimes you don't want. The snood is a really nice, protecting, warm, but not too warm, isn't it? Oh, look at that. That's gorgeous.
Okay.
Now, of course, it's a beginner's knitting kit. I have got no idea. I have no gear either. Now, do I get everything that I need in this kit?
Paula, you get every single bit that you need for your knitting. You get your needles and everything. And the thing is, I've also done, in my 50s, set up a YouTube channel.
Wow.
So there's a tutorial on my YouTube for the beginner's knitting. So there's no excuse. If you've never knitted and the price is right and everything, you need to get one.
Well, it is fabulous, isn't it? £24.99 gives you even. I love the fact that it comes in with a bow tying the needles together. Is that attention to detail? And you can see that everything has been packed with love. Am I correct to think that this is a sewing needle as well for yarn, so you can sew it the skirt together?
That's right, Paula, you've got your needle as well, so there's no, and that project bag, I'm telling you now, you can't really see the quality. The quality is absolutely amazing. It's 100% cotton. It's absolutely amazing, honestly.
It feels like it's a canvas weight, so it's very durable and heavyweight.
Absolutely. Quality is just,
beautiful.
that alone is just beautiful.
Absolutely. Right, £24.99 is your price. 339,556 is your item number. I'm going to put it like this so just so it doesn't fall off. Right, then we have got the cowl, the chunky cowl. Now in here, look at the yarn. I mean, isn't that bright pink in here? It's absolutely amazing. Now, this feels a little bit different yarn that I'm used to. Can you talk us through exactly what sort of yarn this is it?
Right, it's 50% wool, 51% wool and 49% acrylic. What it is, when you've got wool in, you can feel it. Yeah. It's got that merino type feel to it. Very soft. You've got to be gentle when you're working with that, but it is, do you know what? It is a gorgeous yarn. Now that kit, Paula, is, I've come up with the idea because Mother's Day is coming up, if you've got a birthday gift or whatever, so I've called it a special, if you look at the box it's called a special gift for the knitter in your life. So this is quite a special, it's a special. So let me put it on for you. Hang on, let me do my modelling. I'm messing my hair up.
So you are also getting the knitting needles here. Oh, look at that fabulous project. That is beautiful. Yes, Madeleine. Yeah, you are absolutely. Yeah, it's gorgeous. It's brilliant. No, but it shows as well how, you know, it's friendly, it's fun, it's kind of joyous to wear it. Of course, we cannot promise that, you know, Michelle is going to come in and model it for you. But remember that you are also getting the knitting needles. What size knitting needles are these ones?
Right, they're a 10. And you've got 300 grams of yarn there, so you can knit 2 snoods. So you can do a cowl. You can knit one for yourself, one for a friend.
Fabulous.
Honestly, you won't see anything like that, Paula, because it's a bit different. And I thought of Mother's Day and things like that because it's quite a special gift for somebody. That.
Absolutely, it is. So you could have like the mothers and daughters. That makes a lot of sense. Is this a stitch marker?
Right, the stitch marker. My friend has made me these special for the kit. So they're a little stitch marker. Oh, that's a stitch holder.
A holder, yeah.
And that's in like a rose gold colour.
Yeah.
You've got the stitch marker, which my friend from Mitzi Craft, she's made them for the kit. So they're just quirky little gifts that I've thrown in.
Oh, but they are very useful gifts, aren't they, for kind of making sure that...
Absolutely.
And then, of course, you're getting the sewing needle as well for the knit project. Love that it comes with the bag as well. You have got the box and you have got an introductory price, which you are saving £5, £24.99. I don't know about you, but I think this is a fabulous gift because I'm thinking if you're sending this to somebody who is now... They are knitters already, but you want something a bit different. This is definitely feels as a bit something, and you have got the instructions as well. Love that you have put that presentation box as well included. 775704 is your item number. Check out your baskets. Do not miss out on this glorious. I mean, you can see the whole team. We are smiling. Michelle is full of joy, but it's your kids as well that you transferred that joy into. Then we have got here the chunky, fluffy pom-pom hat. Look at that, Michelle, you are a model. All right. Right, so you have got, look at that. This is fabulous. I love it. I love it. Now, oh, that's fabulous. Now, you have got different options in terms of colors. So you have got the gray and the cream. So that could be the option that you go for it. Or a denim and cream, denim blue and cream. You can see here that, yeah, it is definitely like a bluish in tone, but it's a little bit grayish blue. It's a very elegant shade. Now, how difficult, Michelle, is to create that hat?
To be honest, if you can knit and purl, I'm telling you now, you'd be able to do it. It's not difficult. And you know what? If you're struggling a bit, just go onto my YouTube, have a look at my knit away, and just look at the instructions on how to knit. But to be honest, honestly, it's so easy and it just won't take long to do. So they've got the option of the grey, or they've got this denim blue as well. Absolutely. But the pom-poms are a bit funky as well. Paula, I do things that just are easy but also nice to wear.
Yes, and you can feel that the yarn that you have chosen is always soft, it's always a joy to touch, and that's what you want to wear, is the things that I feel really nice. Now, we have got a question about how to care after it. Do we can wash it, cold wash, or how do we do?
I would do a cold wash. I mean, it is acrylic, but is the cream yarn. So to be honest, I would just give it a cold wash, because you want to keep that. And if you do put it in the washer, I mean, it will work. But I think to keep it as nice and fluffy, personally,
Absolutely.
I do a cold hand wash.
Fabulous.
Definitely.
£19.99 is the price. 563610. Remember, you have a choice: the grey or the denim blue. Well, with that, you can also have your fingerless gloves, so you can do all the texting away and taking pictures in the snow if you are so lucky to have some snow. Now we have got the next kit, which is the chunky fingerless gloves knitting kit. In here, you have got also the options, I believe, of the colors. So the same color options, a grey and the pearl or cream, and then you have got the denim blue and the cream in here as well. Fabulous colors. So if whatever option you go for, £17.99. Now, fingerless gloves are something that I never knew that is so needed until the snow falls in. You want to take pictures, you want to be in touch, and you need them. Look at those.
Do you know what? These are them.
Wow.
Do they look good?
They look very good. I like it. You're dancing the Macarena there.
Macarena, that's the song, isn't it? Oh, Macarena. Anyway.
I love it.
So anyway, these are beautiful, and do you know what? They just look so classy. I mean, prices, even myself, I will say, are really good. And these, again, are really, really easy to do. I'm telling you, honestly, it's so easy, but they just look so elegant. Really, really nice.
Absolutely. Now, £17.99 is a fabulous low price. Why not check out the baskets and grab a bargain? I think they are fabulous kits. 711338 is your item number. You are getting full instructions. I love the quality. Everything that Michelle puts together is quality. It's not just printed onto paper, it's cards. The fact that everything helping you create amazing things, that is what it's all about it. And of course, you have got that as well in the yarns. So you know that everything has been put together with care and attention. Also, you know, supporting UK business makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? 711338 is your item number. Very excited. Now, I have to say, Michelle, when I saw this, well, my producer and I, we both were like, yes, because we love, personally, I don't use face wipes at all, but I kind of, in the last year or so, I have changed from using cotton pads to reusable ones. Now, never I have seen knitted, but knitted would be, this is cotton, isn't it? The cotton yarn.
Yes, it's absolutely. So here, what we've got, Paula, this is the face cloth you've got.
Yeah.
You've got a little soap bag in it with a little tie there. So the soap bag, put your soap in.
And then it's like a sponge.
The face, and the makeup wipes. Obviously you don't get the soap, and then here is the bag to put all your little makeup wipes.
Yeah.
So you put that in, and with all the kits, Paula, because they're not on there, you do actually get the bag.
Oh, yes,
so
the bag.
With the kits, you do actually get the bag.
Yeah, absolutely.
With every kit. So, but this was something that I thought everybody would. It's in moss stitch again. If you're knit and purl, that's it. It's fine. So moss stitch, honestly. But how lovely is that colour?
I love this lemon color. I think it's fabulous for makeup, removing makeup as well, wipes. I think it's good for the planet, so we are not using one-use products. I think it's great because you are creating them. Now, I think it's very funny because, even if it's small changes that we all do, it makes such a big difference when you start thinking about it. But also, as a user of, reusable wipe things that are kind of, I also find that the cotton is so much better as a knitted or woven than cotton pads. My skin feels so much better. because when I remove the makeup, it gets hotter. For instance, if I want to remove it, we just put hot water. You can feel the makeup, and I'm wearing a lot of makeup for TV. It melts away.
Oh, do you know what? That's why I did it. And my daughter's 13. Obviously, she's into makeup, and I thought, I've done her a set of them, and do you know what? They are just so soft on your skin, honestly. And like you say, they're just reusable, and it's cotton, beautiful cotton. So
I was thinking, for instance, I know what I would do. I personally would get the skates, do the soap bag. Definitely, I think that's a genius idea. I would, but then I do as many makeup wipes as possible, because then I kind of was thinking, then I can have one every day, wipe it off, put it in the washing bag, and then wash them once a week. And I just love the concept. And it's just $11.99 as well.
It's a bargain, honestly. It's reduced that at the moment, so it's a really special offer. So, honestly, Paula, is a lovely set and a gift. Mother's Day is coming up.
Absolutely.
It's a gift.
Absolutely, and it has got the 5mm bamboo needles as well with this kit and the bag. I was thinking as well, this could be a perfect Mother's Day gift that you gift your mother, or you give to your, something, and then so you get some of the makeup wipes for yourself as well, so they kind of knit some of it. Like I always give presents, so then I get something back from them. Right, 907-624 is your item number. I adore it. $11.99 as well. Good for the planet, good for Europe, because you can knit as well and have some joy with this. Glorious yarn we have got. This is the shoulder out option we have got in here. I love the pom-poms in here, the tassels. It's a really festive, really kind of stylish shawl.
Right, that's it, Paula. So I'm just turning it there.
Yeah, okay, right,
So
that's fine. And then you have got two different color options. So ocean blue, which you can see here, and then we have got silver, quicksilver actually. Right, yeah, I forgot that. It's like, I thought she said quicksilver. It's like, oh, it's quicksilver. All right, and we have...
Right, well, this Paula...
Look.
Can you see it?
Yeah, look at that. Oh, I love that.
So this is the quicksilver.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is just another easy knit. Honestly, you sat there watching telly and you're just knitting away, no thinking, you're just doing it. But everything comes in the kit, so you don't even have to go out and get anything. It's all there, and it just looks so classy. It's lovely.
Lovely. Yeah, it is lovely. I love it. I absolutely love it. And it comes with the bag as well, and the needles included, which these ones, are they 5mm as well?
6mm, 6mm. Paula, 6mm.
Okay, 6mm needles. Sorry, I'm not a knitter, so sometimes I kind of get confused about it. Right, well, Michelle, you can get, oh, look at the ocean blue. That's your color. It makes you just, oh, glorious. Yeah, absolutely.
Not looking bad for the 50s.
You look absolutely stunning, Michelle. Absolutely fabulous 50s. And right, Michelle, we will let you get to get set for your demonstration, and while you do that, we'll give a reminder. Now, this, of course, the shawl you have got there, the item number 578659. Remember, you're getting 2 balls of whatever color you go for, whether it is the ocean blue, which is the one that Michelle was just wearing, or the quicksilver, the first one, whichever color you go is absolutely stunning, and will come with a 6mm needles as well as the knitting bag in here. 578659 is your item number, £22.99. Lots more on the website. Of course, you do have got all the every options that we have seen. Now, that reusable cotton bag is $5.99 on its own, but of course, it's included with every kit that we have seen so far. So you have got all the options. Now, if you wanted the patterns, the set of 5, the pom-pom hat, the pom-pom slippers, the fluffy, I think it's a fluffy hat as well. Now, and then you have got all of them for $12.99 with a saving of £7. So grab it and check out your baskets. You could add also the book knitting, the learn how to book. Remember, one of the items has got Flexify, so you could add that and Flexify everything and spread the cost in interest-free payments. Remember, if you're a Freedom member, you do not pay PMP. So that is how it works here at Hochanda. So why not become a member? Especially if you go for the one-day special, then you can save even more in that one as well. Right, I think Michelle is ready. So what are you going to show us, Michelle, today?
Right, what I'm going to show you, what I thought, can you actually see me all right? Can you see? Yeah?
Okay, yes, we can see, yeah.
Right, okay. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the cowl, okay, because it's a lovely stitch. It's called the purse stitch, all right?
Okay.
So what we'll do, I've cast on 14 stitches, all right? So we've got a 10 mil.
Okay.
And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to purl. So all these stitches, so all you do, Paula, wrap it round.
Michelle, could you bring it closer to the tripod? There it is, there, perfect. Yeah,
Is
a
that
little
better?
bit, yeah, there.
Are you sure?
Look,
Hang on.
yeah,
Do you
there
want me
it
to move
is.
this a bit? Is that all right?
Yes, a little bit more, yeah, perfect, there.
Right, okay. So I'm just doing a purl. I'll do it again now. Right, so what we do, put it through, round. Am I still all right for you?
Well, I can see, I think
No.
I can see it, yeah. Yeah,
It's a bit hard, this,
yeah,
isn't
it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Right, so can you see it?
Okay,
Have I
yeah,
got it right?
we can see it, yeah, that's
Right.
right. Yeah, we can, yeah, you can see it.
Right, we're ready. Right, so with purl one, wrap the yarn around the needle. That's all you do, right? And then what you're going to do is you're just going to purl two together. So purl two together.
Oh, yeah.
Keep moving. Are you still with me?
Yes, we are.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, it's just
Oh,
a
it's
bit.
hard,
Yeah.
this. I'm looking at all the snow, Paula, here. I'm snowed in at Barnsley, honestly.
Very pretty, but very
Right,
impractical.
Oh, pretty, but not practical for driving. So round the needle, the pattern then, all you do is it's purl two together.
Yeah.
So let me just get it around there. All the pattern is purl two together, yarn round needle. That is the purse stitch. Round, purl two together.
Oh, yeah.
It's really hard, this, you know.
Yeah, if
So
you
what?
if you can.
Round the needle.
Yeah, if you can keep
Keep still.
that's the perfect position. Yeah.
Right. Round. Oh, it's really hard knitting like this.
Maybe
Purl two
Michelle,
together.
would it be easier if you knit and you
Yeah.
put the camera facing you, so you kind of would that be any easier for you?
Have we to try it?
Facing away.
Right,
So
let me try it then.
okay, so we're gonna do a quick recap. I mean, this is what happens. Snow changes the plans for everything. So Michelle will reset. It's just so you can see at home perfectly what Michelle is doing. Otherwise, it's a little bit of missing a demo. And we don't want you to miss any of what Michelle is doing. Right, the very popular beginner's knitting kit with a free reusable cotton project, what is worth $5.99. You are not paying for that. It is included in the price. You are getting the needles here as well. Look at the little touches like the bow with the gorgeous little pink detail in here. These are the sort of love and care that Michelle puts in her kits. It's a fact that you have got the helping you create amazing things, that sentiment across the whole bag. You have got the beginner's knit project knitting pattern. You have got the guide on how to knit as well. And I don't know about you, but I like things that are clear, that are pretty, they are good quality. And this looks very clear, but also very pretty. So you know that you have got perfect images step by step, but you also have got the explanation, but also it's a joy to look at. And I know it's something like, it sounds a little bit, you know, shallow to say, but then of course it is important to be kind of inspired by what you look. And I love the color story, those pinks, those grays, those elegance in here, and of course that chunky you know, beginner's knit knitting pattern included in here. Everything comes to you in a presentation box, so it is a perfect present as well. So maybe you want to start somebody into knitting, this would be a basically this is a perfect present. £24.99 is your price. 339556 is your item number. Then we have got the cowl kit as well, and the cowl kit is just phenomenal because it has got this chunky yarn in here with a mix-in. Now this is our most popular item, and I love. Now you know that Mother's Day is coming up. You know that you still are going to have chilly nights. That you want to put something, you know, around you, like you don't want something too heavy. This is phenomenal. It creates a cowl knitting and you have got such vibrant colors as well. You have got the soft pink for more the young spring, and then as the spring develops, you have got the brighter pink as well in there, or vice versa, as you wish. You have got also the bamboo needles included. I love the fact that Michelle puts in a little bow to hold them together. And then you have got the stitch counter as well as the stitch marker as well. There you have got them both together, which I love that you have got them. The stitch marker is especially made for Michelle. Then you also are getting the sewing needle for the yarn, and you're getting, of course, the ever impression instructions there. And of course, it comes in with the box, and you have got the bag as well. Imagine this as a mother, you know, as a Mother's Day present. Think about somebody maybe who's starting knitting, and you know that they have got a funky kind of style. This would be absolutely ideal. If you have got somebody in your life that knows how to knit and is a very expert knitter, but want them to explore a little bit different, this is perfect, because having that chunky wool means that you have got more texture and a little bit different. I absolutely adore the colors. I love also the wearability. And like Michelle was saying, she wants an easy project, so she designs easy projects, but easy wear as well, which is all important. A perfect present for £24.99. Remember, it comes in with the bag as well to keep all your yarn in there. £5 saving. 775704 is your item number. We also have got the pom-pom hat in here, which of course it was beautifully modeled by Michelle. Now you have got two color options, whether you want to go for the gray and cream or the beautiful denim blue and cream. Both options, you can see them here, £19.99. You can see them there. You have got as well, it comes in with the bag, and you have got the needles included. 563610 is your item number, and you can get you know, the matching kit for the fingerless gloves knitting kit. £17.99 is your price. 711338 is your item number for the fingerless kind of perfect gloves. 711338 is your item number. And then we have got my favorite kit. I have to say, I love this idea. I've never seen it in a knitted form, but of course that is the eco-friendly soap bag face cloth makeup wipes knitting kit. You can create makeup wipes, and you can create also a face cloth and the bags to hold it all together and put it wash. 907624 is your item number. You're saving £3.11.99 is a fabulous price, introductory price, so please, well, actually special price, so grab yours by checking out those baskets. I believe, Michelle, are you ready?
Well,
yeah.
I think so. Can you see me like this?
If you hold them closer to your neck, yes, that's that. There. No, not that close to the camera. There it is. Yeah. Is that easier for you?
Oh, it's all right. I'm just making do with you.
I hope that this. The problem is, like, kind of when the snow happens, it makes us appreciate more cameras and directors, doesn't it?
Right then. So what we're doing is we're going to wrap it round the needle.
Yeah, we can see.
And then what we're going to do is we're going to do purl two together again. So wrap
Could
it
you
round.
lift it up a little bit more? Lift it up. Yeah, there. Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
Not
There.
too
Yeah.
close.
Right.
There.
Perfect.
Right. So purl two together. So again, Paula, just wrap it round and purl two together.
Okay. Could you lift it up a little? Yeah. Oh, could you put the
keep
camera?
slipping,
Could
though.
you tilt the camera a little bit lower?
Yeah, just hang on a second.
Yeah, sorry.
My son
I'm
keeps
so
winning
sorry,
out.
Michelle. Is this one of the? Yeah, there. If you do that, that's perfect. And then would be that is more
that
natural.
better?
Lift it up
Is
a
that
little
better?
bit. Lift it out, lift it out. Yeah, there.
Right, okay. Is that better?
Yes, that's it, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Right, so then you purl the last
Yeah.
one and that's it.
Perfect.
So let's go back.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that perfect?
Yeah, that we can
Yeah.
see it, but yeah.
Right, so purl one. I mean, if they want to watch it and look
Yeah.
it back, it's so easy. Purl one, wrap it round,
Yes, we can
purl
see
two
it. Yeah.
together. Can you see all right?
Yes, we can see
Right,
it.
purl
There
two
it is.
together. Brilliant. So there we go, purl two together, wrap it round. That's the pattern,
little
Paula.
lift it
That's
up,
how
a little
easy it
lift.
is.
Leave
I keep slipping, don't I?
well, it happens.
two
Don't
together.
worry. I'll just remind you. I feel rude reminding you, but you know, the left.
No,
yeah.
you're all right. You tell.
Oh, you are such a
right.
lovely
That's
girl.
that. I think what it is, Paula, with this, right? What you've got to remember, it's just a wrap around the needle and purl two together. That is the pattern. So really, if you can knit and purl, all this is, even a beginner, is
Yes.
wrapping it round. Okay. So then wrap it round, and then there we go, and then the last one is the purl. I've just gone a bit thingy with that one now.
Yeah.
Can you see me? I'll keep going down, don't I? Right. So let me just get the calendar and show you what the pattern is. So can you see the pattern?
Yes, we can see it like that. Yeah.
So that's what it's looking like. So really, all you need to do is that is the pattern. So if you're a beginner knitter, honestly, it's just another one that you can do. Okay. So again, it's just I'll do another quick one and then I can do a beginner's one in a bit for you. So am I all right there?
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. That's perfect. Yeah.
So again, purl your first one, wrap it round, purl two together. Honestly, Paula,
Lift
you
it
could
a little
do
bit.
this.
The hands. We can see it.
I
Yeah.
slipped
There it
in
is,
out.
yeah.
I keep it's really
You are,
hard to do
I
like
mean,
this.
Michelle, after this, we need to, you know, have a lovely hot drink.
Oh my word! I think I need one of my son's cocktails behind the coffee.
Well, I can't because I'm working and I have to still work, but I'll be with you in spirit.
Yes, because that's what I'm having, spirit. Right, anyway. Wrap
I
it
love
round,
you.
purl two
Oh.
together. Purl two together. So, right, that's it. I felt a bit like Mr. Ben when I was trying all them garments on. Do you know what Mr. Ben is, Paula? Have you ever heard of Mr. Ben?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
I felt a bit like Mr. Ben where he goes in the room and has the outfit
He
changes.
wishes he
so-
was as cool, as beautiful as you. Yeah.
Oh, I'm missing being at studio because I feel famous when I'm stood there and it's like I'm on telly. It's like, oh, I'm on telly. Barnsley Girls on telly.
Oh,
I love it.
fabulous.
Oh, I won't be long. Hopefully, it won't be long before I'm back with you, Paula. It's not saying this.
Yeah.
I like.
Could you lift it a little bit up?
There.
There it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you have it. Perfect.
Wrap it round.
That's the perfect
Wrap it round.
height.
Okay. So wrap it round. Purl two together, and then the last one, purl one. Yeah.
Perfect.
Do you
Yeah.
think you'll be able to do that, Paula?
Yes. Look how quickly
Yeah?
it's doing. Yeah.
Oh, Paula, it just, honestly, within probably an hour, you'd get that done.
Wow.
So, you know, if you've never, but the thing is, if you're still not sure how to purl, like I say, if you go on my YouTube channel, the beginners, I do the knit, I do the purl, I do the cast on, I do the cast off. So everything that you need, really, to do an easy project like this. And like I say, wrap round is just so easy, honestly. But this kit is quite a special kit. Like I say, there's nothing else like it. But I thought it's a nice gift for somebody,
Yes.
even beginners or knitters. Do you know what I mean? It's lovely, isn't it?
Absolutely. And the thing that it does say, I mean, not just everything happening. You are getting both colors as well. It's not a choice of, is it?
No, you're getting both. There's 150 grams in each one, so you're getting 300 grams.
Absolutely.
Plus, you're getting your quirky little gifts. Honestly, And the bag, honestly, it's just it's really good.
It's such a lovely, I mean, with wool and yarn, I sometimes have to be careful, but this absolutely gorgeous. Now, 50% of the stock has already gone. If you want your special gift for that knitter in your life, the cowl knitting kit, remember that it comes with the knitting needles as well. It has got the stitch marker and the stitch counter as well. It has... Just love the instructions. I love that comes with that eco-friendly bag as well, so you can put everything in there as well. The knit away, look, helping you create amazing things. And it's amazing what you have created as well with the gorgeous. I love the company. I love the fact that it is, I look at the beautiful yarn and I absolutely love it. Look at that. Look at the logo as well. Gorgeous.
Absolutely. It's all about, I've got somebody called Nathan that does all my branding, and I just wanted it to be pretty, and I like pink anyway, but I just think the way that it's all presented, you get that in the post and you open it up, it's like, I have had so many people come back with 5-star reviews about how it looks. You're getting a bit close now, you're getting too close to my face now.
Just to look amazing. Now, Michelle, you know, so we are going to give a reminder of this item. We will be seeing a little bit more of a demo as well shortly. 775704 is the item number, and item number for Knit Away, a special gift for the knitter in your life, the cowl knitting kit. Remember that you have got an introductory price there. You are saving £5. Now, £24.99 is what you are paying. If you're a Freedom member, you don't pay P&P. It's going fast, 50% already gone. You are getting both the bright pink and the soft pink. You are getting both the instructions, the box, the fact that it's a present and something for you. Maybe you are the special knitter in your own life, so you want to give yourself a little bit of, you know, me time as well. I was talking yesterday with a friend of mine who's saying how important more than ever is to make sure that every day we do something we truly love. If it's knitting is your craft, why not treat yourself? Maybe a hat, a present for somebody else. Here we have got the chunky, fluffy pom-pom hat kit, knitting kit. Now, you have got two different options there here. We have got the gray and cream, and then we have got the denim blue and blue, cream option, denim blue option. Now, in this kit, what I love about it is that it's an easy project because all Michelle projects are simple. One of the things that Michelle is very, very keen on is that simple to make, easy to wear. The way that you kind of want to make a simple, a chunky pom-pom hat, look at that, isn't that adorable? Perfect for if you are walking the dogs every day and you're kind of thinking, I need something that is kind of white, especially at night, so you kind of see it, it's not just all black. This is perfect. Also think about keeping it warm, keeping it like really fun. You have got the instructions in here. Remember, it's your choice of color. You have got the needles here, which are, I believe, 5mm needles. So you have got in here. They are bamboo as well. You have got also the fact that it comes in the bag, which you can keep everything together, helping you create amazing things. Of course, that is the motto of Knit Away. And Michelle created this company inspired by her son. And at Fabulous 50, she has created these amazing, joyous, kind of kits that bring joy to you, the knitter at home. Whether you are starting, we have got the beginner's kit, we have got different kits as well. 563610 is the item number for the hat. We also have got the matching fingerless gloves. Now this one is the kit that allows you to make matching fingerless gloves. It's like a mittens without fingers, so it's perfect make as well. It's perfect for walking the dogs as well. So you have got phones, the snow is falling and you want to just knit something that you can go in and your fingers are protected, but you still can text and you can take pictures. Now you have got again two different options in terms of colors. You have got the cream and the gray, which is that one. It's a very sophisticated soft gray, and I always tell, but it's the truth. and very sensitive to you know, different textures. Now having super soft yarn, you can see here as well. Now this one is the gray and cream, and then you have got the denim blue option as well, cream. £17.99 is your price, included the needles as well. I believe these ones are the 8mm needle. You can see here as well. Oh, sorry, I just was being silly. I could have just read here, it says 8mm. And look how it's engraved in it, and it's kind of branded. Remember, Knit Away, a UK-based company. Michelle is, you know, family company. Michelle, inspired by her son. I love that story. 711338 is your item number, £17.99. Right, moving on to one of my favorite kits that you have got in here. Now, these ones are the 5mm needles in here. I absolutely adore this kit. Why? Because £11.99, you have got a special price. You have got a saving of £3. Now, it's an eco-friendly soap, a bag, face cloth, makeup wipes, and knitting kit. What you are getting is that cotton yarn. So, first of all, that's a little bit different, but that's perfect for your face. If you have ever considered being careful about the environment, you have thought like, well, when I take my makeup off, or when I do wash my face every day, you know what, instead of using like a cotton pad to apply my tonic or my kind of makeup remover and having just those disposable cotton pads, what about cotton, knit your own cotton pads, so you can then wash them time and time again. I have to say it's so much better in terms like, I know my skin really loves that, the fact that it will get warmer because it's cotton. So if you are washing your face with soap and then you're removing it with using something like cotton, recyclable or washable cotton pads, they make all the difference. And also, let me tell you a secret. All facialists that I have ever known, they say the makeup wipes, the ones that are ready-made, the ones that you buy in a pack, are the worst thing possible for your skin. Why not invest in your own skin and invest in the planet by going for a kit like this for just $11.99? 907624 is your item number. Right, I believe Michelle is going to demonstrate how to create the eco-friendly elements here. Right, Michelle, take it away.
Right, can you see me all right this time?
Yes, we can see it like this, yeah.
Right, okay. Right, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do a makeup wipe then. So for the makeup wipe, all you do is you're going to cast on, can you see me all right?
Could you bring it a little bit bound? Yes, that's perfect. A little bit more? Come close, yeah, perfect, there. Yeah, there, hold it there, yeah.
Yeah, are we there?
Yeah, perfect.
This is sad, isn't it, Paula? Right, okay, so what we're going to do then?
Yeah.
Right, so what we're going to do, we're going to cast on 16 stitches, but I think what I'll do is I'll just cast on a few because I don't want to, it's a bit boring watching somebody just cast on, innit? Well, maybe not boring watching me.
I don't think it's a boring show at all.
No.
You could never be boring. I don't think, Michelle, you could ever be boring, Michelle. So
I don't know. I suppose I can't be boring.
Yeah. Now,
right. You can tell how excited I am with my products, can't you? I just love it, honestly.
Why did you choose to make this kit? I mean, it's cotton yarn, so will that be better for your skin?
Absolutely. It's so soft as well. And I mean, at the end of the day, when you think if you've got something like acrylic, it can be a bit harsh on your skin. You wouldn't choose acrylic. Hard wearing cotton. Honestly, it's just, and the thing with the cotton is it's so soft as well, Paula. Yeah. And do you know what I mean? It's you can put it on a cool wash. It's absolutely fine. So right, so am I still in my right position?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. Right, so let's pretend I've done that. I've cast on 16 stitches. Right, so your first one is knit one, purl one. Yep. So knit one. It's almost like beginner this, isn't it? Purl one.
Yeah.
Right, so you put your yarn at the back for the knit one. So that's your knit one. And then yarn at the front for the purl one. Okay, so purl one. I bet you could do this, Paola.
Well, if I had you know, like I can go to your YouTube videos and I'm sure I could learn from you. And now, can I tell everybody that 50% of the stock has gone? If you don't want to miss in this, I think it's a fabulous kit to knit for, especially if you have got youngsters that are, starting to wear makeup. This could be a perfect present for them. Because you were inspired by your own daughter.
Absolutely, and the thing is as well, it's you've got teenagers. It's just a lovely birthday gift.
Michelle, can you bring your hands a little bit down? Yeah, there, perfect.
Yeah, I keep moving.
Yeah,
I can't help it. I keep
it's
moving
knitting,
and talking.
isn't it?
It's when I'm talking. I think my needles are going to rhythm of my voice.
Oh.
Right, all right. Like, can you see it? All right.
Yes, I can see it.
Next time I'll be better because.
Yeah.
I'll be in the studio next time, won't I? So, right, okay.
Absolutely.
Right, so...
Now, we have had a question from Lorraine asking about the shawl. So the shawl is that one, isn't it? Oh, no, the cowl knitting. So the size of the needles, are they 10 mil?
10 mil. 10 mil, yeah.
And these ones that you're using here, are they 5 mil?
Oh, these for the one for the special gift is a 10 mil. These are actually a 5 mil.
Okay.
So
perfect.
for the eco-friendly, these are a 5 mil. You can obviously see the difference because you've got. Let me show you. You've got a 10 mil and you've got a 5 mil.
Yeah.
So can you see the difference
Twice
there? So. And that is extreme super chunky, so that's absolutely. And the thing with when you're doing super chunky is it grows so quickly.
Yeah.
However, when you're doing this eco-friendly, it's just easy. It's an easy knit. It's an enjoyable knit. So and it moss stitch is. So you start with knit one, purl one to the end, and then on the second row it's a purl one, knit one. So that's what's going to give you the different pattern, okay? Because moss stitch is quite. Let me just show you so you can have a look at it. The moss stitch, as you can see, is just such a beautiful, beautiful stitch. So this is what we're doing, and this is how easy it is. So we're gonna, on the second row, we're gonna purl one. Am I moving or am I all right, Paola?
Yeah, you are fine. Yeah.
Right. So there we go. So then we're gonna. Oops. I'm all hands and all. Oh my word.
Yeah.
I should be singing or something, shouldn't I? I should be having that. I forgot who sings it. I'm so excited and I just can't hide it.
And now it's coming up, coming in very quickly, coming together very quickly.
Oh, do you know what? It doesn't take long. I mean, it's a bit awkward out on this in here, but I'm telling you now, it just honestly, it doesn't take long at all to knit. And do you know what? With the makeup wipes as well, which is. For these, okay, these, they just knit up so quickly, but how beautiful are they? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. How soft and they're just, well, you can feel the cotton anyway, but that's what I'm doing now. So
also, I was
honestly,
thinking, because they are knitted, so they has got a little bit more texture. So when you want to put maybe an exfoliating mask or something like this, when you are rubbing it off, it will be easier and better for the skin. Well, I mean, I'm guessing here. I'm not a facialist or an expert, but I kind of feel from my experience, it's so much better than just a cotton pad that is, disposable.
Oh, honestly, it's just, I mean, for what you're getting, Paola, it's lovely, isn't it? And it's a lovely, lovely present. Or just a treat for yourself to sit there watching your coronary or whatever you watch and do a bit of this moss stitch, honestly.
Yeah. Right, and also I can say to everybody to check out their baskets. 2/3 of the stock already gone. It's a fabulous, low price kit for yourself over, the young knitter in your life, and it comes as well with the bag. So it's a lovely present. £11.99 is the price. You are saving £3. 907-624. Right, Michelle, we are back with you.
Right, okay then. So all we're doing again: knit one, purl one. Oops. Oh, I'm all hands here. It's really funny.
Yeah, I know.
Right. I could do with my own personal camera crew with you, I'd feed them well and I'd give them plenty of drinks.
Yeah. Okay then.
Right. Right, so you can see how it's coming together, look.
Yeah.
Can you see that?
If you
Yeah,
pull it
it's coming
closer to,
together.
a little bit closer to you now, actually. Lift up, there, that's perfect. Yeah, hold it there, yeah, perfect.
So
Yeah.
can you see how that's coming together?
Yes.
Lovely. Honestly, it's such an easy knit. And I know I keep saying, but if you do struggle, just go on the tutorial, and I'll show you how to knit and purl anyway. So show you how to cast on. So even if you're a beginner and you want something to try, this honestly is another one that you can just get and you can just try it. And can you see how quickly? I mean, I'm a knitter, but
Can
you know,
could you lower your hands a little bit there, a little bit more? Yeah, there it is. Okay, fabulous.
Oh, we get there, don't we, Paula?
We will. I mean, it's just, you know, it's just a little bit of fun, isn't it? If, otherwise, we'd be,
you know what? You've not got to take life too serious, Paula, have you? You've got to have a bit of a laugh.
Indeed,
That's what it's
absolutely.
about.
That's what life is about. Yeah.
Right,
Could you lower
so
your
there
hands
we
a
go.
little bit? Yes, perfect.
Yeah. Keep telling me if I keep moving.
Okay, fine.
Right, okay then. So, here we go. And
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see. Let me just show you.
Yeah.
Right, can you see that? Am I at a good spot there?
Yeah. Lower
want to
a little
show you.
bit. Just lower down the touch.
There.
Yes, perfect. That perfect.
Right,
Yes, there.
that is the knit, and if you see that bit there,
Yeah.
that is the purl. So all you're
Right.
going to do is the opposite. So you will purl that one, and you will knit
Yeah.
that one. That is what creates the pattern of this, which is the moss stitch.
I
So
see.
you're doing the. So if you notice the knit there, you're going to purl it. There you can see definitely that it's a purl with that there. So what
Yeah.
you do is you'll knit it. So that's what gives you what they call the moss stitch, which is it's an elegant stitch, to be fair. It is a really lovely stitch. So again, if you're a beginner, honestly, I don't think for 1 minute you will struggle with this at all. So same with beginner's kit. If you get the beginner's kit, it's the same. There's with the beginner's kit as well, there's 3 balls of wool in there, so you can get three out of that. With your your snoods and
Okay.
some
Could you lower your
cows,
hands a
some
little
cows.
bit? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you got it? Yeah. Right. Am I there? Is that good?
Fabulous. Fabulous.
Oh my
right.
word! This is. Go
Thank
on.
you so much for showing that, Michelle. Now, of course, Michelle kind of returns to the camera as well. We are going to give you a recap of the first 2 items in the show. Now, we have got the gorgeous, you can see here, this is the beginner's kit. The details for that one will come up on the left-hand side of the screen. This is the beginner's guide to knitting kit. You are getting 3 balls of yarn. You are getting the knitting needles. And let's have a look about, these ones are 6 millimeters. I love the fact that it took me like half an hour to figure out that is edge in here of the size of them. You are getting the bamboo needles. You are getting the instructions on how to create the snood, but also you are getting the beginner's kit as well. 339556 is your item number. You are getting the bag included. You're not paying a penny for it because it's free included in that kit. Now also that bag is included in the next kit. One of the most popular kits in this hour. 2/3 of the stock are gone here for £24.99. And remember, this is an introductory price. Like I couldn't pronounce it properly. Well, there is a shocker. Now you are saving £5, so you have got that £5 saving as an introductory price in there. Right, you are also getting the 10 mil needles, which are needed for the chunky yarn. You are getting the stitch marker, which, and of course it is special with this kit, and you are getting the love hearts, but this especially that box and the sewing needle for the yarn project and that cotton bag to put all your contents in there. As absolutely gorgeous, 775704 is your knit away, a special gift for that knitter in your life, cowl knitting kit. Then we have got the gorgeous hat, and which is, you have got 2 color options in here. Now, if you wanted to have the matching bottomless, I was going to say. My bottom. If you wanted to knit your own pants, you might be able to do that. I don't recommend it. But you could have got the bottom. It's like, I have tried. Definitely not. Anyway, you have got the fingerless gloves and the details at the bottom of the screen, but you have got, of course, the hat in here. Right, Michelle, it's been an absolute joy, even though with all these mishaps, I cannot wait to have a show when you are here in the studio.
Do you know what? It's been lovely working with you, working with you, but I wouldn't advise pants, they'd be a bit itchy.
They will be, right? All right, thank you so much, Michelle. Lovely to see you. Thank you, we'll see you soon. Right, check out your baskets, they're fabulous kits, fabulous prices. After the break, Haley with the one-day special. Stay tuned for that one. Well, it's Heartfelt, Delightful Daffodil one-day special at 12 and then at 1 and Daisy V Crafts. So stay tuned here at Hochanda for more inspiration.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We also have new products coming on board, our craft bonds, our pole drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We've recently joined Hochanda and we're really excited. This allows us to demonstrate and show our products. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows on Hochanda.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and crafting with La Blanche.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand illustrated stamp and stencil designs. whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs, and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows on Hochanda, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Please tune in to the Pink Ink shows, Get Inspired on Hochanda.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, it's midday, so it's an opportunity for us to have a little look at our one-day special, and it's my first opportunity because, of course, it was launched last night, 6 o'clock. We had that repeat show, not the repeat show, another live show at 8 o'clock, and obviously the repeats through the night. Now, it has proved to be a very popular one-day special, as Heartfelt Creations always are, and nearly 70% of the whole day's stock has gone. Now, of course, the deal that we've got on your screen, you're saving a whopping great £25, which is a phenomenal saving when you consider that the paper pad itself is £14.99. Oh, it's £17.99. I do apologise. Even so, I mean, you're saving that amount plus extras. And the beauty is that when this is kind of dispatched to you, which is going to be the 9th of February, which is next Tuesday, I believe, it's actually dispatched a day earlier than the general release, which is going to be the 10th of February. So you'll be amongst some of the first people to actually get your hands on this. Now, it is made up of a core range, and then obviously it's extended to make the one-day special. And of course, as you will be familiar, we always have the lovely Nikki joining us. And Nikki, you're joining us via Skype this afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well, thank you very much. Yes, so I'm here in my craft room and I can't wait to share all the goodness of the delightful daffodil collection.
I love it. And you're literally bedecked with daffodils. You've kind of got a halo of daffodils around you. It looks absolutely amazing.
Yes, so we've got some lovely creations that the design team have created, and I've got here with me in the studio, so we'll take a closer look at them a bit later. But yeah, this is a really, really beautiful collection.
And it's always that daffodils and snowdrops, they're kind of the first signs that winter are over. I mean, we can see them when we're out and about in the supermarkets. They're going to be in the grass verges that we're driving around in our gardens soon as well. And they're kind of a happy little flower, aren't they? They're a little kind of injection of yellow that we see.
They are, yes, and I think, you know, it seems to have been a very, very long winter that we've had, and we're all looking forward to spring. And the thing with this collection is we've got Easter coming up, we've got Mother's Day coming up, even Father's Day. You know, I mean, I know my dad absolutely adores his garden, and he would love a daffodil card for Father's Day. So there's lots of different occasions that we can actually use this with.
Wonderful, and this is so true. I mean, across all genres, all ages as well. Now, I'm going to take everybody through what we're getting within the one-day special, and we'll come back to you, Nikki, for some examples of how the design team have worked with it, if that's okay. So let's kick off with your kind of core essentials, and it always starts off with that fabulous, well, you can see there, the paper pad. Beautiful paper pad. You've got so much content within here. They're double-sided sheets, and of course, this is something that you can get an additional version of if you wanted to at the bottom of the screen. Many of our crafters who join us here at Hochanda with Heartfelt do add an extra one in, especially if you've got your 3 payments. Makes sense. It's just an extra £6 on that flexi buy. But then the core essentials are the paper pad that we're talking of there, with a set of stamps and a set of dies that we've got here as well. And they're beautiful because you've got the butterflies in there, you've got the daffodils in there, you've got that gorgeous flourish there, and of course those are designs that are replicated within the paper pad as well. But of course, once you've exhausted the paper pad, you've got the stamps and the dies, so you can go on and create as many as you like. Now, one of the most popular ways of getting hold of that core essentials is within the one-day special, because that is included. But you can see as our camera pans out, you can see you've got additional stamps, you've got additional dies down at the bottom, and again you will see that you'll have lots of use with regards to those with the paper pad. You also get inspiration to start with, so you can see there your inspiration page there, which gives you a project, which I'm sure Nikki will share with us in a few moments, to give you an idea of something that you could get started with the moment it arrives. So all your instructions are there, and of course everything comes beautifully packaged in your fabulous little bag, so it means you can keep everything together if you so want. Now let me show you those papers. These are beautiful. Now, of course, these are the ones that correspond with the dies that we've been speaking about. And if you do go for the complete collection, then you will have the dies that will allow you to cut out all of the elements that we're looking at here. So you can see your gorgeous daffodils, I think. With the white daffodils, are they narcissus? Narcissus? Something like that, I think. They're variations of, aren't they? But again, beautiful size pieces, as you can see. You've got, it's difficult for you to see that. It's like a buttermilk yellow, and it kind of gradients down to the bottom there where you've got a deeper, darker tone. Then you've got your 12 by 12s where you've kind of got your card toppers or your tag toppers. Don't forget, these are going to make perfect memory books because you've got so many different elements in here that are going to work with your different projects, whether it's your cards, your scrapbook pages, as I say, your memory books. Absolutely beautiful. And they are just an absolutely gorgeous blend of colours. They're not a riot of colour. They're not going to kind of jump out and hit you, but they are a lovely, subtle introduction to colour for the season, which I think is lovely. And as Nikki quite rightly said, we start thinking about springtime, we start thinking about Mother's Day, and of course, like you said, Father's Day. Lots of dads out there with allotments and gardens and creating beautiful elements out there, and also memories as well. Remember, maybe you've got photographs of bygone years where you've got kind of springtime photos. Maybe you've been taking the kids previous years out to those kind of little family farms where they've done a little bit of kind of lambing has gone on and they're feeding the lambs and all that kind of connotation of springtime. Then these lend themselves to it perfectly, and of course back round to those pages where you are going to be able to die cut. Don't forget, the stamps are going to allow you to replicate these. So if I bring the stamps in, you will see these stamps replicate those fabulous little butterflies. So instantly what you can do is take inspiration from the pages, create your own butterfly versions, and of course you have got the die there that will allow you to cut these out. So you can see there they marry up perfectly, so you don't haven't got any of that intricacy with regards to your cutting. But have you checked out that price? Now, £25 saving is phenomenal. We love to see a saving like that with a one-day special. But even more so if you are a Freedom member. You can see there you've got an extra 10% saving, which brings the price down by £33. All I've got to say is what's on the screen. £33.99, which of course in turn means that those flexi-buy payments come down. They've got 3 of those, which is a phenomenal way for you to get hold of this, because for less than £27, just £26.98, all of these creative goodies, these delightful daffodils, will be delivered to your door, ready for you to start crafting with the moment they hit the mat. How amazing is that? I love it. And again, you can see that fabulous inspiration there. So the minute that this arrives, then it is one of those things that you can literally get started with, even if you don't know where to start. But how about this for inspiration? Check these out. These are gorgeous. Of course, the dies are going to allow you to cut out things like the butterflies. I mean, those antennae. I wouldn't even entertain the fact of trying to cut those out. You just they wouldn't know where they were going because they wouldn't have their antennae. They'd be bumping into everything. Then the daffodils. I mean, you're going to have so much fun adding your colour to these. Stamped images, you can take inspiration from the pages within the paper pad, so you know where the shading is. But of course, the stamps will help you. It's not just about your cards, though. I mean, look at this with the fabulous little tea lights in there, home decor you can be able to create with these. Very traditional style, but classics. Timeless classics with these. So if you are making your memory projects, then they're going to be perfect for many, many years to come. It's proven to be a very popular one-day special, and as I say, lots of you adding in an additional paper pad as well. And of course, if you want to, you can just go by the paper pad by itself. You won't have the dies and stamps alongside it, but I know lots of you do like your fussy cutting and trimming out as well. Now I'm going to head over to Nikki, because Nikki's got a whole pile of fabulous finished samples that she's going to share with us. So what did you want to show us first, Nikki?
Right, so firstly, you will recognise this one. This is the one that you will be able to create using the step-by-step instructions that you will get with your one-day special.
Love it.
It will give you all the elements that have been used.
It's a good size.
How pretty is that? And the dimension on it. Isn't that gorgeous?
Absolutely
so, yeah.
Beautiful. So I've actually got it here. Not the card itself, but obviously the inspiration sheet, because I'm not that quick at making a card. But of course, if you wanted to create it, I mean, the thing that struck me when Nikki was showing us that card there was the size of it. Now, obviously you saw that we did lose our connection with Nikki, so we are trying to get that back again. But what you've got is your paper pad, obviously with the elements in there, the dies, the instructions, and I think Nikki's back and ready for us to join her again then.
I am back. Yes, I'm not sure what happened there. But anyway, you will be able to create create this card, whether or not you're a beginner crafter or whether you are an established crafter, and you just want to sort of make a head, and it's going to give you a head start in the collection. Then moving on to this one. Look at that.
Ooh.
Isn't that gorgeous?
That's so
Just
pretty.
using the two elements from the collection and those gorgeous butterflies, because the butterflies, you've actually got the outer edge and you've got that inner edge that is going to give you all that gorgeous detail in there. Then to something a lot different, something very soft about this one. This one's been heat embossed with white heat embossing powder, but how pretty is that? And this, you know, you are going to be able to create at home. You may not have these exact decorative dies that have been working alongside them, but you will have something that in your crafty stash, I'm sure, that you will be able to create cards like this. And one of my favourites, look at that. That's spring, isn't it? That is spring. It is absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous. So yeah, so that's just some of the cards that I've got from the design team.
And the thing that strikes me about this is that it's going to work. It's a collection that's going to work with things that we've got in our stash already, as Nikki quite rightly showed you. You might have your lacy circle dies that are going to be working alongside it. Your trellis, if you've got a trellis die, then this is going to be perfect to work with things that you've already got in your stash as well. And we're proving to be very, very popular. A busy hour again with regards to this one. Now, Nikki's getting herself ready for a demonstration. So the details are up on your screen. If you're wanting to get hold of this, your one-day special is everything from your paper pad going right the way through, all your stamps, all your dies, and of course you've got the inspiration sheet there. Beauty is it does come to you packaged, so with regards to the packaging, you've got everything to complete, well, keep everything in one place, to be honest, and it's always good. Whenever we see a complete collection, it always comes in one of these fabulous pockets, and it's something that you can literally just hang everything in. So if you die cutting the elements and you don't know where to pop them, then pop them all back in there, and of course they are perfectly in there along with your instruction sheet, your dies, your stamps, everything that you want. But don't forget, you can get hold of the binders that we do bring to you, so as you can take advantage of those as well. Now, Nikki is ready, and I can't wait to see what she's got planned. So what are you up to, Nikki?
Right, so I've already made a start. So I've matted a 6x6 onto my card base, put some pearls around it just to save a little bit of time. Then I've cut out a smaller piece, which is roughly around 4x5. And you can see I've put some decorative dies on top, but you can see where the paper pad there is just that gorgeous little detail poking through. So I'll just mat this on top of my base card. And then yesterday I did a demo, and it was an aperture card. So it was a circle aperture, and out of that aperture came my circle. So I'm not wasting it. I'm going to use it on this card as well. Now, I've got various different options on where to put that, and I'm actually thinking I'm going to put it at the top. So the daffodil design is at the top. Now, what I love about Heartfelt is that the papers correspond beautifully with the images that you're going to get in your stamps. So I know I've got a stamp that's going to coordinate with that one. I've got obviously the daffodils as well. So I'll just pop that down to one side, and I'm going to use both of the daffodils from the collection. So you've got the larger one, and then you've got the smaller one. So these are in separate stamp sets. I'm not quite sure which ones they're called. This one's from the one with the bouquet and the butterfly in, and then this one is the one with the hyacinth in.
And if you're going for the one-day special, you'll get them both anyway. You'll
get them all, exactly. And then what I tend to do is I do a lot of stamping and die cutting, and then I have them to go to when I'm making cards. So I've got a tray absolutely full of elements from the paper pad. So I'm just adding a little bit of darker yellow. It looks a bit more orange, but when it dries, it actually dries a darker yellow. So I'm just going in and shading in where I can see more lines that the artist has actually given me. So you can see there's quite a bit up there, so I'll put a little bit of shading there. These are really easy to colour. You're going to have so much fun with this. I mean, it doesn't matter whether you're a beginner crafter. You know, you've got your inspiration from the paper pad. I always say, take a look at the paper pad, have a look at the colours that's been used in there, and just use that as a guide, really. And then you can take it a step further once you've made 1 or 2 cards with it. Just blending this in now with a lighter yellow. And I've actually stamped these in green, Hayley. I tend to do my flowers in a lighter colour, but I do know there's a few of the design team that have stamped them in black, and they are absolutely stunning. It really makes the image pop out when you put it on a card.
I think sometimes stripping the colour back and doing almost like a monochromatic version can look very classy as well. So it doesn't have to be about yellow. It could be, like you say, different shades of the grey and the black and white incorporated into it as well. Would look fabulous.
Yeah, I mean, you could use gold heat embossing onto cream card. I mean, that would look absolutely stunning.
Beautiful.
And as I say, this is for any occasion. You know, yes, we've got our springtime is coming up, but you know, you could use these throughout the year. Think about all the other collections that you've probably got that are floral, that you could make a gorgeous mixed bouquet of. We've done, what did we have a couple of months ago? We've had the azaleas, we've had the zinnias, we've had asters. You know, this is going to work so well with all the others, but just as well on its own.
And of
now
course,
with this, what I'm doing now,
I think the daffodils have been adopted, hasn't it, for things like birth dates. I think there's like months of the year have got flowers attached to them, haven't they? And the daffodil, I think, is for March, if I remember rightly. And of course, the connections with Wales as well. St David's Day, of course, the daffodil featuring with regards to that. So yeah.
Yeah, and we also have a absolutely amazing charity over here in the UK. And they use a daffodil as their symbol.
Very true. Very
so
true.
yeah, lots of other things that you could do with this as well. There is a free angel.
If we wanted to fundraise with these, there's not an issue with that, is there? Or if we're wanting to make to sell, Nikki?
Absolutely not. I was just going to say, yes, we've got a free angel policy, so you can make as many cards as you like for charity, for yourself. As long as you're physically making something, which means you can't just stamp and die cut lots of images and sell a packet of them.
There's no fun in that.
No fun in that at all, is there? I'd want to use them. So I'm now using these gorgeous hyacinths. Again, a beautiful spring flower. Very symbolic, I think, of spring as well, and work really well as an accent flower to go with the daffodil. So
we've done a little bit of research at this. Well, I say we, it's not me, I'm stood here standing. Obviously, I can't do the research. But what we have found is that the daffodil traditionally symbolises friendship, happiness and respect as well. So it's a very nice flower to send on a card to somebody.
Oh, that's lovely. I didn't know that, so I've learnt something this morning, haven't I?
Well, there you go. That's what we're here for.
So using my flower shaping tool, I'm going around in small circular motions just to add that dimension to the hyacinths. So I've got purple so far, I've got some blue in there, and I've got my yellow. So I'm looking at my card, and now the next thing is, right, I've done a pink sentiment, which we launched last year sometime. So I'm thinking, I need a butterfly on there. And we have the butterflies in the collection. Really nice size as well. So you've got your outer edge that will cut out your butterfly image. But then you have the decorative part. Now this will cut out, I'll show you the gold one, a beautiful decorative wings.
Oh, that's
Isn't that gorgeous? So that's really nice as well. As I say, Heartfelt always, I think, seem to go that one step further and give us, because I think they're crafters, they really know what us crafters want and what we're going to need. I mean, this is going to be a lovely butterfly once I've coloured it up. So I'm going to do it in pink. And it is a beautiful butterfly on its own, but it's when you add those delicate wings to it, I think it really kind of comes into its own, and it looks so delicate. So just blending that with my daubers. Love my daubers. You've seen me using these, I think, in probably every show. But look how that blends. It's just so easy. You're getting a really nice kind of blending going on there.
Now, of course, we have got the daubers. We've put the daubers up on the screen, and they're always useful. We regularly see you working with these, Nikki. They're nice to colour in with.
Sorry? To colour it, yes. And they are so easy as well, because I can see where I'm going, because they are clear. And I pop my finger in there, and I tend to use just one at a time. Now, because I've got a little bit of blue, I'm going to add a tiny bit of blue, but I'm taking some off on with my glass mat so I don't get too much on. And then I'm just literally, look, going to sweep across until it blends in with that pink. And that just gives it a really nice effect. And I shouldn't need to take any more ink off my ink pad. There's enough on here and on my glass mat.
Gives you lots of control.
You've got control, you can see exactly what you're doing. And to be honest, if I was using my pens and colouring that in, I'd still be doing it.
Yeah.
I don't think I would be finished just yet. So it is very easy and quick, and a really nice way of adding shading. I mean, of course, you can use it. Although I've used my pens to do the daffodils, you can use them to do your daffodils as well. So maybe if at the end of the show, and we've got 5 minutes, I might be able to show you how to colour those in with your daubers. But let's put the card together. So very quickly, I'll just add my sentiment. So I'm going to bring it down the bottom so I can still see that beautiful spray of daffodils at the top. Then I've got my 2 daffodils here, so I'm going to pop one here. So this is the larger one, and these actually make really nice kind of focal points on any card.
Oh, look at that.
Because of the size. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Then I've got this one. So I was going to put it there, but I don't want to hide my sentiment. So I think I'm going to pop it here, just a little bit of glue. And as you can see, they kind of like face each other now.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've got my hyacinth. So we'll just pop one down there. I'll pop that behind a little bit. And another one here. So we'll do the blue one there and a purple one there. I'm just going to have a look to see if I've got another blue one laying around, actually. Tell you what I have got. I've got pink one. Let's put some bright pink in there. Look at that. So what I'm going to do with this is I'm just going to trim that away. So I've got 2 there. Now, I haven't shaped these, but that's not a problem. Just lift that just slightly off of the page. Slightly. And then I've got the blue one. So I'm kind of using all the colours, I think, that we have in the paper pad. And use the purple one down there. And then just to bring that pink in this side, I will just pop that just behind these ones. And this is another reason why I don't stick everything down flat, because if I do want to put something behind, I've got space to be able to do it. And then finally, we've got that butterfly. So with the butterfly, I've got some gold wings here. So we'll just pop that one on first. Just add a bit of glue. My glue will want to come out, and it doesn't. So I'll tell you what, we'll go to the glue gun. Just pop a little bit of glue on there. You can see how you can still see that lovely colour behind.
Gorgeous.
And then we've got that pink one just there. So lift those wings up. Oops. The butterfly's decided to fly away.
Flying.
Come back. And then just pop that one in the middle there as well. So I'm only gluing in the centre, which means I can lift those wings up. And then I'm just going to, with my fingers and thumb, just bend that around just to add a little bit of dimension to the bottom wings. And then we'll pop that just there on the card amongst the hyacinths and daffodils. And I think that just finishes off my card.
Oh, that's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. I think any friend would feel privileged to receive that one. Nikki, thank you. Thank you so much for taking us through that. Absolutely gorgeous. That's just one card. Imagine how many of those fabulous cards you can be able to create when you've got the paper pad with so many different pages in there, with different elements in there, the stamps, the dies, all coming together. And of course, it's your fabulous one-day special. Now, the details are up on your screen. And take you through some of the things that Nikki has been working with alongside the one-day special. But of course, this is the most economical way for you to get hold of everything, including that fabulous kind of tuition sheet that you've got there, your inspiration page. So the moment this arrives, you can get cracking, get crafting with those, and away you go. And of course, you've got your 3 sets of stamps, you've got your 3 sets of dies, which of course all marry up and line up perfectly with those paper pads. But equally so, you have got them so you can restamp them and create with those over and over again. That's the beauty of having the stamps and the dies there in addition. Of course, you can take inspiration from the paper pages. So if you're not too sure of the colours, of the shading, then don't worry, you will be helped. But of course, you can get hold of all of this with a phenomenal saving. Freedom members, this is amazing. You're saving £33.99. If you're not a Freedom member already, it's one of those what we call a why not deal, because your Freedom membership will cost you just £5.97, which is very economical because you'd normally be paying your post and packing. So of course, when you are checking this out online, if you tick the box, your Freedom membership will be added, but your post and packing will be taken off, and then you'll also be given the ability to spread the cost over 3 payments, and those 3 payments are less than £27. 3 of them, which means if you want to add anything else into your basket, then you can spread the cost of those as well. Lots of you have been adding in that paper pad as an extra. You always do. It's an extra £6, so it makes sense. But also a lot of you are adding in the storage binder. Now these are always popular when there's a new collection comes out, because it's a perfect way for you to store everything in there. You can see you've got your little element there. You will have like a little kind of pocket that you can put on the side there as a sticker, and actually put your kind of description of the collection that you've got in here. So when it's sitting on a shelf, you can instantly go to it and see what's in there. But the beauty is with this one, you open it up, you've got a magnetic closure on there. You open it up, you've got your little ring binder in here. Now obviously it doesn't come with the stamps, these are from the one-day special, but within the one-day special the stamps are already on their little cling mounts there, already got the holes in there, so that means instantly you can pop them in there and you can go through these and you can see, and it will keep those. It will actually keep 7 stamp sets in place there if you're wanting to. Now of course on this occasion we have got the dies that work alongside them, so when you get the dies from the one-day special, they're held on a little kind of boards like so, and it can be a little bit tricky. I mean, you could punch these if you wanted to and put them in there, but what Heartfelt actually do is they bring out these fabulous sheets that will sit in there as well. They've got the holes in there again, and then you've got a magnetic board there, which means that when you actually take these, you can pop them into the binder alongside the stamps, and it means that the stamps, you can take them off those carrier sheets, pop them onto the magnetic board, and then you can pop those in with your stamps as well. You've also got the cling mount on this one, and I know Nikki, what she sometimes does is actually take the stamps from the cling mount that they come on and put them on the other side, so you kind of got your stamps on one side and your dies on the other, and that of course leaves the packaging that you get with your one-day special to use for other stamps potentially as well. So if you're wanting to get hold of the binder, then the details are at the bottom of your screen, £12.99, very affordable. And if you're wanting to get hold of your magnetic sheets, you're actually going to get 6 of these, 2 packs of 3, and it means that you can actually use those for your storage of not just your fabulous dies from your one-day special, but also if you're wanting to get hold of those, then of course you can use them for other stamps if you're wanting to as well. So 934723 if you fancy getting hold of those. Again, everything's on extended delivery, so you just need to bear that in mind. And of course Nikki was working with the fabulous flower shaping kit. It's not just any flower shaping kit, it's a deluxe one, and I love this because you've got all those interchangeable tips that are going to magnetically go into the holder, so you don't have to unscrew it and pop those heads in and tighten it back up again. They're literally held by a magnet and they will go in there. Obviously you've got your basics there of how to create your flowers, but again with regard to this one, you've got your magnetic element there, you can open it up, you've got your pads that we saw Nikki working on, so you kind of got the firmness there that will allow you to create with your flowers. You've got the tool, as you can see there, you've got your ball tool there for flower shaping with regards to the petals, and then you've got all those fabulous little tools that we saw referenced on the back as well. Things like your quilling tool in there, you've got your piercer, you've got your ball tools going from 1mm right the way through to the jumbo one, which is 12mm, and of course the magnetic holder there, and it all stores beautifully within that little box there. Always pop popular, and at $29.99 you could add it in with your one-day special and spread the cost. It's an extra tenner on your payments, so it's worth thinking about, isn't it? But of course, the one-day special, all themed around delightful daffodils. You've been loving this. It's not surprising, really, because daffodils, they're one of those happy flowers, aren't they? After the greyness and the blandness of winter, it's nice to see them popping through that gorgeous yellow that we regularly see. And we've got a lovely yellow tone throughout this, and it's kind of gradients of yellow. So you can see you've got your bolder there, but you've also got your more creamy yellow featuring with these. And these, again, are elements from the one-day special where you will get the dies that will allow you to actually cut out these. So if I bring in the die, it's almost like a bow, that lovely bow that you've got there. You've got the die, which will allow you to cut that out, but the beauty is you will have the stamp as well. So when you actually run out of your papers, then you can start stamping up and colouring those in as well. They're all double-sided, so if you're wanting to use the flip side, you can do, and you get 2 repeats of each one of those pages as you work way through. Of course, you saw those larger daffodils that we saw Nikki had stamped and coloured in. Those are available on the pad for you to die cut. Your little elements here for your tags, your toppers, your memory books, your pockets, all those different scenarios that we always love to work with our Heartfelt Creations collections. And of course, you've got your lovely tags as well, and many of these will line up with other dies that you have already from Heartfelt Creations, so you'll be able to die cut those as well. So if you fancy getting hold of your one-day special, then you've got the details there on your screen. 335213. Of course, the one-day special is made up of everything, but everything is broken down as well. So you might want to go for the essentials on the website, you might want to go for the stamps, different bits and pieces. You can cherry pick the elements that you're wanting to go for, but don't forget, the biggest saving and the ability to spread the cost is always with that one-day special. So think about it, do your maths, check it out, because what you might find is what you're actually paying today is more than you would be paying for the first flexi buy on your one-day special. So it's always worth doing the maths and figuring out the best way for you to shop. But of course, at the end of the day, it's all there for you to choose, for you to cherry pick the elements that you're wanting to work with. Now, Nikki, we're going to come back to you if that's okay. I can see that you're all set up with your camera ready for your next demonstration.
I am, yes, but I just want to show a few more samples because obviously they are home with me and not in the studio. So there's one that I demoed yesterday, or one very similar to what I demoed. No sentiment on there. Sometimes it's nice just to have cards ready for a spur-of-the-moment card that you need, so I can pop a sentiment on there anytime.
And then I love this one. Box frames sometimes as well.
Yeah, and to be honest, I actually think that would make a lovely piece of wall art, wouldn't it? Just to have on the wall as a piece of decorative, like a, I don't know, I'm saying wall art, what do you call it? A picture, just like in a picture frame.
Yeah, I think
that's it. And then there's this one. This is absolutely stunning. I love this from Anita, from the design team. I love the way that we all have our own colouring techniques. We all have our own favourite colours, and I love the way that Anita's stamped this in black. It just makes those daffodils pop look.
Beautiful.
Isn't that gorgeous? And then we've got something a little bit more simple, but just as elegant, very elegant on this one. So you've got your 2 stems of daffodils there, very kind of muted yellow in there. And then finally, love this one. This one's just a very, very elegant, simple card. Now, if you're a beginner card maker and you're kind of thinking, not really sure if I can create anything like this, this would, you know, be a starting point. Just go with something quite simple and then kind of build up. And as I say, use the paper pad as a guide. So onto the card that I'm going to make. Now, I'm actually going a bit bold with this one. I've actually coloured my daffodils in orange.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I've got orange and blue. It's unusual for me because normally I put a bit of pink in. But hey, I have got some pink here. I have done the hyacinths in pink. And if you can see, I've added some glitter in there as well.
Gorgeous.
And then I've got a blue one just to bring that blue through. And then I've got one that I'm just going to finish colouring here. So I'm kind of thinking, because this one's going to go at the top of my card, I'm going to go a little bit pink in the middle. So I've got my pink colour here, and then what I'm going to do, I was going to do it orange, and then I thought, no. Now, this pen is actually beginning to run out, but it actually works really well as a blender for me. So
now we have got the details up on the screen for this stamp set by itself, because as we mentioned, each of the elements are available individually. Lots of people going for this particular stamp by itself as well. And of course, you've kind of got your bow that you're working with, and almost like a border that works alongside it, which is a beautiful one, which you've got there as well. And don't forget, there is a corresponding die as well. So if you don't fancy cutting these out, do check out. If you're wanting to, you can just go for the stamps and the die combo. Each of those are paired up. So for wherever you will find a stamp, you will find a die to correspond. So we've got the two on the screen there, that lovely bow design that Nikki's working with at the moment. So if you want, you can go for both of those together. But as we say, do bear in mind, because you're looking at, what, £33.99, there or thereabouts, give or take the odd penny. With your Get One Day special, you will get those and more, but you'll be paying, if you're a Freedom member, less than £27. This is where we say, do your maths, figure out the best and the most economical way for you to get hold of what you want in. Nikki, that's coming together beautifully.
Yeah, so I'm going in with a bright pink. So I'm still using that same pale pen. As I say, it's working really well as a blender. And I've put my ink from my pen down. So I've got my colour on my mat. And now I'm just blending in with a slightly darker, well, actually, it's quite a bright pink, just to bring in that depth, just to give it more colour, but also a little bit of shading as well. So then I'm blending it out to basically nothing towards the end of those petals, and it just blending that through. You can use your alcohol markers, you can use your pencils with this. And like we said, you know, you could use your embossing powders as well and emboss these flowers, which would look really pretty.
Gives them dimension, doesn't it?
It does. And as I say, and I find as well when using watercolours like this, they go a slightly different colour when they dry. So I'm not going to overdo it. I just kind of, and then sometimes I will go back in. And with the hyacinth, just going to go all over in that same colour. And then again, I want a bit of a deeper blue. So go in on my pad, my mat, with a bit of darker blue, and then kind of dot that just to give me some shading. And as I say, if you're not 100% sure, take your paper pad. If you look at your paper pad, if you look at the images in the paper pad, you can see where some of the shading is, and it just gives you a little bit more idea on how to colour them. Okay, so that's that. I've got everything. So start putting the card together. So obviously I've done all my matting and layering. I'm using the decorative gateway dies that we launched last week to go with this one. As I say, this collection, as with I think all florals, works so well with lots of other things that you're going to have in your crafty stash. So this one I cut from the paper pad, so that's kind of my main focal point. And then I've got one of the archways, which I've got as a frame. So what I want to do with this, I want to add a bit of pink to bring a bit more pink into my card. So using my dauber again, I'm just going in lightly around the edge, just moving rather than working over myself. I tend to move what I'm daubering kind of around on my mat, and just that's what I can see exactly where I'm going. I'm not going to put too much on because I can see where I want that, just on the edge of that decorative die. You just only have to really be really gentle. You don't have to put too much force into it.
Don't forget, with regards to obviously the dies that Nikki's working with, do check out the brand section on our website, because you will find lots of additional things from Heartfelt that Nikki will be using that you can add into your basket as well.
Absolutely. If you're new to Heartfelt, I always say if you've got a floral collection like this one and a few decorative dies, you've got everything there that you will need to create an absolutely stunning card. So I haven't put any glue at the bottom of this because what I want to do, so I want to lift it up slightly.
Okay.
at the bottom. So already I've kind of framed that picture, but of course I want to add my flowers now. So I've got the top one. I'm going to keep these flat. I'm not using my flower shaping tool for these, but what I will do is add some foam tape just to the middle, and that will lift that off the page, sorry, off my card. Make sure it's in the middle. And then the bottom ones, again, exactly the same, but these are going to go down the bottom. So I've got 2 of these. So these are the straight ones. And just add, again, just 1 in each, in the centre of each is absolutely plenty. If you want to make sure it's a little bit more secure, what I will do is just bend that round slightly to go over that arch there. But these, I think, are really popular, aren't they, on their own, this stamp set?
They are, and it's almost like you're creating a little window box there at the bottom of your card there. I love it. We're busy as well for the art foam paper, Nikki, so could you actually stamp out the daffodils using the art foam paper as well? Because I know this is always popular. I've got one of the packs. You're getting 2 packs with the details that are going to pop up on your screen. You're getting 10 sheets in each one of those packs. They're only $11.99, and this is always useful when you're creating your large petal flowers, but could you work with them using your daffodils as well?
Yes, I'm absolutely sure you can. You can, if you have a look in a second. Funny you should say that. If you're into your 3-dimensional flowers, which that art foam is absolutely perfect for, I'll show you what I've done, because obviously on this bottom, what I'm creating now, I've got the hyacinths. I'm just going to bring that down slightly lower. So I've got like a little garden of hyacinths. I haven't got any pink, so what I've done is I've cut and coloured 2 of them out again.
Okay.
Decoupaged them up, but you could use those and with your flower foam. You could cut them out like this.
Yeah.
So like that, and then that individually. Just lifted those corners up slightly to give me some dimension, and then just in the centre I've got that pink, so it kind of brings that colour in. Now this top one here, what I want to do is, so that it kind of all mixes together beautifully, I am going to add some of my PVA glue all over that pink one, which is another reason why I wasn't too fussed on that shading on it, because I'm actually going to cover it in the glitters. Coordinates with the others, and it's a good way as well. If your colouring isn't perfect, like that wasn't, it kind of covers it up a little bit, if you see there. And then the bottom ones, so almost finished. One more, well, I could put a sentiment on, but you know, I'm not actually sure I'm going to put one on.
Okay.
To be honest, yes, I am. I am going to put it in the centre, just there, just towards the bottom slightly, because that's going to bring my pink in. Sorry, my blue. Got my butterfly.
Oh, you've got to put a butterfly on there.
Again, I've got to have a butterfly on there. So I've done the butterfly in pink and orange. And then I'm going to add that glue. Sorry, with glitter on first. So I've got my tub of glitter.
Lovely.
And now we've got a sparkly.
Oh, wow.
Butterfly.
You'll be using that butterfly stamp and die combo on everything, won't you? Not just with your daffodils. It's a really pretty little butterfly, that one.
It is just a nice little accent on a card. It would also make a really pretty, you can make your own, if you're into your own backgrounds, this would make a really pretty background, butterfly background.
Good point, yeah.
Just by stamping and not using the die with it. And there you have your butterfly.
That's so cute.
I'm going to keep the wings flat on there, and then finally just add, I think when you add an accent like a butterfly, it just absolutely finishes off a card. Oops, not quite stuck down. Let me just stick that down, pop that there. Could actually probably put one each side.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's what I'll do in between shows. I'll add another one that side. But
Gorgeous.
how about that? An absolutely beautiful card adorned with your daffodils and your hyacinths.
I love it, and I love that power of the orange. It really does bring that to light. And obviously you've got the yellow in the backdrop as well. All comes together beautifully. Nikki, thank you so much. We've got about 10 minutes or so. So if you wanted to get yourself ready for another little demo, if you wanted to, you were talking about the daffodils and die cutting and bits and pieces, we can always come back to you in a few moments. But I'll let you get ready first. We'll come back to you in a few moments, because I need to tell you guys about the one-day special. You have seen just how creative Nikki has been with this, and of course those beautiful finished samples that we saw from the design team as well. And of course, as is usually the case, the Heartfelt Creations brand new collections revolve around that first element, the paper pad. Paper pad is brilliant because you've got 24 pages in there. You've got 2 repeats of each of the 12 pages, and they are all double-sided. Brilliant value for money at £17.99 if you're wanting to add an extra one of those in, but you are getting it within your one-day special. Then your core essentials. Again, your paper pad and the core essentials are available as a bundle, but they are included within your one-day special. So what you'll get is, in addition to the paper pad, you will get this stamp set, which is the one that Nikki was just using for the fabulous butterfly, and then down at the bottom there you will get the die that corresponds. So that's your essentials. If you wanted to go for those, then you can do. The details are at the bottom of the screen. But bear in mind, for less than, well, I think it's less than £40 more, if you go for the one-day special, you will get those, you will get all 3 sets of stamps, all 3 sets of dies, and you're going to get that inspiration sheet and the storage binder, storage bag, should I say. So the moment this arrives, you have got the inspiration there from that project that you can get cracking with this straight away. The papers, obviously you've got the papers within the paper pad, so you don't have to go looking for those, but it's a beautiful project for you to find your feet with the design collection and get started. Now, of course, as I mentioned, Freedom members, you've got the biggest saving with this one, because you're actually saving 10% on the one-day special price, meaning that overall you are saving £33.99. That's pretty much covering the cost, really, of that essential collection. So as you can see there, for less than £40, you're looking at probably about £34, something like that. You will, in addition to the essentials, you will have obviously the availability to get hold of the one-day special, £80.94 if you are a Freedom member. Lots of you adding additional goodies into your basket. Very, very busy with regards to the paper pad. So 80% of the stock has gone of the extra paper pad. So if you're wanting that, then do bear that in mind. And of course, you don't have to go for the one-day special if you don't want to. If you like the look of the paper pad and you enjoy your cutting out with your scissors, then of course, by all means, go for it by yourself. Just £17.99. But lots of you adding those in addition, extra £6 or so. But lots of you are adding in your storage binder, because if you go for the one-day special, you'll have all the elements there. You'll have your, obviously, your little bag to keep your paper pad in, but this is a perfect way for you to actually store things like your dies, things like your stamps, and of course the stamps are already on those little stamp sheets, so the moment they arrive you can pop them straight in there. You've got your dies, which of course if you transfer over onto the magnetic sheets, then of course you can pop them in there as well, or if you wanted to you could stick them to the back of the packaging for your dies, your stamps, couldn't you, if you wanted to. But the magnetic sheets are always a useful one to have, because they are already pre-punched, so they are ready to go in and hold your stamps and dies together if you're wanting them. These are always very popular as well, because you don't have to just use them for your Heartfelt Creation stamps and dies. You can use them for any other brands as well, and at £12.99 you're going to get 6 of those, which of course sit perfectly within your binder. I'm going to head back over to Nikki. We've got about 6 minutes or so left, Nikki, so did you want to share some hints and tips with us?
Absolutely. So I did say about colouring in your daffodils using your daubers. If you're not brilliant with your pens, this is a really easy way of getting that colour down. But what I have done is I've still taken one of my pens and I'm just adding, and you don't have to do this all the time, but it was just something to be honest. I thought, oh, I know, I'll give it a go. So why not do it live on air? So I'm just adding a little bit of orange there. Yeah, nothing like trying something on air.
Just go for it. When you need a drum roll, let me know.
Why not? At least then, if I make a mistake, everyone else knows not to do it.
But the thing is, lots of people will be thinking the same, and it's nice that we're actually seeing you do it, because they'll want to try it themselves, so thank you for that.
You're welcome. So I've got my orange down. Now I'm going in with mustard seed distress oxide. Going to put quite a bit on my dauber, but then I'm going to take some off onto some paper because I don't want too much on there. And then I'm going to blend. Now that has actually worked really well.
Ooh.
But look how quickly now I can add that colour. So if you feel like you need some more, go back in with the orange and just blend that. And you can see how I can get a deeper colour in there, so you can still get your blend in. But I love the fact that I've got that orange behind it just to add a little bit of more kind of detail to the petal.
And it's lovely
because, of course, you could if you wanted, if you knew.
So the design of the stamps, you kind of know where the darker tones are, aren't they? I mean, the drawing detail in the stamps is incredible.
It is, and it's just enough to give us a guide on where we want to add our colour. Now, you could, if you knew that you were going to do this kind of colouring using your daubers, you could actually stamp the image in orange to give it a little bit more colour. And then I'm going to go in, so I'm now going in with an orange. Even though I put that orange down, I want to do the trumpet a little bit. You know, you can get some daffodils that have got a bit more of an orange trumpet to them. This part, by the way, is called a trumpet. And if you wondered, what is Nikki talking about? Where's the trumpet? Going in with the orange, so it's slightly darker, but you can still see that orange underneath that. And just blending that in on the trumpet. Like that. And then you can go in again if you think, right, I'm going to go in with a lighter yellow. So I'm just taking a different dauber so it hasn't got that dark orange on. And I can go in and blend again. Add a little bit more of a different colour tone of yellow in there. But it's actually, I find colouring with daubers, to be honest, really therapeutic. And
so effective. I mean, those daubers
even go in,
get right into the nitty gritty. I always find that amazing.
Yeah, because you've got the point on here, you can really get in there. So if I wanted just to do the tips and just go in with the orange and just add that tip like that. Beautiful. And then you can colour the stem in exactly the same way, but I'm not going to use my pen for this, so I'm just going to take my green. I'm going to go in with a lightish green and just blend up the stem. Again, it is a really, really quick way of getting that colour down and blending those colours together.
And it's nice because you could be spending the evening, I mean, you could be die cutting these out, stamping them up and have a whole stash of these and just spend your evening in front of the telly doing a bit of adding the colour.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I haven't been too well the last week or so. Oh, no. So I've actually been doing a lot of colouring in front of the TV. So I've had a little table and then I've had my tray. You know what I'm like with my trays, Hayley.
I do.
And I've done most of my colouring and prep work in front of the TV. So, yeah, it's like having a shop at your fingertips. I absolutely love Heartfelt, the fact that everything is going to coordinate together. But look at that. If I just bring that closer to the camera.
Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. I love it. Absolutely beautiful. Nikki, thank you so much. I'm going to let you get your camera ready so we can say goodbye to you. We can see your lovely face. And we've had an email come through from Hilary. And Hilary, very eagle-eyed viewer, saying that the details, I think the details when we bring them up on the screen for some of the stamps and dies don't always correspond size-wise. I think then, size-wise, should I say, I think that's just down to our buyers or whoever puts the details on there. But they do marry up perfectly, so you don't have to worry. Each one of those sets, whichever way you look at it, and the stamps, I suppose, I don't know how it works. The edge of the stamps may be slightly bigger because they have got kind of that recess. So the cutting line of your dies, perhaps it's to do with the cutting line of the dies is the measurement that we've given you with the dies, and then the outside edge of these stamps. I don't know, but they do, rest assured, they do line up. They always do with regards to these ones. So it means that it's perfection every single time. And of course, within the one-day special, you are getting all 6 of those. So every single set of stamps, you will have a corresponding die, which means you don't have to do any of your cutting at all. So you've got loads and loads. And of course, they do come on their little carrier sheets there as well. And of course, if you're going for the essentials, you will get this set get alongside your paper pad. And the paper pad as well, I mean, it's a beautiful paper pad with all those gorgeous designs on there, giving you the ability to obviously take inspiration, as Nikki quite rightly said. It's finding the page now with all the details on there of the different elements. I'll have a little hunt around and find that. I know Nikki is ready to say goodbye to us. So, Nikki, thank you so much for all your fabulous demonstrations and showing us those finished samples.
That's been great. It's been a lovely show, as always, and I look forward to the final call at 4 o'clock.
You will indeed. And again, just showing you, I only been thinking about this. The thing is, you've got your beautiful colours in there, you've got your fabulous stamps and dies. It really is a brilliant collection, and that's saving £33.99 if you're a Freedom member. Everybody should be thinking about getting hold of this. I mean, it's just beautiful, isn't it, Nikki? You enjoyed working with it?
I really have, and I know I'm probably going to be making lots more cards with it in the next few months.
I love it. Well, we're going to say goodbye for the time being, Nikki. Thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you back here at 4 o'clock. So, of course, you guys at home, we can't guarantee we're going to have the stock available as the hour progresses. So, sorry, as the day progresses, should I say. You will have up until 6 o'clock to take advantage of the one-day special price. I know lots of you are placing your orders towards the end of this hour. Don't forget to add in those extras, so maybe an extra paper pad, because, of course, once that's been exhausted, it is always nice to have those so you don't have to colour in the elements there. And don't forget your storage binder to keep everything neat and tidy together. I will see you a little bit later on. Looking forward to spending the afternoon with you, but don't go anywhere. We've got another amazing show coming up. We do indeed. We've got Daisy B Crafts coming up after the break. Looking forward to that one. Then Hayley Smith is in the house for a little bit of Craft Yourself Silly before we've got more from Cheryl Lynch.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom Members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888 and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Emma, the Cricut demonstrator here on Hochanda. Cricut is a range of tools, machines and accessories that allow you to work with hundreds of materials. I love Cricut because it allows me to take craft projects I have in my head and make them a reality. You can customise and personalise your papercraft projects, your home decor, clothing. You can work with iron-on vinyl, paper, card, wood, fabrics. The possibilities are endless. On the shows on Hochanda, I hope I can inspire you with ideas to help you become your creative best with Cricut. So make sure you don't miss the Cricut shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Dolly Dimples is a fictional character in Dolly Dimples Town. There's whimsical characters, fantasy characters, mythical characters. There's so much going on, so much happening in Dolly Town, and it's a fun place to be in. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. We have decoupage, backing papers, we have templates for 3D objects, stencils in the mix, we have dies and lots of other things coming to you soon. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows on Hochanda and have some fun.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hello, good afternoon. Yes, it is, of course, it's 1 o'clock, so good afternoon. It's the right one, I've been told. Anyway, Daisy B Designs, we have got it here for this hour, and we have got not one, but two amazing demonstrators and beautiful ladies themselves, and Nina and, of course, Josie. How are you?
We're good, very well, thank you. We've managed to make it here. We had a lot of snow this morning in Yorkshire, so
I believe, Josie, you are a good driver, so you plough through it.
I power through, yeah. I've got to. She's not going to drive us, and we'd be using dogs as sleigh dogs to get here otherwise. So.
No dogs were harmed in the making to Hochanda.
No, definitely not.
Right, of course, you have got brand new today's beautiful stamps. I always get so inspired by your designs because there is something incredibly sophisticated and elegant about your designs.
Oh, that's so sweet.
So we will be seeing you both demonstrating then?
Yes, yeah, we're going to actually try and get 3 in. We're going to
perfect. So let's get cracking then.
We're going to make it work.
Indeed. Now, summer wish, spread your wings, 3 stamps and a stencil here. Now, so we are getting a fabulously large stamp. I'm going to put it because the stamp, you can see it here, is almost 8 inches in length, isn't it?
So it's a really good size. We wanted, when we designed the butterflies, when Nina designs the butterflies, I should rephrase that, she wants them to be a focal point. So you can always use the full stamp, or you can use half of the wing if you wanted it on like a 6x6. And then you get the little one as well, which I think is always like a nice little background stamp as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I love the way that have a stamp in one side, so you can stamp and emboss it into different colors as well. So then I also love the way that you have got the stencil that matches the stamp, so you could use it if you wanted to do the other half.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so beautiful, and you know, we've got, in fact, it's up there. The one that's on the podium. Would you say podium? That one. Yeah. So that's the stenciled there in the background, used with a little bit of paste.
Yeah. Oh, that's glorious. Absolutely stunning. I love that. And you are getting also the spread your wings stamps that is featured there. That glorious. Is it your font? Your handwriting?
It is. Yes. Yeah. This one is actually, we're doing a Facebook Live. I think it's next week, and this is a bundle that we're going to use. So there'll be like a demonstration, another demonstration from Nina, using that stamp as well.
Fabulous. If you want to grab yours, brand new today, £21.99, 911-435. Now, I have to say, I'm the proud owner of Daisy B Designs stamps, and these stamp so beautifully. Now, moving on to the next stamp set. Here we have got Adora, French words, and surrounded by love. How romantic. I know.
Very romantic.
I love that.
I just think it were really, really nice. I mean, I love doing the fashion ladies, and with the lovely eyelashes. And I just think she's absolutely beautiful. And right now, you know, if you don't use it for Valentine's Day, which I actually didn't design it for, you know, it's just everybody needs to be surrounded by love. You know, it's a tough world, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And you can surround. Look at that. I adore it. It's kind of, the butterfly could be wings. It could be like this is a fairy, or I just adore it. I love that spot coloring in as well here as well. J'adore. And then we have got, I love this sample as well because it showcases how you can follow those lines and fussy cut them as well. Look at that, oh, gorgeous. And then finally this sample, we have got a couple more that I want to show you. A stamp on musical paper is beautiful, and those French words as well is gorgeous. And the French words that you are getting is, of course, you are getting them. You can see that you are getting je t'aime, j'adore, and you can see there j'adore, je t'aime, mon amour, and mon ami. Oh, I love those words.
It sounds so much better. Yeah, when you say them, it sounds not in our Barnsley accent, but they sound beautiful.
Yeah, we wanted something that was, because you've got like my love, I think.
Yeah.
I designed them as well, and they are correct. But you've got my friend, which is the mon ami one.
Yeah.
And I think
mon ami is it my friend? Mon ami is, I think, it's a friend. So
I think
right.
Don't quote me on it.
Yeah?
I think it is my friend.
Okay. It was,
but
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
I mean, amic is in Catalan is friend, and I think Catalan is very close to French, so I think it is my friend. Now, also you're getting surrounded by love, you are adored, and on your birthday. Love that font. It's beautiful with those double lines as well. So you can bring in colour.
Yes,
absolutely.
Little bits of glitter as well. You can always fill them little lines with glitter.
I love, and I have to say, the font is so strong that a simple card like this is just, sometimes that's all you need. It's just beautiful background and a beautiful stamp in there. Gorgeous. Now, 9 stamps, £22.99. But remember, you are getting a Dora, the gorgeous lady there as well, which is the largest stamp. 393677 is your item number. Then we have got one that I fell in love immediately. Is Illuminate. It's just absolutely stunning. Whenever I think of Daisy B, I also think of quality stamps, but a little bit different and bold images, sophisticated. This is just that.
Thank you.
I love. Is it one of yours, Nina? This one?
Yes, it is. Yeah, I've got a little bit of a fascination with the moon at the moment, and well, it's just so beautiful, isn't it? It's gorgeous.
Very dreamy.
Yeah.
There is something dreamy about it.
There is something dreamy, but also hopeful because the blooms are in there.
Yes,
so
yeah.
it's kind of and look at that. It's just. Sometimes moon can be a little bit kind of melancholic, whether this is fresh and it has got that spring. 10% already gone. You are shopping ahead. You were shopping ahead for this one. It is absolutely stunning. And let's show you a few more samples. I love this technique as well with the white coming through. It's just...
It just makes it glow. It makes it look real, like you're looking at... This is actually one of my favourite sets that Nina's done. When she first designed it, I think I've told people before, she first designed it, I'm like, have you got some stays on? Because I actually wanted it to, she stamped it on my leg so I could see what it would be like as a tattoo.
Oh,
that's how much I loved it.
Right, so that is really cool idea. Right, of course, you have got, I love that suddenly has gone vintage with the paper. And then this is over 10% now. This is one of your ladies, isn't she?
Yes.
The way that you can make, I mean, that card is, wow.
I think it's actually that is one of my favourite cards that I've ever created.
You know what, Nina? Is one of the my favourite cards I have seen.
Oh, thank you. That's so lovely.
That is absolutely glorious. I love that. It's quite amazing in the fact that it's a moon, but it's a dress, it's the back of a lady. It's just, and look at that. It's just magical.
Yeah.
But you have shown that you can do with the samples that it's magical, it's vintage, it's sophisticated fashion. You can use the star on its own. You can use the words as well, Illuminate, which is included. £15.99. I think it's a steal for such a glorious stamp set. 209562 is your item number. Stamp onto fabric as well and do some embroidery.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that would look lovely.
Yes.
I'd love to get into embroidery, but at the minute I just haven't got the time.
Well,
but if somebody else can show us what it would look like, we'd love that.
Well, you know what to do then. Grab it, those are a beautiful sample and send a picture to Daisy B team. Right, here we have got the Bloom stamp set. I love that you do these ladies disjointed, so we can insert things into the middle bit.
Yes.
Right, so here we have got the flowers that you can add as well. And I love that choose happy sentiment, again bringing joy to the creations. Look at that.
This is Blossom's sister. So you see the lady that the top half of the other card. Well, this is her sister Bloom.
Is that the younger sister?
No, well, technically in our case, it's the older sister. Nina would be Bloom,
yes,
and Faye would probably be Blossom, because Bloom's a bit more fun-loving and...
Oh, I see.
That sounds terrible on Faye. She likes a bit of fun. You know, now and again, a little bit of fun.
Just a smidge of fun, just a little bit.
As the director has said, it's like, well, she's not here to defend herself.
She's not.
Faye,
I'm just waiting for him to... I'm waiting for him to design me, really. That's what we're waiting for.
Absolutely.
We'll do
well, we need a third sister. Right, so you can see in here the choose happy. I love that sentiment as well, and it's just that happy immediately. It reflects that feeling, that joy as well, that kind of glorious. I love this card as well, just doing the legs as well. It's a different take.
Yeah, I like that one. Nice and simple.
Nice and simple, but stunning. And that one is, we have got a little bit of paper piecing for the skirts as well. So this is a lovely skirt in there. And then finally, we are going to show the sample. Now, this is cool. I like this. This is a bit different. This is like the skirt, but done into like no-line acrylic paint.
Yes, yeah, I did it. I've not really done any samples with acrylic. They sat on my desk, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to have a little go. So yeah, just a little board, and I even got a little bit happy, you know, with the what do they call them? Palette
Palette
knife.
Yeah,
doing a few scrapes and that. I felt very grungy.
Yeah. All right. If you want to add the Bloom stamp set, 4 stamps you are getting brand new today, £15.99, 251-208. We have got one returning favorite as well, which is fabulous to have. Here we have got the stamp and stencil Enchanting Flowers, Moon Sparkle, and a stencil. Now this has got also a freedom discount, so you are just paying £23.39. And that's the delivered price if you are a Freedom member. Now I need to show you the stamp size, because again we are talking about just under 8 inches of a stamp, and that's, I love the fabulously large stamps, because then we can do a smaller bit if we wanted to.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's better to be able to have something bigger.
Yes.
You know,
absolutely.
And then you can use the smaller little bits.
Absolutely. And and you can see here, so you have got an 8x8 card, but also a 6x6, and still it's not, the design is not too big that it doesn't kind of work in there very well. Then you have got the Enchanting glorious stamp as well in here. Lovely words in here. It's a returning favorite. You can grab yours, especially if you're a Freedom member. A perfect way to check out your baskets, because you are getting that extra discount. 949849 is your item number. Not forgetting, you are getting that stencil, which is fabulous, because let me show you. It has got the stars. So if you like your galaxy inking techniques, this would be absolutely phenomenal to create some texture and some stars with glitter and so much more. Right, grab yours, check out your baskets, or jump ahead on the website and you can see exactly what we have seen. That Illuminate stamp set is incredibly busy, so if you wanted to go for that, now, because it is very busy, £15.99 is your price. Look at that returning favorite with 5-star reviews, the Enchanting Flowers and Moon. Excellent stamps, so you can see here. I'm so happy with my purchase. Beautiful and good quality stamps. Really nice stencil. Well, you know what? I agree. I have, you know, like I said, I have got some stamps from Daisy B, and they stamp so well. Right, Nina, you are ready for the demo?
Yes, I am. I'm here to show you this wonderful butterfly card that we're using, the Summer Wishes. And I've gone, you know, a little bit vintage, because I got some new watercolours and, you know, they're vintage pastel. So I'm wanting to just, I don't know, bring that vibe in. And it's a really nice different take on the butterfly as well.
Absolutely.
So I've just got some cardstock, and I'm going to use the VersaFine in Smoky Grey. For anybody who hasn't seen me before, I do really like to use Smoky Grey, and then I have just a fine line of pencil that I go over the bits that I want to be a bit darker.
Is it because it's a little bit softer than a black?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, because I hand draw everything before I do it, I like to see it looking like my drawing.
Oh yeah, the hand drawing,
yes.
yeah, the pencil as well.
Yeah, because there's no computer work goes into the designs. They literally just get drawn and scanned in. But I mean, it's what a wonderful job I've got.
Okay, fabulous.
So I'm just going to give that a really good press down.
Nina, you know what your Illuminate said? Well, you know, approaching half the stock already gone. So if you want, just please do check out your basket. Sorry to interrupt, Nina,
no, that's
but I would
okay.
hate for anybody to miss out in this spectacular stamp set.
Oh, that's amazing. I'm glad everybody's loving it. Okay, so we've given that a good press down. There's your lovely image, all made by Josie as well. Thanks, Jo. So what we're going to do now is we're going to just give this a little bit of colour. My well-worn palette now. So all I'm going to do is, again, I do like to keep things quite simple. So I'm just going to go in with the pale pink first. And we're just going to go on the outer edges. It's such a lovely stamp. And I also, when I'm designing, like to take into consideration nice large spaces to colour in.
Yeah. Oh, now this beautiful Summer Wish and Spread Your Wings stamps is now approaching 30% of the stock. If you want yours, please do check out your baskets. Do not miss out.
It's very different. And I also think how lovely it'd look as a piece of art, you know, on the wall. So to do it and then get a nice, lovely little box frame.
I was thinking of stamping onto acetate, maybe with the stays on, and then some gold leaves in some area.
Oh, that'd be really nice.
I love that.
It's because once I get the designs, you see, I've got quite a lot. You know, I think, right, okay, I'll steam ahead with them, and then you sort of, I don't know, you forget the other little ones that you could do as well.
Oh, I totally, but it's one of those stamps that, because of the size of it, it allows you to be a little bit more home decor or mixed media sort of exploring. A third of the stock gone for that stamp. It's just glorious. I love the way that the leaves are there, so you could even fussy cut those ones as well.
Yes, definitely. I mean, I really love because this one's cut out in the middle. I just used a scalpel to cut round the inside of one wing. But I quite like doing that. I just think it's a really quick way of adding a little bit more to the image. So I'm just, we'll go in with a little bit darker. I just wanted to really show you that it's, you know, you don't have to spend a lot of time colouring this, especially this side of the winging. I mean, butterflies are so beautiful. That this is just a quick.
Now illuminate the beautiful moon and the star. Well, it is now, you know, 2/3 of the approaching 70% of the stock. Please do check out your baskets if you want it. It's absolutely stunning, and look at the size of it. £15.99. Now we are, you know, what is going so fast. So please do check out your baskets. Soon it will be limited stock. So if you don't want to miss out, do check out your baskets.
Oh,
sorry, we are very busy, Lena.
That's amazing. No, I'm really, really pleased. It is such a beautiful, beautiful image.
It is.
It is. It's gorgeous. And like Josie said, she might be sporting it forever.
Yes. Well, convert it into tattoo. That would be amazing. But I also think it's one of those ones that you want to stamp and frame it. You know.
Yes.
Because like the butterfly, they have got that elegance to it that will fit in any room and command their attention because of sophistication.
Definitely. I mean, you could do whatever colour scheme you have at home. That's the colour. That's the colour that you do the butterfly. You know, and they make such gorgeous gifts for people as well. We've got a lady that's part of the most wonderful group that we have on Facebook, and she does quilling. So she's added quilling pieces to this butterfly, and oh my word, they are absolutely beautiful. Yeah.
And I love the color combination you are using, that soft, dusky pink with that gray. It's just like subtle and yet it's kind of, oh, I just had an idea. Sorry.
Go on, tell me.
You know, because I was thinking of stamping like you done, and then stamp it into tulle, you know, organza or something like that, and put it over the top.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that'd look really beautiful. You know what we're going to have to do, aren't we? You're going to have to do this.
Yeah, well, it's just, I kind of lovely because it's the size of it that kind of suddenly you think of all these areas. Oh, we have got news on Illuminate. That amazing stamp set with the moon and the stars is now limited stock. Please grab yours by checking out your baskets. Now less than a handful. If you want yours, please do check out your baskets. Otherwise, you will miss out.
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
That's it.
Right. Okay, so what we're going to do, I've got one that I've done earlier.
Yeah.
There we go. And I have cut it out.
Yeah.
So as you can see, just use a scalpel and gone round the, just round the inside of it. And we're going to build up our card. We've got some fabulous card stock here from Every Craft's a Bargain, who's now going to be part of the family.
Oh, yes, because we have to congratulate Josie.
Yes.
Well, anyway, let's leave it at that. She can say them more if she wants to.
So, I'm going to just use a little bit of glue. Now, you'll have to excuse this glue because the little, it's not going to play fair now, is it? It's gone, look.
Nina, I need to interrupt you again.
No, that's fine.
Once more. Now, Illuminate for immediate dispatch is a technical technical sellout. That means that all the stock is allocated in people's baskets. If you check out your baskets, then you will get it immediate dispatch. We have got good news though. My producer informed me that she knew that this one was going to be popular, so the girls have talked to Molly has talked to them, and there is more on extended delivery. It will be dispatched from the 9th of February, 7 days delivery, so that's not long. It's next week, but what I've been told right now is there is not much stock on that extended delivery, so make sure to check out your baskets. It's actually fabulous stamp. Sorry, Nina.
No, that's okay. So what I'm doing is I'm just teasing the edges of the butterfly with my thumb, just so that stands slightly off the card there. Right, and we've just popped a little bit of the dries clear glue on, and now I'm going to go back in with my fine liner and just draw the antennas on. So we just go there. We'll do little ones today. We'll not go too far.
Now the butterfly is very busy. Approaching half the stock of the butterfly gone already.
Oh,
Love
lovely.
the fussy cutting inside it.
Yeah, it's a really good idea, isn't it?
I love it.
So I'll leave this one till last, and we're going to go with one of Josie's beautiful, I mean, they are the best ones Josie's done.
Absolutely.
They're absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
Well done, Jo. She's getting super good now, aren't you? So we're just going to use a little bit of black because I like my sentiments to stand out.
Okay,
I also think that's another good point when you're doing something in grey, your big image in grey, and then you make your sentiment really stand out.
Yeah, that's a very good top tip. That's a very good one. I'm going to remember that, and I will mention you. Yes, it's fabulous. Yeah.
So we just give that a good press down. There we go. And then we're going to go, this is just something I found at the bottom of the drawer. Oh, that were Josie's.
You have got nice stuff in the bottom of your drawer. Like, I don't get that nice stuff.
I know, but I've seen your little the stash of beautiful crafting things, and it's even in like rainbow order.
Oh yeah, that's the rainbow order.
Seeing your stash like that would make me think that if you actually came to our unit and saw how I worked, we'd have to call an ambulance because honestly, it is so bad.
Oh, don't worry. I'm good friends with Leonie, and she won't mind me saying.
There we go. So just adding that little bit at the bottom makes it look so beautiful and so vintage. I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's absolutely stunning. I love that. Now, if you want yours, do check out your basket as well. Joe, I think they're going to switch around, so we are going to get Josie to demonstrate. But while that happens in the background, let me tell you about these gorgeous Summer Wish and Spread Your Wings stamps. Now, very close to half the stock is a large stamp. When you look at the packaging, you don't have any idea of the size of that beautiful large butterfly. You know, my hand is just about from top to bottom. It's about, like 8 inches, and you can see there that is about 8 inches. You also get in the smaller butterflies in which you can bring in the hair as well. So you have got those gorgeous, beautiful butterflies in there. And then you have got the gorgeous stencil as well in here. So it means that you can replicate it if you wanted to. That kind of means you can say in this card, I think you can see it there, you can see that it has been stenciled through. So you can see that it kind of adds that element, which is not necessarily like the wings of a butterfly, I mean, although there are, it's kind of that element evoking that kind of beautiful floral. Spread your wings is the sentiment that you are getting in this bundle as well. There's so much potential, and half the stock has already gone. Grab yours by checking out your baskets. £21.99 is your price. 911435 is your item number. Then another beautiful brand new stamp set is the Adora French words and surrounded by love. I don't know, maybe you should, I should pronounce it Adora, but I just pronounce it like Adora. Adora means, you know, adoration in Spanish, or, you know, in Spanish, so I guess that's what it means, well, adore. Now, you have got those good French words as well, individual stamps, and let me show you the stamps in here so you can see. Now, you can see that. Oh, let's see if I can put them there. You can see that. So you have got je t'aime, which means I love you, and then you have got j'aime, which it means like I love, and then of course you can then put something else afterwards. You have got mon amour, which is my love, and then mon ami, which is my friend. Right, and of course it has got that romance from, you know, the French. I mean, although I don't speak French, I just think it sounds always so much better. But you have got also English words in here. You are adored, and you have got the beautiful. You know, funnily, as a as somebody who is neither French nor English, I think in English sounds better than in French, even better. But anyway, I like you are adored. And then you have got the gorgeous Mon Amour as well in here, J'adore. J'adore, I don't know, actually, when I look at J'adore, it's also very nice. You know what? You don't have to choose because you're getting them both. So that's the glorious thing about it, that you can have sentiments as well in here on your birthday. And I adore the way that you have got those little lines in here, so you can add a splash of color should you wish to. But Adora, look how beautiful she is, the fashion lady. Is that a clutch, or is that something like a box of chocolate? In my case, probably a box of chocolate.
It would be a box of chocolate.
Yeah, definitely, isn't it? Yeah. Which ones are your favorite?
Chocolate.
Yeah, not brands, but I mean like white chocolate, milk chocolate.
See, I do like white chocolate.
Yeah.
But it's going to sound really random. I really like cheap chocolate.
All right.
I know that's not, everybody's like, oh, no cheap. Honestly, I melt it and put strawberries on it, and that's that is my go-to snack. A couple of times a week at minute.
Oh well, you know, welcome to my club. I mean, I just love almost daily vegan truffles for me, hazelnut truffles. 393067 is your item number. £22.99 is absolutely gorgeous stamp set. And see, this is the thing. Beautiful stamps inspire you to do the things you love, including chocolate, obviously. Then we have got the Illuminate stamp set, that glorious stamp set. Remember that it has sold out once, but we do have got extended delivery that will be dispatched from the 9th of February, which is next week. Now, 10% already gone, and I have to say, this is one of those amazing, stunning, you know, stamps that you cannot but just fall in love. Love the size that will fit inside it. I also think this is a perfect art journal image. Think about maybe stamping into it. Think about stamping onto maybe use Versacraft ink, so you can stamp onto fabric and then you can wash it. You could do so many beautiful techniques with this. And of course, if you have got, is it Blossom? This is it Blossom, that lady? Yeah. So Blossom, you have got the stamp in there. Of course, one of the previous releases. But look at the beautiful Illuminate Moon. I absolutely adore this card. I just think it's just magical. Right. If you want this phenomenal set, £15.99. I adore the size of it, and of course, you are getting the word as well. Right. Then we have got the gorgeous, beautiful Bloom, which is the sister of Blossom. So here we have got, again, we have got these two separate stamps, and let me show you exactly what I mean. So if we take them here, you can see that the legs are separated from the body. So that means that you can bring them in, just stamp the, the legs, and then the flowers in here as flowers. Then you have got also the Choose Happy stamp, which means that you have got that joyous sentiment. Should you wish to create a full figure, you can. You have got the beautiful eyelashes with the flower. Oh, this reminds me of Hannah in Tech. Absolutely looks like Hannah. Which is just walking by. Yeah, she does. The beautiful ombre hair and the beautiful eyelashes and the attitude, absolutely fabulous. 251208 is your item number, £15.99. And returning as a favorite, of course, we do have got here the enchanting flowers, moon sparkle and stencil. Look at again the size of that stamp size. Look at that. I mean, just under 8 inches. And absolutely glorious. You have got a butterfly in there, and the fact that you can bring it into a larger card, you can pair bloom in there as well if you wanted to, or even a smaller card. It's an absolutely phenomenal set. You also are getting, let me grab it, the stencil, because I adore this stencil, and you are also getting the moon sparkle stamp, so you can stamp and emboss it, create a proper moon, which would make a fabulous combination to go for this stamp set as well as illuminating. £25.99 is your price. 949849 is your item number. Now I need to thank you for your beautiful emails that you have been sending this hour. So we have got emails from Sivo? Oh, Sivo, of course. Oh, Sivo, hello. I hope you're keeping well. And Leslie as well. Send a big hello. Leslie has bought 3 stamp sets from today's show. Right, thank you so much. And then we have had Lynn, who has sent us some photos of projects. Look at those ones. She has made those beautiful stamps and her beautiful creations. Thank you so much, everybody, for
thank you.
Look at that.
That is lovely.
It's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, of course, you can always send us pictures. Look at that. It's just stunning. And I love how the colors in the background.
Yes, yeah.
And then stamp simply. And that's the stamp doing all the work, the heavy lifting.
It does. You don't really, with a lot of them, you don't need to put anything like on the stamp. You can make your background, and it just makes it really easy.
Right, check out your baskets to not miss out. And we are going to let Josie to do the demo.
So, you're going to have to bear with me. This was not planned. So,
okay, all right.
We're going with the gorgeous moon and flower set because it is beautiful. So I'm just glad I do get to work with it. So you will just mentally have to bear with me while I work it out as I go. So, right. So I'm going to stamp it up in black. I do normally, I did emboss it recently in like a silvery colour, and it looked lovely. You know, because it sort of added that sparkly glow to it anyway. So I'm going to put that.
I have been practicing my pronunciation for this show.
Have you? What have you been practicing?
Waffle.
That's really tickled. I don't know if I'm going to be able to come back round from that. Is a really, really good. I'm not sure if it were Barnsley.
I'm not going to try any more words. I mean,
Paula really liked that. I needed that this morning.
Oh, good. We should clip that and send it to you. So
I feel like I need that. Yeah.
Oh, good.
It's
one of your stamps, isn't it? That you designed.
Yeah, it is. It's very, waffly, yeah.
I just love it. Every now and again I will say it just for, because it just makes me smile.
Sometimes I've got a friend that's in, like, she lives in Barnsley, but she's from the northeast, like up.
I mean, from Barnsley, you have got the north, which is even northern.
Yeah, well, she's from upwards, is what I want to say, because I'm absolutely terrible when it comes to sense of direction.
Okay.
But when I've been around her, like, I start saying words, and I said to her the other day, I said, that's a really funny word, and I don't know what it means. She says canny, like canny lass.
Yes.
Louise, I don't even know what that means.
But isn't it canny? Well, used to mean kind of say smart, isn't it? Or smart as in, you know, kind of canny, like cunning.
I don't know.
But then also I have heard it. I mean, look at me. I mean, I have no idea of English language, but as a pretty or kind of bunny as well.
Yeah.
Kind of
Well, I thought canny was like funny.
Yeah.
Like a canny lass.
Yeah.
And honestly, I have so many chuckles when she says things. Now I'll get back home to Michael and he'll be like, "Have you been with Louise?" I'm like, yeah, because she says funny words, and I'm like,
email us in if you are from that neck of the
yeah, you know
woods
what that means,
and you know what canny means. Do email us in.
I am turning just slowly. Bear with me.
Oh, we have had another email from Lane. She may look at that. One of the oldest stamps that we had from Daisy V. She made that for a friend. This one was one of I remember the Waffly stamp was in the same show as this one. I remember now.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, it's lovely. Gorgeous. You have got a friend.
Right. We're there now. It's because I've got the wire caught, and now I had to go into the corner. So we're gonna paint it because I want to show that how simple it is to add some colours. So Nina's actually letting me loose on her paints. Now I did lose my mind yesterday because she'd were in my Prismacolors.
Oh.
We weren't friends at that moment, were we, Neen? When I found there I were 12 colours short.
Ooh.
12 colours. 12.
That must have been a long journey down then today.
It's a good job we are so light-hearted because yesterday when I found there I were missing them.
That wasn't it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of
I was thinking about going and egging her windows because
well,
she lives next door to me. So.
That feeling that you felt, that's probably some people are going to feel like this if they miss out in this illuminated stamp set. Now, they're approaching a third of the stock of the extended delivery stock. If you don't want to be, sorry to say, like Josie and missing out on those beautiful present colours and whatever, well, you don't want to miss out on the illuminated stamp, do check out your baskets.
I did call it. It's not often I'm wrong about what's going to sell, and I always said this was one of my favourite sets.
It is.
And I think it's just, I actually really like it for journaling as well, you know, like bullet journaling and things like that, because it's such a big space in the middle of it. You can put little things in it as well, and I think it opens it up to so many opportunities.
We have got an email actually saying from Sylvia, who's saying that canny means nice.
Canny means nice. Okay.
Okay, so we'll take that.
I'll take that. I like it. I just like the word. I think it sounds better than saying nice.
Nice.
Like, you canny. Right, canny.
It's a canny lad.
Canny lad, yeah. I'll tell my friend that I mentioned her on TV. She'll be watching it on Rewind.
Yeah. Oh.
I do have to mention our Shezza, so my dad's partner's mum, she was 90 on Sunday. So happy birthday, Lily. She will be watching.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah.
That's lovely to have celebrating such a 90 you said.
Yeah, 90. She's a strong one, Lily.
Well, happy birthday, Lily. Yeah.
Right, I'm just adding another colour. And then I'm going to go...
You know this one as well, I was thinking, stamping onto a lampshade.
Oh!
Illuminating the room.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, funny, Nina. Everybody loves a pun.
Yeah, illuminating the room. I just think it's just such a gorgeous,
So...
I love it.
See, I like these paints, Nina, but they're not for me. And do you know why?
Why?
They're too muted.
Oh, you like a little bit of brightness.
I like the brightness, yeah. I'm like the purple, love the purple, but I like really bright colours. Not like neons, but I like a deep shade. I love
colour,
like turquoise and like emerald green and things like that.
Yeah,
jewel
tones. You like jewel tones.
Love jewel tones, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And also I was thinking that this it would be, but the thing with a stamp, you can stamp it as many times and colour in all the different colours of the rainbow.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of a lot of the designs as well. They're so easy to make look. I've lost my silver. To make look so that there's so many different smells. Oh, I've got heartburn.
Very sorry. I just felt like I was randomly breathing fire.
Do you need some water or something?
No, I'm okay. It'll pass. Every so often I just get, it's the stress of being on live TV.
Well, you know what, I totally understand that, and you know, yeah, and you're doing great because you're, you know, producing beautiful colouring, even though, you know, live on TV, it's not easy, is it?
No, it's Nina's the same. We'll start a conversation if we're both like crafting and something, and it'll just stop.
Yeah.
Like mid-sentence, and it'll be because she's couldn't concentrate on both, and I'll not pick up on it because I'm doing something as well. So it's like, were we talking about something? Was there an actual conversation going on at some point?
You are brilliant.
But no, we're. I'm just adding some silver. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah.
It creates such a lovely effect, and it's just like a pearl Ganzai Tambi paint, so it'll just give that moon sort of a dreamy effect.
Yeah, that's is it Kuretake gorgeous?
Yes,
yeah, gorgeous
they are
watercolours.
fabulous paints.
Yeah. Sometimes I think what Jenny from she brings us to the Hochanda as well, so that's gorgeous.
Right, so we're still going. So I'm going to attempt now. I've pre-backed this card, and if I'd have known that I was doing this, I wouldn't be doing this formed. But I want to add some little stars around my around the edge of my card.
Oh.
So I'm going with Versamark. I mean, that's disgusting.
Well,
That's
it's
appalling.
Not. It's well loved. Well loved.
Yes, Nina's.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It is. We have had more emails in. Lynn has emailed in and with her samples using the beautiful illuminated. We are working, the director is working. Oh, well, we're going to see two of them. Look at that.
Oh, that's so beautiful. I did see that one. It is a lovely one, that one.
Now suddenly I'm thinking of a baby announcement card.
Yes.
Because it's like the babe.
Yes. Yeah. Don't be looking at me for baby announcement cards.
Well, looking at you.
No,
you know?
no. Just the engagement for now.
Yeah, and then we have got the beautiful black in there with the red roses. And it's just such a gorgeous size as well. I love it. Thank you so much for sending the images.
Right. I'll leave it at that. We'll see if this works, because like I said, I wouldn't have normally done it that way around. But I think we've picked up most of it anyway.
Over a third of the stock of the extended delivery has gone. If you want yours, please you check out your baskets. And you're using Wow embossing pound, is that?
I am, yeah. This one, I absolutely love this one. It's got chunky bits in it as well. And it's called Midas Touch.
I love the chunkiness of
yeah. So it sort of picks up the delicateness of a silver. If you're embossing a big area.
Yeah.
I'm not here with Dad's little trusty tray to get me powder back in. But so once I've done this and I reback my card, I think that should be it. So I'll just heat this up. See, I've got more wire now. I'd got stuck before, so I had to crouch. So I'll just wait for that to turn.
Oh, look at that.
And it's just really simple. It's like I say, if I'd have not pre-backed my card, it would have gone better. But just wanted to show you how simple it is to just create a really nice background with your stars.
It is.
To match your moon.
We have got some news as well about the summer wish. Well, of course, Josie melts up embossing powder. Now, the spread your wings and summer wish, 2/3 of the stock has gone. Do not miss out. Check out your baskets and the glorious large butterflies. And look at that, it's just beautiful. And of course, that was what Nina was using in her first demonstration.
Right.
Sorry about that, but it's like sometimes it's just good to let people know where
yes, well,
we
don't want them to miss out.
No,
so
absolutely not.
And I've actually, would you look at that? I've actually covered the bits that I missed anyway. So I'm just going to put this, and then I'm just going to just add a little bit of glitter because.
Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
It just lends itself so well.
We'll need a little bit of a sparkle in our lives, don't we?
We do, yes.
Even if it's just glitter in our cards, that's a little bit. By the way, the standard stock of the beautiful illuminated stamp set, which you can see in the screens, is approaching half the stock.
Let's see if this is. Oh, I've managed to make it work, Neen. Oh, good news. The little ball on the end of the pin got stuck.
Yeah. So I pulled the top off and it was just the stick stuck in it.
Oh, yeah. Basically, it's the, you can see there, the nib on the glue bottle. Yeah. So now you managed to get the pin stuck inside.
Just make sure, unlike Nina, you just keep things clean and then you wouldn't have these issues. What do you need?
Painting a picture of me today, isn't it?
Do you know what? She creates the most beautiful artwork and then I look over at her desk and I just think, there's old cereal bowls from like before Christmas and I am throwing you under the bus because
I'm not ashamed.
She's not ashamed.
I'm not ashamed.
She's an absolute grot bag and I'm not quite sure how she's raised 3 children to be absolute angels. Two angels and a Tasmanian devil.
Yes. Oh, I mean, we are learning all sorts of secrets here.
Oh, it's definitely her secret, she'll tell you.
Well, it's not a secret, all right. So, yeah. Well.
But they are all amazing. I'm very lucky to have such amazing nieces and nephews. They are all such different personalities.
Wait, is the Tasmanian devil a little bit of the one that everybody adores because it's also funny and lovely?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Our buds, he's crazy, but he's the funniest kid I've known.
Oh,
he's just so clever.
Aww.
So, and that is my finished card. So I hope it's done it
beautiful.
justice.
Absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous. Now, I need, well, we have got a third demonstration. So while Josie and Nina kind of reset themselves, we have got about 10 minutes. So I'm going to give you a reminder of the gorgeous stamps that Daisy we have brought in. Now, approaching 70% of the stock of the Summer's Wish and Spread Your Wings has gone. You are getting 3 stamps and that Stencil. I'm going to show it again. The size of this butterfly is just not a delicate, tiny, dainty butterfly. It's a delicate butterfly, but it is a large one. I love the leaves in here. Like, of course, Josie was showing, they're fussy cutting them. Sorry, Nina was showing. Fussy cutting the elements inside makes it even more delicate. Use them, stamp them, and show the 2 halves. It looks like a completely different butterfly, doesn't it? And illuminate at the bottom of it. I love how the silver, the gold embossing powder, a very simple card, yet so striking because the stamps do all the artwork. It's absolutely beautiful. The stencil that you are getting, it matches beautifully the stamps, so you can continue it if you wanted to. You can use it as, of course, your texture paste through it, so creating those effects if you wanted to. The other thing that you can do with this one, of course, is use your sentiment, Spread Your Wings, a perfect sentiment for your creations. £21.99 is your price, 911435 is your item number. Dora is the next set we have got, and we have got the French words that reflect love and surrounded by love as well. And then we have got the English words. So we have got j'adore, je t'aime, j'aime, and mon amour, and mon ami, and all those gorgeous saying in French. And then also surrounded by love, you are adored, and on your birthday. I absolutely adore this image. Just every time that I see artwork by Nina, it's just like, oh, I love how it's sophisticated, it's clean lines, it's striking. You can do simple cards that don't need much because it's the artwork that does everything. But also I love the way that you can bring in more techniques if you wanted. Fussy cutting, bring in your neons, bring in your fabulous colors to illuminate, to colorful. And what about going a little bit vintage, stamping onto pattern paper, creating a little bit more melancholy, maybe a little bit more of that kind of vintagey look. And the handwriting from Josie, you are adored. That's all you need. And sometimes if you just want to send a card to maybe somebody who doesn't like elaborate cards, something like this will brighten their day. £22.99 is your price, 393677 is your item number. Half the stock of the Illuminate standard stock has already gone. Grab yours by checking out your baskets. You are getting the absolutely beautiful stamp set, very large as well. Look at that sample. Isn't that just glorious? you don't have to use the full moon and flowers. You can stamp parts of it and still you will know that that's the moon. I love the way that you can incorporate it with blossoms, so you can have it, that beautiful skirt. It's just a magical image. It's like she's the world and she knows it. And the beautiful way of elaborating into a more vintage tone, or that technique of incorporating into black cards and using white chalky paint or ink that create that sort of glow in the dark cards in there. Now 209562 is the item number, £15.99. You can find everything else on the website, but do not forget to check out your baskets. Remember that Illuminate has sold out once. Now it's back on extended delivery. Dispatch date from next week, the 9th of February. So do not kind of think that it's going to be there for long, because it's going very fast. Check out as well the 7-day savers if you need some more inspiration in the papercraft magazine sort of way. You have got a trio of Simply cards and papercraft, issue 211, creative stamping and die cutting essentials. Check out the website for exactly which issues are those ones of the last 2 magazines. Right, Nina, so what are you going to show us?
We're going to be using the beautiful Adora.
Oh, I love that.
This, I named her that because if Buddy hadn't have been a boy, I loved Adora as a girl's name.
That's a beautiful name.
It was so beautiful, but it was Buddy.
So,
Buddy. Our Budster. Right, so absolutely love this shaded lilac. I think it's such a beautiful colour.
It is.
And it lends itself so beautifully to Adora. So we're going to use, we're going to sort of go for a lovely dreamy look. And what I'm going to do, I'm just stamping it out, and then I'm going to add water straight to it, so it's a nice, simple, quick card that you can create in next to no time, really. Right, so I'm going to stamp that in the middle, position it in the middle of the card. There we go. And I wanted to sort of build up, so that's why I've popped the Surrounded by Love on top, and just build that image up.
Of course.
So give that a good press down. I've missed a couple of bits, but we're going dreamy, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
So I'm just going to add a little bit of water and just start moving that colour about. Yeah. Now I like this technique. I think it looks so pretty.
Oh, look at it. You know what it's look as I'm holding a baby. Now my producer and myself, we were thinking exactly the same. It just has got also not only a romantic feel, but also a maternal feel.
Yes, yeah, it does, definitely. Yeah, I think it does. It's definitely one that could lend itself to lots of different...
I just hold chocolate and eat it. Like that. Just looking lovely.
There we go. So can you see that starting to really... Yeah. I just love that look. And if you're wanting to deepen your colour, what I tend to do is just pop a little bit, just stamp a little bit out onto your glass mat, and then you can deepen the colours where you want it to.
Absolutely.
But yes, I just think it's lovely.
I mean, that could be also for a wedding card. I was thinking to,
yes,
you know, like kind of a romantic thing.
Maybe Nina could pre-do my wedding card.
Oh, yes.
Chances are I won't be getting one.
Oh. That's also highly likely.
Well, you know, my family know better than expect any... Well, I did send handmade cards this year because obviously I wasn't going to spend Christmas with them, so I did send them Christmas cards.
Well, that was nice.
Yeah.
Nina sends vocal cards, like a voice note.
I do audio cards.
Audio
cards. Yeah. So, like when I saw Dad, he says, "Oh, I've not got many cards." Said yes, because yours is here. Happy birthday, Dad, from the Beecrofts.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it just sums it up straight away, doesn't it? No, it's because I love drawing and and art, just art all the time. So I like to just keep drawing. That's my thing.
Literally just pick one of the many cards that we've got at work, though.
Yes.
And just send that to anybody, really.
Absolutely. Well, this is the funny thing, because I was looking through boxes and boxes of finished cards that I had, and I was like thinking, why I always struggle to find cards to give away when I have literally about, I don't know, 10 boxes full of, like I'm talking big boxes or storage boxes.
But they're so beautiful that you don't want to give them to somebody.
Yeah.
Because you're like, what if you don't appreciate it? And I spent a lot of hours on that card. So that's why you keep them yourself.
Yeah. Well, actually, I have to say I'm very, very lucky that most of my friends and family do appreciate art and craft. So then they will, we have got 2 minutes till the end of the show. So
Right. Well, I'm just going to pop the Surrounded by Love in the middle. Where are we? And if I'm looking, they're a bit still wet, you see. Wait 1 minute. But you did just say 2 minutes, so
I love that.
We'll just stamp that in the middle there.
It does look like your own, you know, you have been sketching it out rather than with a, you know, purple pencil.
It does, doesn't it? It's like given that, you know, just sat by the sea somewhere with your notepad, your hair blowing in the wind. I mean, just romanticising being an artist a little bit too much there, but...
Right.
Right. So...
Yep.
And what's happened is I've got a little bit of because the paint's still wet, it's gone onto the love heart.
Yep, absolutely.
So instead of doing all the gluing afterwards, you've already done it with your embossing. But it didn't really take very long, did it, to get just a nice, simple card.
But it's just the artwork is so strong. I think it's just such a gorgeous image. Now, we have got less than a minute, so I want to remind everybody to check out their baskets. Remember, we have had sellouts. Please, do not miss out. Eliminate is very busy as well, even in the restock. So half of the stock of the restock has gone. If you do not want to miss out, do check out your baskets, right? And of course, we have got seconds to go, but Nina is there adding some glitter.
I know. Oh, she's making this crap. I'm just doing that little tiny bit. Right, okay.
Look,
wait a minute.
That's absolutely. Look at that.
You've told me we've got seconds, and I said, wait a minute.
Thank you so much, Nina. Thank you so much, Josie. It's been always a pleasure, but it will be a pleasure to stamp with these images. Now, after the break, both Haleys are back, and I'll see you tomorrow bright and early at 7 o'clock. Well, indeed, Hayley West and Hayley Smith are back with Craft Yourself Silly. Then Cherry Lynch at 3 and 4, a one-day special.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter here at Hochanda. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child, and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people, and that's just the beauty of this. There's always something new to learn. There's always something that you want to get into. It's fabulous. My Let Leona Loose show on Hochanda is also fantastic. It's my weekly highlight. I get to work with loads of really cool brands, loads of fantastic products, and again, I'm always learning. And I do get loads of wonderful viewers getting in touch as well, which is obviously a highlight of our job. I hope you can join me on my Let Leona Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Ali from Ali Stitchy Fingers. I've been sewing most of my life. I absolutely love sewing. I've been with the Hochanda now from the very beginning, really. That's when I started to go there. The Hochanda family are lovely people to work with, and I'm really enjoying my time with them. Designing is a big part of the journey for me as well. I love going out and finding the fabrics to use in the projects and bringing them to you. I love the designing process from start to finish, and then the finished project is just the icing on the cake. So make sure you don't miss out. Come and sew with me on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We also have new products coming on board, our craft bonds, our purl drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We've recently joined Hochanda and we're really excited. This allows us to demonstrate and show our products. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring to Hochanda my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts brings to you our laser cut designs. Each design is designed by myself. We cut them on the laser machines here in Doncaster and bring the products to you at home. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I like to show you how to use different paint techniques and different techniques to bring the characters alive and use various mediums to decorate, and I also use air dry clay for decorating with the flowers. So make sure you look out for the Character Craft shows on Hochanda. I hope to see you soon.
Vince popping up at the end there. Good afternoon. We've got a fabulous hour ahead of us with a lovely Craft Yourself study. Some brand new things to share with you. And it's kind of a continuation of something that, oh, nearly did me a little wind and bobbing up there. That was a previous conversation. But yet, brand new designs for something that Hayley has brought to us previously. And you're busy stitching already over there, Hayley.
I am. Well, some of my samples, post blah, 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 didn't arrive. So I'm getting cracked into a one now. So we've got some.
Okay, no problem at all. We're going to let you carry on and stitch away. You will have seen in the backdrop there, though, where Hayley was sitting some fabulous quilts. And this is kind of something that Hayley's brought to us in a vein before, and we're adding to that collection. So if you got involved previously, then you are going to love what we're going to be sharing with you. Now, I've got some details up on the screen already. You've got 3 options with regards to the details on the screen. Yeah, by all means, if you want to get involved, you can do already. But these are brand new options. So let me talk you through the concept of what we've got. So the details on your screen, we've got a fabulous theme with the first one, which is your city stamps. And you'll notice straight away iconic images from around the world, some of the major cities of the world there, featuring in some beautiful elements. Now what you've got here is a fabric panel that not only gives you the ability to make your quilt panel, which is the large panel that we've got here, you've also got additional elements down the side here. These could potentially be your sashing if you're wanting to. You use them in whichever way you so choose. And as I slide this towards me, you will see you've got some further panels down at the bottom, which you can use for some coordinating projects. There may be cushions with these ones. Maybe there will be additional elements to your quilt. It's entirely up to you. Could be tote bags with those as well. You could be stitching them onto the bags of jackets and all sorts. But you will notice that you're also getting 2 meters of coordinating fabric. Well, let me show you those, because you've got 4 different styles with each of those sets, the different collections. So that's this first one that we've been talking about. And these are the beautiful fabrics that are going to support your fabulous panel that you've got. Now you're going to get 4.5 meters, so 2 meters in total. And you'll notice that lots of the imagery that we've got here echo that main panel that we've just been looking at. So you can see here, you kind of got your compass and you kind of got your map elements with this particular one, as you can see there. As I peel these back, you will see that these all coordinate perfectly with the panel that we've just looked at. So again, there you have got those wonderful kind of postmark elements. If you're liking the look of these and you're wanting to go for them individually, they are available in their metre pieces at the bottom of your screen. That one always reminds me of airmail post, which is that familiar navy and red, as you can see there. And again, you've got your your franking kind of labels there, haven't you, with your little postage postcards featuring as well. So all 4 of those half-metre panels are going to come to you with the details on your screen alongside the larger panel that I just introduced you to. So it's a lovely project, and it gives you the ability to make something quite substantial. But it might be a case that you want to strip things back and break things down. So you can get the element of the panel by itself. Now with this panel behind me, you won't get the additional elements that will enable you to make things like your cushions and the sashing, but you are able to get hold of obviously the panel with all the fabulous postage stamps that we touched on just a few moments ago. And that is available by itself if you're wanting to get hold of it. Again, you've got 3 options. I'll introduce you to the other 2 options in a few moments. But if you're wanting your quilt topper, which is what you've got on the screen there, you're paying just £12.99. And of course, it is included in the bundle at the bottom of your screen, along with those additional square panels and the sashing, and of course, the 2 metres of your complementary fabric. So do bear in mind you've got those 2 options. Might be that you want to add that in alongside this bundle, because you could do quite easily if you wanted to. So if you're wanting to get hold of your first one, then you can see the details on your screen there, 823602. First one that we've been chatting about is obviously travelling around the world. Perhaps this is something that you're wanting to do, or maybe something that you have done. But that kind of explains the concept to you with regards to these. So if you fancy getting involved, then obviously the details are on your screen. But as I mentioned, we've got lots of options. And the next one, we're off on our travels. We're going somewhere a little bit more tropical this time with fabulous parrots. And I love these, the brightness and the colours that you've got within this, really happy colours. Similar sort of concept, so you've got the option of getting hold of the larger panel that we've been chatting about with the sashing, and of course those fabulous square panels that we touched on. And again, I'm going to slide this up so you can have a little look at those square panels featuring at the bottom. Love this idea, Hayley, that you've brought to us.
Yeah, well, we thought it was a really nice idea to be able to have elements that coordinate. So first of all, I've got the one behind me here, which is the one that you're looking at, and that's used the topper. It's used exactly the panel that you've got actually, and there are other bits that go with it. But she's actually split it up, because the amount of that border piece that you get down the side, you get way more than you need to just do one border. So Heather's done this sample and she's added bits into the middle. But the reason I like this design was because there's those nice big white spaces. So that then allows you to really go mad with your quilting in those spaces, which then brings the birds further forward if you leave them unquilted.
This is it. So if you wanted to go for the combination of your huge panel with your sashing down the side, and of course your 2 panels which you could be using for your cushion covers. I mean, have a look at that. A lovely way of using one of those, as you can see there. But again, could be a tote bag, could be a jacket that you're using that for, or maybe you're going to incorporate it and make your quilt larger. Now, of course, the details on your screen are for the panel that I've just been sharing with you, but you're going to get those additional fabrics which we've got to the side here. And again, they're picking out elements from that main panel that we were just looking at. So straight away, you can see how you've got all the fabulous tropical birds featuring there as well. So again, a riot of colour going on here. And it's a good size piece. It's half a metre by, is it 45 inches?
No, it's bigger than that. It's 60-inch fabric, and it's about 57-inch print.
Oh, right,
that's on there. So you're getting an absolutely huge piece to go with it.
Again, you've got your tropical birds there. Then you've got your tropical birds with more of an open area. I mean, this is quite a nice one if you wanted to do something like your paper piecing, because you could centralise
Yeah, you can
these,
fussy cut those out, couldn't you?
Lovely, so that's the second of those 4. Then you've got tropical pineapples. Oh, I do like a pineapple. Very good for you, aren't they? So there you go, you've got your pineapples there. Again, a nice one if you want to do your English paper piecing. And the final one that you've got, oh, look at that for a fabulous print. Isn't that nice? Echoing those lovely kind of jungle palms that we've got in the main panel.
And this one's all in those vintagey colours.
Yeah,
so it's got that
look
kind of, you know, it's got that antique-y look to it, which is quite nice to work with as well.
And lots of nice tones that you can pick out if you wanted to bring in some of your own solids that you've got. So you're going to get all 4 of those. If you fancy getting more of them, though, there is more available. Details have popped up at the bottom of your screen, so you can get hold of a full metre of any of those 4. They're kind of all there for you to choose from. And as you can see, just £17.99. But you are getting a half metre of all 4 of them alongside that larger panel. But of course, if you're wanting just the quilt panel by itself, Hayley referred to it just a few moments ago hanging up, we've got that available for you as well. And again, it's perfect, just ready for you to literally add your extra bits and pieces to if you're wanting to, maybe some of your own blender fabrics, or maybe chopping into it, because if you want to, you could actually use these as kind of block pieces alongside another idea that you might have. Love the open area on this one. I think that's brilliant, especially if you wanted to do some embroidery or something like that. It might be a bit of personalisation you're wanting to add. But as Hayley quite rightly said, I mean, it's a fabulous one for your free motion work, isn't it? You could be drawing around those lovely birds. Again, similarly to the panel we showed you earlier on, they are all available under the same item number, £12.99. So of course you've got your postage stamps that we saw just a few moments ago. You've got your fabulous parrots and parakeets. I don't know, I'm not very good with the... and there's definitely a toucan. There is definitely a toucan in there. But your tropical birds, that's the way that you can get hold of those. But of course, we've got three different options. So I've got the last one to share with you as well. This one, we're talking American Muscle. I love the title behind this one. And looking at cars and kind of, well, we've got camper vans and all sorts going on with this one.
Yeah, there's all sorts going on in this one, and I think this one really lends itself to being cut apart if that's what you want to do, or you can work it as the complete panel. And what I think my favourite bit on this is the bits that are meant to be the border elements on this, because I think these are very funny.
They are brilliant, and it's a brilliant colour grouping with this one. You kind of got those vintage colours with these as well, so if you do like a little bit of retro, this is potentially the one for you. So you can see there you've got obviously your muscle cars featuring with it here, very much an American theme, which I love. Again, it's the larger panel, so you're going to get your panel, you're going to get your sashing, and of course as we go towards the bottom you will get those panels that you can actually turn into your cushions as well. So you can see those down at the bottom there, with your oil in the blood there, and right, oh no, they're further than that. Keep pulling, keep pulling. There you go, sorry, there you go. I'm not old on vintage. I need that one on a t-shirt. And Ride the Classic. I don't need that one on a t-shirt. But of course, it's a fabulous cushion cover that you could be creating.
It means cars.
You've got your sashing there as well. And of course, it is going to come with your 2 metres of fabric, which I've got to the side. I love this car fabric. This looks brilliant.
Yes, we've kind of really gone to town on this one. This is one that Josh has done for us. And I think it's just a bit of fun, isn't it? And
Brilliant.
It's really bright, punchy colours that you know, you can match a lot of things with this. You could just go for a straight black or a straight white to go in with it, or you could add any number of other colours in, because there's such a lot going on in there.
Yeah. Easy pick out colours to work with those. Then stripping it back, you've got your little signs there. I'm going to move that off to the angle slightly so you can read that perhaps a little bit better. So this one says custom made on there, and your vintage classics again featuring within there as well. So again, 1/2 metre of that particular fabric. You're also going to get 1/2 metre of your polka dots. And it's kind of like a mustardy tone with that one. I'll move on from that one because that's not the best one for our camera to look at. Sends you a little bit googly-eyed. But here's Hayley's favourite. I like the time
that
mark.
one's my favourite.
That's a good one, isn't it? I love the purple with that as well.
And this is
really
why
well.
we've put them as collections, so you can get them with the panel, or you can get the panel on its own, or you can get just the topper, you can get the whole panel, or you can go for the lot
about
with
choices.
all of those kind of extra fabrics in there as well.
It is indeed. So you are going to get 1/2 metre of each of those 4 alongside your larger panel if you use the details on your screen. But of course, as is the case with all the others, these are available by the metre at the bottom of your screen. And of course, the panel itself is available by itself if you're wanting to go down that route as well. So this will take you the fabulous elements that you've got there, which again, you can use it just as a panel on your quilt. You could use it for individual projects if you're wanting to. You won't get those squares that you would use perhaps for your cushion covers to work alongside it, but if you're wanting to just go for the panel by itself, it's just £12.99. Again, all 3 options are available on that item number, as is the case for any of those details. So if you're wanting the complete set where you've got the larger panel with the 2 metres of fabric at the bottom of your screen, panel by itself, as you can see on the side there, and of course meterage of those fabrics are available on the website. They're also there alongside lots of other goodies as well, so I do suggest you have a little browse there. You'll see some of the previous ones that you will have seen before for, because of course this is a concept that we have seen here from Craft Yourself. So you've got a nautical theme going on with this one, similar sort of idea. Love this one. Stitcher's sayings, some really funny characters in there and some brilliant phrases. The birds, maybe you're carrying on that bird theme if you got hold of this one originally, and of course those are still available, so if you did want to add those in alongside, you can do. So there's lots to choose from there, and of course the new options are available on there as well, so you can mix it up if you're wanting to go for some of the older designs alongside the brand new ones if you so choose as well. So Hayley, busy stitching away over there. We're going to come over to you next. What are you up
I've got
to?
the vintage birds one. Now I've put this on a black batting. That's not for any reason other than it shows up a little bit better on the telly. And then I went and found out of my stash a kind of a number of the bluey kind of tealy coloured thread, which you can, because I mean obviously at the end of the day this is fabric, so you can hand stitch into it or you can machine stitch into it. So what I've been doing is working on this little piece here, and any of these bits which are further to the foreground, like this bird of paradise flower here, I'm just starting to stitch along the edge of there, because when you're kind of making these, they don't all have to be machine stitched, or they don't all have to be hand stitched. You can take those panels, take the individual elements out of each of those panels, and then use those, you know, again and again.
Okay.
So
yeah,
you can,
sense.
you know, you can really have a bit of a play with them. So I'm having a little bit of a hand stitch on with this one.
So is this one of the panels that would?
This is the from the birds, the parrots one.
So is this within the quilt top or the extended one?
Well, actually, this one is from the quilt topper. However, obviously the quilt topper is within that extended panel as well, so you'll get it in both.
Lovely. Okie dokie.
You'll
So
get
if you're
it in
going for
either.
the £12.99 one at the bottom of your screen, you'll get the particular panel that Hayley's working with. You'll also get it if you go for the bumper bundle, which has got the larger panel with the additional fabrics. But incidentally, I don't think I mentioned it, the larger panel with those additionals at the bottom is available by itself as well. It's kind of like a halfway point. So if you like the idea of having those additional elements at the bottom for your cushion covers, but don't necessarily want the 2 meters of fabric, then you have got the details on your screen, which will get you that larger panel. It's all about choice. There's loads of choice on this show, isn't there? And it's £19.99 if you're wanting to go for that larger panel by itself.
So even thinking about the smaller panels, the toppers, then you're getting, depends, between, sometimes it's 5 large panels. On the American Muscle one, then it's even more panels. Yeah. So if you're breaking them down into individual pieces, which you're all then going to add, you know, a plique, or you're going to add some stitching to, then they can go an awful lot further.
They can do, yeah. And there's so many different colours in there. It's easy to add them into other things.
It's easy to add things to. It's easy to, you know, I mean, you'll have threads and things in your stash that will match these because there are so many colours in them. So you can make these go an awful lot further. I mean, if you were going to go and buy an embroidery backing, just the one, then you'd probably be looking at the £12.99 just for one.
That's true. Yeah.
And then you're getting 5 on the bird one, and one of them's, you know, a whopper.
They're huge. I mean, it's almost like a pillowcase size, that one in the middle,
it is.
Isn't it?
You could probably, you know, chop it up, maybe do that. Go for one of the big panel with the cushions and the bits down the side, and then maybe go for a second topper, which you can then break up. Yeah. Maybe you can fussy cut some of the birds out, add them in again. Yeah. You know, to fill in, because we've left the white spaces kind of on purpose for this one, because we think that by quilting that background, which I'll do in a second, I'll start quilting some of the background around one of these birds, and we'll have a look at that and see how that works. But absolutely, you can do so many things with these, and we've tried to make them just as versatile as possible.
I love it. And obviously we've seen this kind of concept from you before. What sort of feedback have you had from the previous versions? Things like the vintage seaside.
A ton of suggestions on ones that they would like. That's what I've got. I've got a ton of suggestions on what they'd like next.
Oh, I love that idea. But it's nice because you have obviously so many people that go for these.
It's kind of helps everybody out, because it's a nice size that if you're a beginner, yes, it's achievable. Yeah. Most of your work is done for you, and especially if you go for that middle of the road panel that's got the borders and the edges on as well, then you've got that ready to go. If you've got white in your stash like this one here, brilliant, you can add that on. Maybe you've got some threads and things that you want to throw at it as well. Fantastic. It's a good way to just have a little bit of a play. You can use it for your normal style quilting, you can use it for art quilting, you can use it for embroidery. There's lots of different ways you can use this. We're just giving you the starting point, really.
That's it. And to be honest, I mean, they're so pretty, lots of these panels. Even if you just took them and put them straight into frames and didn't necessarily do anything else with them, I think they're going to look amazing. I mean, obviously, the realism that you've got from the prints on these are amazing. The colours have been captured beautifully. I mean, when you have a look at the toucan here, you can see all the different elements with regards to all the details, all the colour around the eye, and it is literally like it's been taken, almost like it's been taken out of a vintage book, so to speak. But I love it. You've kind of got those gorgeous tropical flowers that's so synonymous when you go away on holiday. I think we've all seen those, haven't we, if we've been away. I know it's a dim and distant memory for many of us here, but there you go. You could just, buy the panel and then just put your flip-flops on. There you go. You're halfway there, really, aren't you? But I love the idea of breaking it down as well, because you might not necessarily be into your quilting, but I think when you look at this and you have a look, I mean, the panel that we've got here, and this is similar for the others, obviously it does vary with regards to the quantity of panels, but as Hayley quite rightly said, on this one you've got 1, 2, you've got your large panel there, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 panels. Those could be 7 different projects that you're creating, because a piece like that with the toucan there, quite easily you could add in some of your own fabrics, and instantly you've got the side piece there to go on maybe a tote bag or a bag that you're creating. The sashing obviously extends them if you do want to turn it into a quilt, but the sashing could become things like straps if you wanted to, could become things like binding if you're creating a project as well. And of course there's so many different colours within all of these panels that you could quite easily pick out any of your blenders that you've got at home. I'm sure are going to work with these, and it's a nice opportunity if you are wanting to do a little bit of creative quilting, maybe as Hayley said there, something like an art quilt where you're adding interest and adding detail, then you can do that quite easy. I mean, they're just crying out to be free motion, these.
Yes, and that's exactly where I'm going next. I'm just putting a few more stitches in this one just to use up the rest of that thread.
And it's lovely. This particular one, have you created this one, Hayley?
No, that's Heather that's done that one. Heather from our design team's done that.
And it's lovely because what Heather's done is, I don't know whether you'll be able to pick this up on the camera, but you can see she's done a little bit of stitching around here. So she's kind of got the wadding behind the front piece, the panel. And she stitched through, she's quilted and actually put a lot of detail. Got a little bit of cantha stitch going on there as well, so a little bit of hand embroidery going in there. And again, just following the lines of the design, adding more interest to it as she goes. The birds as well, she's done a little bit of free motion work around there, so you can see the outline of the bird, and that can be as little or as much as you're wanting it to be. Could be that you are literally filling in the detail with your free motion work, or might be just as Heather's done here, and you kind of just do a little kind of outline edge there, just to echo those colour changes that you've got going on there. But I think a really, really pretty project there, created with just one of those panels. This is the beauty of it. The price that you've got on your screen, you're obviously going to get all of the panels included. Just one of them has been used in this particular project. And you've got the additional fabric. You're getting a lot of fabric within
and
this.
You can make to sell on these as well, because we have licensed all of these images.
Okay.
So you can use all of these in make to sell project as well.
I love it. So within the details on your screen, I mean, when we quantify these, I mean, the panel itself, this panel's a huge panel, Hayley.
Yeah,
it's about a metre wide.
It's a whopper.
So
it's 1.5 metres wide, as in from top to bottom there, and then I'm sure it's about 1.
It's going to be. It feels as if it's a little over a metre, to be honest. When I
I think it's about 1.2-ish. I'm going to say. Might be a metre.
So it's kind of 3 metres of fabric, and then you've got the extra width with this as well.
Yes, you have, because obviously usually your usual quilting cotton fabrics are 45 or 44, 45 inches, and this is obviously a 57-inch print across the whole thing.
And it's nice as well because the binding, this is the thing with your actual sashing as well, because you've got it that full 1.5 metres, you haven't got any joining pieces with these.
I know,
yeah.
I know, that's
so
why
it's
we put them
really
on.
clever design, because you'll know if you're a quilter at home, one of the bugbears is quite often you're going to have to put things like your cornerstones in or have a visual kind of join almost on your quilt top. But with this, because you've got that 1.5 metre length that you've got with that, then you don't have to worry about that.
And if you're just going around the topper, like the one that's kind of behind me, they've taken the topper, they've split it into 3 pieces. So it's the one that's just, I don't know if you can get it, it's just over there.
Just over towards the protection screen, the screen of protection.
A little bit towards there, yes. So what you've got is you've got that quilt topper. It's been split into 3. So you've got the 2 birds on the top, and then they've used an extra piece of that border in between to break it up, and then again in between the middle and the bottom panels. And there's enough to do that because the height of that panel is a metre by 170 is the topper size. Okay. And you're getting 4 strips of 1.5 meters, so you're getting 6 meters.
Yeah, it's a
in
lot,
total. So it's a long way around a quilt, that one.
It is. I love it. Now, of course, you've got all your different choices. We've been talking about the different bundles of your quilt toppers, of your additional fabrics, and all those other bits and pieces. Of course, we're kind of like a one-stop shop, really, when it comes to getting all your quilting bits and pieces. So we will perhaps share with you some of the other things that you can get hold of in a little while, because of course you've got your quilt topper that you're creating here. But of course, then there's things like your batting, your backing, all of those we can help you with here at Hochanda as well. So if you're wanting to get hold of those, shall I show you some of those additional things that you can add into your basket? Definitely worth doing this, because of course you can take advantage of your flexi buy with regard to these as well. So with your batting, now your batting, you might, if you are a newcomer to quilting, you might think, well, hang on, I've heard about wadding, I've not heard about batting. They're pretty much the same thing, aren't they, Hayley?
That is our super soft. So that
Lovely.
one is our go-to one. It's not too thick, it's not too thin, it'll fit under your machine. It's a nice, easy one to work with, that one.
It is, and a really good size there, because you've got 1.5 meters square there. Super soft as well, and it's nice that it's polyester. Please don't think to yourself, oh, polyester, am I cutting corners? Not at all. There's a lot of people that don't actually want the natural fibres, and the polyester is a nice alternative, and I must admit, I do use it a lot myself. So £9.99 if you were wanting that. That's a brilliant size piece for that price. Quilting cotton, of course, this is something that you're going to add potentially to the back of your fabric, but to be honest, or the back of your topper, to be honest, the quality of this, you could quite easily use this to extend your top as well. So of course we've been looking at those fabulous tropical birds, a lot of white detail within there, so quite easily you could be actually cutting this into strips, 3 meters of it, my goodness, for £18.97. So really good value bundle, that one as well. 980682. And of course white is such a useful one to have in your stash, because you can use it so much and so many different opportunities. This is a bundle that is definitely made for opportunities. You've got a whole kilogram here of your natural fabric. There's all sorts in there, just £14.99, 327546. Now I'm going to ask Hayley with regards to this one. We've got lots of different fabrics in there. What sort of fabrics are we going to find?
Okay, so there's lots in there. You've got your quilting cotton weights, you've got your calicos in there, you've got your half Panamas, which is the slightly heavier canvasy type weight in there as well. So you've got a really big mixture.
I love that. And if you're a Freedom member, you're only paying £11.99. How amazing is that?
Oh, that's a lot of fabric for that.
Yeah, a lot of fabric for your money there, definitely. You're saving £13. As Hayley quite rightly said, you've got a whole host of different fabrics in there, all on that natural theme. So perfect basing, 327546. Now, some of these items you might look at and think, do you know what? I'm going to use these for a little bit of a plique. Well, you can do that, especially the postage stamps. I mean, you could quite easily fussy cut those and use those in a whole host of different projects. Your fusible webbing, this is something that you'd iron on the back of your fabrics, and obviously you can iron them into place wherever you're wanting to place them, and then obviously stitch them in to keep them permanent. £9.99, you're getting 1.5 meters, it's ½ a metre wide, really good value for money at £9.99, so 305364 if you're wanting to get hold of those. But we've got a pick and mix. Oh, we do like a good pick and mix, don't we? And this is your fleece. Now, fleece can make a fabulous backing to a quilt sometimes, yeah, nice bright colours with this one. So if you are looking at maybe having something that's a bit cosy, maybe you're thinking more of a kind of a winter warmer quilt, then this is always a lovely one to have as a backing. Brilliant value for money, and it's a nice one to stitch with as well, because of course you can see that all those different colours, ½ meters, and at £12.99 for your 3 ½ meters. That is phenomenal value for money. 144482 if you're wanting to get hold of those. I do like working with fleece. It's a nice, easy one to work with.
I think it's a really nice one to back quilt with, because you're kind of cutting out half the work, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're putting your fleece on the back, using that. You're not having to put that extra piece of fabric on the back. Yeah. So you're kind of cutting out half the fabric and you're cutting out half the work, because as long as what you're doing, you're happy for it to be seen on the back side of it, then you'll be absolutely fine. I've got this one, actually. I'm going on a wander. Just bear with.
Okay, you're going rogue.
That one is using the dark grey fleece that we have.
So we don't have to worry about the wadding?
Yes. Exactly. You don't have to worry about the wadding. It's just backed completely with the fleece, no wadding in the middle. And as long as you're happy for whatever quilt lines you've put on, because this is another one that Heather's done, and she's just outlined the kind of stamps and the elements on here themselves. So as long as you're happy for whatever you're putting on the front, stitch-wise, to be seen on the back, then absolutely you can just go straight with it. Apparently this is Frank has been on holiday.
Oh, I see. A bit of free motion work in there. I love it. Fabulous.
No, that used the, I think they're on as the end of call offer. It's the pens.
Oh, like the fabric pens?
Yes, the fabric pens.
Oh, keep an eye out those. That's a good point, actually. When you are checking out your baskets, you'll find all sorts of things that are brought up as offers to you. No additional post and packing with regards to those. So, yeah, it's always worth having a little look at those. So, Hayley, you've moved over to your sewing machine now.
I
so
have.
What are you up to now?
So, what I'm doing is, we talked about quilting the background of these or doing a bit of free motion just to make the birds stand out more. So, what I've done is I've selected one of the decorative stitches on my machine, and I'm just actually using that to kind of quilt in the background. And I've got a little star stitch. Let me just pop that up and pull this out for you. Oh, there we go. It got stuck. Have I snapped my thread? Oh, I have. Right, hang on, bear with. Oh, I'm stuck at the top. Ah, yes, it's got stuck at the top. I'll deal with that in a second. But if you can just have a look just there.
Oh,
that's where I've been using, rather than doing something, you know, free motion. Sometimes people haven't got a free motion foot. Sometimes the machines aren't capable of that. But you can quilt the background just with a little decorative stitch that's already on your machine. So what I'll do is I'll keep going around a bit further around here. But what I've been doing is the spacing in between them. I've actually just used the width of the foot as my spacing, so I'm not having to draw a load of lines on first. I would definitely recommend, though, before you start, because it isn't the straightest, putting a couple of straight lines on there just to kick you off, so you've got a good idea of keeping everything straight, and then you can kind of base it off of that.
That's a good tip. Definitely one worth taking on board. Thank you, Hayley, for that. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of a recap because we've got lots of options to share with you, and we're going to go back to the beginning. This one, I think, is my favourite. I do like the American Muscle one with the cars, but I think maybe in a bit of a canny sewer, I like the idea of this one because you've got so much within this panel. Now, we've got the details on the screen for the bundle where you're getting the larger panel. The larger panel is available by itself, $19.99 if you're wanting it. But on this option that we've got on your screen, you're going to get that panel alongside your 2 meters of complementary fabric that are going to work with the designs. The reason I like this is you are getting so many of those postage stamps. I think this is brilliant. Even if you're just fussy cutting and taking your rotary cutter and cutting in between these, or kind of giving them a little bit of a framework and adding in your own fabrics, you are really going to be able to extend this particular panel. Now, we've got New York and London, Sydney, Pisa. It's lunchtime. I've been up the Leaning Tower of Pisa. You can't go up it now. Not because
it's too wonky now, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's gone too far on the wonk.
It's not your fault, is it?
Pardon?
It's not your fault.
It's not my fault, no.
Okay. Just checking.
It's one of the things that I can't be blamed for. But no, it was a long time ago. Probably would have only been about 15 or so when I went up there. It's terrifying at the top because it is literally like that and you're like running away. Very scary. But anyway, Rome is featuring in there as well. Paris. Lots of these. It's almost like a tick list maybe of your travels. Tokyo. Oh, that's somewhere I'd love to go to. Then, of course, you've got Rio de Janeiro, Istanbul. Again, that's another city I would love to visit. All of these different elements that you've got in here could literally be taken, cut and put into a panel or create your own quilt with these. But what you will notice if you've got the white area around them, because they are designed to literally be taken and used as a panel itself. And you can see as I'm holding that up, you've got a really good size piece that you've got with this one. So you've got the panel itself coming alongside the fabrics. The panel, if you're wanting it on its own, £19.99. And this is kind of like an extra large panel because what you will notice when we get to the postage stamps at the bottom here, you've got a continuation with your larger pieces. So you can see London and New York featuring here. Now these are part of the larger panel. I've got a smaller panel at £12.99 that don't include these, but to be honest, I think these are nice feature panels because, of course, with this one you have got those sashing strips down the sides, and as we mentioned, a good £1.5 metre length with regards to those, which means if you are using them for sashing on your quilt, then you don't have to worry about any joins because they're going to work. Hold on, there we go, I need to be a few inches taller. So again, that is your large panel, but the details on your screen aren't just for your large panel. What you're also going to get is 2 metres of additional fabric, and this additional fabric is picking out elements and features from that panel that we've just been looking at. So here you can see the essence of travel still continues through this one. So you've almost got, it's almost like an oldie worldy kind of treasure map look, but you've got kind of the air and the plane there with almost like the tracking of the journey that it's gone on. You've got a very vintage style compass featuring a little little kind of postcards in there as well. So that you're going to get ½ metre of that. Now these fabrics are available as metre length, so if you like the look of these for your own projects, they're at the bottom of your screen. Again, this one, like this one, 'cause it's kind of fusion of the postage stamps but with your postal marks as well, and we will see those postal marks appearing a little bit later on. Good old airmail. I remember my mum used to do it in the good old days where we hand wrote a letter. She used to buy those airmail letters to send off to, I think it was her cousin who was in Canada, and again it's kind of that vintage look, that retro feel that you've got with those red and blue markings on there. And then finally the one there again with the Frankie machine labels, as you can see there, the Frank's marks there alongside the postage stamps. Each one of these are available as a panel by itself. £17.99, they're at the bottom of the screen. But the beauty is, with the set that we've got on your screen, you are going to get 2 metres worth, a ½ metre of all 4 of those options, which when you team it up alongside those larger panels really give you a huge amount of scope. You can make it a really good sized quilt if you wanted to make it into a quilt, or loads and loads of different projects. So you've got your big panel's available by itself, or the big panel with the fabric, or the shorter panel which we've got behind us. So have a look at this one. This one hasn't got the cushion panels that we looked at the bottom, but it's a nice way of adding to that panel that we've just been looking at. Maybe you want some additional pieces, or maybe you fancy just getting hold of this design and you're working on a budget. We all have budgets to work within, and at £12.99, really good value for money, because you are getting all of those wonderful elements. You've got 12 postage stamps there, again showing all the different cities that we've just been speaking of. And I would certainly consider adding this in alongside that larger panel if I'm going for it, because of course we don't know how often we'll see these, so it's always worth going for them all at the same time. 823602, if you're wanting the panel by itself, you'll notice that there are additional options because we've got 3 different ways for you to get hold of these different elements. So moving away from our international cities, we're going to go over to our fabulous birds of, well, they're kind of tropical birds, aren't they? Birds of paradise. We've got all sorts in here. Parrots and toucans and parakeets and all sorts. I've exhausted my bird knowledge there as well. Now, of course, with this one you have got your panel. So let me introduce you to the panel to start with. The big panel that we've got here, you've got the details up on your screen there, £19.99. You've got your large panel, and then down at the bottom you've got an additional couple of elements on there that are going to be able to create your cushions, just like the cushions that Hayley's been working on at the bottom. So that vintage look with regards to your toucan there, and of course your little parakeets to the side. What you've also got on this panel though is your sashing, and this is extra long because it's one of those things when you're creating a quilt, sashing can be a bit tricky because you regularly have to put a join in it. Well, with this panel you don't have to worry. You've got 1.5 metres length there, so you've got good long runs with regards to these pieces, which can quite easily be used for your sashing, but of course they don't have to be. Could be that you're going to be teaming these up with colours that you've got already. I mean, you could make a really chunky kind of lock cabin with this, couldn't you, if you wanted to?
If you wanted to. You've got, we've just tried to make it so you've got options. So you've got everything that you need there to make a fairly straightforward lap quilt sized quilt, or if you want to add your own bits and pieces into it and take it a bit further, then absolutely you can.
Love it, there you go. So if you want the panel by itself, then it's available, £19.99. That's the panel that I'm holding here. Now, of course, it is available as a bundle, so you would get that panel with your 2 metres of fabric. And your 2 metres of fabric, again, picking out elements as we spoke of before. In fact, should I bring it in and we'll kind of do it this way across, because they're kind of on their side there, and I feel a little bit sorry. And a bird lying on its side is never a good look, really, is it? You want them upright. So there you go. You've got your toucans and all your fabulous birds. I mean, that is a brilliant fabric, isn't it? Now, within the bundle on your screen, you are going to get a ½ metre of this particular fabric. You're also going to get a ½ metre of this particular one, again, with all your different... is it a macaw, that one that you've got with the blue and the yellow? I don't know. Emma was in yesterday, and Emma's got she's got a little green parrot. Kermit, she's called him. Yes, lots of tales to be told. Pineapple, tropical pineapples again. Nice design, this one, because they're all lined up. So again, you could use that one maybe if you're binding, if you wanted to. And the final one in this set of 4 is that fabulous kind of jungle print leaf. Now, if you like the look of any of these and you want to go for them by themselves, then you can do. They are £17.99 for a full metre. And of course, you can add those in. But your ½ metre of your vintage leaves alongside your pineapples, alongside your collection of birds, and of course, alongside those fabulous parrots and parakeets we were looking at, will come to you in the bundle on your screen there. So you'll get 2 metres of those fabrics and that large panel for just £45.99. I forgot what the price was. So flexi buys anyway, £22.99, 97p. I always forget the penny bits, but there you go. So that's your second of your 3 options. The quilt topper by itself, if you don't want the cushion panels at the bottom, then you can get it for that shorter length, which of course is where you have got all the fabulous birds. As you can see, they've got 5 panels, including that huge panel in the middle there, which you are going to be able to use if you wanted to for almost like a pillowcase, a really good size, that one. So if you are thinking of making a quilt and using those for your pillowcases, I would suggest you go for the big set at the bottom of your screen and a couple of these, so you've got 2 pillowcases and you're not cutting into that panel that we just spoke of with the larger bundle like those. So again, same item number. Second of our 3 options. One more to share with you, and it's those American mussel, and this is brilliant because very much kind of car themed. So maybe it's a case that you're creating it for a retro style room, then this would be perfect. The bright colours that you've got in here, I think you are going to have loads of fun when you're working with this one, because you can pick out so many different colours. I mean, you've got reds and blues that regularly we have got in our stash. Things like your solid whites, your blacks, that mustard colour very much on trend still at the moment. And again, this is your larger panel. Now, your large panel is the one, again, as we were mentioning, you've got all your main squares, and you've also got your sashing, which is this fabulous kind of purple tire track. Love that. And then, of course, at the bottom, you have got those additional pieces there with your cushion panels or maybe your tote bag panels that you can see at the bottom there as well. So, yeah, if you fancy getting hold of this one, again, £19.99. Again, a lot of fabric for your money with this one. And 443123 is the item number. And, of course, you've got the equivalent with the other designs. But the bundle would include that panel that we've just spoken of there, but it'll also include those additional fabrics. Again, I'm going to bring these in because some of these are landscape prints with these, and I think it's a little easier to see them. The retro card, I love this one, Hayley. These cars on here look fabulous. I don't know, I'm not very good on the car styles or brands or whatever you call them.
I can sort that for you.
Oh, okay. So the blue ones that we've got here, the open top cars, I mean, that's a vintage car. Classic style, this particular one, isn't it, with your open top car.
Where you're pointing. Oh, that's a Chevy Bel Air.
Oh, sorry, I'm pointing and you can't see my hand. So that one.
Yeah, that's a Chevy Bel Air.
See, that's a classic kind of driving movie car, isn't it?
From the back of it, I'm going to guess it's a 57.
My goodness. Are you a bit of a petrol head, Hayley?
I have some skills.
Ooh, we're delving. We're going to those inner layers. The next one that we've got, I love this yellow one that we've got by the side.
No,
I mean, that looks like
to be fair,
it's
because my dad's had a lot of American cars for lots of
he?
years. So you pick, you pick stuff
You pick up stuff, you pay attention.
Pick stuff up.
Yep. But classic look with that, and I love the orange backdrop with that one as well. So
yes, it just makes everything really stand out.
Doesn't it
There's always
just,
a lot of black in cars with tyres and grills and things like that. So
love it.
That makes it just really pop.
So
the yellow
all
one's
your
a
fabulous
Mustang.
cars. Pardon?
The yellow one's a Mustang.
A Mustang? Oh, I've heard of those. Mustang Sally. Other names are available. Then, of course, you've got this one, and this is a classic. Looking at the kind of the signage, and these are that retro sign.
Yes, it's just like retro signs. So you could these would make really nice kind of borders and things like that, because you could just take those elements out, and because of the way it's printed, you've got that full width of the fabric. So if you're doing them in borders, you're going to get that whole 150, 148 centimetre strip
really good
in one go.
Love that. And again, the orange, which of course, the orange, continuing that theme, it's going to go through. It's exactly the same colour tone there, so you don't have to worry. You're not having to find another colour. It all blends and works so well together. Moving those two out of the way, you've got your polka dots. We're not going to concentrate on this one too much because it does play havoc with your screens, with the cameras. So it's kind of like a limey yellow sort of tone.
Yeah, it matches the colours in the cars.
Ah,
so that's where it will kind of work, because it's exactly the same colour tone as the car panels.
Fabulous. And then the final one, you've got the wonderful tyre track, as you can see there. And again, each one of these pieces, really good length with regards to these. You've got 1/2 metre from top to bottom, but then you've got about 1.5 metres going across the width of these. And of course, you are getting all 4 of those included in the bundle that's on your screen. Now, if you like the look of any one of these, then they are available individually. So do check out the details at the bottom of your screen. £17.99 will get you a full metre of these. So if you do want to potentially go for some of these, maybe for backings of your quilts as well, then you can do. But rest assured, all 4 of those, all 4 1/2 metres, come alongside that panel. Panel, if you want it by itself, £19.99. But of course, we do have the ability for you to get hold of it without those cushion panels at the bottom. And that's a panel that I've got at the side here. And I would call this a project panel. If you're thinking of making a quilt, then certainly go for the set that we've just been talking about. But if you like the idea of using these panels in projects, maybe you've gone for the farbazines from Hayley and Craft Yourself Silly previously, and you've got some of the projects in there that you'd like to replicate, then these would be a perfect way for you to do so. You can drop them into pretty much any pattern or any design you've got, because of course, being that square shape, they are brilliant. And I just love the look of that. I mean, that'd be fabulous on a t-shirt, wouldn't it? You could literally just cut around the edge there, whoops-a-daisy, put some of that fusible webbing on the back there, and then away you go as well. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how that attached, but we might have to come back to that one. So if you fancy getting hold of these, then the details are on your screen. They're £12.99, 823602. Now, of course, we mentioned previous options with regards to these. So if you do want to get hold of those, here you go. We've got the details popping up on the screen. They're all available on the same item number. So if you want to go for the new designs alongside the older ones, then you can do. This is a lovely one. You've got your vintage seaside with this one. And this is the one that we saw over by Hayley. It was backed with that lovely grey fleece that we saw earlier on. Such a clever idea. This one is loads of fun. Retro, definitely, with this one. Lots of bright colour tones with this one. And again, a really nice set. And again, this is the set where you're going to get that larger panel, and you're also going to get those supportive fabrics. So you've got 4 1/2 metres, giving you 2 metres with each one of these, as you can see there. And then, of course, you've got your original birds. So again, these are lovely, maybe to work alongside the tropical birds that we saw a few moments ago. So yes, if you fancy going for those, you can do. Again, you've got your sashing, and again, you've got your complimentary 1/2 metres with each of those. And of course, those fabrics that we're looking at there are available by the metre if you want to go down the route again. And if you like the look of the postage stamps that we were looking at earlier on, then there you go. That is the set for you. Oh, you're whirring into action now with your machine.
Well, now it's all set up, we can go great guns. And this is what we were talking about leaving those big white spaces that we've left in the bird panel, because that one really lends itself to this type of quilting. And you don't necessarily have to have a super fancy machine. A lot of the more basic machines will have a certain number of decorative stitches on them, so that you'll be able to add those as a quilted background. So if I just, I'll finish this row that I've been doing, and all I've done is put a line on to get my first one, and then I'm measuring them off subsequent ones by just using the edge of the foot along the edge of the previous stitch line to keep everything in line. And I'm not being particularly precious about getting any of the stars lined up in their own lines. I'm just kind of going for it. But one top tip that I will give you when I get to the end of this row is about where you start each line. So let me just get to the end of here. Now I am whizzing along on here, but you'll notice I'm just keeping the fabric steady. I'm not kind of pulling it back and forth, because with any of these decorative stitches, you'll notice the machine is doing its own thing, and it's pulling that fabric back and forth to create that star stitch. And if I'm kind of very rigid and trying to hold it very still, you'll just end up with a scrunchy up mess. So just let it do its thing, let the machine feed it through. All you're there to do is just steer it left and right a little bit. That's all you need to do. So.
A lot of white area, but you can't see the wadding coming through.
No, that's because it's good quality fabric. It's a quilting cotton fabric that we've put this on, so you shouldn't see that. So I've got to the end of here. Now, this particular machine, if I stop on halfway through a stitch, so say for this one, this row here, I've stopped and it's done my 3 straight stitches, so it's going to immediately start and try and put a star in the next time I stitch. Now, that's fine, but what that will do is it'll try and come back over on my previous one. So if I don't want it to overlap that line where I'm going to end up with unpicking, I'm going to need to just flip it round. Let me just pop that under there, because it is a good idea when you're doing these kind of stitches as well to go alternate directions. So come in one direction first, flip it round, go back in the other direction, because what you will find is you don't necessarily do it on purpose, but you will drift slightly out each time you do it. So by turning it round, that will even itself out as you go. But what I do tend to do is on this particular machine, because I want that to start at the beginning of the stitch again, not start halfway through that star like it is. It's already set to number 20. I'm going to take it off and then just adjust it so it's back on, so I know exactly where it's going to start, rather than it starting halfway through a stitch. And I'll quickly do this row, and then I'll show you that kind of coming together, where you can see that bird then coming to the foreground because we've quilted around it.
Lovely. And while you're doing that, Hayley, I will explain to everybody about the panel that Hayley's working with. It's Tropical Birds. It's the most popular one that we've got within this particular collection that we've got. And of course, there's loads of different ways for you to get hold of these as well. So if you're wanting the largest panel alongside the additional fabrics, and we've got the details up on the screen. So this is where you've kind of got your extended panel. The panel with your 5 images, your 5 pieces, that is available by itself. We had that one behind us at £12.99. But with this one, you've got the extension of the sashing down the side. So the additional fabric that you're going to be able to use if you are making your quilt. So this is going to kind of put the difference between your blocks. So you've got your sashing down there. And these sashing pieces, you're looking at, is that going to be about 1.5 meters with regards to those? Good size width with those as well. So plenty of room, plenty of seam allowance there. But of course, you don't have to use them for your sashing if you don't want to. You might want to cut these into squares, because when you look at the size of these, I mean, it's a really good sized piece. You could turn those into considerable sized squares, and then obviously turn them into your half square triangles and so on if you're wanting to. Now, the other part of this particular panel, not only is it those rectangles down the side, the sashing, you've also got these additional panels at the bottom. So if you're going for the details at the bottom of your screen, you won't have, oh, actually you will, because it's a larger panel now. So yeah, this is if you wanted to get the panel by itself. But if you're going for the smaller one behind us at £12.99, you won't have these two on there. So just bear that in mind if you are going for it. So if you're not overly concerned about these two, then you can go for the shorter panel. And the shorter panel doesn't include those strips that we spoke of at the side, or the cushion panels at the bottom. It would just give you those 5 panels, which are a sizable panel in their own right, for £12.99. But the way that most of you have gone for this is you've gone for the largest panel, and you've gone for the additional, obviously all with the details on your screen there, partly I think because you've got your flexi buy on that one, and lots of you adding in additional bits and pieces, because of course this is just the start of your quilt. You're going to need to add those additional bits and pieces, like your batting. So this is going to give you that sponginess between your quilt topper and between your backing. So this is the bit that gives you the warmth and that lovely cosy feel when you snuggle underneath your quilt. So 838939. Now of course you could bypass this if you wanted to, and do exactly as Hayley showed us with the quilt a few moments ago, and maybe add this to the back instead. It's your fleece, and this can quite easily just go on the back of your fabric. You could be quilting the 2 layers together, stitching around maybe the postage stamps, things like that. I'm looking at the one with all the different cities in there. Be lovely with the red. Or maybe you're going to go for the grey, that darker grey. That's the one that Hayley showed us on the back of the vintage Seaside. So whichever of those, you're going to get a 3.5 meters for £12.99. So if you want to go down that route, then you can do. And don't forget, we have got your quilt backing, your white fabric, if you want to go for that one. 3 meters of that. That's on the website as well. How are you getting on over there, Hayley?
Okay, I've just tied some ends off. So if I can, we have got one over the top. There we go. We'll go that way then.
Oh, look at this.
And then that just kind of starts to sink that background back further. And if you wanted to bubble quilt these, so you wanted to make the birds stand out even further, if I just put a little bit of put my finger behind there so you can see it kind of stick out
Oh,
a
so
little bit
put
more.
a little bit of...
So you could put additional stuffing
Ah.
in to make those birds stand out even further if you want to. I mean, all I've done, I would actually do the outline of this, either hand stitching it or machine stitching it. I would do the outline of that properly. Let me just see if we can get this round
It's
so
so
you can see
cute.
properly.
I love using the decorative stitches for that.
They never get used.
Yeah, that's true.
You know,
Very true.
you have, I mean, you can buy machines with hundreds and hundreds of decorative stitches, and they very, very rarely get used. But one like that, where it's mostly a straight stitch with just the odd little bit of fanciness in there, that's a really nice one to be able to use to actually quilt the background of
Yes,
things.
yeah.
And in that bird one, because you've got those bigger white areas, you've got more chance to experiment with those. You don't necessarily need to go as dense as that. I've just done it so it's kind of fairly even across the whole piece, but it does really give you another nice option. And you've got your hand stitching options on there as well. I mean, as we've said earlier, just that small panel usually for an embroidery kit would be around the £12 mark.
Oh, easily.
So on the quilt topper, you're kind of having one and getting 4 more extras.
Well, this is
That's
it,
all
yeah.
good.
Whichever of the panels you go for, you're going to have at least 5. If you're going for the set with the tropical birds, obviously you've got that larger, almost double-sized panel in the middle there, and then of course you've got your smaller squares. And again, those would make just fabulous, like little kind of focal points if you wanted to make cushions. You've got 4 of those, add in your own fabric for £12.99. I think brilliant. But of course, the larger panel with the extension piece at the bottom, and of course at the sides there with your sashing and the additional fabrics. The details are on your screen. Now we have got lots of different options, so jump onto the website. You'll find everything laid out nice and easily and clearly on there. They're all broken down, so you've got lots of options under each of those item numbers. Beauty is that you've got the original designs that are there. You might not have come across those before, or maybe you didn't get them at the time. Well, they are sitting there alongside the brand new ones, and again, it's just a lovely way for you to find everything in one place. You've got your meterage fabric there as well, so of course those complementary fabrics that you're getting with the larger bundle, the half meters. If a half metre isn't enough and you want a bit more, then you can go for those larger pieces. And again, you can see there's some really pretty prints with regards to those. They're going to sit really well within your kind of your capsule, your fabric capsule. But the quilt toppers themselves, these are brilliant. So you've got obviously the larger one that we've just been looking at, but you've got your maybe more affordable £12.99 one, where you have got your fabulous postage stamps. All 12 that we were looking at in the larger panel are featured on the panel that we've got at the back here for £12.99. And instantly, I think you can look at these and think, right, those are perfect. You could cut around those. You've got a good amount of area there. So you've got almost 12 projects that you can be working with.
Yes, you could have. I mean, we try to put as kind of much flexibility in these as we can. In the stamps, you get potentially 12 separate projects. In the birds, there are 5 panels, and in the American mussel, there are 7.
So, yeah, loads of value. I kind of like the idea of making that into a book, and each one of those being a different kind of...
Oh, making it into a kind of a journal.
Yeah,
Well, the thing is, it's fabric, you can use it for mixed media as well. Why
You
not?
could do quite easily. Now, sadly, we've come to the end of our hour. I don't know where that hour has gone. I've had a lovely time. When are you back again, my dear?
8th.
8th? You sound very confident then.
I don't even know what day it is, Hayley. I'll be honest.
Monday? Does Monday sound more familiar?
Is it?
Monday, yeah.
I don't know.
Check
I'm going
out
to say the
schedule.
8th.
I think it's Monday.
Is that Monday?
Yeah, Monday's the 8th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, that then.
Well, I'll see you a little bit later on. Check out the schedule to see when Craft Yourself Silly are back. Yanis is up next, though. He certainly is, and if you're into your stitching, you certainly want to stay tuned. We've got a fabulous hour coming up. Then I'll be rejoining lovely Nikki via Skype for the one-day special before we have a little bit of Simply Vintage.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line. And we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Hi, I'm Sarah.
And I'm Vicky. We are the Stamping Sisters
from Stamp Addicts. We started our family-run business in 1992 when we were importing rubber stamps from the USA.
But now we design and manufacture them all here in-house in our shop in Bedfordshire.
We make grey rubber stamps and we make them as deeply etched as we possibly can so that you can use them in many different ways.
On our shows on Hochanda, we like to give you lots of different techniques to use with the stamps, different ways that they can be used and ideas.
We hope that we can inspire you to get out your stamps and have a play. Look at all the different designs we've got. We've got Christmas, we've got scenic, we've got cute and furry. There's something for everyone.
Make sure you don't miss the Stamp Addict shows
on Hochanda.
Well, hello everybody and a warm welcome. Good afternoon. One of my favourite parts of being a presenter here at Hochanda is getting to introduce you to some fantastic new suppliers, and that's what we really do strive very hard to scour the globe and bring you some exceptionally talented people. And this is no exception. We've got a brand new guest, the wonderfully talented Cheryl Lynch, who's joining us all the way from America. I think we have got Cheryl on Skype. Cheryl, are you there? Hello.
I'm here. Hi.
Lovely to chat to you. Cheryl, now, you're on the East Coast. We were all guessing where. I said maybe South Carolina. Whereabouts on the East Coast are you?
A little bit north of that.
Okay.
I'm from outside of Philadelphia,
Oh,
where
nice.
it is snowing like crazy right now.
I can imagine. Outside, well, look, beautiful. So, Cheryl, I'm blown away by the mosaics, the mini mosaics that we're offering. I can see a larger version behind you. As you're a new guest, just tell us a little bit about yourself, tell us about the mosaics. How did you come up with the concept?
So I live outside of Philadelphia, as I said. I have 2 sons.
Yeah.
And my husband and I love to travel. We went on a trip to Israel.
All right, nice.
And there were mosaics everywhere. They greeted you at the airport. We went to a synagogue that was covered with them, the floors, the ceilings, the stairwells, just everything. And it was just so beautiful, and I was inspired. But at that point, I had written 2 quilting books.
Yeah.
I had been teaching. I didn't want to start a hobby, especially a hobby where I could get glass in my eyes or something like that, because I'm kind of klutzy.
Of course, yeah.
So when I went home, I tried to develop a technique that could be used with fabric.
You have stumbled, well, not stumbled on something, created something that it just looks so beautiful. Just to give you a little backstory, because this is the first time we've worked together, Cheryl. I've been at Hochanda. So Hochanda, we're 5 years old, or over 5 years old now, and I've been presenting at Hochanda for over 4 of those. I have never seen anything like this on Hochanda before. You're bringing something so wonderfully original, and it's so nice because we're already getting busy for everything across the board. You must have a huge fan base for this. I can imagine internationally you've got a lot of people who just love your work.
I've pretty much confined myself to the U.S.
Okay.
I'm a little bit a one-man band. My husband helped. He did all the shipping and the packaging for a while. He's not with me anymore, so now I do everything.
Yeah.
So I have sold thousands of them.
Yeah.
But I don't ship outside of the U.S. because it's very expensive. People don't want to pay that shipping.
Well, that's a big point, and we're so proud to say. So I'm right in saying this, Cheryl. With regard to Europe and the UK, this is the only place outside of the US where you can get hold of these.
Yes, that's correct.
That's amazing. So that, and thank you so much for doing that. We really do feel honoured. This thing, I mentioned the fact that Hochanda, as a company, we really do place so much emphasis on sourcing new talented guests such as yourself. But also, we strive to support the little businesses too. You say one-man band, it's you create the kits, you pack the kits. So we're really glad you can support that. Everything is beautiful. Should we get into the kits, Cheryl? Because it's worth showing everyone what they can get. Now, I know this first one is one of your best sellers, already extremely busy for this. It looks beautiful. And anyone at home, I think, would agree with me in saying that. So what the kits allow us to do is dip into our stash. So thinking about what fabrics you already have. How much fabric would you need to do something like this, Cheryl?
Oh, my goodness. You know, I say you need a lot of a little.
Okay.
So what makes them so interesting is that it's a lot of little different pieces of fabric.
I like that, a lot of a little. So effectively, it's a stash buster, because one thing sewers do have is a lot of a little.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you know what? You never throw out another scrap again.
No, I love that. Never.
Because you just need little tiny pieces.
Yeah. I'm just putting that down. Cheryl, I just want to tell everyone at home, sorry to interrupt you there, our details on the screen do say back in stock. That's just a glitch, and we're trying to rectify that. It's a new today. We've never had it in stock before today, so apologies for that. What I can tell you, though, already, quarter of the stock? Quarter of the stock's gone already. Cheryl, can you just tell us, what do we get in the actual kit, if you don't mind?
So in the kit comes... That's the cover of the kit that's right in front of you.
Okay.
So it's a beautiful, high-quality photo that you can use as... Then you get a line drawing. Do you have everything with... Yes.
Yeah, I got it.
A line drawing, which is your pattern.
Yeah.
You get a piece of sticky stabilizer, which is the thing on the bottom.
Yeah, got that. So that's your stabilizer. Yeah.
And I'm going to show you how you make it.
And then you also
get a piece...
The netting?
Yes, I call it tulle. I don't know if you call it tulle.
Tulle, yeah, no, we do, yeah. There you go,
then
that's the tulle.
an instruction book.
Brilliant. And you are getting the sort of pattern, the instruction book in there as well. Where you know how you mentioned about the high quality picture on the front? Again, the instruction pamphlet, it's really well designed, easy to follow, lots and lots of information in there. Excellent. So those are the kits, and I kind of get the impression, Cheryl, I know this was born out of your desire to do mosaic, but with fabric. And again, I've never seen anything like this before in any form of crafting, so taking that discipline and putting it into fabric. But you are tapping into something so many crafters can really relate to. It's using those scraps of fabric, which every sewer, every soft crafter at home will have, but also it's doing something that's fun. I can imagine actually piecing it all together. That's going to be incredibly enjoyable.
Well, the good news is that they're not, those little pieces are not sewn.
Right.
So I call it a low technique. So if you're not a quilter or a sewer, you can still make it. You're placing those little squares onto that sticky stabilizer.
Amazing. And just looking behind you, Cheryl, that the piece you have behind you looks amazing. So something like this, I know with the mini mosaic kits, they're going to be conversational pieces. Someone comes to your home and sees that, instantly it's going to strike, you're going to strike up a conversation and say, where did you get that from? And then as a crafter, you get the pleasure of saying, well, actually, this fabulous lady, Cheryl Lynch, created a pattern, gave us a bundle, and I created it myself.
Absolutely. The one behind me was based on a photograph I took on a travel to France.
Wow.
So I don't know if you could see the bicycle.
It looks,
and
it looks incredible. That's from France, a picture from France.
Yeah. 3 feet by 4 feet. So a meter by a meter and a third is what you'd say.
Okay, yeah. That looks amazing. Amazing. Right, I'll tell you what to do. We've got lots to show you, so we'll be moving on. This first option, extremely busy. This is your Queen Bee quilting pattern. We've only just seen it. It is not, just to reiterate, it is not back in stock. Apology, that's just our graphics playing up. It is a new today, and if you want to get your own Queen Bee beautiful mini mosaic quilting kit, then $15.99 your price there. Over a third of the stock has gone. 558106 your item number. I'm going to move on. We've got another beautiful design. I kind of feel, Cheryl, you've got something for everyone now. I love cats, but this is a cool cat. I love this. Tell us a little story here.
So I'm not really a cat fan. I'm a dog fan.
Right.
But I would do shows. You know, and I talk to people, and everyone would say, "Oh, you have a dog, but I want a cat."
Yeah.
And I'd go, "Oh, cats! I don't like cats." So finally, enough people asked me for a cat that I designed one. But I did it in my own way, and she's called Hipster Kitty.
Well, that is a total hipster kitty. So I love cats and dogs. I have to. I've got a very soft spot for cats there. But you've captured something that I think this is what makes cats so special, is because they have got a little bit of their own personalities about them. They're individual. They're hipsters. They like to go out and tread their own path. That looks amazing, and we know at Hochanda, the UK, we're a nation of pet lovers, and often we'll say to viewers, send in pictures of your pets, and we get so many beautiful dogs and cats. So somebody who is a cat lover, but even if you're not a cat lover, if you just love the concept, the idea, I think this is a kit well worth consideration.
She's cute.
She is cute. I love it. We just got the details on the screen. Again, I am so sorry it says back in stock. It is not. It is a new today. 243325, your item number. If you want to get your hipster kitty, which we all love. So remember, within the kit, you're going to be getting your sticky sheet that allows you to put on the little mosaic tiles. You're getting your pattern, you're getting your booklet, and then you're getting your tool in there as well. When I say tool, it's the fabric here. It's sort of like a netting fabric that you're getting with it. So all of that to make your fantastic mosaic. If you do have a soft spot for your little fur babies, could you imagine that in your home? Or for somebody who does. Because Cheryl, she brought you this kit because so many people are loving their cats. We're going to move on. Right. We've got more. Now, let's have a look here. Cheryl, this works so... The concept works so well with the mosaic, with the dragonfly. That looks absolutely breathtaking.
Yeah, I love dragonflies, and we have a house on a lake where in the summer there are lots and lots of dragonflies and cattails.
Oh, wow.
So inspiration for that one.
It sounds like you live in a beautiful part of the world. I can just imagine you sitting by the lake, coming up with your new ideas. You've captured something very special there. And what I really like about the principle with the little mosaic quilts is, Cheryl, we get to use our own scraps. So thinking about, depending on your colour tones, you can totally transform and personalise each piece. So thinking about what you have in your stash. Now, and then going a step further, imagine incorporating, because we have some beautiful fabrics here at Hochanda. What about using K-Facet or Liberty fabrics in there. We had a happy hour yesterday where we had all those fat quarters. You could use any scraps in there. $15.99 is your price for this fantastic dragonfly quilt pattern from Cheryl Lynch. This is Cheryl's first show here at Hochanda. I'm hoping first of many because, Cheryl, I'll be honest, first time working with each other, I'm a big fan of yours. I think you're fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's so...
All right. Right, we're going to move on. We're going to have a look here. This is your bicycle. So this kind of touches back. You know that picture, oh, it's a picture, the mosaic you have in behind you at home, it's got a little bit of that about it. You can imagine finding a beautiful spot in a city centre. It could be Paris, it could be London, it could be New York. But you've captured something very special here.
Yes, I happen to love riding a bicycle.
Nice.
And so I had to create one.
Yeah. Oh, I like that.
That was one of my first designs.
It's, you know, your designs are all, they're quirky. And it's nice how you're able to inject so much individual personal traits into each of the pieces here. But you've got a lot yourself in these, I can imagine. Yeah.
I am kind of quirky.
I like that. I think quirky's good. We all need a bit of quirky in our life. $15.99 is your price. Not back in stock, and I'm going to keep on reiterating that. That's just our graphics. It is a new today. Cheryl Lynch, brand new to the Hochanda family, and we are so proud to be able to offer her beautiful little mini mosaic kits. 870-185, your item number, if you do want to go for this fantastic design. Now, we have more for you. Okay. Now, the turtle, this is special. This to me, I've got connotations of Hawaii, beautiful waters, wonderful leatherback turtle in there. So what inspired you to do this piece, Cheryl?
So there's another place in my life that I love to visit, and it's Key West, Florida.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So a lot of my designs are inspired by Key West.
Nice.
I like to spend winters there, not this winter, but some winters there.
Yeah.
And there's a lovely little quilt shop there, and she's so supportive of everything I do, and she's my testing base.
Okay.
So it's a great place for me.
Oh, this could be a new favourite for me. Cheryl, I really like that. And it's nice how, again, you draw from a lot of your own experiences in life, where you're going, your own passions, and pour that into your design. So Florida is such a beautiful place. And you've captured that. You captured something special there. $15.99 is your price if you do want to go for this kit. Just to reiterate for any new viewers, so what you're going to be getting within the kits, you get your instruction pamphlets. That's your pattern, and that allows you all the instructions to build up your design. Then you get your outline, so your line artwork within the mix. That's important because that's your foundation. You also get your sticky sheet. So what this allows you to do is stick your tiles of fabric down, so you don't have to worry. If you're not a sewer or a stitcher, you don't have to worry about that. And you're getting your tool. And one thing I wanted to ask, probably better if I hold it here, with the tool, so how do we incorporate this, Cheryl? What's the purpose of the tool in the kits?
So when you finish your mosaic, and you lay with your, like a quilt, you put the net over the top of it.
Oh, yeah.
And it kind of just softens all the hard edges. I can see the netting on there. Can you see the netting?
I can as well, yeah. Yeah, I just spotted that.
And then you quilt through the netting. So the netting does end up disappearing, but it just kind of softens the piece.
Nice. $15.99 your price if you do want to go for this fantastic turtle. 852052 your item number there. Now, Cheryl, I'll tell you what we'll do. We've got one more to share, but I know you have to get set for the demonstration, so I'll allow you to just move the camera around to get set for your first demonstration, and we'll get back to you. Is that okay?
Oh, that's perfect.
Fantastic.
Great.
Okay. Thank you, Cheryl. Thanks. So we're going to just allow Cheryl to get set as we share the final design with you. This is nice. This is cool. So this is your sew quilt pattern. You've got that wonderful sew design there, and then you've got the sewing machine illusion there in there too. This looks good. So you can see here, classic sewing machine and the sew. If you are a quilter, can you imagine that in your home, in your craft room, maybe on the door? You can even frame these. Wall hangings, just something original. And I have to, because I've had I had all of January off, so I was on paternity leave for January. But one thing I noticed, and I found at home, I was putting Hochanda on, just watching what was going on, because I know we had our event where we were featuring a lot of new suppliers in. It was incredible. the originality that we're bringing and injecting into our lineup. And this is in that same vein. So if you're looking for something a bit different as crafting, I find the hard part, it's not the crafting, it's looking for your next project. So if at home you're kind of a little bit stagnant, you're like, I don't know what to do next, what should I do? How about taking on one of these kits? And for $15.99, it's not breaking the bank. And the beauty of this is that Cheryl, originally, her base, she would send out only to America because of the cost of sending out, because it is just Cheryl. The business is just Cheryl Lynch. And what she was saying is that she didn't want to send outside of the UK, outside of America, because once you start sending to UK, to Europe, wherever, the cost of postage really raises up the price of the kits. Because of Hochanda, buying pound, what we're able to do, buy in bulk, we've taken the cost of the postage and packaging, brought that right down for you. Remember, if you're a Freedom member, you're not paying anything for your P&P. You're just getting these fabulous kits, $15.99 your price, 416607, your item number there. So, lots to discover. If you do have any questions whatsoever, we would love to hear from you. studio@hochanda.com. I think we have some pictures that we're going to share with you. So if you do need any fabric, and this is the thing, Cheryl says you need a lot of a little, in the sense that you don't need, it's all those little scraps. But if you just want to add a little bit of batik magic into your stash, $12.99. Look, the colours of those, imagine those with the turtles, with the dragonfly, I mean, even the cat. So much to enjoy. 935-338, your item number. Beautiful, beautiful batiks. We've also got some Bondo web for you as well. Just going to share that. So here's some Bondo web. So great for fusing your fabric there. $18.99 your price, and you're getting 30 centimetres, 5 metres by 30 centimetres of Bondo web. That is an awful lot of Bondo web. 584-711, your item number. So real core essentials of any sewing room. Okay, so we will be heading to Cheryl shortly, but just before we do that, I've got to give you a little update on our bee. 50% of the stock has gone, and we're not even halfway through the show, so 50% of the stock has gone for this fantastic queen bee. But when you start looking at this, just got to stress, it is not back in stock. It is a new today. That's just our graphics are just being a bit temperamental for you gremlins in the system. But having a little look at the design, building that up, the joy of turning scraps that you have, and I know for a fact that sewers have a lot of scraps, and that's just the nature of it. You don't want to throw anything out. So as a scrap buster, dipping into those little scraps that aren't big enough to, say, take on a big project, but breaking them down, using them in a little mosaic, you'll never go wrong. I've got some tools as well, which I'm going to share with you a little bit later on, just helping to cut. But now I think we're going to be heading to Cheryl for our first demonstration. Cheryl, what are we going to be doing?
Okay, so I'm going to share how I cut up all those little squares of fabric.
Okay.
When I first started making these, they are 3/8 inch squares. I'm not sure what that would be in millimeters.
Okay.
But when I first started making them, I used a little 3/8 inch line on my ruler.
Yeah.
And I cut one direction, then turn it and cut the other. And I got some squares, I got some, rectangles, I got some of everything. Mm-hmm. So I ended up designing a tool to help me cut the squares perfectly. So, but first I got ahead of myself. First I want to talk about the fabric that I use.
Okay.
I prefer to use batiks for the little squares.
Yeah.
Because they're tightly woven and it doesn't matter what size you use.
Right.
And what I do is I like to have what's the word I'm looking for? So I like to have differences in scale. I like to have a little color involved in there, a difference in tone. Mm-hmm. So to cut them, I line them up, and you see these are just scraps from my stash.
Yeah.
And I line them up.
Nice.
So that I kind of don't end up with odd pieces.
Yeah.
So I'm lining up the top right corner.
Yep. Now we're going to use our tool. We're going to bring the details for the tool on the screen, just in case any of our viewers do want to purchase this tool. And look, for the mosaic, it will make life a lot easier. So the tool is going to be on your screen right now. $15.99 your price for your cutting guide on your screens. 120092. Sorry, Cheryl.
That's okay. So I place it down, and I take my rotary cutter. Mm-hmm. And the sharper the blade, the more layers you can do. You see how I layered 4 layers?
Yeah.
So you get a big bang for your buck.
Nice.
If you have a new blade, you can do up to 7 layers. And then I place it in the slit, and I don't know if you can hear it. It's cutting nice and clean because I have a new blade.
Excellent. And safely as well.
Yes. And that's enough for now. I'll take this. I'll save that for later.
Okay.
And then I use a rewards card, a hotel room key, something like that, and I use that to kind of move the debris out of the way.
Yeah.
This will be the only scraps I throw away.
Okay.
That little bit.
Lovely.
Then, so then you turn your cutting guide 90 degrees. And since I can turn my mat, I'm going to turn my mat 90 degrees. And there are little dashed lines on it. And I'm going to take one set of those lines and line them up with the bottom where I've already cut. So that helps me get squares.
Cheryl, just before we cut it, could you do me a favour, please? Could you just move your cutting mat slightly up and a little bit to your right? Is that okay? And then just look, that's perfect. A little bit to your right. Perfect. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And now I'm going to cut again. Coming up with this idea for the cutting mat was a game changer, because then I could share it with people, because I couldn't ask people to cut all these little squares with the edge of their ruler.
Yeah.
Then I take my rewards card again. Again, those are just little pieces that I can get rid of.
Yeah.
And then this is really my favorite part. Fluff, 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 fluff.
Nice.
And look at all the little squares that you get out of that little bit of fabric.
Wow. Perfect.
And then I have lots of little cups with all my different colors.
Well, that using the cutting guide, that made it life a lot simpler. So, and I've got to tell you, we are approaching 60% of the stock. Oh, sorry, 50%. Just correct myself. We're approaching 50% of the stock for the cutting guide, so it's proving a popular option.
You know, I used to say you don't have to have it, but it will make your life easier.
Yeah.
But then what happens is people will buy the kit, and then later they'll have to come back and get the cutting guide because they said that will make so much difference and make it so much easier. So I hate to tell people they have to have it, but you really kind of do.
Yeah. Now, just as we continue, Cheryl, you've had a lovely email in from Fiona. And she's just saying that the designs are wonderful, and she agrees. She said the turtle reminded her of her holidays in Florida as well. So you've captured that with the turtle. Isn't that nice? Thank you, Fiona, for that email. Okay,
That's
so
very nice.
What are we going to do next then, Cheryl?
All right, so now I'm going to show you how to start your piece.
Okay.
I'm going to set that aside. You have your little tiles all cut up.
Yeah.
What I have in front of me is, I call it my working surface.
Yeah.
And I use a piece of foam core.
Right.
And I make it double wide.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to be using thumbtacks.
Right.
Do you call them thumbtacks?
Yeah.
And if I only used a single layer, the thumbtack would go through the other side.
Right.
And it would damage your furniture or hurt you. You could use cardboard. You could use a bunch of things, but it kind of has to be
quite thick. Well, I was thinking that cardboard, because we all get a lot of packages sent to us, so doubling up on cardboard would be good. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Now,
so you'll have to decide whether you need 1 or 2 layers.
just got to tell everyone, Cheryl, I'm sorry to interrupt. With regard to, is it the cutting tool, the system, the cutting guide? We're now limited stock with that. So we are limited stock, less than 10% of our stock remaining. Cheryl touched on something that I picked up on. She's saying that although not essential, it really is. So if you're going to get any of the mosaics, make your life easy. You will thank yourself. $15.99 your price there, but we are limited stock. Okay, Cheryl.
Okay, so the first thing I do is I'm going to take my design. Let's make sure I'm in the right place. Is that good?
Yeah,
is that
perfect.
A good place?
Perfect.
Okay. And what I've done, so here's the deal. The printer, from the printer, the patterns measure 8.5 by 11 inches.
Yeah.
But the sticky stabilizer measures 9 by 12 inches.
Okay.
So it's a little bit. So what I do is I put little black marks either on the pad or on my board, so that when I place my sticky stabilizer on top, I can center the design.
Okay.
So I put this down. I'm going to take a couple little pieces of masking tape, painter's tape, low-tack tape.
Just let everyone know that the cutting system has sold out. So we've technical sellout on our cutting system.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I'm going to take my sticky stabilizer.
Yeah.
Now, this is sticky on both sides, but it has paper on both sides.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to peel off one of the layers of paper, and it doesn't matter which one comes off because it's the same on both sides.
Yeah, okay.
And
perfect.
I'm going to set this aside, and I'm going to place this over my pattern sticky side up. So this is very, very sticky.
Yeah.
And then now is when I use the thumbtacks because I can't put tape on the sticky stabilizer. It'll lift the stickiness off. And
good tip.
I'm going to put thumbtacks
Yeah.
in the corner. Okay.
Yeah.
So now we're ready to get to work. And I start with the motif, the center of the design, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And so with the P, I'm going to start with her body.
Yeah.
And I have my little pieces already cut up. Now, I use this nice little pair of scissors to trim. And any scissors that have like a serrated edge are very good. Keeps them from twisting. And then I designed a pair of tweezers.
Wow.
That I love. So they cut.
Cheryl, we've got the tweezers in the studio, and I have to say, these are you can see these are Cheryl Lynch tweezers. I think they really do embody you very well. Very funky, but also incredibly practical. So working with these tweezers, $11.99 is such a good price for a pair of quality tweezers like this. You get the case, you get the tweezers, and you're going to see Cheryl using these. I think these are going to be very busy. So $11.99 your price there, $490,668. Okay, sorry, Cheryl.
Okay, so they're very sharp.
Yep.
And, I need help with the chiclets. My fingers just are not good at placing them.
Yeah.
So what I do is I'll take, I'm going to start in the middle here. So this part of the bee's body is gold.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take my little pieces. Now, I intentionally leave space between them.
Right.
Can you see that space?
Yeah.
Because I'm making a mosaic, and that's the grout. So I really have those mosaics in mind as I'm making them. When I get to an edge, you see, it doesn't follow the line.
Yeah.
I'm going to pick it up, and I'm going to trim it with the scissors.
Oh, okay.
And place it down.
Nice. So you can, once you place them down, you can pick them back up again.
That's the beautiful thing about the sticky stabilizer. You can reposition.
Yeah.
Which is very, very nice. So, and you see how all the gold is so different? So it makes a beautiful design.
It works perfectly for our queen bee.
Yes. So here we go. I put it down. I'm going to trim it again.
Yeah.
And when I put the pieces down, I give a little pinch. So they're not going anywhere. Like if a big wind comes or someone turns on the fan, they're not going to fly away. So you can even do this outside.
Yeah.
I like to do them. I love television. I'm a big television fan. To tell you the truth, I love British mysteries.
Oh.
So I'll turn
Jessica
on
Fletcher.
And if I get a good series, I'll have it on all day. And I'll sit there and I'll work on my mosaics.
Oh, that's nice.
So, I think crafters always want something to do with their hands.
Yeah.
So this is a very nice thing. Or if you get together with your friends and, they're stitching away, you can always work with your mosaics.
Do you know, another good show that a lot of people like to put on when they're crafting. Have you heard of a channel, Hochanda?
Oh, yeah, I think I have heard of that.
No, we do. No, I'm only teasing, Cheryl, but we do find a lot of viewers. They like to have Hochanda on just in the background, and it's the perfect viewing. So, and if you are, we got a lot of viewers in America who watch us.
It's very inspiring to watch everyone. Make their creations.
Yeah, it is. Well, think how many people you're inspiring with your kits, Cheryl.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, you never know where you're going to be inspired.
It's true.
You know, what's going to go, ooh, I can, you know, take that idea and do something else.
Nice. Now, watching you build up, I'm noticing that you're offsetting. So each time you start a new row, you're offsetting from the previous tiles.
I do, because I like them, I don't like them marching like little soldiers. I think that's very static.
Yeah.
So I like them to be offset.
Okay.
Because then it makes it much more interesting.
Yeah.
So I just want to say something about the spaces in between. I call them grout lines.
Yeah.
I like to have a smooth grout line because that's where I'm going to quilt.
Right.
So if it's ziggy-zaggy, your quilting's going to be ziggy-zaggy. But if it's a smooth line, then it makes it much easier to quilt it.
Yeah, perfect. And these are all little tips, Cheryl, and thank you so much. I mean, it's an inspiration watching you do this. It's one of the crafts that I can imagine so many viewers, and I fall into this camp as well, I'm seeing you do it, and I'm thinking, I'd love to have a go. Anyone can do this. There's not a steep learning curve.
There is not. And people say, oh, which is easy, which is hard? And I say none of them are harder than others. They're just more time consuming.
Yeah.
So with something like the bee, with the veins and the antennae, well, that's going to take a little bit longer because there's more to cut.
Yeah. John, Cheryl, sorry, we'll keep an update on the tweezers. And I'm noticing two things. So the cutting system, your cutting system, that's sold out. And I do think it's going to make my life so much easier. So if you were lucky enough to get a hold of that, well done. Again, watching you work with the tweezers, and you can use the tweezers obviously for the mosaic kits and other crafting that we do. They're very popular. Over half the stock has gone for the tweezers at the bottom of your screen, and I think they're going to go the same way as the cutting system. They will sell out.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay, wait 1 second. I have to turn something off. I have you on in the background.
That's okay. Oh, good.
You were supposed to be muted. Now.
It's okay.
Sorry.
That's all right.
So, anyway, you just keep going, and then, so the next section would be the black. But yes, the tweezers can be used for so many things. If you sew and you get a thread stuck in your machine, if you do paper piecing, you can use it to take the little bits of paper out. Friends of mine that aren't quilters say they use it to pull out their chin hairs.
Yeah, we could.
You know, all these womanly things.
I'm sure they'll appreciate you telling everyone. But you could use it for anything. Do you know, great if you're a paper crafter for embossing as well. So if you want to hold some, maybe a topper up and you want to heat emboss. So yeah, they're very practical. What I will say, because I've got the tweezers in the studio, they're very well made. You know, when you pick up a tool and you know that it's well made. And I love the design work too. It reflects you, Cheryl. It's artistic. It's quirky.
I love it. It's the 70s.
Yeah, I like that.
And then one thing I'd like to mention, you know, it is nice doing a demo, is I save all these little pieces because while I'm doing this project, because you never know when one little piece will be the perfect piece to fit into an area.
Good tip, yeah.
You know, like especially when you're doing these little areas.
Nice, so don't throw anything away.
I don't throw, and when I'm done, I will toss them. I mean, there is a limit to how long I'll save them.
Of course. Cheryl, we're halfway through the show. Would it be okay if we just let you finish off the black elements of the Queen Bee and then came back to you as I do a quick recap? Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah, fantastic.
Sure,
we'll do that. We'll be back with you shortly. I hope you're enjoying this show. So it is a brand new guest, the fabulous Cheryl Lynch. And just seeing Cheryl, it's her business. She's saying it's a one-man band. She comes up with the design, she packs it, she sends everything out to you. And this is what I love about Hochanda, is championing both smaller companies and obviously larger companies as well. Got to give you a reminder of the tweezers because they are flying. So here you got the tweezers. They come with the case. Just open up. But watching Cheryl using those tweezers, and actually as tweezers go, because you have that wonderful curved end to the tweezers, they just make life so much easier when working with the kits. They look good. They're a bit of a fashion statement as well. For $11.99, great price for a pair of quality tweezers. 70% of the stock has gone. You've got the magnetic clasp in there as well. They are very, very, very busy. So it looks like the tweezers will be selling out this hour. We also have some scissors as well. So if you want to go, I think these are Fiskars scissors. So if you want to get a hold of those, we're just going to flash the details on your screen. Great universal scissors. $19.99 your price there. 766-547. Right, we're going to look at our Queen Bee now. This was the mosaic, the little mini mosaic kit, quilting kit that Cheryl was demonstrating just a few moments ago, and you can see how effective it is. So first thing to point out, I was really impressed with using, and I hope you did manage to get the cutting system. It just makes life so much easier cutting up your little ties. There are some still sitting in baskets. If it is in your basket, now remember, technical sellout, and the only reason I say this, if you don't check out, if it jumps out of your basket, somebody else will get it. This little tool makes a huge difference. It really does, and I can say that hand on heart. So if you do want to get hold of it, it's in your basket, please make sure to check out. If any do bounce back, I'll let everyone know, and it'll be fastest fingers first. So having a look at our Queen Bee, 60% of the stock has gone. Just for originality, for finding a project, your next project, the amount of satisfaction and fun you'll have in creating this. Cheryl's touched on something, and it was nice hearing her story, because she's saying she was on holiday, seeing a mosaic, and it captured her, and she was thinking, but learning a new skill, obviously cutting tile mosaic, she didn't want to get into that, and what she wanted to do is stick with her passion, which as a soft crafter, as sewer was fabric. She translated the idea of the mosaic into fabric. $15.99 your price, you are getting a kit that allows you to create something like this. Got to point out, the fabric you are dipping into your stash. So what you're doing is using your own stash. You need a lot of a little, Cheryl. I think that's just a great way to put it. What I'll do, in the next kit, I'll show you everything that you're getting, because it's the same throughout. The only thing that varies is the pattern. That's your Queen Bee, busy for a Queen Bee, $15.99 your price, 558-106 your item number. 60% of the stock has gone here. And we're going to move on to our hipster kitty. Are you a cat lover? And I definitely fall into this camp. I love cats and dogs. Look at this. That is a total hipster kitty. $15.99 the price there. Not back in stock. They're all new today's, and I'm sorry, I'm annoying myself saying it, but we have to obviously point that out. So let me explain what you're getting within the kit. So this was what allows you to make these. So remember, we're using our own scraps of fabric. So great scrap buster. I mean, imagine this with K-Facet or Liberty fabrics, or just a beautiful batik. So you're going to get your instructions, and this is really important. So you get this beautiful pamphlet, real clear instructions on how to do everything. So you will be getting that. There we go, step-by-step instructions. So that comes with the kits. You get your outline artwork, which is important. So there's your actual design that you're going to be building on, and then you get your sticky sheet. So this is the sticky sheet. If I just put that behind, that's what you're going to be working off of, that Cheryl was just showing you. Now with the sticky sheets, it doesn't matter which side you pull back to reveal, to work off of, so they're both the same, doesn't matter there. And finally you get the tool. The tool is sort of like a netting, and what you do is once you've finished your work, you put the tool over, and then you're going to go and quilt over the top. So you can just see all of that there. Beautiful. $15.99 is your price. 325 your item number. As we progress down, I kind of feel there's a design for everyone on the show. So we started with our Queen Bee, we had our hipster kitty, and now we've got the dragonfly. Such a nice design. So I'm a little bit envious of Cheryl. She's saying that she lives by a lake. Oh, can you imagine sitting there, beautiful lake, large dragonflies wisping across the water, but the actual designs really do lend themselves to the actual mosaic. So you've got to think that dragonfly just works so well. What fabrics do you have in your stash? Imagine throwing in some metallics as well. Just a few flecks of metallic fabric in there. Oh, I love it. The more I look at these, the more I want to have a go. So $15.99 is your price, $775,589 your item number. You get everything that you need in the kit. You get the pattern, you get the sticky sheets that you're going to be using, so you don't need to sew. If you're worried about sewing, don't worry, you don't need to sew on each individual tile. Just using your sticky sheets, you put your tool over the top and then you quilt. $775,589 your item number. Now, we're going to take a little snapshot. Bicycle, it's kind of, you know, we're talking about hipster kitty. The bicycle reminds me of those parts of, it could be in a village, it could be in a town, just a lovely little snapshot. There's something very tranquil. Could be Italy, if you want. Ooh, $15.99 is your price. This beautiful bicycle. Could you imagine this in your home? Building it up. What colorways would you be employing? What kind of fabrics? What do you have in your stash? 870-185, your item number there. And we're going to move on to, I'm going to say it, one of my favorites, the turtle. I'm going to do it. I never like to sit on the fence. If I do have a favorite, I will tell you. At the moment, we're not traveling. So, and we know this, and I don't need to labor the point. But what this does, it does give you those, suddenly now, it brings back all those memories of being abroad, on the beach, beautiful crystal clear waters. Imagine sitting in Florida, on a beach, a white sandy beach, seeing a turtle in the water. That's the kind of vibe I get. That just looks incredible. I think this could be in any room, just as a bit of artwork. Imagine having that in a living room, in a bedroom, in a dining room. It just looks so good. So my only question to you is, can you see something like this in your home? I think the answer to that is yes. Floor manager Maddie, would you have that in your home? Yeah. She said yes. Well, look, frankly, Maddie is a good gauge. If Maddie says yes, then there's a good chance that this is good stuff. $15.99 is your price there. 852-052, your item number. Finally, last but certainly not least, for all you sewers out there, we have our beautiful sew quilt. This is your little mini mosaic kit. You've got your sewing machine in there, which you can see, that blue sewing machine. We've got cues on our phone lines, and I'm so glad we do, because this is what makes Hochanda such a special place, and we strive really hard to add as much variety into our schedule. So there's no point having the same shows on every day. We try and mix it up with some fantastic brands, and always striving to discover those next brands for you as well. $15.99 is your price. If you can imagine this in your home, 416-607, your item number there. Now, we have exciting news with regard to our cutting system. So we saw it, that's the grid, the green grid there. We're just going to flash a little bit of a picture. So with regard to the cutting system, it's sold out. But we have got more on extended delivery. So that limited stock, forget that. That was from last time when we did go limited stock. We've got it back on extended delivery now. It's going to be dispatched on the 17th of February. That's only a day after. Actually, something I do need to point out, and apologies, I should have mentioned this a bit earlier on. Because Cheryl is obviously based in America, we have to wait for things to come to us, and then we're going to send it out. So everything will be dispatched on the 17th. So everything's going to, 16th. Everything's going to be dispatched on the 16th. So a little bit of a wait, but absolutely worth the wait. And that's only because it's coming from America. Two things to point out, though. Because it's coming from now, traditionally, Cheryl would never ship outside of the USA. But because of Hochanda, we've organised the shipping, so we're doing all of that. You do not have to worry about import tax as well. My wife bought me a present, an anniversary gift, and she spent £30 just on import duty on it. And she didn't even know it was... She ordered it and then realised it was coming from America. And I said, you're going to pay import duty on that. You do not have to worry about that here at Hochanda. So if you're a Freedom member, forget any postage, because it's all covered. So here's the cutting system. So it's back on extended delivery. It will be dispatched on the 17th. We're already approaching 60% of the extended delivery. You really do need this. So I've got to stress, you do need this. It just, when I say you need it, you can do the little mosaic kits without it, but this makes life so much easier, and you're jumping straight to the fun bit. So please, if you're going for any of the kits, make your life easier. You will thank yourself. $15.99 your price there, 120092. Also, the tweezers are proving very popular as well, so don't miss out on those tweezers. Right, Cheryl. Oh, wow. You haven't done all of that since we've been away, Cheryl.
Aren't I a fast worker?
Yeah. Very fast.
So, So the next step, after you finish laying down all your chiclets, you need to steam them because there's a piece of paper on the back that you need to remove.
Okay.
So all the instructions are in that instruction booklet. So you take the paper you originally peeled off, or if you can find it, you can use parchment paper.
Okay.
And then you take your iron and you steam it. I'm not going to steam it now because it'll take too long.
Right.
And the instructions for the steaming, like I said, are in the instruction booklet.
Yeah. Okay.
So once it's cooled down, then you're going to peel this paper off. And this is kind of when the magic happens. So, and this is sticky too because the sticky stabilizer is sticky on both sides. So very gently, you peel off that paper.
Yeah.
Now you have your mosaic.
Oh, wow.
So, now, if you were in person, you would be able to see how the background shows through.
Yeah.
But what I'm going to do is I have finished another one.
Okay. Just before we show that, just let you know the cutting system, it's sold out again, and we knew it would do. So cutting system, it's gone for a second time. If it is in your baskets, please check out. If any bounce back, I'll let you know.
All right, so this is the dragonfly that I did. Okay, so after you do that, then you're going to place it on grout fabric.
Okay.
So I just take a piece of fabric, a little mottled, creamy kind of fabric. It could be any kind of fabric. It could be muslin.
Okay.
And I take my mosaic and I place it on top of that. And then you see that fabric peeks through where all the grout lines are.
Oh, yes. Yeah. So if we had a bright coloured fabric, Cheryl, then let's say a pink, for argument's sake, would that pink show through?
Yeah. Yes, the pink would show through.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. You're very creative, Yanis.
I try to be. Thank you.
So now I have my top, and I'm going to layer it like I would layer a quilt.
Right.
So first I would take my backing, and what I like to do is I like to have fun with the backing. If you have it in your stash or you have to buy it, you only need like a fat quarter.
Brilliant.
So I like to have fun and do something that relates to the quilt. So here I have my dragonfly fabric.
Yeah.
And then I take a piece of low loft batting. And this is great if you save your scraps of batting because you don't need much at all.
Perfect.
And then I take my mosaic, right? And then I take my netting. So this is where I put the tulle on top.
Yes.
And I layer it over it.
Okay.
And then the next step would be to add your borders. Now, this is a little bit different than what we normally do with quilters.
Okay.
The reason I add the borders now is to hold the netting in place while you're quilting.
Oh, no, that makes sense, yeah.
So I add the borders, and then I go in and I use invisible thread.
Yeah.
And there are lots of good brands. I use whatever I have on hand. And I stitch in the grout line, back and forth and back and forth in the background. And then I go around the motifs. And that's how I quilt it.
Perfect. I mean, this is something that I really feel any level of crafter could enjoy. So whether you're just starting out or you're an experienced sewer, anyone can do this.
And here's another option. You know, when I vend at quilt shows, people will come in my booth and say, well, I'm not a quilter, I'm here with my friend. And I say, well, you could buy it and she can quilt it for you. But then I came up with another idea. I came up with the idea of mounting it on a canvas. So can you imagine that you don't have to sew at all? You just attach it to a piece of canvas.
That is a fantastic idea.
And you're done.
See, these are works of art. Cheryl, that's a brilliant, that is an excellent idea. It really is. And this is for everybody. So whether you do not need to be a soft crafter, a seasoned soft crafter to enjoy these kits. I'm really impressed with that canvas idea, though, Cheryl. I think that's a really good idea. What kind of feedback? And I know at the moment with shows and, you know, the current state of the world, we're not, especially in the UK, we don't have any crafting shows at the moment. But in the past, what kind of feedback were you getting from your customers or people coming up to you at shows with regard to the mosaics? What were they saying to you?
Well, first they think that it's too hard, they can't do it.
Yeah.
Because they think it's a sewing project. So then when I demo it, they go, oh, I can do it. And then what happens, people become addicted. It's a good addiction, though, right?
Yeah, oh, it is.
They become addicted. And they don't stop at one. They just keep buying them. You know, they do one. So I do keep coming up with new designs.
Yeah.
Just because, you know, they want to keep doing more, and they like it.
Cheryl, I'm so glad you've joined the Hochanda family, because you talk about addiction. I think there are going to be a lot of viewers who are going to get their first kit and then want to get more, and I cannot wait to see what you're going to bring us in the future. Time's getting on, Cheryl, so what we're going to do is just take a quick look back up the counter. Can I just say thank you so much? I've loved chatting to you this hour. Have you enjoyed it, Cheryl?
Oh, thank you. This has been so much fun. I'm so excited that that Hochanda is carrying my mosaics.
Well, no, we're
That's
proud.
a great thing.
We're proud to do it. We really are. Just very quickly, can we follow you on social media? So any of our viewers wanted to follow you on social media, are we able to do that?
I do. Instagram, I'm Cheryl Lynch Quilts.
Okay.
On Facebook, I'm Cheryl Lynch Fiber Arts.
Okay.
And then I have a newsletter that you can get to from my website, CherylLynchQuilts.com.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. I'm going to give you a follow on Insta. I hope you give me a follow back.
Oh, I certainly will.
Okay,
Thank you,
Cheryl.
Yanis.
Go on, sorry. Cheryl, go on.
Oh, I said it's been great.
You still there, Cheryl?
Oh, I'm still here.
Oh, good.
Oh, no, it's been great. I love this. This was so much fun. And
Thank you,
were
Cheryl.
wonderful.
Oh, Cheryl, you've been awesome. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Cheryl, we will speak soon. I can't wait to see what you bring us in the future. Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
That's always the problem when you're talking on Skype. I hate it. You know, you say something and then you interrupt them. I'm sorry, Cheryl. We did get to see you. Bye. But Cheryl, thank you so much. Cheryl's amazing. Really, I've got a lot of time for Cheryl. Okay, we're going to be really quick here because we've only got a few minutes left. If you do want to go for your Queen Bee, so remember, all the kits are the same. You get everything you need, barring the fabric. You use your own stash, but you're going to get the pattern. You're going to get the sticky sheets. You're going to get the netting, the tool that is the netting, and your instruction pamphlet in your kits. If you want to go for the Queen Bee design, $15.99 your price. It is not a new today. Sorry, it's not back in stock. It is a new today. 558-106, your item number for your Queen Bee. Love that. Just to remind you, dispatch, we're going to send it from the 16th. It's only because it's coming from America. And it's Cheryl. She's going to be packing all the kits. We're going to get it on the 16th and send it out, well, by the 16th, and send it out to you from the 16th. Okay, just having a look here. This is our hipster kitty. Hipster kitty, so any cat fans or anyone who just loves something quirky, alternative, fun, $15.99 your price there, 243325 your item number. As we move on down, we're going from our hipster kitty to our fantastic dragonfly, and we touched on that as Cheryl was showing you the sandwich to make a quilt. And remember, if you don't want a quilt, stick it on a canvas. You can stick it on a canvas. $15.99 your price for your fantastic dragonfly, 775-589. Then we have our bicycle for you, so something that's a little bit, I think it's a snapshot. There's some tranquility here, just a beautiful scene. You wonder, it's like the bike's parked outside a boulangerie. $15.99 your price there, 870-185 your item number. And then my favorite, how can you not love the turtle? Look at this. It is a snapshot of the Florida Keys, the beautiful crystal clear water, that wonderful turtle. That, to me, works so well. So have you got any beautiful batiks in your stash? Just the perfect playmate for these kits. 852-052 your item number. And last but certainly not least, we have got our So inspired little mini quilting mosaic. So you can see there's a So quilt pattern, $15.99 your price, 416607. Nothing is back in stock. It's all new today's. We're saying that. We did have a few on extended delivery. Just to remind you all, because it's coming from America, everything will be dispatched on the 16th of February, but it is worth the wait. We've done all the hard work for you, so you don't have to worry about shipping from the States. You don't have to worry about import duty, and you're getting to enjoy a brand that previously Cheryl would not ship outside of the UK. So Cheryl, thank you so much. You're an absolute star. I've really enjoyed it. I cannot wait to see what Cheryl brings us in the future. Hope you enjoyed the show. So we've got our fantastic one-day special just around the corner. Heartfelt, delightful daffodils. After that, we've got the lovely Melissa's going to be here with Simply Vintage. And then Sam's got some stackable solutions, one-day special.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Working with Hochanda is fantastic for us. It gives us the opportunity to bring all of these brands and all of these products from all over the world direct to you, the crafter in the UK. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter. So please don't miss Oakwood Archer shows on Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Setup Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dies in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specializing in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. We're really pleased to be part of the Hochanda family, and I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Hello, well that time has come. It's your final call hour with your current one-day special. Comes around so quickly though, doesn't it? Just last night at 6 o'clock we launched a brand new deal with you, and sadly you only have a couple of hours now to take advantage of that saving. And what a saving it is. If you're Freedom member, then you've got the details up on your screen there, and you saw £33.99 is your saving with your one-day special. Gets even better though, because you've got 3 flexi buys on this one, spreading the cost, which means you can get hold of the brand new collection, the delightful Daffodils I Want It All collection, for less than £27, delivered to your door with that second and third payment going out in a couple of months, or over the next couple of months, next month and the month after that. So of course, as soon as we mention the name Heartfelt, we know who's going to be joining us, and via the powers of Skype, got the lovely Nikki back again. How you doing, Nikki?
I'm really good, thank you.
Good, good, good. And again, we had a chat earlier on at 12 o'clock about the one-day special, and you were saying how much you loved it. And I think this is the thing, everybody's loving this kind of injection of colour. We're seeing spring on the horizon.
Absolutely. I think we really want winter out of the way, and this just does it. Even if spring, what is it, 5 weeks away? Well, we can bring spring into the craft room with this collection. It's absolutely gorgeous. I love daffodils anyway, one of my favourite flowers. And, you know, this is for so many different occasions as well. And when you've got the stamps that coordinate with the dies, but then you've got the paper pad with it, it makes it so easy to make your cards, your home decor, gifts.
So many different areas. So many different areas that you can craft with. You can see their beautiful palette there, nice restful palette, but also a beautiful, like you've got your blues in there, you've got your yellows, obviously with your daffodils in there, and you've got a lot of content within there. Now, Nikki, I'm going to let you get ready to set your camera up, because I know you've got a lovely amount of kind of finished samples that you're going to share with us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell everybody about the one-day special, and we'll come back to you in a moment. So what have you got? Well, of course, as is always the case with the Heartfelt Creations collection, it starts off with that fabulous paper pad. Now, the paper pad will be familiar with the kind of concept of this. You've got your double-sided sheets, you've got your 24 pages here, 12 pages repeated, and each one of them being double-sided. Now, lots of them will have elements on there that you're going to be able to cut out using the dies that you are getting in your complete collection. Now, a brilliant collection of dies, because, of course, you're going to be able to cut out these fabulous bows that you've got here. There's wonderful borders, all of these elements, even down to the fabulous butterflies, you'll be able to cut out with the dies. Beauty is you are going to get the stamps as well, which means that when you have exhausted your paper supply, you can still continue to use those dies. Of course, you can add an extra paper pad into your collection if you're wanting to, the details of which are at the bottom of the screen. And you've got some really good size stamps as well that will work alongside the dies, which again work alongside the papers, as you can see. So there are all tiny elements, you've got larger elements featuring in there. And of course, the beauty is the papers being double-sided mean that you've got things like your card toppers. So instantly you've got a top. I mean, down at the bottom there, you could just add a little sentiment to that, and there you go. You've got a fabulous little notelet card featuring there. Again, many of the other things that you've already got in your collection from Heartfelt Creations are going to work alongside. I'm sure you'll recognise different dies that you'll have in your collection, some of which will actually line up with some of the elements that you've got in here as well, really maximising the use, especially things like the tags. I mean, these are incredibly useful, and again, you'll notice that beautiful palette running through. Now, of course, every time we see a brand new collection from Heartfelt, you will have your Essentials kit. Now, your Essentials kit is made up of the paper pad I've just taken you through, and of course the stamps. So You'll have a set of stamps. We saw some of those featuring in those papers, and the dies. So at the bottom of the screen, if you wanted to go for the essentials, you can do quite easily, and you will get those. But you'll be paying £46.97. Now, if you go for the one-day special and you're a Freedom member, you're actually going to be paying £26.97. You'll get the paper pad, you'll get all of the stamps, you'll get all of the dies. So you have got the entire collection coming to your door, delivered to your door for £26.98. Now, it doesn't stop there, because what you will also get is a fabulous inspirational page. So the moment it arrives, you'll have this project that you can create using all the elements that you've got within the one-day special. You might need to add in a card base, but we've got loads of those, haven't we, in our stash? And then you can see all the products used are listed there, and everything comes to you beautifully packaged in your bag. Now, this is a perfect way for you to actually store your papers, because of course you've got a fabulous size bag there, so the papers can sit in there beautifully. You can keep those neat and tidy, but I do suggest you have a little look at getting hold of one of the binders as well, because what we do find is a lot of people do add these in, and I know they were very, very popular earlier on. So if you're wanting to get hold of these, the details are popping up at the bottom of your screen. Now, of course, your one-day special spread over 3 payments, so anything else you want to add in, maybe that storage binder, you can spread the cost over 3 payments as well. So if you're wanting to add in an extra paper pad, then you can do. £17.99, let's call it £18 over those 3 payments, equates to an extra £6 each. So it does make it worth adding that in alongside. And that £33.99 saving is something that we consider to be what we call a why not deal. We call it a why not deal because if you become a Freedom member today, purely to take advantage of the one-day special, you are saving instantly. £5.97 is the price for your membership. So even if you only take it out for this month, you can see you are still making a considerable saving, having paid that £5.97. 335213. Got a couple of issues with regards to the Skype, phone, whatever you want to call it. So we're just going to have a look at a few other bits and pieces while we go back to Nikki in a little while. So bear with us on that one. The binder that I was just talking about, this one is always popular. The way this one works is when your stamps come to you, they are already on a little kind of storage sheet. So this opens up, you've got magnetic, obviously closure on that, and then you've got your ring binder inside. So you open that up like so, and when your stamps come to you, you instantly are just popping those in. As you can see there, they've got the holes in the right place, so each one of those sets of stamps are going to sit beautifully in there. Now the binder itself, you can actually put 7 sets of stamps in there if you're wanting to, before you close those up. Of course, you do get the dies as well, and we have got the dies. You could actually put the dies, maybe attach them to the back of those sheets if you wanted to. My suggestion would be is to add in the additional magnetic sheets, because they are a perfect way for you to add those in, and then it means you've got a magnetic storage system for your dies as well, and you can fit everything in there together. Once you close it up like so, it keeps them safe and secure. Magnetic wrap around, as you can see, and you can put a label on there and distinguish which actual type of collection you've got in there. You could even stamp a daffodil on there, couldn't you? And then of course you've got your carry handle there, so if you do want to take it from room to room, you can do. And then don't forget, alongside that you will have the bag that you can keep your papers in, so they are definitely worth adding into your basket. I know they were very popular earlier on, so yeah, I don't know what sort of quantity of stock we've got left, but we have still got them available if you're wanting them. Something else Nikki was using well, through all of the demonstrations, to be honest, was the flower shaping kit. Now this is brilliant. We regularly see it on the Heartfelt Creations shows, and again it's got everything that you need in there to create your fabulous flowers. Now if I flip it over onto the back, you'll see that you've got all the tools detailed across the top here, going from your piercing tool and your 1mm ball tool right the way through to your 12mm ball tool, which you're going to be able to use for when you're actually shaping your petals and giving them that real curvature and that realism. You've also got your little curler. That's useful if you're wanting to curl your little leaves back, maybe even use it as a quilling tool if you're wanting to. And then you've got your stylus. Now the stylus has got 2 tips on there, both of which are magnetic, which means you can pop any one of these heads in without having to kind of unscrew things and tighten things up. So brilliant if you do have dexterity issues. And you can see how it explains how you can use it. Basically what you've got there is you've got your fabulous little folder In there, you've got your pad, and of course the pad you'll see Nikki using because you can use that as your firm base. But then you've got a little area here, which again, you've got another little pad there. You can just about see the little thumb holes there to take it out. The tool itself, and then of course all the different heads, all neatly in one place, so you can revisit this as often as you like. Somewhere for every little piece to have its home. £29.99. Again, an extra tenner on each of those 3 flexi buys if you're going for your one-day special. Now I'm going to head over to Nikki because I can see that she's all laid out. She's got all of her bits and pieces ready to be showing us what she's going to be creating. The details back up on your screen with regards to your one-day special. Yeah, pop it into your basket, but please do make sure you are checking your basket out. That is the key thing. Don't want anybody missing out on this deal. So, Nikki, we're going to come back to you now. Oh, that's a pretty card.
Do you recognise it?
I do. It's from the inspirational sheet.
It absolutely is. This is the actual card that you will be able to create if you go for the one-day special. You've got all the instructions in there, and it's going to show you how to layer it up, what other dyes they've used on here, the inks they've used as well. So it's just kind of, it dips your toes, it gets you in there, it gets you, I always say, your mojo going for a collection, because sometimes I look at a collection and I think, don't know where to start, I haven't got a clue, I don't know what I want to do, and my head's all over the place. But when you've got something like this that you can create, that somebody else has given you the idea, you can probably change it around as well. You don't have to do it exactly like this. So it's great as well if you are a crafter that really knows what they want to do.
Lovely.
So the next one, what about this? Something completely different. Now, this is a larger card. So this is one that I did on the very first show. So I've used some of my decorative dies. You will probably all recognise them from the Gateway die collection. And then I have used the daffodils. I've used the butterfly in there. And one of my favourites, the hyacinths. Absolutely beautiful card, and the dimension as well. You know, we don't normally, when you see a floral collection from Heartfelt, you're looking for those 3-dimensional flowers, but you don't need 3-dimensional flowers, you know, and these are an accent that you can use. So you don't always need to have those 3-dimensional flowers, because you can add dimension in so many other ways. As you said, Hayley, you know, you can use your flower shaping tool to create dimension to these. What about this one? Just one more.
Oh, and that looks fabulous.
Isn't that elegant, stylish? Just adding that gold touch down the side with some decorative dies, but adding that gold on the butterfly as well. And just using 2 stems of those daffodils. It's just enough, I think, to give you a really nice, elegant card. I'm thinking, as I say, this collection is going to be, you're going to be able to use it with other collections that you've got, but it's going to be great for Easter, Mother's Day. What else have we got coming up?
Well, any occasion, to be honest.
I'm just thinking of you at this time, and I think daffodils say it all. They're bright, they're cheerful, and like you said, we're looking forward to spring.
We are, and we also mentioned as well in the previous show about how there's a variety of different charities that have adopted the daffodil as their kind of emblem, and also obviously people that have their birthday in March. We were talking about the daffodil being the official flower, I think you class it, of March, and of course Wales as well, very much with regards to St David's Day and things like that. We regularly see the daffodil.
Yeah, so as I say, there's a lot of occasions that we can actually use this for. So, onto the demo. Right, so I've already cut and put on my backing paper, what I call it, onto my card, which is really pretty in itself, to be honest. And then I'm going to layer it up. So I'm going to be using some more of the dies from the Gateway collection from last week, but we'll go back to that in a second. As you can see, I've cut that out so that you can get the daffodils in the corner of that die.
Beautiful.
And then I've gone bright on this one, Hayley.
Oh, lovely.
I've really gone bright. I thought, come on, Nikki, brighten up the day. So I've gone for a really nice kind of orangey, golden daffodil, which is the one that I coloured on the last demonstration, on the last show.
Oh, yes.
But then I thought, I'll colour in exactly the same and exactly the same way for the kind of like the cluster of daffodils that we've got. You've got the straight die as well in there, so I'll just show you one that has,
isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, you've got like the border one, or then you've got that sort of like one that's like sort of like a semicircle. So I've gone for the semicircle, but then I thought, right, come on, add a bit of pink. So I've gone for a nice cerise kind of pink, and then I thought, okay, I don't want a yellow daffodil, I don't want an orange daffodil, I'm going to go for pink. So I've gone ahead already, the same as I did in the earlier show. So if you missed it, what I did was, I'm just looking for my bright pink. I've got it in my hand. That would help. So I'm adding some dark pink, and it is a very dark pink. So if I went straight to my flower, I feel that it would be a little bit too much, even though I could blend it because it's a watercoloured pen. I just felt that, no, I will do it this way. So then I'm going in. Now I've got an old pink pen here, which is here. There isn't actually a lot of ink on this, so I'm going to take a bit of that cerise colour, and it's a little bit scary when you're using a bright colour, when you're first putting it on that white piece of paper. I think it's a bit like, you know, have I got a bit dark, have I put too much on? But at the end of the day, Hayley, it's only a piece of paper, isn't it? And we can stamp and die cut again.
Exactly, and that's the beauty of having the stamps and the dies. You can replicate it as often as you want to. Like you say, use them as practice pieces if necessarily. And if you get the ones that work out right, keep them for your cards.
It's handy as well, I think, if you're just getting into colouring, just stamp and die cut quite a few and just have a practice.
Good point, yeah.
So just blending that, and then what I'm going to do, just add a little bit at the ends there. And then, it looks a bit messy at the minute, I know, but then I'm going to take my dauber. So I'm using a mixture of pens and dauber, and I'm going to pick up my colours. I'm kind of don't want to go too dark because I know this is going to blend now with my watercoloured pen. So I'm going to go for kind of like a medium pink, and I'm just going to blend that out. Can you see how it's moving the same way as if I was watercolouring, but I'm using a water-based ink and it's blending out that dark pink that I've just put on. So on this piece around, like the top of that trumpet of the flower, just going round in a circular motion. And you can always go in again with your pen if you want to add a little bit more dark, but it blends in with where I've just put that pen down. And it just gives me a really nice, I think, very soft kind of look to the daffodil. I'll just blend that in the middle, going round again in a circular motion in the middle, and then on the petal pick up a little bit more ink, and I'm going to go out. Now because they're precision daubers and I've got that point and I don't want to get it all over the stem of the flower, I can go in. Can you see how I can really get in there on the tip?
Such a lot of control with those.
You've got a lot of control, and I can see what I'm doing as well because it's clear and it isn't too big and bulky. And if I was holding it like this, I feel that your hand's in the way. I can't see where I'm going, but because my finger's inside of the dauber, I just feel, and I can see as well, and you can probably see on screen, when it's on top and holding in there, I've still got the same control, but I can see where I'm going. And there is my very bright, I think, but very pretty daffodil.
Yeah. Crafter's license.
I'll lift it up so you can see. You can see a little bit closer there.
Fabulous.
Okay, so I've got all my elements there ready. So all we need to do is come back with the card. So I just want to finish off daubering around the edge of this card. So again, what I did when I was prepping these shows for the Gateway, I did lots of white, because with white cardstock, whether if it's a decorative die, you can just add some colour to it and change it up. So I'm just changing that and just adding that pink around the edge there with the dauber. And that's the same colour as my daffodil as well. So everything now is kind of going to coordinate together. So just wipe that off there. Bring my card back. So this then I will just add a couple of pieces because I want this to lift off the page of my foam tape. And that will go on my first layer. So I've still got the pretty colour behind it from that pattern paper.
Lovely.
And then we're going to the one that I cut out. And I have actually just noticed, and I don't know whether anyone at home's noticed, but I've actually cut it upside down because I can see there's a script on it and the writing is upside down. However, because that's the way it should have been.
Oh, okay.
But it still looks pretty. So, and then I'm just going to put another part of that, which I've die cut out in pink. That nice cerise pink, just to bring that pink out. And that is going to go in the middle. And I'm going to do that flat. Then I'm going to come over and I've added dimension to all the other flowers. So I will do exactly the same with my pink daffodil. And I'm going in with a smallish tip. I think this is probably about a 6mm tip. And I'm just lifting those petals. See how I mean, I was under the illusion many years ago when I started with Heartfelt that, you know, you use a flower shaping tool to create three-dimensional flowers, as in like your roses and the dahlias like we've just had on the show. But you can have a flat flower but still add dimension using your flower shaping tool. But it isn't actually three-dimensional.
Fabulous. It just adds that little bit of interest, doesn't it?
It does, and especially I think at the edge there, where I've added that little bit of darkness to it, it's kind of just added a little bit of shape and, like you said, a little bit of interest. So I'm going to lay them down. So what I'm going to do is
fabulous together.
One, they do actually, don't they? And they're colours that I don't know. I just thought, oh, let's just go really bright with this card, rather than I've gone quite pastel on some of them. But spring, you know, I was thinking, well, let's just go a little bit bright. So there's my colour there, and then I'm going to add, so the dominant colour that I wanted on the card was the pink. So what I'm doing now is bringing a little bit more pink through.
And it's funny, by bringing in a lot of pink, you actually make that daffodil stand out even more so. I mean, it's a lovely bright pink, but it really does make that daffodil come to the forefront of the design.
It does, doesn't it? And then I'm going to pop one at the top there. And the thing is, yes, we were saying the paper pad is quite a nice, beautiful, subtle pastel colours. But then when you add your stamped elements, you can really brighten that up if you want to. I've got one more. I've got to put it on. Can't have it sitting there all alone. I'll tell you what, we'll put it there. So just trim that a little bit. Yeah, so when you start stamping and die cutting, you completely can change up the colour scheme of a paper pad. There we go. And then finally, this one, I'm going to put just on the corner there.
It's a good size piece, that one.
Not going to... It's what, sorry?
It's a good size stamp and die, that one.
This is a really good size stamp, and it's great because it's kind of, you can lift it up. Can you see where I've just lifted that up there?
Gorgeous. Looks beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. But how easy is that to make a really gorgeous floral card? That is really bright.
Isn't that fun? I love it, though. Looks amazing. I think anybody would be thrilled to bits to receive a card like that, Nikki. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
So there you go, using the one-day special. Of course, within the one-day special, we've got everything that Nikki was working with there with regards to the card and the paper, because of course your paper pad is available within the one-day special. It's also available by itself. £17.99 will get you 24 more pages, so you have got them in your one-day special, but I know it's always very popular as an additional item, and sometimes people will go for it by themselves. Over 80% of the stock has gone. Now, I don't know if I mentioned it, everything is on extended delivery. Looking at the 9th of February with regards to this one. It's not actually going to be on general release from Heartfelt Creations until the 10th of February, so you are going to have yours dispatched to you before anybody else. 727089 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now, we've got some additional goodies for you in this hour, because we've got some happy hour deals, and these are some brilliant ones that many of you'd like to take advantage of and stock up your crafty pantry, so to speak, with. So do jump onto the website and have a little look, because they are all there, but I'm going to take you through some of them now. So when you're stamping and creating, it's always imperative that you have a brilliant quality cardstock to start with, and that's what we've got here from Pink Frog. It's your super smooth card, 300 GSM. You've got 160 sheets with regards to this one, so you can see there a huge amount. And if you are becoming a Freedom member to become obviously take advantage of the one-day special, then why not add this into your basket? Because again, £13.98, that is a phenomenal price for you to get hold of this. We'll go up to £21.98 when we get to the top of the hour, but if you take advantage of it while you have the opportunity, then the key thing is you're going to be able to use it in loads and loads of different ways. Now, I've got some boards to illustrate some of the ways that many of our crafters who watch Hochanda already use the cardstock, so I thought I'd take you through a few of those to give you a few ideas. So things like your embossing right over at the time there, you can see there, you can use your heat embossing, use your stamps, use your embossing powders. You've got a fabulous base to start with. Because it's 300 GSM, when you actually come to work with these with your dies as well, you can see that you can use your dies, even if it's a case of you are cutting away quite a large amount of the aperture there. You can see the open window there, there's a lot of gap in there, but it's still a case, it's incredibly sturdy. Then things like your embossing, again, having the depth of the card is key with regards to this. It makes it nice and easy for you to actually create with this one. And then of course you've got your fabulous techniques like the letterpress idea. So again, using your embossing folders in a similar way, but adding your ink to them before you start passing them through. Down at the bottom, if you're wanting to make construction, so we've got a fabulous little three-dimensional frame here. It's perfectly sturdy because of it being 300 GSM, and that super smooth base is perfect when you come to doing things like your doodling as well. So if you are into your Zen doodling and things like that, then that is a perfect base. It's also a wonderful one for you to work with other techniques that you've got. So if you're using your ink pads to make your distressed paper, then there you go. What a fabulous result, as you can see. But of course, when you are using it alongside other things, with things like a stencil, regular stencil through your embossing folders, your die cutting machine, should I say, and an ink pad, look at the results that you can get with regards to that. But there's so much more. If I move this board out of the way, you will see the story continues with regards to these. So using things like your distress inks. Now, if you are adding water, you need to make sure you've got a card base that's going to be able to cope with that. Well, this can do perfectly. You can see there's no buckling or pilling there with regards to the design. Then your distress oxides. I mean, when you're blending them, look how amazing that blend is. Super smooth card really does make the difference with regards to these. Again, another of those techniques that we regularly see is when people are using their distress oxides and adding a little bit of water. But again, as I've mentioned before, this cardstock can cope with any water or other kind of liquids, texture paste, things like that. And again, here you can see using loads of different effects, like your galaxy technique there, which you can use on this cardstock without any issue whatsoever. Coming down to the bottom there, again, using your paint, your acrylic paints, your watercolor paints, not a problem at all with regards to this one. And of course, things like your sprays, because you've got that super smooth finish, you really are going to see those colours to their best opportunity. And then of course, as you're working across, maybe using things like your brush shows, or maybe you were watching the show yesterday, which was the 13 Arts show, and we had those fabulous pigment powders. These are perfect to work alongside those. And then your final one that you've got there is your faux bleaching. So using those distress oxides and then lifting out the colour to give you that fabulous result. There's more which I will show you a little later on, but for the time being, if you're wanting this happy hour deal, then the details are there on your screen. £13.98, an £8 saving, but only if you place your order up until 5 o'clock. But of course, Super Smooth is brilliant in some scenarios, but sometimes you want watercolour cardstock, and that's what we've got with this one. Brilliant cardstock, again, 50 sheets, 280 GSM, so a similar sort of weight to the one that we were just looking at just a few moments ago. But with this particular one, you've got your watercolour finish. Now, quite often with watercolour paper or card, you will get a lot of tooth to this. So that's kind of the peaks and troughs in the design. This is quite a smooth one, so I think if you are working with your stamps, you are going to get a good impression with this one. You can see you've got a little bit of texture in there, but not overly textured. So I think, yeah, with your stamps, you're going to get some nice results with these. Again, £9.99. It's such a small price to pay for 50 sheets. So again, it's almost, well, it's a half price deal, isn't it? You're saving £10 on that one. So 669-780 if you're wanting to get hold of that one. Now, more happy hour deals for you with regards to your watercolours, and I love this palette. This is a brilliant value. So I'm going to take a little bit of time to take you through this one because, first of all, look at that. How highly portable is that? Sits in the palm of your hand, no bigger than a pencil case. In fact, you could pop it into a pencil case if you wanted to and take it on your travels. Straight away, you know it's quality because you've got Studio Lights branding on there. But when you open it up, what you've got in here is a whole host of different elements. Now, first of all, you've got this little palette at the top, and that will lift out if you're wanting to, giving you more opportunity to blend your paints. Love the fact that this is a brilliant white, so you're going to get a true representation of your colours and your blends. And of course, any of those watercolour paints that you pop in here, when they dry, they can just be regenerated with a little bit of water when you want to get them started again. So love the idea that you've got that in there. Then you've got all your fabulous little pans along here. All these come out. And the beauty is when they lift out, you can actually pop out those little pans and actually turn them into little combinations that you want of your own. So you might want to put all your greens together, all your pastel tones together. It's entirely up to you. You can interchange those. And the beauty is if you do want to go for individuals of these, then I think they are available for you to get hold of, so you can replenish those as and when you need to. They obviously all sit in there, but equally so, you could just take that with you on your travels if you wanted to. Of course, you can see there you've got two of your water brush pens in here, and these are brilliant because obviously you're going to fill them up. You're going to have a ready supply of water in there, and you've got two different types of tips on these. One which is quite a flat one, and one which is, again, it's a little bit tapered. It's not the finest detail, but it's a good coverage with regard to that. And you've got plenty of room in there, so if you do want to pop another little water brush pen in there, I think you probably have room to do so, or just a little mini paintbrush. When you get yours home though, I would urge you to fill out your little paint chart, because this will give you a true representation of all those fabulous colours that are featuring in here, so you know exactly what you're playing with. And I love the idea where you've kind of got the deeper tone, where you've got a multiple of layers built up to give you the density of colour, but then also the kind of the watered down version, the more tonal effect there. And of course, important, you've got stormy grey in there, you've got your black and you've got your white there, so you're going to be able to add your tints with your white and obviously add your depth and your shadows with the black and the stormy grey. £16.99, such an affordable way of getting such a brilliant quality selection. Extended delivery with regards to these ones, but you're looking at the 10th of February. Definitely worth the wait, especially when you are saving with our happy hour deal price there. 713597. Now we're keeping the theme going with Studio Light, and we've got 3 sets of stamps to share with you. Looking a little bit grungy with regards to these ones, but they are so pretty. You've got loads of elements in here, and you can see obviously clear stamps, so when you're working with these you can see exactly where you are laying them down. You've got a lovely collection of backgrounds, which of course you can use to build up if you're wanting to. They're all individual little stamps, these ones, so you can just kind of dab them down where you need to. Pattern build with them if you're wanting to. Very useful. I do like those circles, those kind of sketchy circles. Almost encourage you to have a go and doodle yourself as well. The next one, I think this is beautiful. Never regret anything. And I think that's a lovely phrase to have with this one. Lovely one to go in your art journals. Nice open area there. So if you're wanting to practice your watercolour techniques, you've got your 2 fabulous flowers that you can do that with. But again, you've got that element of grunge with it, with those backgrounds. And of course, the backgrounds that we saw just a few moments ago, you could extend the background that you've got with this stamp because they work so well together. £14.98, a very affordable price to pay for your 7 stamps there. 949364. And again, we're looking at the 10th of February with regards to your dispatch on that one. But before you check out your basket, have a look at this one. This is nice because you've got kind of skinny stamps with these ones, so they're slender borders, but these are so useful as well. And I love these. It's perfect. Yeah, we've just had a suggestion from our lovely Charlotte in the gallery there. Washi tape. What about stamping these onto your washi tape. Really nice idea. And again, I think they're just lovely ones. Again, you could actually put these, if you've got a stencil and you're wanting to kind of multi-layer a design, then I think you could actually put these through the kind of little holes that you've got in your stencil and just get parts of those designs. Really useful size. I do like borders, but sometimes they can be a bit too chunky for my liking. Well, with these, you can see that you've got your skinnier borders, but you have got 4 of them for just £14.98. Absolutely beautiful. Loads and loads of you adding those into your basket. I don't blame you at all. 996864 if you're fancying those. Now we've got another set for you. These are a set of 3, and these are what I would call DL size. So you're kind of looking at a third of an A4 sheet with these. Always a popular size with regards to cards, because it's a kind of a slender size, sometimes vertical, sometimes horizontal. But have a look at the designs. You've got multiple layers within these. Loads and loads of interest, and I love it because you've kind of got a mixture of the industrial with these, with the inspirational, let your light shine. I mean, that is a fabulous one for words of encouragement for somebody who needs them. And then, of course, you've got inspire and create with the beautiful flowers. Again, lovely large open areas for you to perhaps, you could be doing your paper fills with those, couldn't you, if you wanted to multi-stamp those, decoupage them up, or again, just perfect opportunity for you to add your colours. And again, a mixture of that kind of grunginess and prettiness with this one as well, because again, you've got a beautiful, large, kind of traditional English rose feature in there, isn't it? Really pretty design, that one. But you're getting all 3 of those, can you believe, for just £25.97, saving a tenner on those. Absolutely brilliant value for money. 737-852 if you fancy getting hold of those. And of course, they are on the website along with our other happy hour deals, but you only have 25 minutes to take advantage of those savings. Not like our one-day special. Of course, you have up until 6 o'clock to take advantage of that deal. As long as stock permits us to run until 6 o'clock, that's the kind of expiry time for any of your one-day specials. We've got a brand new one that we'll be bringing into you a little bit later on. But until then, this is our one-day special that we've got for you that we're sharing in this hour. But of course, you get adding in any of those other goodies, then of course you can do. And check out some of those reviews. These are products that we see regularly here at Hochanda, and that's because you as crafters, you love them, you add them to your baskets time and time again, because of course they're quality and they are something that you're going to be able to use over and over again. And that's the beauty when you've got a one-day special like this, with the stamps, with the dies, you can use it over and over again, because you'll never exhaust the possibilities of using those. The paper pad comes alongside it, and of course the paper pad can be inspirational. You've got the elements there that fit perfectly with the dies as well, so you can cut those elements out if you're wanting to. But of course you will eventually exhaust that supply of paper, so do consider adding in another of those paper pads with the details at the bottom of your screen. 335213 if you're wanting your one-day special. Freedom members, you've got a fabulous saving of £33.99, and everybody can spread the cost over 3 payments. Makes it a little bit more affordable on our pockets, doesn't it, that way? Now I'm going to head back over to see what Nikki is up to, because I know she's got another fabulous demonstration for us. What's your plan this time, Nikki?
Right, I have got another fabulous demonstration. However, whilst I was sat here watching you, I thought there's something missing on the card. I needed butterflies, didn't it?
Oh, of course.
And I didn't have any. So what I've done is I've got some already cut from the paper pad, but I've added a little bit more colour to them with my daubers. But it just needed it, don't you think?
Definitely, I love it. And those butterflies are fabulous. I was just looking at them on the paper pad. The very intricate detail on them.
Absolutely, because these are from the paper pad, but I've changed the colour up. So, you know, it's handy to have those elements from the paper pad, just in case you haven't got a lot of time to create cards, or you think, oh, it just needs something like I did. I just felt it needed the butterflies. So anyway, just a quick show to everyone, a few more samples from the design team. So that one's using your embossing powder. So it's a very kind of gentle on this one, I think.
Very pretty.
Very pretty. But then you've got this one, which is a lot brighter. I love the way that it's Katerina from the design team. She's actually added glitter and glossy accents to those.
Gorgeous.
And then we've got, now I don't know, I can't remember. Is this one we did in our show last time?
It is, yes.
I think
it was,
wasn't it? Yes, the orange. So we did the window box one. But then finally, I'll show you this one. Now, this one that's been made by, I'm not 100% sure, I can't read the name, sorry. She's actually used some greenery from one of the other collections that we've had. So think about all the other collections that you've got that you can work alongside this collection. Really pretty though. And then finally, just one more, which I think I did on the 8 o'clock show, which was that one.
That's right, you
I
did
just
that this
love
morning.
It just, I don't know, it brings sunshine into my craft room at the moment, and I think that's really, really much needed.
Oh, definitely, after all those grey days.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're over yet. I think we've still probably got a little bit to come, but we can craft pretty, can't we?
We can bring the sunshine inside.
Absolutely. So with this card, I've got my papers. I'm not sure which way I'm going to do it, actually. I'm going to do it this way, even though the papers were designed to go the other way. So just take off, because as always, when I'm matting and layering, I do like to use my foam tape. Then I've got one of my decorative dies from Heartfelt. I think this is the Majestic die. I'm not 100% sure, but it kind of rings a bell. So, as I say, think about all the dies that you've got. Don't even necessarily have to be Heartfelt. Just some pretty dies that you've got that you can work with this collection. I've then cut out, which fits perfectly inside the aperture, some of the paper pad with those daffodils on, which will go just inside there, and that will lift up. And then what I'm going to use is the daffodil bouquet. Okay, now I've coloured 2. The reason being, I want to decoupage it up, so I want to cut part of it away. However, this one, I just need to add a slightly darker colour, just to add some dimension to that daffodil. So normally I would do this all at once, but obviously we were demoing. With demoing, I wanted to kind of get a little bit in front, so I don't spend too much time colouring, but just blend that in, and it is actually blending still really nicely, even though the yellow has dried.
And what sort of mediums do you tend to use for working with your colouring?
Right, so I tend to use my watercoloured pens, to be honest. I've stuck with these for about a year now. I just find them really easy, and they do work well, as you've seen with my daubers. You know, but then I might go to my pencils, and you'll see me using pencils, my watercoloured pencils, for a few months. It really does depend on what it is I'm actually colouring.
Did you see that little palette that we had earlier on, Nikki?
I was actually just going to mention that. I love it. I love the fact that you can move them around. Yeah, I love the fact that you can move them around and put them in little groups that you would use them in, sort of like you said, all your greens, or I think that's a great idea. But yes, I did see that.
And it's nice because it's got all those colours that you need for your daffodils there, with your different tones of your orange and your peachy tones in there. Of course, your blending area as well, and of course all those different greens, perfect for the foliage.
Of course. And the thing is as well, it's really easy to mix and match them colours. So if the red's a little bit too bright, you can add sort of like a darker colour to create darker colours in there. So yeah, but I actually saw that. I thought, whoa, I like that.
I'm in the wrong place. I can't order it because it's a happy hour deal. It'll have gone up by the time I come off air.
Oh no, you'll have to, hopefully somebody's watching that will order
I think
for
I've put
you.
enough hints out there, so yeah, hopefully.
So what I'm going to do is, I just want the daffodils. Now, you don't very often see me fussy cutting, because Heartfelt do the stamps that coordinate with the dies. However, there's certain times, as in now, I want to add just a little bit more dimension without making 3-dimensional flowers. So I've cut that one out, and then, because the die has actually cut a lot of it out anyway, there's not really that much fussy cutting.
It's almost like you're pruning.
Yeah, I actually feel like I'm pruding. But then, you see, I wouldn't throw this bit away, which is why I finished colouring it anyway, because I'd use that on another project.
Okay.
And this, so I've put them in my little tray for another time. So I've got my 2 daffodils there, which we'll go back to in a minute. Then I've got some... I was going to say hydrangeas. They're not hydrangeas. They are, help me out.
Hyacinths.
Hyacinths. Hyacinths.
In a lovely bouquet.
Hyacinths. Yes. I mean, and they are really great accents, I think, to go along with the daffodils. Because springtime, we think daffodils, crocuses, hyacinths.
Oh, yes, snowdrops as well.
Snowdrops. I haven't seen any snowdrops this year. Is there any out? That's probably because I don't go out that often, obviously.
Well, the amount of snow we've got, they probably need to be that as tall as kind of irises, really, to poke their heads out. There's a lot of snow out there at the moment.
There is, yeah. That's probably why I haven't seen much. But we don't actually, because I'm in Peterborough, so we don't actually have that much here, to be fair.
Ah, that's good.
So just blending that blue in on the butterfly, and then I'm going to go in again with my dauber and just blend that in. And then what I want to do is just add a bit of pink on the tendrils. And the thing with the daubers is I can blend it over that, and that's really kind of blended nicely. And then I've got that decorative part of the wings, which are really pretty. So the butterfly comes in 2 dyes. So you've got the outer edge, which would cut your main butterfly, but then you've got the really pretty decorative part that you can decoupage them wings up with.
And it's lovely because even if you're going for the essentials, you will get that die and stamp set, and I think it's a really useful set. Even the butterfly by itself on other projects, I think you'll use it over and over again.
Yes, so with the essentials, you are getting the bouquet that I've used. So you're getting that one.
Lovely.
You're getting the butterfly, and then you're getting the smaller daffodil, aren't you?
You are indeed, yes.
I have got one here, so you're getting that as well. So you're getting those.
It's a nice little set.
So you've still got a nice little set to create some really pretty spring projects. So I'm just adding
the look of the butterfly as well by itself. They are available individually as well, incidentally as well. So if you do jump onto the website, you'll be able to see them as individual stamp sets, as individual die sets. So you can really pick out the elements that you want. I mean, most people are going for the complete bundle with the 1-day special, but if you do just want to go for that little stamp set and the little die set that we've just been talking about, I popped it in my folder, so I haven't got it to show it to you. Let me just pull it out so as you can see. I wasn't prepared for that. Started talking before I started thinking. That happens a lot. So there you go. You've got the stamp, obviously, that Nikki's just been working with. If you wanted to go for the stamp by itself, then the details are on your screen, just £13.99. And if you do want to team it up with the die that you can obviously get hold of as well, I'm going to swap those details around. These are part of the essentials, but I know how sometimes we don't want to go for everything. So there you go. The essentials, you'll get both of those, and you will get the paper pad as well. Yeah, if you wanted to get hold of those, you can do. I think, is the die available by itself as well? Oh, okay. So you could go for those two together if you wanted to as well, couldn't you? So £19.99 if you're wanting to go for the die by itself there. So 656,456. The stamp alongside it, just £13.99. I think that's a nice combination, those two together, because I think especially that butterfly, it's a very useful stamp to have. And of course, the bouquet and the single daffodil as well, always useful ones as well. So there's loads of choice. I think that's what it's all about. Heartfelt Creations give us loads of choices. Nikki, going to come back to you. We've got about 7 minutes left.
Yeah, right. So I've got my 2 smaller daffodils and taken my flower shaping tool and just adding some dimension, going round in a circular motion, and then just pulling those petals up just to add a little bit of interest to them. And then just add a tiny little piece of foam tape onto the back of each. Down. Just need to, I can just see a little bit there, look. I just need to trim off. I will say I know we're only just releasing this, but you know I have a good 2 or 3 collections in front of everyone, so I know what's coming up.
Oh, okay.
All I'm saying is I would be very disappointed if I didn't go for this one.
Oh, okay.
Because
right.
I know what's coming up and I know what's going to work well with this. So I'm not saying anything else. I'm going to get shot because I know probably my bosses from Heartfelt are watching.
That's fair enough.
Be quiet.
Well, thank you for the heads up.
But,
We'll make sure that we do get it then.
Absolutely. So a little bit of dimension on my bouquet. Just turn it over. And you get both sides then. And then just one piece, I think I've got a little bit here, look, to pop on there. And then that one.
Oh, that's a nice idea.
Just stand there, so bring it down through, which is why I only put a little bit of foam tape on that decorative die, so that I can now build it up. So I haven't added any dimension with my flower shaping tool to these hyacinths. I'm actually going to put the hyacinths towards the back. I don't want to hide that bouquet. I want them quite flat to start off with, so I'm kind of building it up, but again, because I haven't glued that down or taped it down totally flat, I can now add things behind it and kind of build on it. And just pop that just there. So yeah, so going back to what I was just saying, put it this way, what's coming up, I've used this collection with it to do my demos.
Okay, fabulous.
I'm not saying anything else.
But we've got a couple of months to wait for that one, have we?
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Well,
I can't remember when it's coming out because, yeah, I work quite a way ahead, don't I? So sometimes forget how far ahead. It's pretty scary, actually. We're in January, and I'm sure probably next month I'll be receiving Christmas.
Oh dear, don't wish that one on us. I'm only just getting over the last one. Now, of course, the one-day special details are up on the screen there. Nikki's working, obviously, with some of the elements that have been stamped out. You could have been using the paper pad if you wanted to. We are coming towards the end of the hour. I've only got about 5 minutes left, so if you do want to get hold of these, we are going to go back to Nikki in a little while. I'm going to get Nikki to turn her camera around so as you can say goodbye face to face, and we'll have a little look at that card that she's created in a few moments. But of course you can see here all those fabulous elements that we've been working with, or Nikki's been working with. Of course your inspirational sheet will get you started the moment this arrives, because of course that is included within your set. All comes beautifully packaged in your bag, so that's going to be perfect for you to keep your paper pad in. And of course the paper pad being the core of the project, that one project, but so many other projects that you're going to be creating, you will have your 24 pages with all of those different elements in there. Now, of course, Nikki's been working with the stamps, because you will get the stamps as well, which means that any of these items that you can see here, obviously you can die cut them with the dies that come with your one-day special, but then you can go on and stamp them and recreate them over and over again. And that is the beauty of these, and they are good size stamps. I mean, that one that you've got there with the bow there, you can see it's a really good size stamp that you're working with. And again, you've got the ones for the butterflies. The butterflies are really cute. I think you'll be using those in lots of projects and stamping them up as well. Then, of course, you've got the flowers as well in their different configurations, the single blooms as you can see there, and then of course those wonderful card toppers, beautiful colours right the way through, those pale tones, but then you've got little kind of injections of bright yellows in there to really lift the designs. And of course these are going to work really well with other things that you've got. You might already have little tag dies and things like that. So that's your paper pad. If you want more of the paper pads, $17.99, we've got those on the website. But Nikki, I have to say, you've been doing some fabulous demonstrations during the course of the one-day special. We've had loads of fun, and we can see behind you some beautiful cards created with these flowers as well.
Thank you. I really have had a lot of fun. So if I hold this up, I'm going to have to hold it up just there. Can you see it?
That looks beautiful. Oh, you've added a little sentiment as well.
And a little sentiment, yes. So we've all got those in our stash. So yeah, absolutely brilliant. I absolutely love this collection, and I can't wait to be back at a Hochanda studio very soon, I hope. Well, in a couple of weeks.
Miss you. Now, if anybody's thinking about getting hold of the one-day special and they haven't quite taken the plunge, perhaps they've never ordered a Heartfelt Creations collection before, what advice would you give to them?
I would say this is, well, Heartfelt make it so easy for us. We've got the paper pad, we've got the stamps that coordinate with the paper pad, then we've got the dies that coordinate with the stamps. Really easy to work with, whether or not you're a beginner crafter, whether or not you're an intermediate crafter and been crafting for many, many years. It's a beautiful collection, this one. As I say, it works with a lot of other collections I know that everyone's got in their crafty stash, and I know it's going to be working with things that are coming up very soon.
I love it. The thing that I love about it as well, I mean, it's very current, so if you're crafting with it the moment it arrives, perfect. But then if you kind of pull it out of your crafty stash in 5, maybe even 10 years' time, it will still look as fresh as the day that you started crafting with it.
Absolutely. It is timeless. Absolutely timeless. This isn't going to go out of fashion.
I love it.
You know,
Nikki,
like you said, and you're going to work so well with many other collections.
It certainly is. Thank you so much for spending your time with us today. It's been a pleasure having your company. Like you said, we hope we see you back in the studios soon, and when it's safe to do so, obviously. So thank you for everything for the last 24 hours.
Thank you very much.
And we will see you again soon. So there you go, off Nikki goes. But you still have the opportunity to take advantage of your one-day special. We're starting to get busier and busier as we get towards the end of the hour. I think many of you are realising just how much scope you've got with your one-day special and all those wonderful stamps and dies. So if you do want to get hold of them, do make sure you're placing your order before 6 o'clock. With regards to those happy hour deals we shared with you, sadly you don't have as long to take advantage of those. You need to be checking your baskets out in the next kind of 10 minutes or so. We are rapidly coming to the end of this hour. In fact, you've got 5 minutes to take advantage, and if you are looking at getting those watercolour paints, then you are going to be up against the stock as much as the clock, so make sure you don't miss out on those on 713597. Do stay tuned, we've got lots more coming up. Can't wait for the next hour. Oh yes, I'm going to grab myself a cuppa. I might even do it in a china cup and sit down and watch Simply Vintage with the lovely Melissa. Then we're back with a one-day special. It's a Stackable Solutions from, who's it from? I forgot now.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, been in business for 2 years, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry.
We've both been involved in crafting industry for many years, and we're continuing to move forward with our new company now.
The Easy Matte Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Our range includes diamond trail plates, ultra-sized dies, cards and sticky sheets.
We're constantly developing new and unusual products, so watch this space.
On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
So don't miss the Scarlet Rose Craft shows on Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week using the Hochanda app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Hochanda app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Simply turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do so, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. All you need to do now is select download, and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select apps from the menu that appears. Scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks.
We've got a fantastic design team who help us with all our designs for the stamps, and we've got a great range of inks which we manufacture ourselves here in the UK.
Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
We hope that our products bring you as much fun, creativity and inspiration as they do to us. We love all of our products and we hope you do too. So make sure you don't miss our shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years.
We have a great partnership. I do all the day-to-day business side and Julie does all the designing.
Our range of stamps and dies are made to the highest quality. Our stamps are the deepest etch that are available and they are made in the UK. And they give you beautiful, clean, crisp impressions every time, and our dies cut like a dream. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the Hochanda viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating. So be sure to tune in for the Julie Hickey Design shows
on Hochanda.
Well, hello everybody and a warm welcome. I'm really looking forward to this hour. I've got a lot of time for the lovely Melissa, who I've not worked with in ages.
Yes, it's been so long. Hello.
Melissa, you were one of the first guests I presented with when I joined Hochanda. I remember it well.
Gosh.
And we were just having a little bit of chat, and I think what makes Melissa so special and Simply Vintage is everything is so personal to you. You really do put a lot of time and effort in sourcing such beautiful things.
Thank you. Yeah, I do, and I love it. That's my passion, really.
This is your era.
This is my era.
I said to Melissa just before the show that you remind me. Melissa reminds me of, you know, like the pin-ups that you see on the side of planes. It's that's how I envision you.
You envision me like a jumbo jet?
No, it's like the attractive pin-up on the side of the plane.
Bless you, Janet. That's made me smile. Thank you.
Well, no, it's true.
I love that era, and I would love.
I've got to tell everyone at home so I did post on my Facebook, so Yanis Morgan on Hochanda TV, my page, just to show you, and Melissa was standing here. When she's brought this before, it's always been busy. This is your Simply Vintage Liberty Fabric Swatches selection box. 20% of the stock's gone. Once it's gone, it's gone. Melissa, would you mind if I showed everyone your little secret?
Yeah, go on then.
So we were prepping for the show, and this is a good thing. This is a good thing. So Melissa was saying when she was cutting the fabric, she made a little bit of a mistake, which is good for you, maybe not so good for Melissa. So this is your Liberty Lawn.
Liberty Tana Lawn.
Yeah.
So it's the first time I brought it with these packs, but it's the most beautiful, quintessentially English fabric, isn't it? It's the most beautiful texture.
Were you originally planning on the swatches being this big?
No. No, of course I wasn't.
It's like
it's
double
very,
the size.
Expensive, yes.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a square.
Well,
but somebody got distracted and she cut them bigger.
That's a big amount of material. Now let me explain, because how much is a metre?
It varies. It's around between £22 and £25 a metre.
This is not cheap.
So it's not cheap. No,
not
it's
cheap at all.
Stunning quality.
But all vintage as well.
Some are, some aren't. So with the swatches, all the fabric that's around, we've got some of the older styles, some of the patterns that are still in. So they're all the swatches that have the little sticker in the corner if you've bought from me before.
Right.
But what I've added this time is some 5 what should have been squares of Tana Lawn, which is brand new. And I've also added in, there's 3 packs of 3 swatches that still have the cards on. Which
no, here, just showing you here. So this.
So we've taken them off the card just for this, but they all come on a little card.
Yeah.
And they're beautiful because the backing of the card is actually the vintage and the more modern patterns of Liberty.
Nice.
So you can use it for your card making as well.
Yeah, it's what you're a true crafter, making the most out of everything.
Don't throw anything away.
But when you think about this, just adding all of these beautiful Liberty fabrics to your stash, the kind of things that you're going to go on and create. This is a special bundle. It is absolutely flying. Half the stock has gone. $14.99 your price. We are 3 minutes into the show. And I've got to tell you that when we did feature this, in the past, it sold out.
Yep, every time I bought it in different... So I bought it with the silk collection, then I had the jersey collection and the floaty collection of it. They've all sold out, but I kept some back for my own stash.
Yeah.
And so that's what we have now. We have all of...
This is your own stash?
This is my own stash because I look at it and I think I'm holding on to it because I think it's beautiful.
Yeah.
But I've got to share it because I'm never going to use that amount of it. So I've put together this box, and I said it before, each of those packs sold out. This literally is all I have left now.
Is it heartbreaking to part with it?
No, because I know that I've seen some of the most amazing things that people have made with it. Yeah. And I've got a few samples of things that people have made. And so creative. And they're little bits, so you don't feel like if you buy a metre of it and you've spent £30 on a metre, you're a bit scared to use a tiny bit. So
use it, and that's what you're passionate about. I mean, how lovely is that?
That was from the very first show I did, and about an hour before, I thought, I'm just going to make a little headband, and I wore it for the show. And actually, I really like it. I wear it quite a lot now.
It looks very funky.
Just 2 pieces of the fabric on that one.
How about this? Oh, that's cool.
So she has we've used some of the matte acrylic that you can use on fabrics, and so we've stiffened the skirt and it stands out from the plaque there. It just adds a little pop.
Or if you want to use onto your cards as well. I've got to tell you that we're at 60% of the stock for the bundle. It's not going to last the hour. Now we're at 70% of the stock, so it will go. If you want to get hold of this, you're getting, am I right in saying it's 32 to 34 pieces?
Pieces, yes.
Oh, sorry, between 30 and 32 pieces of fabric.
Yeah, separate pieces. So it's a vast amount. I did a bit of research actually during the week to see how much these sell on, because obviously I buy it and I'll price it up for what I think it's to bring to the show. Yeah. And I was a little bit gobsmacked actually as to how much some of those pieces are going at £2 per piece.
£2 per piece?
Yeah, anything from 50p up to £2
Because we've got silk in here.
You've got the silk satins, silk georgettes, so it's a silk mix, and it's beautiful to work with.
So that's the kind of stuff, when we talk about liberties, you'd find like scarves that would cost a fortune.
Yep. In fact, there is I made a scarf
80%. Oh, let's have a look at this.
With the samples on the very first show, and this was using half the pack of the samples and just literally stitching them together. Really simple, and it does look. It's got that kind of beautiful Liberty look.
If you went to a shop and bought that, it would cost a fortune. Liberty fabrics.
Yeah, Liberty scarves.
Got to tell you, we are extremely busy for this. It is going to go. I think we're into limited stock now, so less than 10% of our stock remaining. We've got 4-minute queues on our phone lines. Don't miss out. It is going to go, and I really hope you manage to get hold of it. What I would say is if you do have access to the internet or the app, go on the app, get it into your basket, and then make sure to check out and secure your purchase, because this will go, and I think a lot of people are going to be very happy and excited when it gets home. All right, we're going to move on. 708-232, your item number if you want to go for that. Now we've got some fabric motifs.
Yeah.
This is nice.
I love these, and that's been a bit blasé about it, aren't I? But I love stitching, and I've brought quite a bit of stitching stuff with me today, but I love stitching a bit out of the box. I don't like it all to be straight and neat. So, and I've also discovered over the lockdown, over the last year, that I really like lino cutting. It's an amazing technique. And so I started learning that last year, and taking the inspiration from the old patterns, the old embroidery transfer patterns,
Yeah.
I created a few of my own little motifs.
So you created, you did the lino cutting for these?
Yeah.
Melissa, there's no end to your talent. That's really impressive.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. But yes, so I lino cut them, and then they are hand stamped onto vintage fabric. So it's vintage linen.
That's the perfect combination. Original lino cut, designed by yourself, onto vintage fabric. You cannot get more crafty.
Well, it's not, yeah, that's it. I mean, I love crafting and trying to get the crafting and the designing and bringing things to the show and things, you know, yet still enjoy doing it.
You were made for Hochanda, really. You're perfect for Hochanda.
Well, funny enough, next month is my 5th year on Hochanda.
Really?
Yeah, March. I think it was March or April. Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy. So, yeah, I am Hochanda through and through.
Because what I said, when because I joined Hochanda 4 years on, so you, a year on, but I've been here 4 years, sorry.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've been going for over 5 years. I can't believe time flies.
It's
You're going to show, because we have got examples where you've actually embroidered these. Do you want to show everyone?
I will. So we've got, they're still on the hoops because I'm still finishing them and it's part of the samples, but they're just really lovely.
You just show to camera 2, we're getting a long shot.
Show to camera 2, there we go.
There you go.
There we are. So they are really nice to work with, and I've heat pressed them, so they are washable. So if you didn't want to embroider them at all, if you wanted them just plain, then absolutely you can wash them, put them onto quilts and things like that. But we also have our little scruff dog.
At the little Westie or Scotty dog.
He's my favourite because obviously I'm dog mad. But funny enough, this one, the anchor, was indeed inspired by the pin-up kind of anchors that you have on tattoos and things. Yeah.
Perfect for satin stitch.
Yes, beautiful.
Got to move on, but we'll be seeing that in action. I've just got to tell you, the Liberty swatch selection has technically sold out, so if it is in your basket, please make sure to check out. If any do bounce back, I'll obviously let you know, and it'll be fastest fingers first there. All right, now, this is something I really associate with you because you bring us great wreaths. This is a new today, new design, and we're looking ahead to spring. I'm kind of ready for spring.
I'm so ready for spring. Yeah, when I was putting it together, I was like, come on, spring, please.
The weather we're having this month.
It's crazy.
Scott, the presenter Scott, was meant to be in today. He got snowed in.
I thought, Mum and Dad up in York, they have they've snow. It's crazy,
So we're all looking forward to spring, and this is a thing of beauty. I've got to tell you, 20% of the stock has already gone. We haven't even seen it yet. So tell us a little bit about this then, Melissa.
Well, I mean, I have been bringing the wreaths to the shows for, it's got to be at least 3 or 4 years now, and I always try and do a different design because although they're all with the same base and they all use very different techniques, they're really, really simple to do. So this one is just back to basics. We've gone for a basic tied wreath, but all the beautiful spring-like colours. So the really lovely pale aquas and the patterned fabrics. We've got polka dots in there, a little bit of lace. So these are all new fabrics in the pack.
Yeah.
And there's enough there. I've kind of put them into strips so you can either have a really big
organza there as well.
There's organza, you have basically everything and a little bit more to make at least one of the wreaths.
Lovely.
You also get a second ring inside there as well, so if you really like doing it, then just have a play with any.
So you're getting 2 rings
You
as
get
well?
2 rings, yep.
Melissa, you're so generous with your kits.
Well,
no, really, normally we'd sell something like this and you would have a ring. You wouldn't have 2.
No, well, the thing is, if you enjoy doing it, you kind of go, oh, I want to do another one.
Yeah.
And so waiting that little bit for it to be delivered, so I just thought, well, have another ring in there.
Just add it.
And you can use your own fabric stash at home.
And are we getting also in here the ribbon?
Yeah, that's actually a really beautiful bias binding.
Oh.
But I've been working with it quite a lot on different various projects, and it actually ties beautifully and gives you a different kind of texture.
That's
so
nice.
I've put, there's about a yard of each of those in there as well.
Got to tell you, $11.99 your price, and we're very busy for this option. So if you do want to get hold of it, details are on your screen right now. 138174, your item number. Now, I'm going to have a look because we've got some more goodies behind me.
We have.
We've got a mixed craft inspiration pack, absolutely chock-a-block full of little elements here. So minimum of 30 elements. All vintage?
All vintage. So these packs that you're looking at now, every single scrap in there is vintage. Some of it even antique.
Wow,
quirky,
that's a big statement.
Yeah. In fact, some of the papers, they date back to 1889, I think they are. The dates are actually still on them. I always try and keep the dates on, just so that you know what's what. But yeah, everything has just that lovely aged feel to it.
Love that. And this is where you really enjoy sourcing all these beautiful vintage elements. I know this year's been really hard on all of us, but especially with you, because you can't get out to source stuff.
I haven't been out to anywhere for pretty much the whole year. I managed one of the big antique markets, which was in the summer when we had that a few months of fresh air. But since then, no, it's been quite difficult.
Oh.
I've actually been clearing out my garage and my storage, so it's like going to a giant car boot sale, because there's stuff that I've ordered for years that I forget
This is
I've got.
nice. This is what would this be?
That's like an old table mat. So they would embroider to go on maybe your side table or afternoon tea or on your dressing tables. You'd have a couple of those. Yeah.
We've got papers in here. We've got fabrics going through, some lovely fabrics. Oh, this next one, I'll show you this.
Lots of different textures and ages. I try, as I'm putting each pack together, I try and tone in the different fabrics and
that's beautiful,
and things that you have in there, so you can create something from it. But the beautiful, now that one, it looks great, that side. It's actually,
there you go.
That side is beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
So again, these go back to, those two sets of fabrics go back to kind of the 40s. The one you've just held up is a lovely bit of 60s.
Gotta love the 60s.
Lovely dress.
All eras.
60s, 70s.
Got papers. I mean, it is a really nice sort of discovery of vintage elements. £12.99 your price there. 039258 your item and number. If you're looking for some inspiration packs, we've actually got bundles of 3 here. So with the inspiration packs, which shown you here. So what are we getting with these?
So with these, the 3 main packs that I've had pretty much from the beginning, and I bring them back with various different themes and patterns, but they stay pretty much true to what we have there. So we have a paper pack. The one you have is the most popular kit that I have. It's the stitchwork kit. And then we have a fabric pack as well. So these are all available individually, but we do also have a bundle of them as well. So they are great for just boosting up any kind of stash that you have. So if you do paper crafting, the paper kit is fabulous because you've got backing papers, bits and pieces there. If you're a stitcher,
so you've knitted this is a perfect little cardigan for Paola.
Exactly.
Lovely.
Yeah, I'm sure she'd be very happy wearing that.
It's her size.
It's her size.
So, but no, look, joking aside, that really is nice, and it just shows what you can do with the little vintage packs.
This is one of the demos I've hopefully got coming up a bit later today, or maybe even on the 9 o'clock show.
Okay.
But I absolutely love turning old vintage dolls, baby clothes, anything that's got tears and stains and things, just turning them into a little bit of art, a little bit of embroidery stitch work. And that's what these kits are great for, because you've got little bits and pieces in each of them that you won't use the whole kit at once. It's not something you'll put out and make something with. It's something that you'll put in that little stash and you go, oh, I know what I've got.
And find it,
use that.
Dipping in, taking an element. Just got the, this is from the paper pack now. If you are going for the set of 3, obviously you're getting everything. But here, these are all these beautiful vintage papers going through.
They're gorgeous, aren't they? They feel lovely as well.
There's something about, and you got me into this years ago, stamping onto vintage paper.
It's got such, it just has such texture, and because of the age of it and the different techniques back then of how they made the paper, it just is beautiful.
Lovely.
And you've got the aging there, done and dusted, perfect. It's ready to go. And some of the illustrations as well on them. I've been quite inspired by the gardening, so there's a lot of gardening pages in there. So you do quite often in most packs get little tiny illustrations and things like that from those. So great to colour in.
We do have some more fabric for you as well. If I just pick this up. And this isn't all of it. I've just picked up a selection. There's too much to hold, but just showing you here now. Remember, if you are getting the set of 3, you're getting everything that I've just shown you. I mean, that's for £29.97, Melissa. That's an awful lot.
It's a lot knocked off, isn't it? Yeah. You get 30 pieces in each, around about 30 pieces, but it's certainly a minimum of 30. There's usually a little bit more. I don't think I've ever done one that's less yet, but we say just in case I'm having an off day of counting. But yeah, they're about 30 pieces in each, and that one is all different fabrics.
I'm a fan. I'm 100%
I know,
a fan.
you look, yeah.
So what we're going to do is we've got to show you a picture, because me holding it up, it's not really doing it justice. Look at the amount that you are getting there. So those are all 3 packs. You've got your paper pack in there, you've got your stitch work, and you've also got your fabric. Saving £6, £29.97 your price, 275320 your item number. What I would say, and I really do mean this, what makes Simply Vintage so special is the amount of care that Melissa puts into everything that she offers. She's truly passionate about it. She loves what she brings. And this isn't a question of just looking through a catalogue, picking something out. You'll source it.
Yeah.
You'll create your own kits.
I'll use it for a while as well. Use whatever we have, just so that I know that I can sell it as something you can craft with.
You're a crafter through and through.
Yep.
And this is what makes you so special. Showing you these now, this is nice. You're going to get a meter's worth of fabric in total. Love all of these though, really nice. For £9.99.
Yeah, yeah, there's 4 50-centimetre squares there. And again, it's just those little bits of fabric that you might want to cut into. You might want to just use a little bit on a card or in a stitching project, add some bits to quilting, that kind of thing. So with the one that you have there, that is lovely. It's got all the vintage labels and little tiny bits of stitchery on it. Yeah. It's lovely, isn't it? And so cutting into that and using it on cards or just a little tag or something, it's great.
Got to tell you that we're already at 10% of the stock, and I think this is another question of once it's gone, it's gone.
It is, unfortunately. That is the last of my stock of it.
Oh, now this is really nice.
This is lovely. It's Alice. Look. Yeah, and the little motifs on it. I've used a lot cutting into that, fussy cutting those out and using them. They're so cute.
Is lovely stuff.
And
really,
it's a lovely,
really nice.
Those the 3 thicker ones are a beautiful kind of linen blend cotton. So it's really nice to stitch with, really nice to cut. It frays nicely as well if you want to do a little fussy edge. And the final one, the pink one, is like a lawn cotton, pure cotton.
All of these, really, I mean, if you were to buy these, I mean, for £9.99 for a meter's worth of obviously all 3 creating a meter. Good value, because if you were to buy them separately as a metre, you'd pay a lot more than £9.99.
Yeah,
you really would.
You would.
Just got to give you the details. We're going to head to demonstration. 540992, your item number there. Once it's gone, it's gone. Remember, we've already sold out the Liberty swatches, so do not miss out. Just going to show you some. Now, these are nice vintage iron-ons. Vintage iron-ons.
Yeah, they're great.
So £9.99 your price there, saving £5, 807 414 your item number. We've also got some pretty patches for you as well. Now, you've already been shopping ahead and found these. So Simply Vintage, 3 packs of pretty patches. Lot going on there. Beautiful. They really do allow you to embellish your creations. For £19.99, but say everything Melissa brings, it is, and I think you can appreciate at home, good value for money, but also the fact that she's put so much care and attention and love into all these kits. And I'm not trying to over-egg the pudding. Genuinely, I know how much it means to Melissa, all the kits that she brings. Okay, so we're going to be taking a look now at
our pet.
This is going to be our first demonstration. So these are original designs, so lino cut designs that are created by Melissa, and then actually put onto vintage fabrics.
Yeah, vintage. It's a really lovely vintage linen. You can see it on the picture there. It's just got that lovely fuzzy edge. It is like as new fabric.
Yeah.
You might have a couple of tiny little foxing marks or something like that, but I think that actually lends itself to what we're creating here, and I do love it. And they're all the kind of size that you can add to a quilt, or you can make little tiny things with it, which is what I tend to do. Brilliant. So we're seeing our little scruffy dog here, who is my favourite.
So what's the actual process with the actual lino print?
I mean, whether this is how you're supposed to. So I started off just sketching some little motifs, and then I transferred it to the lino, kind of rubbery lino. Yeah. And then you take your little
craft knife
tool. It's like a
scouring.
Yeah, it's kind of like a.
Is it like tunneled? It's got.
It's like you can get U shapes or you get V shapes and little tiny things. So they're like little scoops. You scoop out the lino around it, so you leave like a nice little where you've drawn,
Yeah.
you leave that and then you carve out the rest of it.
So effective.
It's so effective and really lovely to do.
And original. I love your designs.
Thank you. Yes, they are all taken from kind of vintage embroidery, because obviously it's embroidery month.
Yeah.
And so we're going to do a little bit of embroidery with them.
Lovely.
So here's my little patch, my little man. He's a very cute little sausage, isn't he? I do like dogs. I think we've probably gathered that over the years. And so what I'm going to do is just basically pop him in the hoop. And he's really simple. A nice small hoop. I've forgotten how much he is. He's 5-inch hoop.
Okay.
And just tighten him up. And all I'm going to do, I'm not actually, with this one, we're going to aim to go towards just a really basic, fine bit of embellishment to him. It's not going to be filled in like the kind of this look, which we will do a little bit later on. He's just going to have a little bit of accent on him. So what I'm going to do is just take, with most of the packs, the extra packs, you get some lovely cotton and linen threads with them. I'm just going to take some lovely thin linen thread, and just around where the ink is, I'm going to just add some like little feather stitches, so just tiny little stitches that take us, I've actually taken a little bit too much cotton there, so he's getting a bit tangled. So you're going to just take some long stitches, short stitches, just to give him a bit of texture. And you carry that all the way around, which I'm not going to do because it's a nice easy one that you sit in front of the TV or have the radio on and just do that. So we're just going to do a couple of little stitches. Right. You can actually see the glazed cotton there. It's a lovely, on the fabric, it's a really nice sheen to it. So you carry that all the way around. Right. And then I've used Liberty, but you can use any decorative kind of cottons or anything that you like, really, just to give him a little collar. And he only needs a tiniest bit. Yeah.
I've had a nice email from Janie.
Oh, hi,
Janie. She's saying that she sat at home with a hot chocolate and the dog, watching her two favourite people on TV. Oh, Janie.
Oh,
that's lovely.
Thank you, my lovely.
Winning at life. Hot chocolate. You got your doggy there as well. And
I hope Purdy's
TV.
better. She wasn't very well yesterday. Poor Purdy.
What's that?
Purdy, one of her two gorgeous springers, was a little bit poorly yesterday.
Oh no.
So I'm hoping that she's a bit better today.
Yeah, we hope. Janie, hope your dog's feeling a bit better.
Yeah.
Bless.
But that's lovely. So I'm just going to catch it under. So it's kind of like putting some a tiny bit of applique on. And just run that along. We're going to keep on doing that all the way around his little collar.
Okay.
Tucking it in. And it's where you might I need my specs really for this because it's quite tiny work. Yeah. There we go.
So do you have dogs as well?
I do. I've got a Springer Spaniel as well,
Oh, you
Barney.
got the Springers. Now, what are Springer Spaniels like? Because they're very excitable.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Well, he is now very nearly 16.
16.
And when we first got him, I mean, he used to just race around the house like a crazy thing. He's always run around. But we met a gentleman with a 14-year-old spaniel who said they will never, ever calm down. And it's pretty much, he's 16. He still tries. His legs are giving up a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah, but he's still gorgeous.
What's his name?
Barney.
Barney, good name.
Yeah. Good dog. He is lovely. He'll be sat fast asleep at home right now.
Wondering where Mum is.
So we've put his little collar on. Now you can add whatever you want to these. You can, completely fill him in. Yeah. You can put grass underneath. Do all sorts of bits and bobs. But we're not going to do that. I'll just get rid of that.
I saw with the anchor you used the satin stitch.
I
quite
did.
effectively.
Shall I just bring that in a little bit? I did. With that, again, it was just a really really quick couple of hours, just going round and round, and then shortly we'll fill this little bit in as well. But yeah, it's just and it gives that lovely raised edge, but also just a nice bit of sheen to it again.
And you're saying it kind of harks back to sort of like classic tattoos.
Classic tattoos with that one, yeah.
Just wanted to tell everybody, so we have got this beautiful spring wreath. It's brand new today, and Melissa really is known, and Simply Vintage, known for the wonderful wreaths they offer. We are approaching 40% of the stock. Now remember, this is your first show, so Melissa's first show. She's got another one at 9 o'clock. Whether this will still be here, we will find out. But isn't it great? It looks so good, so full.
It does, and that's the magic with these. I'll demo it hopefully a little bit later on, but you get maybe a quarter of the way through and you want to throw it across the room because you think it's ugly, it's never going to look nice, but you have, and I did do that last week. I was like, no, I'm not doing it, I don't like it, I'm throwing it. But I persevered, and actually when you get to the last kind of 20 minutes, when I call it the fluff and faff, so you faff around with it, turn the knots the right way, fluff it out, and suddenly they're
Ba-bum. And this is what you get. Now, you are going to be getting 2 of the actual hoops, and you get, with regard to the fabrics, you get everything you need, enough for at least one, and then obviously the second one you can dip into your own stash. So just showing you what you're getting. But for $11.99, I mean, look, you would, just for the hoops alone, how much would you be paying? You're getting 2 of those, and then you've got all the fabrics in there as well. So a beautiful spring wreath, 138174.
Lovely. So I'll go back to my little doggy. So this is one that I did earlier. You would give it a little iron once you brought it out of your hoop, because obviously you can see his hoop. But I'm going to make him into a little brooch. And I know quite a few people who like to do the slow stitching thing. We do tend to use a lot of blankets. Now the old kind of Whitney blankets, the old wool blankets, they are amazing base fabrics. So if you do have any lurking around that you're not sure what to do with, grab them, put them in your stitching stash, because they are fabulous. So I'm just going to give him a little cut out. So I want him to be reasonably rectangular. But again, with me, it's never precise and straight. And then I'm going to take off these little edges, so it basically stops a lot of the fraying. And gives you that lovely edge.
Oh yeah, I like that.
So now
that's effective.
He's suddenly
you give him a lot of character.
Yeah, I spend a lot of time studying with the little doggies. I do like them. It could
be a her as well.
It could be, yeah. But because I own a male dog, for some reason, every dog is male in my world. I'm going to swap him for a pink one, actually. There we go. So let's take that. And these blanket pieces, which hopefully will be part of my next show in March, they come in the most beautiful, like pastel-y colours that are just gorgeous.
You must get so excited when you do discover some beautiful vintage fabrics.
I do. Pieces. I get far too excited, and that usually ends up with more in my stash and more at home.
I'm sure that makes you popular.
No, we won't go there. I really do have to sort out the stash, but you know, we're at home for another few weeks, so I'll try and get it done. I'm very lucky because my studio, which is just down the road from me, 5 minutes away, it's self-contained, so I can still work from the studio.
Oh, that's perfect.
So yeah,
that's handy. So is this like just a tacking stitch?
I'm just, I kind of do a lot of tacking stitches, but actually keep them as decorative stitches. So I'm just going to do a really simple cross stitch to keep that on. So you've got, with the shiny, you can see I'm just doing little X's. Now with the patches and any of my sewing, I've done a new, just like little stitch guide with my kind of the stitches that I like to do. So I put that in with most of the orders. I probably will put them in with these as well. So I've got one here.
Had a little email in from Sandra just while we show that, saying she's loving the show.
Thank you,
and she also asked, will we be taking a look at the spring wreath, how it's done this hour?
Yes, at this hour. Yep, we can move on to that. Yes,
we can do it. I don't want to. Sandra was asking
that is one of my demos ready to go, Sandra.
Is
so
that
yes,
okay?
Definitely.
This is the beauty. I really wasn't trying to hand you demo there. But
it's all here. Look, I've even got
fantastic.
it prepped for once.
And that is why Hochanda Live TV, I think, is such a great platform, because please do get in your emails, like Sandra, and we always try and accommodate if we can. So Sandra, you asked to see that spring wreath. We're going to check that out right now. Oh. Okay, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Just going to have a quick recap, if that's okay, and let you set up, because you have to get that there. I hope you're enjoying everything on the show. It's original, and it comes from such a lovely provenance in where all the kits have been sourced from. For instance, take a look at this. I'm gravitating towards, look at that for a playing card. Now, come on. There we go. It is special stuff.
I mean, a lot of people would just throw that away because it's got a little bit of foxing on it. The card with Her Majesty on it is, you know, a little bit, some of the
that's what makes it special.
patterns going. But it's beautiful. You know, you spend a lot of time trying to make new things look like that.
You really do.
Yeah.
But just going through, we've got little ticket stubs in there as well.
Original bus tickets, yeah.
We've got maps. I love maps. We've got stamps. Now, you've got to be careful not putting anything that suddenly you've just sent out someone.
A penny black has just gone through. Yeah, someone's very rich. No, I do try and say, although I'm not a stamp
this
expert.
is nice. This is actually written on.
I try and get postcards into most of the paper packs. And just look at the beautiful writing. That is January 1913.
We don't write like that anymore, do we?
No.
That's stunning writing.
Isn't it beautiful?
So that's the paper pack. Now, you're getting actually 3 kits in this collection. You've got your fabrics in there as well, which we had a little look at. I showed the fabrics. I kind of held them up earlier on. You're not just getting all of these beautiful fabrics, but you're also getting, look at this, we've got little skeins in there as well. We've got lace.
All different types of laces. You've got the nylon laces, you get cotton laces, random trims that, you know, certainly the 70s brought us some beautiful patterning.
We've got buttons?
Yeah, you do get buttons, and they are all vintage buttons, which I do clean up. That's another of my favourite jobs, sitting there cleaning the buttons, taking all the old cotton out, giving them a wash.
Look at that.
And they're just great for anything, just add to...
Beautiful. And then the final one, how did we describe this one?
This is the stitchwork kit.
Yeah.
So these are all pales, your whites, creams, really pale pastel colours. And it's made for kind of slow stitching, that kind of a look.
Look, I mean, look at that. Look.
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
Really nice. So you've got so much within this. But think about the time, and this is the point. I really hope I'm not sounding too sycophantic, but genuinely, I have a lot of admiration for you, because think how hard Melissa, and it is just Melissa, would have worked to source, find, compile, and then create all of these individual kits. And that's the hard work. Melissa's done it all for you, and she is so passionate about the past. You're saying that you really should have been born in a different era.
I should have been, yeah, in the kind of, maybe the glamorised view of the 50s and 60s.
I could totally see you living in the 50s.
I would love it, just trotting around with my handbag to the dance. Yeah.
£29.97 your price, saving £6. You're getting all 3 kits. You can go for the kits individually if you want as well. So the paper packs, the fabrics, or the stitch work, you can go for them individually. If you get all 3, though, you're getting a further £6 saving. So we had a little look, our first demonstration with the lino cuts. So original designs. Melissa designed the lino cuts. She actually created the lino cut print and then printed it onto vintage fabrics. £12.99 your price. You're getting all 6 of these. Now imagine using these, stitching them up, and then incorporating them into a bigger project. It could be a quilt, it could be a bag, it could be a table runner, a wall hanging. 974783 your item number there. £12.99 your price. The wreath, the spring wreath kit has been immensely popular. Whenever we feature a Simply Vintage show with Melissa and she brings us a wreath kit, it is always popular. So what Melissa does is gives you so much for your money. £11.99, you're getting 2 of the rings, just showing you that there, so you're getting both of the rings, but then on top of that, you've got all of this. So you're getting everything you need to make, look, more than enough to make one very fluffy wreath, or you know what you could do is make 2 slightly thinner wreaths and then bolster it up with some of your own stash. But if you just wanted to throw it all at the one wreath, it would look incredible. Just bear in mind something that Melissa says, and it's a good point. Give it time, because when you're creating the wreath, there might be a point where you're looking at it like, oh, I'm not sure if this is going to work. It always does work out. It's just one of the rules of craft. It always works out. $11.99 your price, but you have to just give it a good fluffing. That's the key. At the end, give it a fluff, and it always comes to life. $11.99 is your price there. 138174, your item number. Let's jump onto the website and have a little look. You can see on the website what I would advise if you've got access to the internet or our app. Just type in Simply Vintage and have a little explore, because you are going down the rabbit hole to a whole new world. Lots to discover. These are new, the Simply Vintage iron-on transfers. We've also got the digital downloads as well. Look, great reviews. So have a little look, have an explore on your own. And I know we've got viewers across the globe watching us right now. So whether you're watching in the UK, Europe or America, find something that is special, that has a story and that you can bring to life. Right now, I love the fact that you, because we weren't playing, we put you on the spot, but it was Sandra that sent in that, sorry, Sandra sent us that email, so thank you for sharing.
So, yeah, especially for Sandra. It was one of the demos that I was prepping to do. Okay, so good. Once you get your little kit, we only need one of the wreath rings, so we'll put that one out of the way. So we have, I keep forgetting, these are 8-inch wreath rings for these little ones. Mm-hmm. And just have a little look of what you've got. You've got your little bits of ribbon and the bias. Now, they're two, although they look similar, they're two different textures. This is quite a stiffer one, so it doesn't actually open that easily, whereas this one is nice and soft. So you could open it up, give it an iron if you wanted, and you could even cut it down the middle and make more. But I just use it as it is. Yeah. Because it just gives that, it holds the rest of the wreath together. And then this is a lovely lawn fabric. Yours, as they arrive, will be a bit more ironed, but these have been put in my stash, so they're a little bit creased. But again, you can use it as this, or you could actually tear it in half again. With the blue, you get two pieces of this, and again it's torn, so I tend to tear the fabric, and if you're using your own stash, try and tear it if you can, if it's a good cotton, because it just gives that lovely fuzzy edge, and actually it stops it fraying, whereas you start cutting, you do get kind of cut marks and it will fray a lot more. Nice. And our little cotton, lovely cotton spot as well, and again I've torn those. You will hate the fact that you get these tiny little bits of thread everywhere. I apologise, but it is part of the fun, finding it and having it all bunging up your hoover. Now this is a really lovely Dupion fabric, but it's beautiful colour and it's great to work with, but it does shred on the sides. So I will warn you now, it is quite but those little tiny bits of the shredding actually add to the effect in the wreath. So we'll start off, and I tend to start off with the darker colour first. So I mean, this is all very pale, but this is our darker colour, and when I've done them in strips, and I would keep it on the strip because you don't waste as much. So I'm going to just do a simple knot now, and that is it. So it was so simple. If you can tie your shoe, you can tie one of these wreaths. Don't worry about the ends being neat. So it's just an over-under pull. So the beginning of tying your shoe, and then cut it off. If you cut all your strips, you might, you know, be a few centimetres or half a centimetre or so too long. So in the long run, you do actually waste a little bit. So it's just over, through and pull, just like tying a shoe. Now you'll notice that the rings they have like quarters, an outside and an inside quarter. So what I tend to do as I'm going around, I'll put one in each quarter. Okay. That way, if you want a nice even finish, you are, it's a good tip, basically spreading those colours around. Inside and outside, just keep going round. Okay.
Just as we're doing this, can I say thank you to Jane? I think I'm right in saying it was Jane who emailed in. She brought your inspiration pack. So Jane, I can't wait to see what you make.
I can't wait.
can we follow you on social media?
You can.
I know
yep.
the answer to that.
Yes, yes, of course. I'm on Facebook,
Yeah.
Simply Vintage Designs,
Yeah.
and then I think that will take. And then we've also got Simply Vintage Crafters, which is a little group. You just click on it to ask to come in, and then that way you can share all your bits and pieces and.
Nice.
And there's lots of inspiration in there.
Send in pictures. Jane, whatever you get to send in. For instance, we have actually had a picture sent in from Michelle, and she wanted to show the wreath that she made in, and this was actually in a workshop with you.
Oh, wow, yes.
Yeah, and she said she was so lucky to attend.
Isn't that lovely?
It really is a beautiful wreath.
She's chosen such beautiful colours. I do remember the workshop.
Oh, Michelle.
So, yeah, that is gorgeous.
But it's showing the same principle. Thank you so much for sending that in, Michelle. It's the same principle here that we're looking with the spring wreath. But what Melissa has done, she sourced all this one. So this is what you're going to be able to make. And what I would do with one of the hoops, I'd throw everything at it. Create something like this, and that's what we're seeing in demonstration. And then you've got that spare hoop that you can dip into your own stash. So I'll pop that down. Okay.
Fabulous. So you get a little instruction booklet, and in there you've got the kind of techniques and bits and pieces. But what I'm going to do is the second way of tying. It's the old-fashioned lark's head knot. They used to do in the olden days. So all you're going to do is basically fold your piece. You're going to need to pre-cut, and these are about between 7 and 8 inches. And you just fold them over so your ends are together. Put that end underneath, and you're going to thread the 2 ends through the loop. It looks a little bit fiddly, but it's really easy. And then you pull.
Oh, okay.
And that way, it's like doing a gift tag, that kind of way. That way, it gives a different angle to the way that you're tying it.
Can we see that again?
You can. Let me use a different bit of fabric so it gives a different look. About 7 inches on that one. So we're just going to fold it in half. Put your looped bit through.
Yeah.
And take the 2 ends, and you're going to pass it through the loop. There's a diagram in the guide as well on there for you to do it, so it gives that lovely effect.
That's very
and you can actually do the whole wreath like that, and it gives a lovely like a starburst, no, a sunburst kind of look, rather than the fluffier look. But if you add a couple of these in every now and again, they make them stand up and carry on. Now, I've got to this stage and I'm thinking, look at the state of that. That looks awful. Shall I carry on? Ooh. And it just keeps going. You think, oh no, it's not going to look good. But I promise you, it really does. It absolutely does.
The tip as well with doing this is it's that at the end it is separating and sort of fluffing out. To give it that final finish. And just showing you, and this is where you would go to. Obviously, Melissa's not going to be able to finish the wreath during the show, but she's showing you the techniques. You have got the instruction pamphlet as well, so that just gives you all the techniques that you need. So don't worry, you have got Melissa holding your hand and telling you all the different techniques that she incorporated into the wreath. And this is what you'll have at the end. I mean, it really does look beautiful. I think this is great just to have in your home, even nurseries. I'm only saying that, obviously,
because obviously you have your little one. I do sell quite a lot to people for nurseries, and it's a wreath isn't just for Christmas.
It is.
It is a fabric wreath. You can have 4 different ones for the different seasons.
Well, I'm sure you've got
Halloween.
fans building up their wreath collection. Just got to tell you, 40% of the stock, actually, scratch that, over 40% of the stock has gone for our spring wreath.
Oh, yeah. When I was doing the Alice in Wonderland type ones, and we had Halloween type ones, we've had all sorts of different themes.
What's your house like, Melissa? I'm wondering now. Is it very sort of 1950s?
No.
No?
It is messy. No, it's not always messy.
Yeah.
I don't know how to describe it. It's a gorgeous, like, converted coach house.
Oh.
We are renting at the moment, but we've only moved there for a year.
Nice.
And that was 6 years ago, because we love it. A beautiful garden. So yes, it's quite traditional.
Yeah.
We're not into minimalist.
No,
I could never be minimalist. And it does have 2 sheds and a garage for all my stock and a studio.
Perfect for you.
Yeah, it is great, and it's just close enough to civilization, but also just in the countryside there as well.
So perfect for Barney to go on his walks.
He loves it. Yeah, he's got a lovely big garden for him to chase the squirrels. or he kind of just stares at them now, looks at them going, yeah, there was a day when I used to be able to do that. Oh, yeah, bless him. So it is really nice. And it's only 10 minutes from here, so it's great to pop to the studio. Yeah. But it's definitely not a themed house. No. I don't think my husband would really be happy with that.
It's good. Go back living in 1950s.
I'd like to have a go at that. That would be fab, wouldn't it?
Do it.
We should do one of those.
Just maybe a room.
Yeah, just a room. That's with the kitchen.
Start them off with a room, and then let it expand naturally.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure he'd be. We'll try.
Yeah. I was going to say now we're at over half the stock for our spring wreath. Now this is brand new today, and we're just showing you how much. I'm watching you now. We're having a nice chat, and this is a very sociable project to do because you could do it in the living room, the TV on, family around you, and just building up this wreath.
Yeah. It's great, and when I do them with workshops, it's such a lovely atmosphere because you sit there with piles of ribbon and lace in front of you, and everyone's chatting away, and you get ideas from each other. And it is a really and it's great because one of the things I do say at the beginning of the workshop is, in about an hour you're going to hate me, you're going to think it's going to look rubbish, and please persevere. And everybody says, yeah, we do. We didn't think it would.
But it always works out in the end.
It does. It does. Have faith. Yeah. Because if you can see here, it does look really bare and a little bit.
You're
Look, there's
building
little
it up.
straggly
I actually
bits.
think that doesn't look too bad, considering you know that it's a work in progress. It's like if you're painting a room.
Yeah.
You're not going to do the first stroke and suddenly it's all going to look great. You have to go through that process. 60%, by the way, of the stock on here.
Wow.
I'm so glad this is busy because I think it's just such a lovely kit. And for $11.99, the amount you're giving. Just remind any new viewers, you are getting 2 hoops. You've got your instruction pamphlet, so all the instructions on how to actually make your wreath, you are getting that. You're getting 2 hoops, and you get more than enough material to do 1, and then you've got the other hoop as well. And you've got all this beautiful fabric in there too. I mean, how long does it take you to compile the fabric? I mean, that must take a while just to source the right fabric.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, because I'm a bit pernickety, is that the word? I do spend quite a lot of time going, oh, is it that colour and is that colour? Part of what I do as well as I'm going around is, was going around, is I will collect fabric as I'm kind of going and thinking that'll be good for this, that and the other. So I do go to my kind of stash, but of course with the wreaths and things and vintage fabrics, I need a lot of it, so you tend to not find a whole bolt of vintage fabric.
No, of course not.
What I've done here, so I've pushed it all together just to kind of get a bit of a look of what it's going to look like.
Okay.
And the finishing off the wreath, so imagine this is all the way round. What the first thing you're going to do as you go round is just trim off your edges.
Right.
Now, if you have pinking shears, it gives it a lovely look. If you haven't brought them with you, like I haven't, I'm just going to go round. These are the biggest scissors in the world. Let's use my smaller ones. And you're just going to chop off the edges because it will get fuzzy. You don't mind too much of the fuzziness, but it needs to have a little bit of a haircut because some of them will be bigger, smaller, that kind of a look.
Okay.
So go around, give it a trim.
Yep.
And when you're happy with that, this is when you can start moving your knots. You can see there. So you've got all the knots at the back and all the fluff at the front. And this is the fluff and faff. So everything gets pushed to the front.
I like that.
Fluff and faff, proper northern. Give it a good faff. And so that's how you can just see in that little section there, you've suddenly got everything is going the same way, and it'll start to really come together, and you're pushing them quite tight in. So if you can see the knots on the back, they're really close together, so you don't really want to see any of that wreath. And this is where your beautiful organza fabric comes in, and it's in a long strip.
And you are getting the organza in the kits?
You get this as well. And
that's
so
a huge piece.
It's a huge piece because, funny enough, you do need quite a lot of it. And so it actually just nicely cuts across, and this fills in an awful lot of your gaps.
It also gives a wonderful iridescence,
Yeah.
sort of shimmer.
Shines in the light there as well.
We are approaching 2/3 of the stock for our fantastic spring wreaths. And remember, this is Melissa's first show with Simply Vintage. She will be back at 9 o'clock, and I really hope you can join us at 9 because Melissa has plenty more she'd love to share with you.
Lots more, yeah, lots more bits. And I might even spend a couple of hours finishing this wreath off and make it a little bit different, maybe.
Nice. Okay.
So again, you can pre-cut all of your pieces so that they're the same size. And you're just going to fit them in between. So you go through, and you can count, you know, go through, go one coloured one plain one organza one, and do it quite uniform. But also there's something really nice about having it a bit more random, a bit more scattered. Yeah. There we go. So I'll push that back. So you can see now how it starts to fluff up again with all that lovely organza in there. And you're right, the shine on it is just lovely, isn't it? And this is what I mean. You can see around me, this is all the little bits that you'll be, you know, I won't throw that bit away, I won't throw that bit away, I won't throw that bit away, but these, you know, they will end up on the floor, I'm afraid. And they will.
That's okay.
But it's fine. It's not a tidy
Minimal
craft.
waste, though. Minimal waste.
Well, you're not. This is where these wreaths come into their own, because if you have old sheeting at home, if you've got old duvet covers, old clothing, this is where your second wreath comes into its own, because you're going to tear up any
what about
fabrics.
a memory wreath?
Memory ones are brilliant. If you've got, you know, once the little one has grown out of his baby
It's
grows.
amazing. You say that's what I say.
Yeah, 8 weeks.
Archer's 8 weeks old now, and he's already grown out of clothes. We had some clothes we didn't even put him in it. He's a long baby. He's grown out of clothes really quick. Yeah. So I'm just thinking about if you have any clothes, because little baby clothes are great, but you're not. Once the baby's grown out, then they're just in a cupboard.
Yeah.
So imagine creating a little wreath with all that as a memory and keeping that in the
having
nursery.
it in his bed, his nursery.
Yeah.
How gorgeous! All the little, because they tend to be pastel colours anyway, don't they? Little baby grows and things, and then maybe add his first little booties in there, or just little trinkets and treasures that go into your wreaths. Look fabulous as well.
Molly, our producer, was saying she likes to keep T-shirts from old boyfriends, so she could chop those up and put it. It's a bit creepy.
Yeah. Hopefully nice memories, Molly.
Oh, yeah, there we go, Molly.
As long as
That's
it's nice
an idea.
memories.
Okay, who keeps T-shirts for old boyfriends? So now, I've got to tell you, had a really busy show, lots of goodies on the show. Melissa will be back at 9 o'clock, and she's got plenty more she would like to share with you. With regard to this wreath set, we're approaching wreath kit, I should say. We're approaching 70%. Am I right in saying? 80? Wow. Okay, that literally just jumped from 70 to 80. We had a huge spike. So we're now approaching 80% of the stock for this. Do not miss out. It really is a lovely wreath. And thank you to Michelle, who sent in the picture, just showing how much joy she had at the workshop creating this. So you could do this at home. If you are at home right now, you're looking for your next project, it's here for $11.99 as a Freedom member. You don't have to worry about your P&P, and everybody, Freedom member or not, saving £3. Melissa, thank you so much. I love working with you.
Thank you,
Should we do it again at 9 o'clock?
I reckon so, yeah.
Let's do
We'll
it.
come back.
Okay, I'll see you then. And I hope you can join us. Thank you so much for keeping us company this hour. This is what Hochanda is all about. I like to relax, do a bit of crafting, and bring you something that's wonderfully original. I've got plenty more coming up. We're going to launch our brand new one-day special. It's Deflecto. Don't miss it. It's awesome. So, Sam will be here. Stackable solutions from Deflecto, not to be missed. That's our one-day special kicking off. Then we've got our Maker Forte. And after that, we've got Stackable Solutions, repeat of the one-day special.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888, and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Kay Fassett is a distinguished artist, designer and author who has used his background in knitwear design to create an expanding range of bold and beautiful fabric prints for the patchwork market. Join me on Hochanda, where I will be bringing you a wide selection of beautiful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years.
We have a great partnership. I do all the day-to-day business side and Julie does all the designing.
Our range of stamps and dies are made to the highest quality. Our stamps are the deepest etch that are available, and they are made in the UK. And they give you beautiful, clean, crisp impressions every time, and our dies cut like a dream. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the Hochanda viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating. So be sure to tune in for the Julie Hickey Design shows
on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies, we've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well, so we've got so much to bring to you at Hochanda.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
On the Dreamy shows, we hope to further inspire you with all the techniques and tips that we can offer, hopefully getting you to use all of your inks, your flower making techniques, and really build on all the skills you probably already have. Make sure you join us for the Dreamy shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge, really, with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful, and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our Crafters Carry-All.
We've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
Hello there, well it is one day special time and we have got a cracking deal for you. We love a Deflecto one day special because it's an opportunity for you to either try out the Deflecto storage system or maybe add to your existing system, because I know so many of you do look out for our one day specials with Deflecto. Now we are just showing you some of the fabulous goodies that we are going to be sharing with you. Some of these items you will see that I use them in my crafting room, Leonie uses them, Paola uses them, many of our viewers, Catherine uses them as well. And if you do use any of these items in your craft room, then I would love to see how you use them. studio@hochanda.com. Now, of course, Deflecto, it's an incredible company. We regularly see the guys here bringing these fabulous deals to us. And of course, we usually do have Sam with us here in the studio. Sadly, we don't have him here. He's tucked up in Wales, I believe. But we've got him via the powers of Skype, I think. Hiya, Sam. How you doing?
How are you, Hayley? You okay?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Very excited again, another brilliant one-day special.
Yeah, thanks for having us on again, and it's obviously I would much prefer to be there in person, but hopefully the Wi-Fi will hold up at home and we can talk through the products we've got available today.
Well, you've done us a brilliant deal. I mean, we've got a £36 saving with our one-day special. It is an amazing deal, and it's one of those ones. This one-day special, I think, is brilliant for anybody that's just getting started with Deflecto, or anybody who's a bit like many of us here at Hochanda, seasoned Deflecto collectors, shall I call us?
I think that's probably fair to say. I know, normally when I am in there, lots of people come up and say, "You bringing anything new out? When are you going to be next on?" I haven't had time to go and get them yet. And quite often, I occasionally get tapped up for, "Can I take a sample?" I have to say no. Today might be a little different because I'm not actually there. So yeah, we'll wait and see.
Well, we'll just blame it on the couriers if the worst case scenario. Now, the deal we've got on the screen, we've got £36 saving. That's a pretty good saving.
Yeah. So with the one-day special, we always like to make sure that we're giving fantastic value. But also fantastic value on products that really are great products. I mean, what's the point of having something that's really good value if it's not that great? Whereas, if you look at the reviews that we get on the Deflecto Caddy, just always so popular. And I think because so many people that, and as I've said before, we deem, the likes of yourself, Hayley, and Leonie and Paola, we deem you craft professionals. So when we see you using it, it just kind of emphasises what we were trying to design when we created the product. When you look around the product itself, you've got those nice clear canisters. Now the reason for that is we can easily locate the items, and something that always surprised me is the amount of stuff that you guys actually carry or you guys buy. So it makes sense to store it safely, but also store it where you can see it. I mean, there's no point having it if you're not sure where it is, or you can't remember where you've put it, or you just can't find it.
And I love it because it's a modular system, so you might start off with the one-day special, and this might be your first kind of step into the Deflecto world. I do urge you to have a little look online there, because we've got loads and loads for you to choose from, and we do also have the wheels that are available. We don't always have those. They are always popular, and I will be showing you a bigger bundle in a moment. But this is your one-day special where you've got two of those fabulous kind of tier systems. Such a clever concept that you've got with these, Sam.
Yeah, so that, the idea is that we want storage that will grow with you, but we also want storage that is manageable to move around the house, or whether it be to your car or to a craft workshop that hopefully you'll be able to go to soon. So the fact you can lock them together, and the fact you can, they're very portable, and that's something that we try to create, and we think we've done it really well. And there's lots of accessories that actually work with the caddy as well, which is again just a great feature of the product.
Well, this is it, and I find mine very useful because, of course, as you said there, you can instantly see what you've got stored and where you've got it stored because of it being clear. And also, it's so easy to get to those bottom layers. Now, you might start off with 2 tiers, but you will soon find that you will add to those. I think my tier system's probably got about 7 tiers in it now, and it's brilliant because overall, the only amount of area that it takes up in my craft room is that. A little over an A4 sheet, because that is the base, and then obviously you can go higher with regards to these. So with regards to these, I know there is a kind of a limit that you kind of suggest with regards to the weight of the content. What about the height as well? What do we need to consider?
Well, I think some of us are taller than others. So what we always say is that make sure that it's a comfortable waist height. Anything around there. I mean, that's also a good height if you were sat at a desk or you're stood at a workstation. And the benefit of having them stacked together, and as I mentioned, we've got the wheelbase as well, which we'll come on to, which is a great product, is that it's just easy to move out of the way, or you can stack 6 or 7 comfortably, and you can still maneuver it, so it's still portable, even when you've got to stack them together as well.
Certainly is, and I've actually got one here. This is one of Leonie's many Deflecto systems, and you can see there instantly she'll know exactly where her gilding waxes are, where she can find those, where her cut and dry foam is. It's all in there. And again, things like your pens, things like your stickles, all of these things are going to be very familiar to our crafters. And of course, whether it is your sewing, whether it's your crafting, whether it's in the garage. I mean, my other half, David, he uses his and he's kind of got nuts and bolts and raw plugs and kind of DIY kind of bits and pieces. I kind of recognise them, but don't really know what half of them do. But he knows where everything is. And from a personal point of view, I like it because it means that I don't end up double buying. And you crafters will know exactly what I'm talking about. You'll be looking for that ink pad that you know you've got it and you know you've got it somewhere, but you don't know where it is. So sometimes you think, oh, do you know what? It's just quicker to order another one. And then you end up with two of the same colour. So this is a way for you to get organised with all your crafting stash. And it's such a fabulous way. It's just so easy. And as I say, I can't reiterate more that it's only taking up the storage, the floor space of that there, but of course you can go as high as you like within reason, and then of course add in the wheels if you want to move it around from time to time. Now it's always a busy one day special. Lots of you taking advantage of it already, and it's nice as well because what we're seeing as well, Sam, is something that you will reiterate when you come to do your dispatches. You regularly see these one day specials going out in multiples to the same address.
Yeah, and I think, just a little bit about the company. We are based in the UK, based in South Wales, and we dispatch all of the product from our UK facility. And what's actually really nice is we get quite a lot of emails in from customers of Hochanda saying, can I suggest you bring this product out? So again, if anyone has any suggestions like that, please do send them in. We've had some great ones recently, and people are asking when we're back on. And I think, we're probably on every 12 weeks, I would say is a rough estimate of, of when we do an Hochanda show. Sorry, I got tongue-tied then. But yeah, I think that the product itself, if you're a little unsure, just, take a look at the reviews online on Hochanda. I'm yet to really see a negative review about this product. We can't please everyone, and I'm sure there's someone that may be watching or someone that knows someone said, I've had that and I didn't think it was any good. But the vast majority of what people say about this product is that some of them even said they can't live without it. Now they've got it, which maybe that is the case for that person. I think get it, you will not be disappointed. And as you did mention, Hayley, we do dispatch them from the UK, and it's always nice to see those repeat addresses coming through. I think that the biggest delivery we've ever done was a whole pallet. Someone had ordered a pallet worth of Deflecto caddies, and that'll have been Leonie, because she'll probably need several pallets. There'll be more orders to come from her, I'm telling you now.
Now, it is a brilliant system, and it's brilliant because you can get involved at whatever level. So, as Sam said there, you could be ordering a whole pallet full of these if you're wanting to get yourself organised, or maybe just getting started with your first, being the one day special. Maybe you've experienced Deflecto before and you're kind of spreading that Deflecto word. That's often what happens. Crafters will find just how useful this is, and they'll start mentioning it to other people. Could be family members, because of course it doesn't have to be crafting stuff that you're putting in here. Could be model making stuff, it could be kids' toys, those little bricks, that you sometimes find in the middle of the night, usually when you've got a bare foot, yeah, they can be pretty painful. So this is a lovely way for you to store these. I've got all sorts of different things in mine. They even go in the kitchen cupboards, and they can kind of have things like your spices in there, or perhaps lollipop sticks if you're doing cake pops, and cupcake cases, and all sorts of different bits and pieces. So this is something that's definitely worth looking at. Check out the reviews. As Sam was mentioning there, you have got some brilliant reviews which we'll share with you. But we have got a question with regard to this one. This one's from Catherine. Now, I'm putting you on the spot here with this one. With regards to the caddy system that we're talking about, if you're looking at just one tier, I think this is probably where we're going with this one. What is the length and the height of these, Sam? Do you know? Yeah, so the length of the product is around about 33 centimetres in total. So just a little over 12 inches is the length of the product. And then the width of it, I think, is around about 8 or 9 inches. So, I mean, you're not too far off with saying an A4 sheet of paper, but I think, you may think an A4 isn't that great in regards to size, but because of the different tubs that you do have there, and each of those tubs, the single ones are 4.5 inches square by about 4 inches deep.
So you really can get lots and lots of different items and craft materials, or, you know, modelling kits, children's toys. I mean, we use them in our house for the modelling clays and the modelling doughs. You can get all the cutting tools in there, a whole array of different colours of those modelling clays that I'm referring to. So it is a good all-round storage product for anyone in the house, really.
It certainly is, and as I say, it's one of those ones that I can't recommend more to people. A fabulous price that we've got with the one-day special. Bear in mind, we've got things like Mother's Day, Father's Day coming up throughout the year. Now, I know we will see more from Deflecto before those dates appear, but why not take advantage of this deal? £23.98. You're getting 2 of your tiers, as you can see here, but of course they interlock beautifully, and you can use them in so many different ways. But as I mentioned, it's a modular system. The idea is that you start off and you add to it. And here are some reviews from people who have started off with their Deflecto range. This is just from January. This is this year. There are loads. We could have gone to any date really in the past for these. Excellent. I mean, that's all you need. One word says it all. Great price, cheapest I could find. Love the look of these on a trolley base. Really functional and totally organised my threads. I've got my threads in mine as well. And I've got 4. Oh, well, I haven't got 4, but this particular person has got 4 of those. Love to have more. So I hope this range is restocked. And that is the beauty of this. We've always got the brand section available to you here at Hochanda, so that does mean that if any time you're wanting to add to this, then you can do. We don't always have deals like we've got on the screen because of course it's a one-day special. These are sturdy and look good, store such a wide variety of different size craft goods with more space plus the wheels. So this is the thing, it is such a fabulous system. Now of course your one-day special is pretty much as I was showing you there, but we've got a fabulous deal for you where you'll be able to take advantage of the saving from your one-day special and more. Now I know what you're like, because you're like me at home. You'll be looking at the screen and saying, hang on a minute, I'm spending £56 odd here and I'm only saving £2. Well, actually you're not, because let me explain. Your one-day special, you're getting 2 repeats of these. So within your one-day special, you've got the saving, double that up, it's actually a £36 saving that you are getting with regards to those. Then you've got your wheels as well. So your wheels are added into the deal, and that's what you've got on your screen there. And you've actually got a £7 saving that's been carried forward from the price of the wheels into the bundle. So what are we up to, about £40 now with regards to the saving? And it's actually, it's £36 times 2, of course, because we've got 2 one-day specials. It's £36 on each one of those. Of course, me and my maths not doing it right. So overall, you are actually saving, what was that, £81. Now hang on, I'm going to be splitting heads. Is that including our £2 on the screen? So that is including the £2 on the screen there. And of course, if you are a Freedom member, you're not going to have any additional post and packing to pay with this. That's why we wanted to bring this in nice and early. Now, if you have already gone for your one-day special, then of course you can add this in alongside it. But many of you have already spied this. So what you've got with this one is obviously your 2 one-day specials and your wheelbase. Now, Sam, tell me about the wheelbase. I know why it's so popular, but they want to hear from the professional. Why is it so popular, the wheelbase?
Well, you know, as we mentioned about the amount of just sheer stuff that you have, you know, whether that be your different ink pads, materials, different tools, that all just starts to become quite heavy once you fill up these caddies, especially with 4 of them. So the reason why we designed the wheelbase is, as I mentioned at the start of the show, just to make it portable and easy to use, and that's really what the wheelbase is all about. The fact that the caddy is a modular system, so you know, say that you've already bought 6 and you just want to add 1 more to your stack, you know, you can do that. And the same way that the caddies lock together with that grey lever system there, that's the way the wheelbase locks into the caddies as well. So if you don't want to use the wheelbase, say you want to slide it away, you only want to bring it out at certain times, you can do that. And that's one of the things that I think is why this product, and especially this bundle, is so popular, is that you can use it all as one system, or you could use it kind of layer by layer. So if you only need to use 2 of the caddies, you can do. Or if you want to use all 4 of them and you want to move them around the house, you've got that wheelbase, which just makes it a little easier, makes it more portable.
And it certainly does, because there's a certain amount of weight when you start filling up those little canisters and pods that you've got there. This is something that I found quite recently when I bought mine in, I think it might have been for a Deflecto show that we had a couple of months ago. And when you actually start stacking it up, you think, all right, I'm going to pick that up and move it. And it's like, oh my goodness, that weighs a ton. So having the wheels means that you can quickly and easily glide it from wherever you need it to go. And of course the size of this, I know that a lot of people will actually keep these under their desks. If they've got a crafting desk and it's kind of like a knee-hole desk, then of course you can stack these as high as the counter area, and you're kind of making use of wasted space, aren't you? And there's still room. If you perhaps had two of these side by side, you could have your chair and your knees sat between the two of them. But what a huge amount of storage that you've got literally in a wasted space.
And I think, you know, you're spot on with that, Hayley. The fact that it is in those wheels, I mean, we see pictures of people that have sent them in where they wheeled them underneath the stairs. So as I said, it's just about making it portable and it's making it user-friendly. And say you're working at, you know, at a workstation like you've just described there, and you want to move it out the way, you haven't physically got to lift up 4 caddies to do that. You can just push it to one side. And even more so, you know, if you want a hard surface, whether that be a wood floor or something like that, really easy to move. But we will mention as well, they do work well on carpet as well. You still can push them around because those wheels go in the 360-degree direction. You haven't got that issue of, you know, making sure the wheels are all lined up either.
And this is the key thing, and I think anybody it's a case of that when you're wanting to move your crafting things around, you want to do it yourself, you're an independent person, but you might not have the upper body strength to actually physically move everything around. Then regardless of the weight that's in here, the wheels are going to enable you to manoeuvre it literally from room to room if you're wanting to. And as you can see there, as Sam said, those 360 rotations of the wheels there mean that it really is an easy one to work with. Taking it, whether it's from a hard surface or a carpeted surface, you are not going to have an issue with those at all. They also work going across kind of rumbly car parks as well, because I've taken mine across tarmac and the wheel stayed put as well, so sign of quality for you. Details on your screen. If you're wanting to get hold of your set of 2 one-day specials with their associated savings and the wheelbase as well, saving £81 overall. We have to put £2 on the screen there because the savings are kind of already added together with regards to this. So if you were to go off and get them individually, then you would actually be paying £81 more than the price on your screen, as you can see there. So £56.95 being your price on this one. £4.95 post and packing. Please don't pay that. Become a Freedom member, because there's going to be lots of other things that you're going to want to add into your basket alongside these. We'll be sharing more of the Deflecto range with you in just a few moments, but check out the ways that you could potentially be using your caddies. We are very busy. You probably noticed at the bottom of your screen there, busy on the phone lines. They have just this moment cleared. So if you're needing to place your order on the phone, quick, do it now. But keep one eye on the TV because we've got another product to share with you. Now, paint. This is a brilliant bundle. This is, it's going to be a bit like a kind of a confessional show because I've got these as well. And these are brilliant. They're always popular with our crafty crew here at Hochanda. In fact, if you were watching some of the, it was a happy hour show that we had yesterday with the lovely Emma Blake. She was here with Clever Prints and she was actually using one of these with regard to her paint palettes. She'd actually got little kind of paint pans in here and she was using it with regards to her watercolours. This is a fabulous fabulous set. You're going to get a duo, so your painter companion and your paint tray. So that's your paint tray with your lid on there, and then your fabulous painter companion. This is brilliant. One of the issues, I don't know about you guys at home, but when you're working with paints and water, the moment you clean your brush in your pot of water, you are contaminating it, aren't you? And it gets muckier and muckier and muckier, and before you know it, you've got to change the colour, and it's usually quite quickly. With this, it gives you the opportunity to actually have your clean water there all the time, and lovely deep areas to work with as well. This has been really well received, Sam, hasn't it? And it's one of the newer additions to the range.
Yeah, so we launched the range of products last year in Fine Arts range, which is what the Painter's Companion and the paint tray is. And this product was, really designed with some clever little features as well, which we will run through. The paint tray itself, it's got an airtight seal around the edge of there. So, if you are working and you need to, maybe just want to put some work away for a few hours. Once that lid is locked on, it does act as an airtight seal, so that will prevent your paints from drying out, which is great if you need to take off or you need to just leave some work for a moment. You've got that option there. The fact that the lid completely comes off as well, I think, is another great feature because, as we said, if you really wanted, I guess you could use the lid as a large mixing palette as well.
Good point.
The fact that there's no sharp edges as such means you can clean it really easy as well. There's no, you can see that they're all rounded, so you aren't going to get paint kind of drying in them. And I think you actually get, I think it's 19 wells. I normally count them, but it's...
Sam, you're letting the side down. My goodness.
No, I think it's 19.
One job, that's all you've got. One job.
I know. It's been a long day.
Bless you.
Yeah, we got. Are you counting them or am I counting them? No,
you can count them. I'm just going to mention something. You can count them while I talk about the lid, because the thing is, with the lid as well, you know how we do our paint techniques, and what we sometimes do is lay down a piece of paper and spritz it with a spray. Then I think that's a fabulous space for you to actually be putting your piece of card in there and protecting your surface at the same time. As Sam quite rightly said, we've got, is it 19 little trays there?
Yeah, I think there's the 15 round the edge and then the four large ones in the middle.
Love it.
But I think, just to get an idea of the size of that product, it's not far off like an A4 sheet of paper.
Yeah, that's a good point, yeah.
So, it really is. It's a good size paint tray.
And we say paint tray, but I know loads and loads of people who do beading and jewellery that would really find this useful as a little tray to actually keep. I mean, the lid itself, obviously you can sit the base in there if you wanted to. And you've got these areas, you could put a little piece of foam in there, and they're almost like areas to keep your bead formations and perhaps your little designs in place. But around the edge here, you could be putting beads and findings and all sorts of bits and pieces if you wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, that is. I hadn't thought of that one, so I'm gonna take that one as my own idea when I'm in work next.
You can have that one. You can have that one. I don't mind.
But I think this bundle just does really well. We've had it on, a few times now, and it just proves so popular, which is why we keep bringing it back.
It's a brilliant
so when you actually
idea.
Look at the Painter's Companion, and the reason why we call it a companion is we really do believe that it makes your job easier. If you're painting, it does make life easier. It's got lots of different areas that you can clean your brushes. And as you pointed out earlier, normally the second that you clean your brush in that old jam jar that you're probably using, that water is now dirty. Whereas with this, you've got the 3 paint wells, and they're a really, really good size as well. They're really deep. Then you've got that nice little drip tray at the edge, which you can rest your brush on, if you wanted to. And then the handle as well, which when you washed your paintbrushes, to allow them to dry correctly, you are supposed to lay them horizontally, as I'm sure you all know. And that's why the handle itself has got that design with those ridges built in. It's just to prevent the brush rolling off as well.
I love it. Really useful tool. And of course, it's got the little carry handle there, so nice and easy for you to transport. And to get it under the tap as well, which I know sounds like a daft thing to say, but it is nice and easy. Just want to there you go, throwing water over Monday. Catch. For £13.98, if you're wanting to get hold of that, please do so. Details there on your screen, as you can see, but 20% of the stock has gone. It's been a popular one. And again, such an affordable price, £13.98. It's kind of a one-time purchase. You buy that and you, well, mind you, other than buying it as gifts for friends, you probably only need to buy one of them. So yeah, why not treat yourself to that one? Now, next thing I'm going to be chatting about is, now this is a bundle that's proven to be very popular, and it's brilliant because it has got the wall bar included, and the wall bar is very, very useful tool to have, because what you will find is when you start working Deflecto system, of course we were looking at the different caddies a few moments ago, but they are interchangeable. So you'll see that with this particular one, we've got a longer caddy, which is actually going to take up 3 of your pod spaces. Now, this is a brilliant bundle. You've got your ribbon dispenser with this one, Sam.
Yeah, so we put this one together. You know, what we found is that we normally have these on their own, and people are ordering them to put them in with their, you know, with the ODS or with the, you know, the 4 caddies and the wheelbase. So we decided to pack, I guess, the best-selling accessories, which is what they are, with the caddies. We've got the ribbon dispenser, which, yeah, as we kind of all know, generally when you buy ribbons, you tend to keep them loose in a drawer or in a storage box. They will get damaged. And also, you can't always find them. So this particular product is a great addition. It's a really good accessory to have. Both of those canisters will fit within the one-day special, within the Deflecto caddy as well. And then we introduced the project tray on the one on the underside, which you can see there, which is great for your smaller embellishments and beads. And that tray does actually lift out as well, so you still get the benefit of using the large storage, and you've got that project tray that sits neatly in the top, and the lid still closes and snaps tight as well.
And then, of course, the ribbon dispenser one, again, you've got your large caddy. I use a large caddy with regards to things like my pinking shears and my dressmaking scissors, because they're a little bit longer than the 2-pod caddy. So, yeah, brilliant. But then, of course, you've got the addition, those inserts that mean that you can actually put that ribbon kind of bar in there. These just slot in to the side like so, so one either side, and then you've got your bar which neatly just clips in place. Obviously put your ribbons in place before you clip it in place, but then it will sit neatly in there and keep them safe and secure. And you can even feed your ribbons through, because you've got a little tiny amount of area that allows you to actually decant those ribbons as it comes through there as well. And of course, as Sam mentioned, they will sit neatly within your one-day special. This particular set, you're going to get your 2 larger pods, so obviously you've got your project tray in one, you've got your ribbon dispenser in the other, and you've got your wheels. You're also getting your wall mounting bar, and this is a perfect place for you to pop it on the wall, and then any of those pods that you're interchanging, it gives you the ability to actually put those elements there, as you can see there. So you don't necessarily have to keep them in your kind of your mobile station, for the want of a better phrase. You can use them on your wall using that wall bar. Now, it doesn't come with you screws. You just need to check out the right screws and the right raw plugs for the kind of purposes of where you're going to be putting it, because obviously it's different apparently for different walls. 013512. I'm not much of a DIYer, as you can probably tell. Now, if you fancy getting hold of that one, it's a really good buy, that one. Of course, you can add it in alongside your one-day special if you're wanting to, and of course spreading the cost will make it perhaps a little bit more affordable on your pocket. Busy again on those phone lines. You will see this with regards to the show. Each time we bring new products out, we often have brand new viewers to take advantage of these, and that's why those phone lines get busier again. Now, another very, very popular item is this one. So with regards to this one, we've got 2 of these accordion holders for your marker pens. These have been very popular, Sam.
Yeah, so this is a product that we've had for some time actually, and the same amount of time as we've been offering the caddy, and it proves so popular. And you know, I'll quickly run through why I personally think it's such a good product with the viewers at home. Is that one thing that really surprised me was how much markers actually cost.
Yes.
You know, some markers can be a couple of pounds per one. So it kind of, you know, the way I look at it, if you're spending that sort of money, it makes sense to invest and make sure that you're going to look after them. The fact that the marker accordions are portable, again, we've got the carry handle built into the top of the product. The fact you can change the orientation of the product, whether you want to lay it on its side or sit it upright, you can do that. And as you've just demoed a minute ago, you can actually open the unit out, which is why it gets the name accordion. Now, you are getting 2 of them. You can hold up to 80 markers in each of them, so 160 in total. You can see nice and clear, so when you have got your markers stored in there, you're going to be able to quickly locate the colour that you're looking for. And I guess, you know, saving you time. On the one hand, that you're not going to be searching for those colours that you're trying to find. If you're doing something, they're going to be all within that unit. You can quickly identify the colour that you're after and take it out. And then when you're done with it, put it neatly back in to the segments that we've got designed within the product. That lid fits on nice and secure as well. And because it's so portable, you can easily move it into the cupboard or, I don't know, under the bed, wherever you store it. It's going to be easy to manoeuvre around the house.
I'm going to move these. Oh, excuse me, I've got a bit of a frog in my throat then. I'm going to move these out of the way. The reason being is, have a look what we've got on the shelf here. These are Paola's pen collection, and I love it. So you can see it. Well, this is a little bit of Paola's pen collection probably, because she's got a lot of pens, and it's a really popular way, as you can see there. You can stack them up beautifully. When she brings them into the studio, all she needs to do is concertina them up, put the cover on there, and away she goes. I know she's not the only celebrity crafter that's got these. I know John Lockwood has got these as well, I believe, and there's many more of you guys at home, and of course lots of you do use them, not just for your pens, your pencils, anything that you're wanting to stand upright and have that clearance with regards to these. Now, of course, with regards to your pens, did you know that these pen caddies may even dance when you get them home? But dancing accordion holders is not a guarantee. Might not happen, just saying. Now, this is one of the latest additions to my craft room. You may well have seen me use it on air, actually, because when I do my sewing shows, I do bring it in with me. It's a brilliant system. It's one I couldn't be without now, to be honest, because it gives me the opportunity to store all of my fabulous sewing elements that I need when I'm on air. And it's made up of 3 parts, and each part separates up, so you can decide how you want to put this together. So you've got the organiser at the top, as you can see there, nice clear organiser, that's going to sit on the top like so. Then you've got your additional drawer, and this drawer will actually slide out, so you've got storage area in there, and it will come out completely as well if you need it to. But what you will find is they do stack together. So I've got mine in the same, actually no, I think I've got it that way around. I had to think for a moment then. I've got the smaller drawer on the top, but you can, if you want to, switch it round and, whoops-a-daisy, have the larger drawers sitting on top. And these deeper drawers are brilliant because it means that you can use them as storage areas for all sorts of goodies. And then, of course, you've got those recesses there, so they're locked together. But you can even wall mount it as well if you wanted to. Sam, I have to say, this has revolutionised me organising my sewing bits and pieces when I'm on air.
Well, I think it's just a real, as with all of our storage, they're just very useful because they have multiple uses. So you don't, it's not just designed to store one item, or one set of materials that you might work with. The fact that this one, again, we like to keep those containers nice and clear, so you can see what you're storing inside. One thing you'll be really surprised at, I think, is when you get this product home, it really is a good size as well. Like it's not a small kind of desktop accessory, it's a good size. You can get lots of different items in there. The fact you've got the open top as well means that you can, as you mentioned, you can store lots of different things on there. We see it being used, in kind of, bedrooms, workshops, craft rooms, just because it is so versatile. The fact that it's made of, it's just made of plastic, so you can wipe it clean nice and easily if you've got it somewhere. Say it's out in the workshop, you haven't got to worry about it getting dirty. It's very robust as well, so if you do drop it or it gets knocked off the side, it isn't going to break. The product's well made.
And I love it, and it's the depth of those boxes that I find so useful. I've actually bought mine in now. I'm amazed I managed to bring it in without dropping anything. But here you go. This is mine. I bought it in a big supermarket bag into the studio, and everything was transported perfectly. So in the top, I've got, loads of different crafty bits and pieces. I've got a pen caddy, which of course this pen caddy will sit also within my Deflecto system. I don't think we've got them on the show today, but we do see them from time to time, and I've got all my different kind of sewing paraphernalia in there with things like my unpicker. I've got my little pin cushion. Because it's made of fabric, I've been able to squish it into the area that we've got there. Then I've got my bobbins here. I've got an area for some of my little quilting rulers. I've got a little area for my needle, so if I need to change my needle I can do. My applique mat is in here, a notebook for different projects. Then of course I've got the area here where I've got things like my walking foot, tape measure, lip balm, all those kind of things. In the big drawers at the bottom, I've got the quilting clips in this one, so instantly I've got those there. And the beauty is, if I say I'm laying out a quilt downstairs, I can literally take that and take it to whichever room I need to, and I've got plenty of room in there. This particular one, I've got things like my quilter safety pins. I've also got my mocha block system in there as well, so when I want to work with my blocks I can do. And then over on this side I've got some threads featuring in there, bobbins, refills, that kind of thing, a little bit of hook and loop. And then the drawer that I've got here, this is the one where I have actually now started putting things like my scissors and my rotary cutter in there, so they are all in there ready for me to use whenever I need to. And then all I need to do is slide that in and out whenever I want, and I just know where they are. That's the key thing, and everybody at home knows where they are, so if they need a pair of fabric scissors or a little pair of scissors to snip something, they can go straight to this. It's almost like a little sewing station. I love it. Really pleased with this one, and such a brilliant price. I mean, £19.99. What an amazing price. If you fancy getting hold of this one, you are going to be in very good company, because it is a popular one. Lots of you taking advantage of that one, and it's one of those ones that you can pretty much put anything you like in it. So maybe using it for your crafty goodies if you're wanting to, maybe use it, well, in any way you want, to be honest. It's entirely up to you. It is your storage system, so you can put whatever you like in it, however you like. £10 saving on each one of those. Very affordable. I would certainly recommend that one. Now I know our Paola would recommend this item. Paola's got loads of these because she's got lots of papers, and it's a lovely system because it's made up of 2 parts. And again, Sam, such a clever idea, this particular system.
Yeah, so when we designed this product, what we found was, again, personally, I was surprised at how much 12 paper was. And there didn't seem to be much on the market in regards to how you can store it safely, but also still store it in a way that you can easily access and use your materials. The fact that it's got that nice clear finish, you can easily locate, you can easily see what you've got stored in there. The trays on the top of the fixed drawer unit, they actually work on their own. If you wanted to just use it as a single tray, you can, or as you can see, they do stack nicely together. So, there's little rubber feet on the underside of the tray, which if you have got it on a work surface, it's nice and secure. It's also not going to scratch or damage the surface if it did move around. That also just helps with, when you have got it stacked like that. And the way that the tray is designed, as you can see, that they do lock together and they do sit nicely together once you've located them correctly. So that's the first one. That's the 12 by 12 storage trays. And then if we look at the 12 by 12 unit itself, same principle. You can store your 12 by 12 papers in there. Or I think we had an email in recently. Is the papers 8 by 8? Is that becoming popular?
It is, yeah. They're slightly smaller. Quite often people will make 8 by 8 cards or smaller scrapbooks. Yeah.
So again, that would be perfect for that size, for that size paper as well. Now, some of the design features we put on this one is there's holes that you can see in the front of the tray. Now, we've done that for a very specific reason, is that when that paper is stored in there, as you've got it now, that would be difficult to pick up potentially without you could potentially damage the edges. So
right, so the dog ears, yes, of course.
Yeah. So what you do then is you can lift it up, and you should be able to just get it a little bit easier. So again, we even tried to think about making lifting the paper easier out of the trays.
Clever. I hadn't even noticed those in there, but yeah, that's a clever design feature there. Love it. Good size as well for your 12 by 12. These are brilliant. The thing that I love about these as well, I have had trays before for my cardstock, and what you often find is the weight of paper and card, which can be quite weighty, is sometimes that they bow in the middle, and because they bow in the middle, then sometimes the sides become unstable, and it all kind of starts collapsing together. But these are incredibly sturdy. They're brilliant as well if you've got projects that you're wanting to dry. Sometimes we'll make things and we leave them overnight. Well, this way you can put them into a little tray and then actually have several projects drying overnight in that little stacking system. But what a fabulously attractive looking, kind of like a little, again, a modular system again. Here's Paula's. Look at this. She's got loads in here. 12 by 12s, as you can see there, all sitting beautifully side by side, and meaning that she can go straight to them in their colour groups, and it doesn't have to be a complete 12 by 12 page, obviously. You've got an £11 saving on this one, 2 flexi buys of £19.99, and it's another brilliant one that's definitely worth adding into your basket alongside your one-day special. We are very, very busy. It's good to have your company. Don't forget, if you're wanting to send your photos in, I don't know if we've got time during this hour, but we are going to be back again at 8 o'clock with Sam, so we'd love to see your crafty rooms and how you're working with these. Now, another couple of items to share with you are these fabulous systems here. Now, these ones are your compact storage caddies, getting both of these coming to you for £26.98. And again, moving from room to room, from area to area, Sam, this is something that many of us crafters do if we don't have a dedicated area, and having boxes like this are perfect for us to do that.
Well, I think, the word we keep using is portable, and I think that's really important because, some people, like you said, don't have a specific craft room or an area where they can keep stuff, and, kind of even more so at the moment with working off the kitchen table. These products, if you're working from home, just for storing away your pens and your daily stuff that you would use in the office. You can keep the table nice and clear, put your stuff away in there, and then you can take it to another room. Now, one of the design features we put on this product, which you don't often type of design, is the handle folds flat. Now, the reason why we've done that is that you can't stack anything on top of there if the handle doesn't fold away. So that, it's just the little things like that we try to think, well, how can we make this product even better? Just that little feature there, you could stack another one on top of there and you haven't got that issue with the handle.
And I was just about to say that, because you've kind of got the little squares at the bottom there, which obviously marry up with the ones on the next layer if you do want to stack them.
Exactly. So with this one, you do get the tray inside the unit as well, and then as that nice clasp locking system on there, which is nice and secure, and you've got that lift out tray. And as we move on to the larger of the 2 units that you're going to be getting, that product is around about 33 centimetres in length, possibly more. This one is the largest of multi-compartment storage, and there's about 3 different areas of storage on this product. You've got the lid.
Oops, turn it around the other way.
unclips on the front, and you've got the storage within the lid there. We've also embossed the ruler into the top of that product as well, so again, just a neat little feature to always have a ruler available. That handle folds nice and flat when not in use. You've got the same clasp system on either end, so again, nice and secure. You've got that lift out tray for your smaller items. And then the actual storage box itself, it's really deep. I mean, if you put your hand in there, Hayley, you can see actually how deep that product is. You're going to get lots of different things, install lots of different items within that multi-compartment storage box.
And I know when we've had these on before, I've actually discovered that you can put an A4 sheet, if you're putting it landscape style in here, you can't pop the tray back in because it will actually affect it, but you could put the lid straight back on and actually use it for kind of like a filing system with regards to your A4 papers. So again, another brilliant value bundle. We see them time and time again, don't we, from Deflecto. £26.98. If you're wanting to take advantage of this one, please do add it into your basket. 741754. A brilliant value for money. Do pop it into your basket, yeah, brilliant item. Now we've got 2 items to share with you. These ones aren't in the same bundle together, so just to reiterate, they are separate items. Which one should we go to first? Should we go for the clear drawers? Now, the clear drawers, I've got these. Now, I've got these not in my craft room. I've got them in my dressing room, and I use them, and I would have brought them in, but it would be a bit embarrassing because there's that much junk in there, to be honest. But it's all those little bits and bobs, like hair slides and clips and contact lenses and just things when you're tidying up, you just want to open a drawer and just throw them in there. That's what I use mine for, but it's clear so I can see exactly what I've got in there. You've also got these little dividers, which are brilliant because it means that anything in there isn't all just thrown into one compartment. You've got your different sections in there. and you've got your 3 drawers. And I have to say, it's got a really stylish look, so it's perfect to sit in the bathroom. And again, Sam, I mean, this is another one that I couldn't be without it now.
Yeah, it proves really popular. I mean, we actually designed this with washi tape. But originally, when we designed the product, it can hold well over 90 rolls of washi tape, which is why if you look at the compartments, the storage areas, it's just over the width of a standard washi tape roll, and that's why those dividers are in there. But, you know, you're right in what you say is that we do see this product being used, you know, in dressing rooms, used for storing jewellery in the house, used if you have it on your desk, you know, at home or at work, great for just pens and general stuff, really. I think, you know, there's no, obviously we designed it with washi tape at the forefront of why we did that. You can store lots of different items. We've got those same rubber feet on the bottom again, just to help it grip, prevent you damaging any kind of polished work surface. It just helps secure the product.
And it's just a really...
You are right, it is a popular product that we, and it hasn't been on for a while, so...
Yeah. And it's one of those ones you don't need and don't know you need until you use it, and then you don't want to be without it, if that makes sense. So if you want to get hold of yours, Paola has used it in a crafting environment, as you can see there. She's got washi tape in there, brilliant one as well for your embossing powders, as you can see. So yeah, a nice little addition there on, as you can see. Now, of course, I've got 2 different items on my counter in front of me. So the details for those ones, if you wanted that, 789099. But then we have got a mobile kind of storage caddy again with this one. This one is your crafter's storage box. I don't know if I've seen this one before, Sam.
So it's one of the newer products. I'm not sure that we've worked together for a while, so that's probably why, to be honest. But this one again has got lots of different areas.
It has.
Of storage. We've got the lids, where we've got the little sections. There's 3 different compartments on the top of there. You've got the ruler embossed in the lid again. You can see good amount of space in this product, and then we've got that same strong clasp locking system at the very front. Now this product itself has got the 3 lift out trays, so that lid goes back 180 degrees, and what you find with a lot of products is that that top tray is normally connected to the lid, so when you do that they tend to topple over. We don't have that problem with this one. Then those 3 trays just lift out, and you can actually customize the space of each of those trays as well. Those little dividers that you can see, they do come out. You can move them along if you're trying to move, you know, if you're trying to store something a bit bigger.
And that's it, you've got these kind of little grooves. Whoops, daisy, I moved the handle there, so it lifted it up. But these little grooves here sit within these little areas, so yeah, you're quite right, you can make them to whatever size you like. And I think that's a really valid point, because quite often with that cantilever design, as you say, it does kind of topple backwards, so I love the fact. And I also like it as well, that when it actually comes back into the area before you close it up, it's not going to squash anything that's in the base there. It lifts down, but it doesn't go right into the recesses there, so anything that you're keeping in the bottom there is safe and secure as well. I like this one, Sam. It's a good design.
Thanks. I will pass on your comments and the fact you like it to our guys in the States at head office. They'll be pleased that you
can have that as a testimonial. Hayley from Redditch, I like this. There you go. That's what you need to know. 556 907 £24.99. What an affordable product, but what a brilliant way of storing your bits and pieces and taking them from room to room. I love the fact that you can actually change those compartments. 556 907, take advantage, £24.99. So we're back with a one-day special. I've had a fabulous hour. It's been really good fun. We've seen lots of fabulous items that are going to help you get organised, and we are revisiting now the one-day special, which has been the star of the hour. It has to be said, and I'm not surprised, because you've got a £36 saving. What you're getting is 2 of your sort and storage caddies, which are brilliant. It's part of that modular system that if you've not got started with Deflecto and your storage system, then this will be the first step. I say the first step, but you might want to go for a couple of these, perhaps using the details at the bottom of the screen, which we'll revisit in a few moments. But what you've got here is a huge £36 saving, which is phenomenal. Now, this is the launch hour, and we're always busy, because we know you guys, some of you will already have these, you'll be adding to the system, and we keep our eyes open for the one-day special shows. I know we do, because I do it myself. And what you've got here is you've got the addition perhaps to your existing system at a very affordable price, £23.98. It works out about £12 per caddy. That is a phenomenal value. Now, usually, if we're selling these individually, you might even find them on the website. You'd be paying £29.99 for one of these. To be honest, that is really good value for money, even so at that full price. But more so when you are getting two of them for that price. So you can see here they're locked together, as we've heard from Sam earlier on. I mean, it is a brilliant system, and you've sold loads of these. I know for our customers here at Hochanda, but internationally as well. It's a very popular style.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you are right. This product does literally sell over in America, Europe, as far down as, you know, well, literally everywhere, even over in China as well. So I don't think there's many places that this product hasn't landed.
And I love this because it's one of those ones that you haven't changed the style of, and I know that when you first brought it to us, the plan was to keep it as it is because it's a simple system, but it works, and I think that's the key thing. People will mould it to whatever they need it to be.
Exactly that, and I think, you know, there's no point now changing the design of it to a different style, because, you know, there's lots of brands do that. You know, you'll have one thing where they keep it the same for years and years and years. People invest in it, people buy lots of it, and then they change it, and it's like, well, you know, it's now obsolete. It doesn't all work in the same way. Whereas with this product, all we'll look to do is just bring out accessories that complement, you know, the foundation, and the foundation of this product is the caddy.
I love it.
With those 5 canisters that you're getting in there, and the different accessories that work with it, the wheelbase, the fact you can mount the canisters on the wall with the mounting bar, it's just such a good all-round product.
It is, and I mean, I couldn't put it better myself there. Now, a third of the stock of the one-day special has gone, 725,749. If you're wanting to take advantage of it, please do so. Details are on your screen there. It's a brilliant value bundle. Lots of you taking advantage of it. I have a feeling that lots of you are taking advantage of it to add to your existing systems, but we have got another bundle that I would certainly suggest you consider. Features your one-day special that we've just saw. You're actually going to get 2 of those, so a £36 saving on each of these, and you've got an additional £7 saving on the wheelbase. Now, they are all available, obviously, as you've seen there, as individual bundles. So when you see the saving on your screen there, that £2 saving is actually on top of the savings that you're getting, not only with your one-day special, but with that wheelbase. So overall, you are saving £81. It's a brilliant way for you to get involved. 30% of the stock of this one has gone. Of course, if you're wanting to, and this is, I would certainly consider this, going for the deal that we've got on the screen there with your wheelbase, and go for an additional one-day special, because you've got a good height there. With mine, I think I've got about 7, maybe 7 or 8 of these stacked up, and it kind of sits at my waist height. So when I'm crafting, I've got them literally there, and I can just kind of craft and take out what I need to. Of course, at this height, it's going to be perfect to actually go under the knee-hole space maybe of your crafty desk. And as we heard from Sam earlier on, the actual size that it's covering, you're looking at 33 centimetres, a little over the length of a 12 by 12 page, and the width a little over an A4 sheet. So the actual area that it's taking, oh, something isn't locked in place there. Oh, it's that one there. With regard to this, it's not taking up a big footprint with regards to the area that it's taking. So if I tilt that up there, you can see that it's a little over an A4 sheet, incredibly portable with those 360 wheelbases you can see there, and proving to be phenomenally busy. 187719. Please do add it to your basket, and maybe treat yourself to an additional one-day special, and perhaps check out some of those other pods like the ribbon caddy that we were chatting about earlier on, because they will sit in here as well. Sam, thank you. It's been a pleasure having you for company during this hour.
Thanks, Hayley. As always, it's a pleasure to see you.
Bless you. Now, you've got our lovely Yanis teaming up with you. I think 8 o'clock you're going to join us again?
Yes, I will make sure I'm sat ready at 8 o'clock.
Wonderful. Fabulous. Well, thank you for bringing us such an amazing deal. I'm going to say goodbye for the time being, Sam. So thank you for your company. And thanks. You guys at home, all I can say is if you've got anything in your basket, please do check your baskets out. One-day special, phenomenally busy, as is this fabulous system that I've got by the side of me, which is made up of 2 of your one-day specials with those savings and the additional base, meaning that overall you are saving £81. That £2 is an additional saving to say thank you for going for 2 of your one-day specials specials and the wheelbases. But of course, elements like the wheelbase are available by themselves if you do want to go for them. When you come to check out your order, do keep an eye on those end of call items, because we've got some fabulous bargains to be had there as well. And make sure you do come back and join Yanis and Sam at 8 o'clock tonight, where I'm sure they'll have some strong updates with regards to the one-day special. I'm going to see you at the other side of the break. See you in a moment. So, looking forward to this one. Maker Forte, I think that is pronounced. Then we're back with Sam before we'll spend another beautiful hour with Melissa and Simply Vintage. See you in a mo.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. This has developed my drawings into a series of photopolymer stamps, clear stamps for the crafting community and the crafting industry. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me, they're made in the UK, most important to us at Picture This, and we have so much more to bring you. Our shows on Hochanda, we hope to make them informative, amusing obviously, entertaining, but mainly it's about bringing the creative spirit to you. Make sure you tune in and watch the Picture This shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, been in business for 2 years, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry.
We've both been involved in crafting industry for many years, and we're continuing to move forward with our new company now.
The Easy Matte Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Our range includes diamond trail plates, ultra-sized dies, cards and sticky sheets.
We're constantly developing new and unusual products, so watch this space.
On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
So don't miss the Scarlet Rose Craft shows on Hochanda.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free, using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, I am really looking forward to this hour because I'm going to be working with a brand new guest via the power of Skype and international as well, because we've got a fabulous show and we've got a guest joining us all the way from Florida, the lovely Alexandra, who I'll be introducing you to in just a few moments. In fact, are you ready to have a chat, Alexandra?
Yes, I am.
Fabulous. Well, there she is. And as you can see there, we're going to be working with you for the next hour, Alexandra. Now, it's the first time that I've worked with you. So tell me a little bit about yourself and your fabulous company.
Hi, Hayley. Thank you so much for having you join us. So we are based out of Sarasota in Florida. You'll notice I'm originally from the UK. We moved out here about 4 years ago, and we started Make a Forte last year. And it's all about collaboration and something a little bit different. So today you're going to see lots of stamp sets we've done in collaboration with lots of different designers. We've got some kind of fun and unique chemistries and cleaning tools. So all about something a little bit different. I'm an engineer previous to doing crafting full time, so we wanted to bring something a little bit different.
And I love that, because that fusion of your kind of engineering experience and your crafting love coming together, I mean, that's going to bring us loads of fabulous concepts and ideas.
Yeah, we hope so. We've got some really fun ones to think today on the show, and you've got some exclusives. So there's some worldwide exclusives today in today's show.
Oh, that's always exciting. We do like a bit of an exclusive here at Hochanda. Now, of course, we've got some fabulous products to share with everybody, so I'm going to show everybody those, and we're going to have a demonstration from you in a little while.
Yes, absolutely.
Wonderful. I look forward to seeing it. So I'll leave you to get yourself ready while I start telling everybody about the first stamp set that we've got, if that's okay.
Yep, sounds great.
We will go back to Alexandra in a little while, but do jump ahead and have a little look, because we've got some brilliant ideas, some fabulous sets for you to consider. And here we have got the first item that we're going to be bringing up on the screen. You'll notice with these we've got a lovely kind of landscapes, and they are beautiful. Such a clever concept with regards to these, because you've got your DL stamps, so you can see your clear stamps almost with that silhouette look to them. But what they do is they team up alongside these fabulous stencils. Now, obviously, Alexandra's going to be showing us these in a few moments, but you're building up a beautiful scene. Now, the first one that we're looking at is your Savannah skies. And to the side of me here, I've got a lovely little finished example that I can share with you. Have a look at that. How amazing is that? Sorry, I picked that up and made it a little bit more awkward for the camera. I do apologise. But look at that. And the beauty is you're building up that design, masking off the, obviously the stamp with the stencil means that you can create those fabulous backdrops to these wonderful silhouettes, as you can see. One thing I must mention as well, we've got extended delivery with regards to everything. So we're looking at the 9th of February, which is next Tuesday, I believe, with regards to your dispatch on these ones, because obviously coming from America. The next one that we've got for you, which of course that one was Savannah, we're looking at another one for you, and this is lovely. This is a beautiful pasture. Again, you've got the silhouette stamp featuring there, really good size, 4 inches by 6 inches, as you can see. And then of course you've got your fabulous stencil that you're going to be able to use in a whole host of different ways, because you've kind of got your innie and your outie. I'm sure you'll have noticed that with these. So the opportunity to stencil, the opportunity to mask off areas, and of course all those different possibilities. Have you seen the price though? For each one of those sets, whichever you're going for, it's just £15.99. You've got a £6 saving, but think about all the different possibilities that you've got with regards to these. We saw a lovely little example just a few moments ago, which could almost be like a morning scene, but have a look at this. This looks like twilight is just beginning to set in, and you can see how beautifully that design all comes together, as you can see there. Absolutely beautiful. For anybody that just loves a gorgeous landscape, or maybe has got a passion for horses, I think that would be a fabulous card. 039181, if you fancy getting hold of any of those duos. They're both on the same item number, so technically you could go for both of them with no additional post and packing. Now we've got more choices for you with the next set, and these are brilliant because it's a pick and mix. You can choose any 2 of these, and you've got 3 options, so any of these you choose to go for, but then yeah, just pop them into your basket with the details that you've got on your screen. And this is lovely because we've kind of got floral elements with regards to these. So the first one that we've got, if I show you this particular one that you see here, you've got obviously your flower trio there, looking absolutely beautiful. And of course it's one there that you can see the card portrait, but landscape as well, that would work beautifully. Lovely areas for you to work with, so I think that's a really pretty one there. I love that sentiment that's been attached to that one, sending sunshine. Another little version of that particular one. Again, this one might be more of a portrait or a landscape, but I love that idea because, of course, it depends on what you use through those stencils, depends on the results that you're getting. So that one is your first choice with these. Your second choice, that one's your flower trio. Next one, much more geometric design with this one, which I love. I think this is going to be a popular one as well. It's a nice one because you kind of got your square element with this one. You've got little placement areas maybe for your gems and things like that. I'm just going to drop in another example that we've got for you because, again, it's another very subtle look. It's kind of got a bit of a circuit board look to it as well, so I think this would be a nice one maybe for cards for you, the guys, teenagers maybe as well. I know there's lots of kind of circuit building ladies out there as well, so for anybody basically, but so yeah, it is a nice one to work with, and again a lovely stencil, lots of intricate detail. That could be one half of your pick and mix because you can choose any 2. Now the next one that we've got for you, this is a brilliant one because you've got some fabulous geometrics within this one, and I know how we love our geometrics. Again, it's a DL size card which lends itself to portrait or landscape again, and you can see there the geometric style with this one. I think it's a brilliant style, isn't it? You've got, and it's quite a clever one, it plays tricks on your eyes a little bit because they do almost look like lots of little stages coming together, or maybe you've got little diamonds in there with your parallelograms. A lovely design for you to actually work with, so I think that's a really pretty one for you to consider, and at £11.99, incredibly affordable as well, so do consider that one going in your basket. Because it's a pick and mix, you can choose any 2, so it's entirely up to you which of those 2 you go for, but the details are on your screen. 462012. Now we've got some lovely stamps for you. These are really pretty. We've got a couple of different options for you with regards to these ones, so do check them out. You can see we're just panning across all of them here to show you different choices. You're going to choose any one of these for £17.99. Lots of choice with regards to those, I think, and there's lots of little elements featuring within them. First one we've got, I think this little sample that I've got here has come from this particular selection, and you can see we've got a Mother's Day sentiment on this one, which I believe is March time, I think, Mother's Day this year. You've got sentiments in this one, some beautiful kind of line art drawings with regards to your floral content, but again this is going to be one that you're going to be using all year round, really, isn't it? Really pretty design. I think plenty of scope with regards to you adding your colour and adding your detail to these. So if you fancy this particular set, then it's called Mother's Day, and you've got 21 stamps within this one, and I love that because you've got your variations in there with regards to your spelling of mum, and also you've obviously got your ability there to make it into step mum if you so choose. Nice set of stamps, maybe that's the one that you're going to choose, or maybe you're going to go for the next one. And I like this one, it's a gorgeous background, big beautiful flowers featuring in this one, and it's a lovely size, as you can see with regards to this one. I love the line detail with this. Simply using it just with your black and your white, it is very effective. I mean, you kind of get a sense of the style when you're looking at the stamp by itself, but can I drop this one in to show you? Because when you actually transfer that look of the stamp and its packaging onto a card and add that lovely layer underneath of that gorgeous pink, how amazing does that look? Absolutely beautiful. Another little example of how you could be creating a card with that one, as you can see there, and that's where it's gone onto your darker cardstock, perhaps using some of the mica powders that we've got coming up in a little while as well. But look at the sentiments that you've got, some really lovely ideas of this. Hello beautiful, thanks for everything, wishing you the most beautiful day. So lots of different sentiments. I like this one. This is a set that you will use all year round. May your day be as beautiful as you. What a lovely phrase. Keep smiling. I think that's something that we could all do do with, isn't it? Keep smiling. So if you fancy that one, that could be one of your options with regard to this one, because you've got it's kind of a choice of 3 different designs with that same item number. The last one that we've got for you is a gorgeous bouquet, and I like this one because I think this is a very versatile one. That large bouquet design you've got alongside the fabulous little birdhouse, as you can see, and of course you've got your bird alongside this. Some lovely sentiments again featuring with this one, making up a really cute kind of collection. Now this is nice because of course you've got the little birdhouse. You can see the little bird has been attached to the front of that, and I love that. Let your spirit fly. That's one of the sentiments featuring in there. The design that I've got of a card to share with you here, if I just drop this in and show you, of course those gorgeous flowers have been used in a landscape kind of profile, but can I just rotate that? I know the sentiment is going to be in the wrong way, but look at that. That could quite easily be a design that's running down the side of a card as well, and it's kind of a mirror version because you've got those little blooms coming out from either side there. So I think it's a really useful set, and that particular one has been decoupaged up on top of a kind of a darker base. Really pretty. £17.99, again, whichever you choose for. You're going to be spoilt for choice because they are all gorgeous, aren't they? Beautiful florals, fabulous sentiments, and that one is called Bless This House if you're wanting to go for that particular set. Lots more to share with you. Now, I'm going to bring in Alexandra in a few moments with regards to these items, because these are items that are pretty new to me. In fact, they are incredibly new because I've not seen them before. And I think it's wise that we bring Alexandra in for this one, because this is something she touched on a few moments ago. Of course, cleaning your crafting tools is very important, and I love the idea of it. You're providing this fabulous little squid buster. I love this. Tell me about this, Alexandra.
Yeah, so that's our squid buddy, and we've had so much fun naming them, and our customers have too. So my one here in the craft room is called Squiggly. People have called them Rosie and all kinds of things, but they're really nice for cleaning. So as you said, you've got a couple of different sides and options on there. So you have your top piece, which is your short tentacles for cleaning the stamps. You'll see me using that in the show today.
Okay.
And then the bottom has the longer ones, which you can then use for cleaning your stencils and things like that. So it's a really great all-round craft room cleaner, not just for your stamps.
And I love that because you kind of got that little scrubby element in the middle there as well. And it's nice and easy. It sits well in the palm of your hand. Nice design, like that.
Yeah, thank you. And as you mentioned, it's got the sponge in there. So when you're using your cleaners, that's also in your bundle there, you can put it and just spritz it on and you're good to go.
Now, do tell us about the cleaning fluid, because that is going to come alongside it. So how are we going to be using this?
Yeah, this is our Squid Buster cleaning fluid. It is a cherry blossom scent, so it smells lovely when you're using it in the craft room, and it's designed to really give your stamps a good cleaning. I've got one to show you that I put ink on probably a week ago. I'm the worst person at cleaning my stamps.
Okay.
But I have one. It's had a week's worth of ink on it, and this Squid Buster will get it off. But again, you can clean your glass mats, your Teflon mats, all of those kinds of things. Here, I'll show you. I have a stamp right here. I'm going to put it on the white so you can see it easily.
Okay.
You can see it's got my
Could you
black
move it
ink
just
on
slightly over to your left, Alexandra, so as we can catch it on the middle? Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Thank you.
So I'm going to give it a good spritz with our Squid Buster. And then you're going to take your squiggly and really kind of clean in those nooks and crannies. And then also on the show, you've got, I'm sure you're going to get to it in a second, you have the cleaning cloth, which we'll get to.
Yeah, we do. We've got that
and
coming up next. Oh, wow.
You can see all of that ink just goes away. So it does a really great job. I use it on my glass mat, my Teflon mats. I use it on my table. You can really use it anywhere around the craft room.
I love it. So there you go. The first half shown there with that fabulous little, well, what are you going to call yours? Your Squid Buddy. Could give it whatever name you like as well. I think I'm going to call him Squidgy, because he is. He's kind of squidgy. So there you go. Maybe that could be a name that you'll give yours. You're going to get your Squid Buster cleaning fluid, and you saw just how effective that is, and that gorgeous cherry blossom fragrance there as well. It means it's going to be a pleasure to clean your stamps. Who'd have thought that that would be something that you take pride and pleasure in? So if you fancy that, then the details are on your screen there. 096 But don't check out your basket before you add in that cleaning cloth. This is kind of the second stage with regards to your stamps, and we have actually got another little bottle that we're going to be sharing with you with this one. So of course you saw the mat being used just a few moments ago. Obviously when you get yours home, it's quite sturdy because of course you've not used it, but I'm guessing that as you use it and it kind of takes on board the fluid, it will kind of free up and become more of a cloth-like piece, as we saw there with Alexandra. But then you've also got the addition of the bottle of your Prime Time stamp conditioner. Now, tell me about this, Alexandra. What's this? Cotton candy. That sounds like another nice fragrance.
Yeah, so we would call it candy floss, but over here in the US, they call it cotton candy. So it has that really nice kind of scent to it. But this one is totally unique. No one else has anything like this. And I begrudgingly credit my husband for this one. Okay. And the Prime Time is designed, you know when you get those new photopolymer, the clear stamps, and they're a little bit sticky and they don't take your ink or they rip your paper? Well, this will remove it. So we can use that in a minute when I use the Peaceful Pasture, but you spritz it on, leave it 60 seconds, wash it off, and then you don't have sticky stamps anymore on the side that you're actually going to add the ink to. So you'll get a really nice, clear, crisp impression.
I love that idea, and like you say, it's one of those headaches that we find regularly, and yeah, to be able to kind of abolish that straight away, I think it's a brilliant idea. And you're only going to use a tiny amount, so I can imagine that's going to last you a really long time. Now, $11.99, you're getting both of those together, so don't forget, do potentially add it in alongside your little tool, your scrubby tool at the bottom of your screen, because all four of those coming together, kind of looking after your stamps, aren't they? So it makes sense to do so. We spend a lot of money on our stamps, so why not look after them? And of course, it's all about tools as well, making life easier with regards to different items. Now, I know the last time you were with us, Alexandra, this little tool proved to be very, very popular. I love the look of it already, that gorgeous rainbow effect that you've got with this one. Now, you've got a price of $12.99 on this one with a £10 saving, and I believe this one is a double-edged tool.
Yeah, that's right. It's a dual-tipped tool. So as you can see there, you've got the gems in the middle, and then I'm going to show you my one that I've been using over here. So we have two ends, as you mentioned, it's in the rainbow metal, and we'll switch, there you go. So you have the wax tool on one end, so this is to pick up your gems. It's sticky, but not too sticky, so when you're moving around, you can also resharpen this just with a pencil sharpener if it goes a little bit rounded on the ends. And then you've got your picky pokey tool on the end. So perfect for poking out those dies, you know, moving things around as you need to, all those kinds of things we do all the time. I use my craft pick, I think, every time I craft.
It's always a useful tool to have, and this is beautiful. I mean, lots of our viewers are loving the look of this, and I love that kind of look of the gems in the middle of there. And these are for design purposes, aren't they? They're kind of part of the handle with these, so don't go trying to get them out.
No, exactly. It's just for the pretty looks. All of our tools have that rainbow metal and the gems to them, so it's just for looks.
It's beautiful and such a useful tool to have as well, especially that sticky picky uppy tool you've got at the end there. Love that. That is me kind of paraphrasing there, but you know what I mean. £12.99 if you fancy getting hold of that. 481697 is the item number. Now, I shared with you a few finished samples a few moments ago with some fabulous mica powders featuring on them. We've got these. Now, these are beautiful. They each come in their own little pot, and you can see that they are the most incredible colours when you look at these. Now, you are going to be choosing any three of these. They're fabulous, almost like faceted little tubs, as you can see there, with all these beautiful, I mean, that blue, absolutely incredible. The yellow, the gorgeous little tones that you've got. And some of these, they've got a lovely kind of iridescent look to these, Alexandra.
Yes, so as you saw with the horse on the pasture, I used all of those colours, and that's one of the demos we're going to be doing on today's show. They're really easy to use. You can put them in water and turn them into a cute spray. You can use them, as we're going to do on dark cardstocks, and the ones that appear white in the jar now, if you put them on black, they actually look a different colour. So I think there you have the asteroid that's going to have those greeny tones to it when we put it on. So it's great how they transform.
And this is the thing, and you'll get a different look whether you use them on your lighter cardstock or on your darker cardstock. And it is one of those that when you twist and turn them and the light hits them, it picks up the different elements that you've got within those fabulous powders. You're going to choose any three of these at £15.99, incredibly affordable. I love that blue. I mean, look at that, absolutely gorgeous. And of course, you have got the iridescent look there, which as I'm tilting this, I'm kind of getting a kind of like a pinky purple tone in the studio. I don't know whether you'll pick that up at home. home there. But brilliant little pots that you've got, and they are like little pots of magic. They're going to transform your design. So 454790. Now we've pretty much covered everything that we've got that we're sharing with you on the show. Of course, you can jump onto the website and check out other things that we've got from Maker Forte. But we're going to go over to Alexandra now for one of her fabulous demonstrations. What are you going to work with, Alexandra?
Well, let's work with that stencil part first of all in the Peaceful Pasture. That's one of my favourite stamp sets, that and the Savannah Skies that you've got. So I have my stencil here, and I already pre-tacked it. You could take it down, which, you know, whatever way works for you, but it's so easy to use. And I'm just going to take my clear ink pad and go over the top of the stencil. So just kind of really pressing it in to all of the areas, which is how I created that sample you've got there in the studio. And I don't worry about going outside the lines because we'll just trim it out afterwards. So once you peel that up, you can kind of just about see the outline.
It's like a watermark.
Yes, exactly. So we're going to use that watermark with our Pluto, and we have the Mercury and the asteroid here. I'm going to unscrew these lids. So a little bit of this will go a really long way. Now you can do one colour. I'm going to do multiple colours in my project. I'm going to be a little bit more adventurous.
Fabulous.
And you also have the yellow stone. So I'm going to take a little applicator brush, and whatever brush you use with the kaleidoscope powders, I really recommend trying to keep that dry and keeping it to use with the kaleidoscopes, because as soon as they get wet, they turn into the most beautiful watercolors, but you might not want to use them as watercolors all the time. So I'm just dabbing on some Pluto here.
It's beautiful. It's a gorgeous blue.
Blue sky.
And you mentioned about using them for watercolours, so could you decant a little bit of these if you wanted to and maybe mix them on a glass mat or something like that?
Exactly. You can take some, mix it with water. You can also put them in a spray bottle with water. That will work great, and you can turn them into an iridescent spray. So you can make all your gorgeous cards and things and then spritz it over the top with the spray.
That sounds like a really nice idea. I'm thinking about maybe if you've got like a clear gel medium as well, maybe use it alongside those, because again, that will dry transparent, but I suppose it will show through that mica. That mica will come through because of the transparency of the gel.
It does, and it also works in epoxy the same way. So if you like doing kind of the resin, the epoxy, you can add these into that as well.
Fabulous.
So I'm just going to move these out to the side. Then I just take a larger brush, and I'm just going to go to the side to just clean it up, because I want it over the trash can a little bit. But there you go. So you can see how all of those colours, literally as you polish off, this is the effect you get. And then you do need to set it. So there's a few different ways you can set it.
Okay.
You can spritz it with water and let it dry. That for me, I'm an instant gratification crafter, so I like the hairspray effect.
Oh yes,
you know, any cheap hairspray, doesn't have to be anything expensive. Spritz it and it's already dry. That's it, you're done, you're set.
That is beautiful, and I love that because it kind of just goes from one colour to the next, seamless, and you've made it look so achievable.
Yeah, it's a really easy technique and it looks great. So that's just using that stencil from the Peaceful Pasture. You could do the same with the Savannah Skies or with any of the stencils you have there in the bundles too.
Well, this is it, and it's so quick. Instant gratification, as you saw with that design there.
That's
and
it.
Lovely use of your dark cardstock. And I'm guessing if you wanted to use it on different colour cardstock, you kind of get a different look to it, because, of course, that gorgeous blue, that's going to come through. The lighter tones, I'm guessing, save those ones for your darker cardstock?
They'll just give you more of a pearlized effect. So maybe like around the sun you might want those, but the Pluto blue and the yellow, goldy yellow stone, they will look great on your whites. But even the white ones you can use on things like the green cardstock or, you know, your brights or your darkers. It doesn't have to be, you know, a pitch black cardstock.
I love it. Now we're okay to go straight into the next demonstration. Do you need a little bit of setting up time? Shall I mention the stamps and the stencils that you've just been working with?
That would be perfect.
Lovely. I will do that and we will rejoin in just a few moments. Now, of course, we've got your duo here. So it's up to you to decide whether you are going to go for your Savannah Skies, which I know so many of us just adore that silhouette look. Can you imagine the results that you're going to get? Maybe using those fabulous powders that we just saw being used, or maybe you're going to be using things like your watercolor backgrounds. Maybe you're taking your pens, your pencils, adding your detail with regards to these. It's entirely up to you. But what you have got is the fabulous kind of collaboration between the stencils and, of course, the stamps, depending on which way you're wanting to work with. Now, of course, just a few moments ago, we saw that wonderful demonstration, and not only showing you how you can use these stencils in such a brilliant way, but that was just one way. Don't forget, you've kind of got your innie and your outie with regards to these. So, of course, when you come to use your stamp, you will have that mask that will allow you to build up that design. But, of course, we've got the one design there, which we've just been mentioning, Savannah Skies. But then, of course, you've got your Peaceful Pasture being your other design, featuring the fabulous little horse that we just saw used just a few moments ago. So whether it's your elephants or your horses, whichever you choose to go for, you've got two beautiful designs to choose from here, and for just £15.99. Extended delivery on everything, because of course we are talking of an American company, so we have got a little bit of an extended dispatch on this one, but we're only talking Tuesday the 9th of February. It's not too long to wait, and definitely worth the wait, because these are astounding, the designs that you're going to get with these. So 039181, and do jump ahead and have a little look on the website, because we have got other designs as well, not just these two, but we're sticking with these two just for the time being. Now I'm going to head back over to see Alexandra, and what's your plan for your second demo?
So I'm going to show you how to use the stamp of the Peaceful Pasture. I have already pre-conditioned mine with Prime Time to get that stick off, but I want to show you, so this is the Savannah Skies stamp set here. And you can see it's a little bit harder when you first get stamped to pull off that backing, just because of how sticky it is. And often it won't take the ink quite as well as you want it to. So this is where your Prime Time comes in, that you can get with the cleaning cloth. And it's so easy to use. You're just going to give it a good spritz and then leave it for 60 seconds. So while we're doing that, we'll start stamping out our Peaceful Pasture.
Wonderful.
I'm just going to put a piece of white cardstock here in my stamp platform. And I'm going to peel the back off of this. And you'll notice when I did the Prime Time, I didn't peel this piece off. You want to always leave that backing on, because this side of your stamp, of course, we want it to stay sticky.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll pop this on here. And we're going to hold our cardstock down nice and firmly. And I'm going to be using my favorite black ink for this technique. So you see that that didn't pick up my stamp set or my paper at all. It just stays down there once you've done that conditioning.
Fabulous.
So let's grab some black ink out.
Lovely. A nice solid ink on there, and of course the detail that you've got, I mean, that beautiful silhouette, and of course using a stamp platform as well makes it so easy for you to apply that colour and make sure that you've got it exactly where you need it.
Yeah, exactly. So I love being able to, ink it as many times as I need to, but I also like using a really nice strong black ink. So I usually do it a couple of times just because I really like that strong silhouette effect.
Does it always have to be a black silhouette with these? I mean, could you change them out if you wanted to have a different look?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You could do any color. I did one not too long ago, and we tried a navy silhouette. We've done green with the horses. I think brown would look great too. So you can really kind of customize it however you want.
Fabulous.
Just make sure this is nice and firmed up. So you can see there we have a nice, strong silhouette to work with.
And the artwork is beautiful that you've got within this particular design.
Yeah, thank you. I love this idea of just having the two pieces you can use together. I'm going to bring back I just have a tray here. It's full of water. It's obviously easier than going, I normally have a little sink up here, but you just take, this is our
so this is the one that you conditioned?
This is one we conditioned. And then you would clean it off, and now it's ready to use. You just dry it off, and your stamp is ready to use, and it's not sticky on this side. Simple and really effective, and it just makes it so much easier for the ink to to take and to get that nice impression.
And of course, that's the key thing when you're working with a design that's got a lot of colour on it, like a silhouette stamp, then you do want to make sure that you have kind of got them ready and conditioned to go. Now, of course, the conditioning does come alongside the fabulous cloth that we saw being used earlier on, which is going to be useful when it does come to actually cleaning your cloth and cleaning your stamps as well. So this duo coming to you for £11.99, 824208. If you're adding that in, we're thinking about looking after our stamps and getting the most out of them, then you certainly need to add this in. So you've got your Squid Buster cleaning fluid, which is brilliant. It's got that gorgeous cherry blossom fragrance to it. And then, of course, you've got your fabulous little Squid Buddy, and maybe you're going to be giving your Squid Buddy a name. So mine's called Squidgy. I've decided I'm going to call mine Squidgy. 096 199 if you fancy getting hold of that. We're going to head back over to Alexandra now with regards to the demonstration. So details on your screen, obviously, as Alexandra works to show you the different products that she's working with. So what are you up to next then, Alexandra?
So now I'm going to take that stencil that comes with either your Savannah Skies or your Peaceful Pasture, and I'm going to position it over the top. And you can either, you know, stick it with a tacky spray so it stays in place, or just use a little bit of masking tape. Either will work really well for you. I love the name, by the way, Hayley, calling it Squidgy.
Well,
I think that's a great name.
Kind of what it says, isn't it, really? Squidgy, because he is.
He is Squidgy, and he'll be your new buddy in the craft room.
Definitely.
So I'm just going to take some inks and some blending brushes and start working some colours. So I like to put kind of yellow around the sun here. Again, I'm all about the easy. You know, if we're crafting, we don't want to necessarily always have to spend lots of time on our crafting. So I just kind of pick out some areas to highlight. And then I'm going to move into a kind of mid-orange tone.
You can see that colour building up beautifully.
Yeah, and so easy too. It's great for every level of crafter, which is the fun thing. We have a couple of girls here in the office who are new card makers, and they love it as much as the girls who have been card making forever. So it's a really great tool for everyone. Add our colours in. I'm just going to grab a little bit of green to put down the bottom here. Just to add.
It's just so easy.
And of course you could do, yeah, so easy. And you could add any colours. You know, you could really kind of pick what you want it to look like. Okay. So when you peel away, you have that
look at that. My goodness, that is impressive. Anybody could achieve that. That's fabulous, thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think this is the key thing. What you're doing is you're giving people the confidence that they can create something quickly and easily and very effectively. And it's because of the artwork, the beautiful artwork that you brought to us, and that technique. I think that is the key thing, making it so easy for everybody to work with. Of course, two options with regards to the details that are on your screen. So Peaceful Pasture, that's the one that we've seen being used in both of the demonstrations so far. Beautiful designs there. And of course, the Savannah Skies as well. If you want something with of course, the wildness that you've got there of the fabulous elephants. This one is proving to be a very popular one, and we do like our silhouettes, especially when there's a little elephant involved. I think we've got a bit of a soft spot for a little elephant. 039181. Absolutely beautiful, as you can see there. The artwork, incredible. And we're going to let Alexandra get herself ready for her next demonstration. We'll be back with her in just a few moments. But I'm going to give you a little bit of a recap with regards to the different items that we've been chatting about. Of course, we were talking about, obviously, the first item with the stamps and the stencils, and we've got another similar sort of idea with our pick and mix. This one, you've got lots of floral content within these ones, and some geometrics as well, which is nice. So rather than the actual scene, you've got those beautiful designs here, which look fabulous in their own right with regards to a card base, but then of course you're going to be able to build them up. Now the first one, we've got a gorgeous kind of glitter look going through. This one is beautiful, big large flowers, as you can see there, the open areas with these, meaning that when you are popping them onto a backdrop of a background that you created, you can still see that design coming through. Again, it's been used in a different way with this particular card, and of course DL, portrait or landscape, it's entirely up to you, but again a very easy, effective result with those those because of the artwork and because of the design opportunities with this one. So with these ones, you've not got stamps alongside them, but they are stencils, which means you can use lots of techniques that you may have experienced and may have learnt through your stamping, because of course those skills do transfer well. Now, the next one that we've got for you is very much a geometric look to it, which I think is brilliant. And I can imagine you using this one with lots of your kind of your industrial elements as well. But saying that, it does look very Art Deco with that sparkle, as you can see with that finished sample there, with the gold glitter texture having gone through this one. Again, you could use it with your clear inks, add your embossing powders, potentially get the result that we're looking at there, or maybe wanting to just simply ink through it. Again, a very subtle finish with the card that I'm just bringing in there, and you can see it's just almost like a tonal effect. Again, that could be effective just using that clear ink pad without the addition of any embossing powders to give you a lovely look. And of course you could do exactly the same as we saw with the technique in the first demonstration, where those fabulous mica powders could be used and they would attach to that clear ink as well. So that's your second of your three choices. And now your next one is made up of your diamonds and your parallelograms, and again it's another geometric look, again another popular look, those angles that you've got, and again it's one that whether it's portrait or landscape, you're going to get some lovely results with this one. Don't forget, you could ink through these, spritz through them, even draw and trace the designs with your fine line markers, and then maybe do a little bit of zen doodling with these. It's entirely up to you, but what you have got is a fabulous starting point with that stencil, and you can see how different it looks whether it's portrait or landscape. Whichever way you're working with it, you're going to get some fabulous cards and projects created with these as well. £11.99 if you fancy getting hold of that one. The details are there on your screen, so take advantage while you've got the opportunity. Now, we've got some A5 stamps for you, and these are beautiful. You're getting a lot within these as well, because not only are you getting your focal images with regards to the designs, you're getting lots of sentiments with them as well. So the first set that we've got is this one here with the gorgeous flowers, and this is beautiful. It's called Transatlantic Mother's Day, because of course Mother's Day in America is on a different date to Mother's Day here in the UK. In the UK, it's around March time, I believe, this year. It's a little later in the year in America, I believe. But it's not just for Mother's Day, this set. I'm sure you'll agree. These floral elements are beautiful to use all year round. Like that one as well, Mother-in-Law. Don't often see that one on a kind of selection of stamps, but a lovely kind of scripted font, which is a timeless classic. So whether you're sending a card to somebody because it's their first Mother's Day, or to a seasoned mum, shall we say, or a stepmum, you've got your sentiments all in there, and I love that. Best mum ever. We'll be sending that one to everybody, won't we? Because everybody's a fabulous mum. Happy Mother's Day, as you can see there, teamed up with those lovely florals, as you can see there as well. Second choice that you've got with your A5s are your backgrounds, and this is nice because not only have you got your background, but you've also got some sentiments attached to this one. So you can see there a lovely large stamp where you've got a beautiful backdrop. This is going to be a brilliant one, whether you're just using it as it is and simply trimming down your cardstock and matting and layering it. It's nearly 14 centimetres square, so that's going to sit beautifully within a card. I think it potentially fits on a card from 6x6 upwards, I would imagine, with a kind of card base. Then you've got some lovely scripted sentiments again here, wishing you the most beautiful day. Absolutely adorable. Thanks for everything. Keep smiling. Happy birthday. May your day be as beautiful as you are. And I think that's a lovely idea. Some of those I think you would be using within things like your planners and your journals. I like that. Today is a new day. That's a nice phrase, isn't it? And again, there you can see that gorgeous rainbow effect created with that backdrop. Absolutely beautiful. Then the last one that you've got from your choices is this lovely one. And again, there's loads of stamps in this set. You've got the fabulous little birdhouse with all the floral detail on the front of it, and of course you've got your gorgeous bird that you could be using alongside it. The example of the card there shows how it's been decoupaged up beautifully. Love the phrases in this one. Bless this nest, let your spirit fly. Some really pretty little designs there, and of course you've got lots of elements that you can use in a variety of different ways. At the bottom there you've got quite a large stamp with regards to this one, and whether you're using it portrait or landscape, you've got plenty of scope with that one, plenty of area for you to add your colour, and again a lovely one if you do want to decoupage it up, as you can see there. Another fabulous little card to bring in. I'm going to drop it in front of the card that you're looking at there, because again you've got all sorts of colours being used there, a little bit of sparkle, and again it's just a really pretty design. Nice and easy to create as well. I think you'll have fun with these. 537304 if you fancy getting hold of this one. Now, have you ordered your little squid buddy yet? Your little squidgy squid buddy? Well, maybe you have, but maybe you haven't. If you've not, then don't worry, there's still time for you to get hold of yours. And I love the idea of this because we spend so much with regards to our stamps. We collect them over years, don't we? And the key thing is keeping them clean can be a bit of a chore. Well, not when you have got your fabulous little scrubby tool that you've got with this one. You've got a variety of different kind of textures, so you can see that obviously you've got your fine detail texture there, so you can use that maybe to get started and to clean your fabulous stamps with, nice and easy. On the other side, you've got more of those little kind of tentacles that you've got there, which you can actually get right into the nitty-gritty of your stencils and mean that you can really get in there and scrub and clean. And you've also got your little sponge applicator in there as well, which of course is going to be useful for retaining any of that cleaning fluid that you are using. And you can see they're really squidgy, sits beautifully in the palm of your hand, and it's just nice and easy to use. It'll be a pleasure cleaning your stamps and your stencils using this little chappy. But alongside it, you are going to get your spray. Now, your spray is your Squid Buster cleaning fluid. It's got a lovely fragrance to it, your cherry blossom. And as you saw earlier on, all you need to do is give your stamps a little bit of a spritz with this one. Give them a rub with your Squid Buddy, and then you are going to have them back in tip-top condition in no time at all. £10.98, a very useful but little bundle to have at a very affordable price, that one. So 096199 if you fancy getting hold of that. I think that's a nice gift for somebody as well, maybe a crafter, maybe for Mother's Day. Then, something we did see Alexandra using alongside the fabulous fluid that we've just been chatting about is the cloth. Now, the cloth, when it comes to you, it almost looks like a piece of card to start with, but obviously when you get the fluid into this and it kind of becomes more malleable, then you are going to be able to use it to clean off the remainder of your ink on your stamps as well. It's double-sided, so you've got your kind of your double-sided, you've got your scrubby side there where you can see kind of you've got your texture there, and then you've got your denser side there for literally cleaning up. And don't worry, if you are buying it as a gift for somebody, you have got all your instructions on there as to what it is for and how to use it. So that is included alongside your fabulous conditioner. And this is brilliant. I mean, how many times have you bought your clear stamps and found that they're really sticky? And sometimes they are that sticky that when you are actually trying to take them off the packaging, they can tear. Well, this is going to be the perfect way for you to condition them. Just one application, pop it on, spritz it, leave it for 60 seconds on your stamp, rinse it clean, and it is just one application. They are primed and ready to go to ensure that you're getting that perfect stamp out every single time. £11.99, 824208. Now, something else that is proven to be very, very popular is the fabulous little gem picker tool. And this is brilliant because you've got a double-ended tool and it's got a gorgeous look to it as well. I mean, look at that. You've got almost like that rainbow metallic look, as you can see that on each of the end caps there. When you open up those caps, you've got two different tools. So you've got your kind of waxy finish tool, which can actually be kind of sharpened or kind of retacked, for the want of a better phrase, using a pencil sharpener. Perfect for picking up your gems with. Maybe if you are doing things like your diamond type of designs with your paintings, then you could be using that. And then the other tool is your pickup tool, not your pickup tool, your piecing tool, should I say, that you've got there. But that is absolutely glorious to look at. And then, of course, in the centre there, you've got that shimmer and sparkle there, those lovely faceted beads there, and of course your signage there from Maker Forte. £12.99, very affordable. It sits nicely in the palm of your hand as well, and it can just go into your pen pot because of course that cap on either end is going to protect the tools. How often have we bought tools that you just pop into your pen caddy and then suddenly find that you've damaged the tip because there isn't a cap there? Now, if you're wanting yours, the details are there on your screen. We're going to head back over to Alexandra and another demonstration, I'm guessing with well, what are you using this time, Alexandra?
We're going to be using that floral trio stencil, but I did just want to say about the cloth that you were talking about. So yes. Our totally awesome cloth. So it comes, as you said, it's a little bit stiff when it comes. It is made of 100% biodegradable materials. So it's really, you know, it's eco-friendly, but it's also never going to get that musty, moldy smell. So I'm just putting it in my little tote of water here. And now you can see just a few seconds and it's all squidgy and ready to use. So you've got a scrubby side here with the diamonds and you have a rib side, and you can also wash these. You can put them in the washing machine, you can put them in the top rack of the dishwasher, and the same with your squidgies, with your squid buddies. Okay. You can again put them in the top rack of the dishwasher or in the washing machine to give them a really deep clean. And I just keep mine in a little pot on the side of my craft table. So I have a couple in there. And when they dry out, they'll go back to hard, and you just re-wet them again when you're ready to craft. So you can just keep doing that process as many times as you need to.
Brilliant. Thank you, Alexandra. So, yeah, if you're wanting to get hold of your cleaning cloth, the details are there on your screen. But going straight into the demonstration now and working with those gorgeous flowers.
Yes, I'm going to work with the floral trio, and I'm just going to tape along the edges because I don't want to get any of my paste outside the edge of my stencil. And I'm just using a piece of regular white cardstock here. And you can use for this technique any kind of texture paste, glitter gels, anything that will leave some tack behind for you to adhere your finishing to. And you could also, of course, do that technique I showed you with the peaceful pasture. You can put your clear ink down and put the kaleidoscope powders through it as well. But I'm using a little bit here of glitter gel. I'm just going to make sure it's ready to use. And with my spatula, I'm just going to put a light coat through my stencil. And it doesn't have to be too much because we're going to put something on top. We're really just using this as glue. But because I want to put glitter over the top, I'm using a glittery gel underneath just to make sure I keep as much of that sparkle and shine here as I would like it to be. I like it nice and glitzy and shiny.
Fabulous.
So put all of our excess back in. And then you can immediately peel off your stencil. I would give this a couple of seconds. So I'm going to peel off my tape here and use my gem pick to just help me find the edge. I don't know, I can never seem to get these edges to come up on me on any stencil. I don't know about you, Haley, but having that little bit of extra help. Great.
Oh, I can't wait to see what this looks like. Of course, working with white cardstock and a clear gel, we can't really see the design, but we will in a few moments. I know, because when you add that glitter...
you will. It's going to... That's it. And then I just take my Squid Buster fluid, give it a spritz to make sure nothing sticks on there, and then I either wrap it in my cloth to keep it damp, and then you won't get it dry, because so many times I've done that and it's dried on my stencil, and that's not fun. Or you could just put it there in the water. It's really easy. Then you can take your favorite color of glitter. I chose the Vegas Strip Blue, just for fun.
What a fabulous name for a glitter, Vegas Strip.
It just makes you think of all of that lovely blue shimmer, and I'm just going to let it fall down on here.
Ooh.
And there you go.
Oh, wow, look at that. That looks amazing.
And I did the same. Thank you. I did the same on the sample you have there in the studio where you've got the green. I just used alcohol ink underneath and then did the same with the green glitter to give you that effect. That's how we created that sample. And then
clever.
Just to get the excess off, let it dry, and then just use your big powder cleanup brush, and it'll take off all those extra little bits of glitter, but wait to do that till it's dry.
I love it, and very effective. The fine detail that you've got from the stencil really does show it with this, because you've got the crispness of the designs, as you can see there, coming through with each and one of those fabulous petals there, and I love it. The trio that you've got there looks beautiful if you are working with a landscape style, but of course if you did want to make it portrait, then that would work as well quite easily. And then of course you can just add your sentiment to that. It's a nice one as well if you're wanting to build up your design, because you could quite easily take that stencil, rotate it, flip it over. That's the beauty of a stencil. Whereas with a stamp, sometimes you can't easily get a kind of a left and a righty with regards to those. With stencils, you can quickly and easily just flip them over, mirror image that design. And of course, this is a lovely one for you to actually pattern build up with the trio of flowers. You could quite easily replicate that 3 times, and before you know it, you've got a fabulous square card base that you are creating for your projects. £11.99. Is this one of the stencils you're going to go for? You've got a choice of 2 with regards to these ones. So it's a case of that you're going to add 2 into your basket for just £11.99. We've got 3 options for you to choose from. Beautiful florals that we saw in action there, the fabulous geometrics that we've got, and then of course those wonderful parallelograms alongside the diamonds being your 3rd choice with these. Whichever one you go for, to be honest, you're going to have loads of fun with. And it's the crispness, the detail that you've got, the design, and the quality of the stencil that I think is key with regards to these. 462012. We're going to go straight back to Alexandra to see what's coming up next. We've got about 7 minutes or so left, Alexandra, just to give you a quick time check.
Yeah, thanks, Hayley. I wanted to show you just how easy it is to make a card front with that floral background and sentiment set that you have there on the show. So that's the one with that big background stamp in it. So I'm going to be taking this. Again, I just love using the stamp platform. I find it so easy to use. I'm going to just position this to the side. And of course, I couldn't put a magnet on here because it would show. So I'm going to take just a little bit of masking tape and fold it back on itself and pop it in there that way. So you'll still get to keep your cardstock exactly where you want it. So
that's a good tip.
Yeah, it's a really good one to just keep it, particularly when you can't put your magnet where you want it to be. So I'm going to be using some pink, just one of my favorite colors. You can, of course, use any color. You can use the kaleidoscope powders with your clear. You've got the black sample there, and also the rainbow, which is another easy one to recreate. And just go in.
Look at the detail that you've got on that stamp.
It's so beautiful. This is made by Alex Siberia. She's one of our collaborators, and she hand draws all of these stamps, which I think is amazing that she adds this much detail into them. I'm just adding one more coat. And I'd already prime timed this ahead of the show, so it took the ink nicely, so we got all of that detail really, really easily in there. So you can see how that comes out so simple. And then you can take one of the beautiful sentiments that's in that set. I love that wishing you the most beautiful day one that you picked out as well.
Yes.
I'm going to put that on here. And just grab my black ink. And again, and there's your card front. Really, it's kind of finished. I mean, you can now add a spritz maybe of your kaleidoscope powder to add some shimmer over the top or some gems. But really, you can just mount this up and make your card front.
Oh, well, we've got time. If you wanted to add any of that kaleidoscope, you can do, by all means. One thing I do need to ask you as well, which I've forgotten to ask, with regards to our viewers buying your stamps and making and selling what they've created, is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's, a home craft to making them, we don't have any issues with people doing that.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for that. Now, which of those fabulous kaleidoscope, get my tongue twisted then, the kaleidoscope powders are you going to be using?
I think I'm going to pick out the nebula powder that we were using, because that gives you a really nice effect. And I'm just going to grab it back here. And then I'm going to add it into, so I have a mister here full of water.
Okay.
You can use the tip of a craft spoon. You can use just the tip of a paintbrush. Anything will work to move it over. I'm going to use the end of my spatula here, clean one.
Okay, yeah.
And the more you add, of course, the heavier the effect. I have quite a lot of water in this one, so I'm going for a slightly heavier effect. You could also add it into those water brush pens as well, and turn it into your own kind of like Wink of Stella style pen as well, which is a really fun technique to do. I'm going to give this a good shake.
Lovely. So will that kind of be dissolved into the water?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you leave this overnight, it will settle a little bit. You'll just have to give it a shake when you use it. But it is going to dissolve in there. And if you do the blue, that dissolves, the gold, the same. And you can create some really, really pretty fun techniques with that. And then normally I'd use some kind of little box, but I'm going to do it just to the side here. You can still see. And then I'm pumping it on there. And it might be a little bit harder to pick up, but it's just kind of starting to add that shimmer. As it dries, you'll see the really kind of bright shimmer come out.
That looks fabulous. So sparkly.
Yeah, it's a great way to finish up and just kind of add that extra sparkle to your colours.
Definitely does. Very effective. Thank you for showing us that, because it really did show up. And of course, it's a lovely stamp. I must admit, I think that is one of my favourites, that gorgeous background. But you've got 3 different designs with regards to these ones. So, of course, you've got the gorgeous background that we just spoke of. And then, of course, you've got your additional elements that we spoke of with regards to them, including the fabulous little house as well. So, yeah, 3 different stamps. So this is your first stamp set. This one is your Transatlantic Mother's Day. And with this one, you've got lots of stamps on there, lots of lovely scripted sentiments featured on there. Obviously, it looks very much around the theme of Mother's Day, but you have got some lovely little phrases in there. This is your floral background. This is the one that we saw being used just a few moments ago, and I think that's a really useful one to have in your stash. And again, some lovely sentiments there for all year round. And the final one featuring a lovely little birdhouse, as you can see there, with your gorgeous flowers again. And again, £17.99, 537304. Now, of course, we've been talking about maintenance of your stamps, keeping them clean and crisp and perfect. Well, this is the way you can do it. With your Maker Forte Squid Buddy, you've got your scrubbing tool, and of course, you've got your Squid Buster cleaning fluid. So this is going to mean that you're going to be keeping those stamps in tip-top condition, giving them a little spritz with regards to those, and then, of course, add the water, give them a little scrub with your tool there, and you're going to have your fabulous effects, all those gorgeous elements kept within your stamp there to keep them nice and neat and tidy. And of course, it's best that you team it up with that fabulous eco-friendly cleaning cloth, and I think the properties of that one, as we saw earlier on with Alexandra, very key. Double-sided with regard to this one, so you know that again you are going to get into all the nitty-gritty of those designs. And of course, before you start using the stamps, the first time that you use them, do make sure you are using your prime time stamp conditioner, which means you're taking away all of that nasty tack that can cause issues when you stamp out the first timer. Now, the gem picker has been popular during this. I'm not surprised. It looks absolutely gorgeous. Look at the saving that you've got on this one. You are saving £10. That's a dual-ended tool, as you can see there. The caps mean that they are going to protect those tool ends, which I think is invaluable. And of course, you've got that gorgeous gem-like look in the centre there as well. So 481697 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Of course, within the show, we've been sharing all sorts of fabulous projects with you. The stencils and the stamps duo together, these have proved to be very popular, and I'm not surprised. I mean, the scenes that you're going to be able to create with these, phenomenal. You're still loving your Savannah with your fabulous little elephants in there, and just imagine the different scenes that you're going to be able to build these up with. Could be a dawn scene, it could be a dusk scene. It's entirely up to you. And of course, you've got your linearity with regards to your stencil. So whether you are masking off your stamp design or creating a design with your stencil like we saw from Alexandra earlier on in the show, then you are going to get some fabulous results. And of course, you've got that gorgeous peaceful pasture with regards to the horse as well. So two choices with that one, £15.99. Whichever of those two you go for, you are going to be thrilled, I am sure. Now, Alexandra, I have to say I've thoroughly enjoyed working with you. Our first chance to work together. Hopefully it won't be the last. Hopefully I get to work with you again very soon.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Hayley, and thanks for having us. We always have fun.
Not a problem at all. Thank you for taking the time, and thank you for bringing us such fabulous ideas with regards to stencils and those tools as well. Yeah, we're going to say goodbye to Alexandra for the time being. If you've got anything in your basket, now is the time to be checking those baskets out. We're going to get busy in the next hour because we're going to be revisiting the one-day special, and we were busy earlier. See you soon. Now, I'm off for a couple of days, but I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Yanis and, of course, lovely Sam from Deflecto with stackable solutions with the one-day special. Then Melissa is back with Simply Vintage. It's going to be beautiful.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda, and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Working with Hochanda is fantastic for us. It gives us the opportunity to bring all of these brands and all of these products from all over the world direct to you, the crafter in the UK. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter. So please don't miss Oakwood Archer shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Alice from Alice Stitch Your Fingers. I've been sewing most of my life. I absolutely love sewing. I've been with the Hochanda now from the very beginning really, that's when I started to go there. The Hochanda family are lovely people to work with and I'm really enjoying my time with them. Designing is a big part of the journey for me as well. I love going out and finding the fabrics to use in the projects and bringing them to you. I love the designing process from start to finish, and then the finished project is just the icing on the cake. So make sure you don't miss out. Come and sew with me on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks.
We've got a fantastic design team who help us with all our designs for the stamps, and we've got a great range of inks which we manufacture ourselves here in the UK.
Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
We hope that our products bring you as much fun, creativity and inspiration as they do to us. We love all of our products and we hope you do too. So make sure you don't miss our shows on Hochanda.
Well, hello everybody and a warm welcome to the second look at our one-day special, and look at all of, it's a banquet of Deflecto. Hoo-hoo. Now I've got to tell you something. There are savings on everything. Stackable solutions, we've got storage, we've got trays, we've got storage for the pens. Everything that you are seeing here is on the show, and not only that, it's on the show at a great price with the discount. So much here, and it's amazing, the actual team. I've just seen Sam. I haven't seen Sam in ages. You're going to get to see it. I'll see you in preview. Sam, your hair's grown long. I didn't realise we were going to keep our hair long. We're going to speak to Sam in a moment. But yeah, everything that you're seeing here, great price. But the team have, and it's amazing how... Well, it's not amazing, actually. Because everything is so good, obviously everyone at Hochanda has really embraced Deflecto. So when you look at this, for instance, I was watching Leonie the other day, doing one of her Let Leonie Loose shows, and she had the bucket. She absolutely loves this. Love it. And we are going to be showing this a bit later on. Now, I did mention Sam. He's an absolute gent. So I haven't worked with Sam live for a little while, obviously, with the current state of play. Sam, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. It's been a while since I've seen you as well. You're looking great as always. And if I would have known you were going for a shorter haircut, I'd have got my wife to cut mine earlier.
Well, now listen, Sam. No, you do your hair. Looking at your hair now makes me regret cutting my hair. Looking good, looking good. How have you been, Sam? Because you always bring us such beautiful things, and I have to say, in speaking with Hayley, my goodness, you were busy earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, I was just discussing the numbers, and I don't know if that's a record first hour in the 2-3 years that we've worked with you guys. Yeah. It's good. I mean, I guess people have probably had lots of new bits of materials, kind of markers, things at Christmas, and they're thinking, I've got to organise my life and get myself sorted. So now's a good chance to do that.
Well, you raise a good point, because it is all about getting organised. Because what Deflecto do, and this, as a company, you guys are so good at this, is you think about giving us practical solutions. I know this sounds very silly-telly, but it's the absolute truth. You think about what we have, and then you bring us an innovative way to store our products. But you store it in such a way that we see it, we use it. It's not just tucked away, out of sight, out of mind. But also your stuff looks good. It feels good. It looks good. For instance, we've got here your best sellers. So this is something... this is the one-day special. And let me just show you, because what you're getting is the storage caddies. Your storage caddies, now, we've, in the past... I'm just trying to think how long ago this was, Sam. Leonie, I was doing a show with Leonie, and we asked how many tiers people had at home, because obviously with Deflecto we can add the storage caddies and build it up as high as you like. We've got 2 here for $23.98. Is just such good value for money. I've seen, Sam, I'm sorry, I'm digressing, but I've seen one of these caddies for that price. So $23.98 for 2 is such a good value.
Yeah, and I think, that's partly why we don't do one-day specials every other week, to be honest, because we only want to give you these savings so often. And I know that might sound a little bit kind of cheesy and a little bit like, oh, is it really that price? But generally, if you go and have a look, online, you will struggle to find it for the price that we're seeing today. Actually, I don't think you will find it other than here. So,
well, interesting enough, Sam, sorry, buddy, it's fine. With Skype, it's hard, because I always feel like I'm talking over you. But we've had a little cursory look ourselves, and, actually, do you know what? Actually, forget looking elsewhere. We sell just one of these caddies for $29.99. That's us. And we always give you good value for money. So think how much other people sell one caddy for. With the one-day special, you were getting 2 caddies for $23.98. Sam, you must hear this a lot, but a lot of crafters, what they do, you start off, say, with a one-day special, and you might get the trolley with a couple of caddies, but it's not long before you need to add to it. You need to start stacking, so people are building up their Deflecto tower.
Yeah, and I think that's why the caddy is so popular, because it isn't just the one-trick pony. You can build that stack. So if you're just getting started in arts and craft, this is a great setup. You've got the 8 smaller storage compartments that you've just seen there, and you're getting 2 of those double containers as well within this one-day special. So perfect if you're just starting out, or if you're a bit of a seasoned pro and you've got endless amounts of stuff. The beauty with these products is that they actually stack on top of each other, and I think that's why people continually buy them, because it may well be that you've just taken up a new arts and craft, and I don't know, you're getting into sewing or something like that, so you can just add a layer to your stack for a specific craft. And that's what I really like about the product, is that it's very portable, it's versatile. If you only want to use one of the caddies, you can do. You haven't always got to carry around lots and lots of them. They break down layer by layer, and each caddy can work on its own or as a modular system, which we'll show you shortly.
And the fact that it stacks, it locks into place, which I just showed you. Do you want to see, just for the viewers at home, we've got Leonie, one of Leonie's caddies here, and look how much she has crammed in. Absolutely jam-packed. So think about your mediums, your gilding waxes, your ink pads if you want, your embossing powders, look, you've got your felt, your cut and foam there, and then you've got here little embellishments. So there we go, putting that back. And then we've got pens, and we have got more pen storage actually on the show as well. That is just Leonie's one, and I have to say, Sam, this is heavy. Let me just put that back in. That is very heavy, but still, it's not buckling. It feels like you can load these up, and you know that they'll stand that test of weight. Didn't you tell me how much weight there is a weight to these?
Yeah, now I I think it's around about 3 stone, which, I mean, you know, don't now go out and think, how can I get 3 stone and just fill it with lead or something, but that's kind of what we've tested it to. And I think what we find is that, you know, with how much items you can put in there, especially with arts and crafties, is that once you have got a stack of them, you know, that's why we launched the wheels, just to help you with that.
Sam, we've got to give a special mention to the pussycat in the background. Who's this? Who's this?
It's my daughter's cat. I'm sorry. She's.
That's okay. Don't apologise. What's the name of the cat?
Elsa. So that I didn't name the cat. We got the cat for her birthday in October, and the one condition was she was allowed to name it whatever she come up with. We had some names that you expect from a 4-year-old, which I won't repeat, which you probably imagine. And then because it's a ragdoll cat, it's got the really blue eyes. She loves Elsa. So yeah, the cat's
It's a pretty name. I love that. Oh my God, to see.
I'll pick her out in a minute.
Oh, we love it. We love cats. Do you know, it's nice actually, Sam, seeing you in your home environment. You've got a beautiful home. Okay, listen, we've got a lot to show you. One day special, genuinely, and we're going to have some, whenever Sam and I get to hang out, we will be having a giggle. But what I don't want to detract from, value for money, it is genuinely incredible. I'm going to challenge you to do something, and this is how confident we are in the price. Have a look, search for Deflecto, and see how much you would pay just for one caddy. For one caddy. Now, if you can get one caddy at $23.98, I think you're doing well. The fact at Hochanda, and Sam said it himself, one-day specials are offered periodically. Every sort of month or two we'll do a one-day special. Take advantage of it, because this isn't an everyday price. So let me just stack. I know we've got to move on. Just going to show you very, very quickly how easy it is to stack. It just locks into place. There you go. Done. That's your one-day special. If you have got the Deflecto system, if you're looking to add a couple of tiers, because as crafters we know we do add up. All our mediums do start adding up. So here, look at the saving there. £36 saving. What? So that is the one-day special, 725,749. Now we've got a bigger bundle for you. This carries the savings from the one-day special. So you know that £36 saving, it's carried across, just times it by 2. Not only that, we've got the wheelbase in there as well, which has also got a £7 saving individually, which is factored in. So I know you're looking at that and the £2, that sounds a bit stingy. £2 saving. You're not saving £2. You're actually saving £81. For 4 of the caddies, so let's just stack all these, and you get the wheelbase. This is the configuration I started with when I joined the Deflecto family, so you can just see that there. How easy everything locks into place. You've got the wheelbase, so you can just wheel that around with ease and add to it if you want. Why? I mean, with regard to the wheelbase, Sam, you must hear a lot of people saying how useful that is, obviously, when you've stacked it up, just moving it from room to room.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it was designed to make the product more user-friendly. You know, if you're going to design something where you can lock maybe 6 or 7 of them together, you then start to come into an issue with essentially weight, with people being able to easily maneuver it. And that was why we designed the wheelbase. It locks on the same way that the caddies actually lock together. Yeah. So you don't have to use it all the time. So, and I think that's the one thing I really like to touch on with our products, especially with the caddies, is that it is, at the moment, it's one fixed unit, but you can use it as a modular system. You can use it layer by layer. If you need to only take 2 of them, take 2 with you. If you don't want the wheelbase on, you can unclip the wheelbase. So you can pretty much customize the storage to suit your requirement for that day, and that's what I really like about the product.
You describe it so well, Sam, and I know, look, you're so passionate about Deflecto, and it's easy to get passionate about Deflecto because you guys offer such great stuff. So when I'm standing here, and because I know that obviously you're proud to be British company and offer stuff. But what I love about all the things that let's say with the storage you have here, the team all have them. So we can all say, and I can say, I've got Deflecto at home. I know Leonie, Catherine. I actually don't know a presenter who doesn't have Deflecto storage. That's a big endorsement.
Yeah, and I think, you know, obviously I work for Deflecto, so I'm expected to say it's a great product. And you know, if people they'll go, okay, he's bound to say that. I generally do say, look at the reviews on Hochanda. They're genuine reviews from people that have purchased their product range. And then you know, when you're watching other shows, just have a look around. And I don't gift the stuff out to you guys. You know, you're generally buying it, and you're buying it to use it because it makes your own lives that you do in the arts and craft easier to do.
That's a really good point. And not only do we buy it, but we'll come back for it. We've actually got some reviews, and we're just going to show you. Now, this is with the bundle we're showing you right now. So having a look at the bundle, I'm going to move a bit closer so I can see. Great product and design, purchased as a present for my daughter, and she loves it. This has helped her organise all her arts and crafts items. Incredible. Fantastic addition to what I already have, as my husband and I have an equal amount each, but we really needed the wheels. The wheels do make a big difference, so my collection is growing fast. They are great and do not look out of place anywhere. Thing is, Sam, with our store, and these are our customers, with the Deflecto storage, I'm going to pop it on the floor just for a moment. What I do like about this will work in any room. So let's just pause for a moment and think about this. What does your garage look like, or utility room? If you just wanted to add some storage, it could be in a bathroom or any room. I would say, I think this would work in any room, Sam. It's not just for crafting.
That is one of the benefits of this product, because of how portable it is. And it's, you know, it's not just for arts and craft. I mean, as I've mentioned before, with my children, we use it for their items. So, you know, my daughter's modelling clays, or, you know, my son's he doesn't play with dinosaurs anymore, but he's, you know, his smaller dinosaurs, little cars, things like that, just store in there so well. So I think it's just a good all round. And you are right, it literally will work anywhere that you want to put the caddy on the wheelbase. It's just a great product.
I'm thinking, like, you talk about kids. There are little bricks. You know that we talk about if you stand on them, it's horrible. This would be great for storing toys, little cars or any kind of toys as well. Got to tell you, we are busy. Over 40% of the stock has gone. I want to put this into context. 40% of the stock, this is only the second live hour with Deflecto. We're 13 minutes into the show. That is how busy we are. We deserve to be busy with Deflecto. And if you don't believe me, believe this. 18 kilograms. What? This was what I interrupted myself earlier on. I was about to tell a story that we put out. This was months ago. Leonie asked the question, how high is your stack of Deflecto? So how many? I think somebody got to 12. I think Leonie was 8. So Leonie's got 8, and someone said 12. I think someone said 12. So I'm going to throw the same question out this hour. Have you got Deflecto? Have you added to your tower? How many tiers? So we were offering our big bundle. That was 4 tiers. Can you beat Leonie's 8? So we'll start there. I want to see, has anyone at home got Deflecto? Can you beat 8? You get bonus points. No prizes, just for fun. But bonus points if you can send us a picture of your Deflecto tower. I want to see how tall it is. OK, now, we've got more for you. This is very popular. 40% of the stock has gone here. Everybody who sees this loves it. to the point, I don't want to keep talking on about Leonie, but she saw it, and the next day I saw her, and she was using it on a Let Leonie Loose show. So this is really handy. This is your Deflecto Painter Companion, and you also get the paint tray as well. We'll start here with the Companion. Sam, you still there, buddy?
I am indeed. So with...
yeah.
Sorry, Yanis, what you were going to say?
Oh, I was just going to say that with the Companion, it's been immensely popular when you first brought this. Why do you think that is? Why have so many people embraced it?
Well, I think, I guess the quality of the product, the fact now that, I would say we are a trusted brand in arts and crafts storage.
Yeah.
We built that reputation from the Caddy. Then we launched our fine arts range kind of mid last year.
Yeah.
And this product just does really well. And I think the reason being is that most people use maybe an old, kind of jam jar or some form of jar to clean their brushes. And actually, it's not that practical to clean brushes in a single pot.
Yeah.
The minute you clean a brush once, if it's dirty in that clean water, it's immediately dirty again. So we tried to think of a way of designing a product that had some clever little features without making it over-engineered and too expensive. And we came up with the Companion. So you've got the 3 really deep paint wells.
Yeah.
For your water, and then the little drip holding tray at the front. So if you need to rest your brush down, you've got somewhere safe to put it.
And it still drips back down. It's got the little, it drains off. If I just turn that around, you can see you rest your brush at the top, and it will drain back down into that well.
And then also, even down to the handle, and those ridges are in there for a reason. The way we've designed it is after you've cleaned your brushes. Paola actually told me this, so I'm not going to take any credit for this. She said you're supposed to lay your brush horizontal when they dry.
Yeah.
And that's why we designed the handle that way. And something actually earlier that Hayley made a really good point on is the size of the handle that allows you to get it underneath that water tap easy as well. There's nothing worse than trying to fill something up if it's
when it's like that.
Awkward to position under there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. You actually said something, and hearing you speak about it in my head, it is that eureka moment. It kind of, I think, represents Deflecto perfectly, because you don't over-engineer, but you really are so clever with the features that you pack into everything. If you just think about this as a paint companion, you've got, as you mentioned, 3 deep wells. So when we're working, if this on your craft desk, if you've got one of the wells just to clean your brush, then you've got your fresh water in there. And then this one here, if you do have your paints, if you leave your brush on that little lip, it's got that further tray, and anything coming off your brush will then drip back into that well. It's so clever, but you're not just getting this, you're also getting... Now, the paint tray has got some unique features to it, too. Firstly, the seal. I know that's a big factor, so talk us through this one, Sam.
So this product has that airtight seal around the edge, which you can see in the lid. You've got that rubber going around the complete circumference of the lid itself, and then those 4 clasps, and they secure the lid on really nice and tight. So if you have got paint, and you need to leave it for a few hours, you've got to go and do something else, you haven't got to worry about your paints drying out.
Yeah.
That clips on there nice and secure, giving you that airtight seal.
Lovely.
And I also think as well, Yanis, you're a well-built guy. You've got good-sized hands, and if you actually put your hand on the lid, you'll see it's a good-sized product as well.
I mean, it's nice of you to say, Sam. I appreciate it. I mean, on lockdown, I've struggled, but you can see here. No, it's a really good point. It's a great size. Look, as a presenter at Hochanda, we've offered, say, paint palettes, because that's effectively what you have here. It's a really well-designed paint palette. Look at all of the little compartments that you have here, different sizes. For $13.98, if we were just selling the paint palette, I think that'd be good value for money. The fact that then you have the cover to it as well, and you're getting the paint companion. I know I feature some brushes there. It does not come with the brushes. I do want to stress that. But look at what you're getting. I mean, for $13.98, it's such a good price. You will love that. If you are mixed media, if you love your paints, trust me, it's a great bundle. 128689, your item number there. Now, accordion storage. This is just another example, Sam, of how clever Deflecto as a company is. Tell us a little bit about this.
So this, you're getting both of them, within this offer today. Each one will hold up to 80 markers. And as I as I mentioned every time when I think about why would I want to be buying storage, is the reason. One of the things that surprises me is how much the markers actually cost.
Yeah.
If you've bought 160 markers, you've invested a fair amount of money to do your hobby, your craft. So it just makes sense, from when I think about it, to buy somewhere to store them nice and secure. The fact that, you can open the marker accordion out, and that's where it gets its name from, because of the motion, the way that it hinges out. You can lay it flat, so if you do need to store pens on the side, which with some of them you do need to do that, you can do so. And if you want to stand it upright, you can. And I think the fact that you've got that nice clear lid on there as well, so when you are using the product, or when you've got it stored away, you can easily identify the range of markers that you do have stored within there.
And I know, in working with you in the past, Sam, just the way these have been designed, if you were to tip, say, the box accidentally, then the markers wouldn't go anywhere. They'll just hit the lid and then go back into place. It's very, very well designed. And you kind of hit the nail on the head, because alcohol markers, so I would be using these for my alcohol markers. Just the ability to store your alcohol markers, and here 160, because obviously you are getting 2. You can store 160 alcohol markers, so effectively a complete range. Considering you would spend, or you could spend £1, £2 per marker, it is an investment, but it's having it there, it's displaying your markers. You can separate. It's a very clever system, because we can have it here, we can stack them on top, we can have them this way either. Apparently John Lockwood sent us a picture of how he uses his Deflecto. Prime example. Get your alcohol markers in there and use them to good effect. $28.98 for both of those is incredible. I think we are going to be showing a video just to show you how innovative this is. So take a look, and Sam and I will be back in a moment. It's a nice little tagline for Deflecto, endless possibilities. We're busy on our phone lines. I'm so sorry if you're currently stuck in a queue. Fast way to order. Now, if you feel comfortable just speaking to someone, that's absolutely fine. I promise our call centre will try and get through to you as soon as possible. If you prefer to jump the queue, though, 2 ways you can do it. You can go to our website, hochanda.com. Personally now, I never go to the website. I always use the app. So if you have got a smartphone or a tablet, just download the Hochanda app. Everything you can do on the website, you can do on our app. Going to have a look at our next option for you. So now here, we're getting the caddy, but this is the longer caddy. So, oh, do you know what? This is good. All right, I'm going to show you both. So the first time I saw this, I had to get it. This is your storage caddy. Let me just show you. So it will fit into your Deflecto. Firstly, you've got your paint palette, which you have in there. I mean, or it could be, if you're into your jewellery, maybe you can put your spacers and your beads and all your accoutrements in there and your tools. And then here, what I love about this, if you have any of your longer paint brushes, it will store in there. So that's just a very, very clever solution. Effectively, it is 3 compartments. You know, in your Deflecto caddies, you've got the small little compartments. It's 3 of those. Sam, how long has this been around for now? Over a year or 2?
The large canister with the storage tray, yeah. So we actually used to have the large canister in with the caddy as a product, but we found that people like the smaller compartments more so, and then they like to add the large, because the large one doesn't suit everyone. But what we found was the reason we put this bundle together was that when we're shipping the products out from our UK facility, is that we would see this product being ordered with the caddy. And that was why we decided to put it together as a bundle. So these are the best-selling accessories that work with the Deflecto caddy.
Nice.
With that ribbon dispenser.
This is genius. The ribbon dispenser is phenomenal. Let me just show you, because you've got your spool in the centre. Now, quite often we have special hours here at Hochanda, happy hours, where we might feature some ribbon in there. Sorry, let me just take both out. Put that back in. So we feature ribbon at a great price, but what you've got is your spool in there, so you can lock that in at the bottom. You obviously feed all your ribbon onto your spool, but what I love about it and why I think this is so clever is you can feed your ribbon so they come out, still close your Deflecto storage, but the ribbon still slides out. Sam, you there?
So yeah, no, exactly that, Yanis. And that, again, you know, it's a clever little feature of the product, the fact that it works within the one-day special as well. And you don't need to have that. You don't need to have that one on your top stack. You know, you can have it at the bottom, the middle. It can go anywhere within the caddy itself. And it just proves really popular. Ribbon's a difficult one to store and keep.
Yeah.
You know, again, you've invested the money in buying the ribbon. Keep it nice and safe. Keep it looking its best by using the ribbon dispenser.
You couldn't have said it better if you tried. And what I do like the problem with ribbon is, how do you store it? Do you put it into a drawer? And it is that out of sight, out of mind. Being able to display it and just pull it out. Do you know what it feels like going into a shop? It's kind of, you know, when you buy ribbon or buy something, say by the meter, that's the kind of impression you get. Right, if you do want to get this bundle, £32.99 is your price, saving £8.45. 013512 your item number. Okay, we will move on. We've got something else for you. We talk about how Deflecto is so practical, but I have to say, you guys are so good at the actual aesthetics, giving us something that would look good as well as work on a practical basis.
Well, I think we try and keep a theme. So, you know, the theme being, you know, we like that kind of cool grey colour. We like the fact that we try and design all of our canisters or storage to have some level of kind of clear finish. So again, you can easily see what's inside, and that, you know, white and grey generally works so well, and that was why we have it across you know, across all of our range. You'll see that reoccurring theme. So, and also, you know, once you see it, you'll kind of get to identify the Deflecto brand by that colour as well. So the whole range looks great together.
Nice. Now, I've seen some secrets on the back, because you do have the ability to put it onto the wall as well. So if you wanted to have this on your wall, great solution, not just for crafting. I mean, I can totally see this in a craft room, fantastic. So as crafters instantly, I'm sure you'll agree with me at home, you can imagine what you're going to be filling this with. But then if you wanted to put this into an office, so suddenly we've got room for our papers in there. It could be stapler, tools, whatever you want to, however you want to fill it. Or we talked about garages, or in a home, we all have that drawer. I'm going to ask you, Sam. This is the real test, because you are Mr. Deflecto. Do you have the one drawer where everything's poured into, or is it organised, obviously, into some form of solution from Deflecto, storage solution?
I'd like to say yes with regards to how organised that is, but I can't take any praise for that. My wife's very, very particular about how things are stored in the house. So there's lots of Deflecto storage, which I have paid for in case anyone at work is watching, that stores lots of the children's kind of arts and crafts, the stuff that's in the outhouse with the different tools the different DIY things. Nice. So, you know, we use it in our household for kids storage and different DIY things. We're not particularly, I'm not crafty, so yeah, no, but yes, we do keep stuff well organised with those products.
It is our mission to get you crafting at some point, Sam. That will happen. We got to give your wife a mention. What's your wife's name?
Natalie.
Natalie, if you're watching, I'm sure she's probably in another room watching. Well done, you organising. You married the right person, Natalie. If she loves to organise, she couldn't have picked a better choice than husband. But look, what I would say, and the point I was going to, is if you want to say have this in the garage, imagine having all your nuts, your bolts, your tools, everything in there. It's just very, very handy. £19.99 your price. You're saving £10. You're getting a huge amount of storage in there. To prove the point, our very own Hayley West has brought in her storage. I'm just going to pick this up. Now, the top layer, she's obviously left at home. Oh, is it? Where is it? Oh, it's here. Okay, do you know what? It was packed that full. I didn't think it was together. Look at that. So that is Hayley's. Yeah, this is the one she's actually brought in from home, just to show you how much you can get in to your storage. That has taken out. That's actually phenomenal. Because you imagine your craft room, if all of this was sitting on your desk, taking up space, the amount she's got in, I'll just tilt that forward. We've got the big scissors. The 10-inch scissors go in there, no problem at all. So we've got the 10-inch, we've got the 8-inch scissors, we've got rotary cutter. Do you know, I feel bad. It's like going through someone's diary. You've got rotary cutter in there as well. And don't anyone tell Hayley I've been going through her drawers. We've got little clips in there as well. In here we've got lots more. We've got more pins and stuff. So that's Hayley's use of it. But it really does show you just what you can do with it. $19.99 is your price, 059292 your item number there. I hope you're enjoying the show. If you do have any questions for Sam, he's awesome, so please get in touch, studio@hochanda.com. I would love to know if anybody, if you can email in, we want to know if anyone can break Leonie's record of 8 on her stackable solution. So her tower, her Deflecto tower, Leonie's got it up to 8. I'm sure, actually, this was a few months ago. I'm sure it's higher now. It's Leonie's stackable solution. It's about Paola size right now. Is it as tall as Paola? We need a picture of Paola side by side. Right, we're going to move on. We've got more for you. So this is a small multi-compartment storage caddy, and you've also got the large as well. Very, very handy. So if you wanted to put sort of those essentials, you know what I'd be doing is with the small, and you could absolutely use this obviously for your crafting, and that's our focus as a channel, Hochanda. We're all about crafting, but let's just move away from crafting for a moment. If you wanted to have this in a cupboard, somewhere where you know it is, where it is, and thinking about putting in like a flashlight or those emergency things that you need to find, it could be tools in there as well. Just so practical, Sam, really practical.
Yes, I think, you know, with these products, these are one of our kind of newer releases. We had these kind of mid last year, and they just proved so popular. And I think, you know, you're spot on, Anis. Yes, you know, we design them with arts and craft, you know, at the forefront of why we make them, but they're just so versatile. And we say that one, the smaller version, it's still around about 40 centimeters in width, so it really is a good size storage tray. And the largest one that you're kind of demonstrating there's lots of clever little features on this, even down to the lid, the storage in the lid. There's a ruler embossed on the top of the lid as well.
Yeah.
And the fact that the handle folds flat again, so if you do need to stack top of it, you haven't got that handle that's constantly upright, which prevents you from stacking stuff away neatly.
It's really good, and I just want to show you the actual lock there. So you've got the teeth system. When you come in, it hinges up and then pulls down, so you've got that secure lock. I've seen in the past, Sam, just looking at the smaller one, as a toolbox, and you can see that I've seen that for around about the £26 mark, just for something like that. The fact that, again, I find I'm saying this a lot today, but you're getting both. The actual depth that you're getting here to store stuff is incredible. I'm just going to open that up again. Take off the lid. So Sam was saying you've got the ruler in there. What I can't believe, Sam, so we've got a tray inside that we'll fill up in. Look at the size of the amount you can get in there. Is incredible.
Yeah, really. The large multi-compartment is a really, really good size. I mean, I think, the way that I quite often demo this product is I put my hand inside it.
All right.
And you can just see that it's such a, it's got such a deep amount of storage in there. You really can get lots and lots of different items within that unit. And you still get the tray. So if you've got some smaller items you don't want loose in the bottom, you can still use that tray feature. And then the lid sits nicely on the top, and even down to then if you've got some smaller buttons or maybe some needles, you can still use the lid with the storage as well. And that's why we call it the multi-compartment storage, because we see it as There's 3 different compartments for your storage within that one unit.
It's very, very clever. And I'm thinking, going back to crafting, imagine getting all of your inks. If you do have a lot of inks, storing those in there, or your embossing powders, so much to do. £26.98 your price, saving £14, 741 754 your item number. We do have more. What was it? You guys can't see this, but Elsa is making another cameo with... Let's see. Let's have a quick look at Elsa. There you go. Let's go. There she is in the background. Is she a friendly cat, Sam?
Oh yeah, it's the most loving cat I think I've ever came across, and I'm sure she knows that
you're on TV nationally, or internationally, I should say. This is going out across the globe, and Elsa's famous. Sam, we're going to move on to our next item, 12 by 12. I remember the first time we offered this, they were a sensation, and it sold out, incredibly popular. And this is one example of where Deflecto have really thought about the crafting market, especially 12 by 12s, because that's, as paper lovers, we know that we have a lot of papers, but what you don't want to do in cardstock, you want to ensure that it's stored safely and it's not going to get damaged, it's not going to get tatty. This is the perfect storage solution, Sam.
It is indeed. So the 12 by 12, again, something that, and I guess it surprises me because I don't do lots of arts and craft is how much people invest in the 12 by 12 papers. So for us, it made sense to design a storage set that enabled you to look after those papers. I mean, after all, you are creating pieces of art. So you want to make sure that the materials you're using are staying in tip-top condition. The fact that the trays work on their own as well, I think, proves really popular.
Now, that's interesting.
What we find is, what we find with the trays is that if you've got kind of a project where you want to lay certain things out, you can do so as well with the single tray.
Do you know, you mentioned, and I apologise, Sam, because I was talking over you there, buddy, with the trays working individually, to the point that you've even got the rubber feet on there, so it's protecting a work surface. You can just see the little rubber feet that go, and also it won't slip around when you put it on there. So if you want to have the trays working individually, you can. You've got inside the actual drawers, and I'll just move around for a moment. So say we've got some paper cardstock in here, but there is... Was there a hole? There we go. There's the hole. It's a little finger hole that you can put in there, and I'm just going to take our papers out. But perfect to house your 12 by 12s in there. So you've got your drawers going in, and then we can stack our actual trays individually on top too. For $39.98, it's well worth considering, especially when you do think about how much we spend on, I mean, that effectively 2 paper pads. But this is something that's going to last you a lifetime. For instance, I'm going to show you, this is the picture Paola sent in and how she uses her storage. Paola has got an incredible crafts room. I know she's just moved. I actually haven't seen a new space, but where she used to live, she had a whole room just dedicated to her craft. Now she's got a conservatory dedicated. She's gone up. So there we go, $39.98 your price, and your crafty space could look like Paola's. So organised. Okay, now we've got... similar sort of principle with regarding to the drawers in here and being clear. That, Sam, this to me would look good in any room. I think jewellery, if you just wanted to have it, or makeup, you could put anything in here.
Yeah, I mean, we actually designed this product with washi tape in mind, so it will hold, if someone at home uses a lot of washi tape, this unit will hold over 90 rolls of washi tape.
Wow.
The fact you've got those nice dividers in the middle of the drawers, keep the washi tape separate, keeps them, you can easily find them, the fact it's clear all the way around. And the fact that the drawers come out, I think it's really useful as well. So if you've got that on the side and you only want to take one drawer with you, you can. But you're spot on, Yanis. We do see this one being used, in and around the home, kind of on dressing room tables with, if you've lost an earring, you keep it to the one side. If you've got jewellery, hair clips, it is just a good all-rounder. And I'm going to say it looks good because I work for the company, but generally I think it does look a good product. It's a nice-looking product.
I would absolutely agree with you, because even the dividers, there is a beautiful soft wave going through. You can just see that there. So it's not like just a straight design. There's an ergonomic sort of feel to it, a roll in there. Just a really clever unit. So if you want to use it for your washi, which Paola has done, say, wow. Paola is, I think, the biggest Deflecto fan there is. So look at that. You can put your embossing powders in there as well, your washi tape, all of that. $13.99. Oh, come on, $13.99 for such a great storage unit. 789099, your item number there. 20% of the stock has gone. We've got another. Now, this is good, because I know we had the other sort of multi-storage boxes in there, small and large. This is this is interesting. So you've got here the 3-tier tray. Let me just open this up, and oh, yes. Sam, tell us a little bit about this.
So this product, again, was one of the ones that we launched, I think it was kind of mid last year. This is the largest kind of multi-compartment storage that we offer. Just I want to touch on a few of the features of this product. So
please do.
What you commonly find with this sort of 3-tier cantilever type storage is that lid is normally connected to that top layer.
Yeah.
So then when you're pulling out your 3 trays, quite often they'll tip over. So we've done away with that. We've enabled the lid to fold 180 degrees flat, which just helps keep keeps it nice and balanced and stops it from toppling.
That's nice.
And also, you can even customize the space that you have for storage. So those little dividers, you can position them in different areas if you wanted to, if you need to make a space, bigger for something you're trying to store. And also, quite often as well, what you find with the different cantilever variations on the market is that once you close it up, you don't have that option of being able to use storage underneath that well. Whereas with ours, even when it's folded all in, the 3 trays folded flat, you still get a good amount of storage underneath that bottom tray as well.
It's very, there's a point, and this is a great illustration of how clever Deflecto are, and they think of everything. When I open up the cantilever, and I only noticed, this is the first time I've picked up on this actually. So opening this up, it's actually got a support strut down there in the lid. So if you just have a look here, the tray will come down and it will actually rest on your support strut, which means there's no pressure, so you're not going to get any damage. If this is heavy, if you put something in the top, you've got support on there. Just so well designed, and I think it's just another illustration of how clever Deflecto are. Actually, we've got a video that really illustrates the point well, so take a look at this. I mean, can you believe how much you can get into one craft box? Okay, we're back to our one-day special. So this is what Deflecto are known for, the storage caddy. It's where it all began, really. For me, anyway, this is where my Deflecto journey started. So if you want to add, what I would say with the one-day special, because we have got a larger bundle, which I'm going to show you in a moment, if you are thinking about investing in Deflecto, and as crafters, the one thing we need, I think universally every crafter will agree, the one thing we need is storage, because you're always buying crafting mediums and getting more goodies, and it's where do we store it. Deflecto is the perfect, and I really do mean the perfect storage solution. But if you've already got your tower and you find that it's quickly filling up, which invariably it will, if you want to add another 2, that price is phenomenal. Can we show, because here at Hochanda, we sell, and we're able to give a good price because we go straight to Deflector. There's no middleman, and that's why we're able to bring everything at such a great price. For us, and we always give you a good price, just one of these is $29.99. So just for one. So here, you're getting both. I'm just going to open this up, link together. So you're going to get 2 of the caddies for £23. So less than you would pay for one. You've got a massive saving of £36. So many compartments. And Sam, you were saying that Deflecto really respond to the market and the feedback that you're getting. And what you're hearing, a lot of your customers were saying they wanted the smaller storage. So you've got the single storage in there, and you've also got 2 of the double storage as well.
Yeah, and I think the reason for that is that especially with arts and craft, there's quite often so many different kind of smaller, just smaller items that you need to store, and what kind of going back to your comment earlier about having that one drawer where you just chuck everything in there.
Yeah.
It's it's not really organised. It's not organised if it's just all in that one storage unit, and that's why the caddy with its multiple storage canisters just works so well. I mean, you've got 8 of the single canisters within the one-day special and 2 of the doubles. I mean, just to give you an idea of the size of the singles, which I'm sure most people can relate to, is the kind of square dioxide ink pads that I think pretty much most people do use. You can get about 7 or 8 of them in one small container.
Wow. Wow. Okay, so thinking of that in mind, just one container getting about 7, say 8 of your ink pads. So just one tier, how much storage you're going to get. And then what else have we got in our crafty stash? So if you wanted to store pens, Leone, actually I will just bring Leone's out and we'll have a little look. So this is just one tier from Leone's tower. And in here, say with the double, look how many pens she's crammed into that. So lots and lots of pens. Equally, if you wanted to, this is the other one, if you wanted to put so we've got gilding waxes in there, we've got glitters and pots, so that's phenomenal. And then here we've got our sponges. Look at that. You do find that you can really maximize the space, and with the actual weight to them as well, because everything's so well built, you don't have to be worried about loading it up. I'm just going to pop this back here. You must get a really good response. I mean, as a company, Sam, what you hear from crafters, from the market, and what you've achieved with your stackable storage solution.
Yeah, and I think we're really grateful that the guys like yourself really help us kind of sell the product. And I think, I'm not about selling as in you're suggesting it's a good product because you use it yourself. For us, it's brilliant that we see people that we've designed the product for, and then having the feedback that actually, yes, it really does work. It's a great product, and it does all the things that I need it to do. No one at Deflecto is particularly great at arts and craft, and no one will get funny with me saying that, because I know the guys over in America, and no one's particularly creative when it comes to arts and craft. But what we are good at is listening to people that are good at arts and craft, and then making their suggestions of, we need clear canisters, we need it to be portable, we need it to be easy to use, we need to be able to stack it, we need to be able to use it on its own. And we generally listen to all of that, and that's what we've come out with. And just to add, we celebrated our 60th trading year actually last year, which obviously wasn't that long ago. So to be in business for over 60 years, I think as well speaks volumes about the company and what we do. It really does. It really does. Now, we just want to show you some reviews for just the 2 caddies. We've got reviews, great quality, value for money, and it really is. Here, I keep coming back for more. You will do. Okay, that's one thing I'll tell you. You'll get the caddies and you will come back for more. It's here, fabulous storage idea. Recommend to everyone. Bought as a gift. Oh, we read that. Bought as a gift for my daughter. So you can see that's the storage. Brilliant canisters. Everything is well made. It's clever. But this is the point I was trying to make to you, because you might be a new viewer to Hochanda, or maybe you've been with us for a few years and you're thinking about taking the leap and getting some Deflecto storage. We're going to offer you the bigger bundle now, and the value on this bundle is incredible. Please don't be deceived by that £2 saving, because that's very stingy. You're thinking £2 saving, really? It's not a £2 saving.
on top of, now, remember how much you saved for the one-day special? You were saving £36. That £36 has been carried across and already taken off the price. Then another £36 have been carried across because we've got here, let me just open this up. You can see, so we've got another 2, so another £36, and then finally you've got your wheelbase on there, which has got a £7 saving, also factored in. By the way, the wheelbase is sold out individually, so we will try and get some more, but as it stands, the wheelbase has sold out. So here's the thing, we're going to start stacking. Okay, so you've got your wheelbase, everything just locks in, and you hear that lock. It's a real click of confidence. We got a 2-tier there, and then we'll put a 4-tier. So just to tell you, the actual saving, it's not £2, the actual saving is £81. That's way better than half price saving. £81 saving gets even better because today, as if you're going to go for this option, you can split that price in half using our flexi payment. Look how much your first flexi payment is. £28.48, which is less than you'd pay for 1 tier if you were to buy it individually. I understand that's your first flexi payment, but effectively, if we're selling one tier for £29.99, you're getting that for less with your first flexi payment, and then you've got your second payment. So the value for money here, that £81 saving, but forget the saving for a moment. Let's just think about the difference this is, and it really will change your crafting room. Imagine taking all of those items that are clogging up your space. So ink pads, embossing powders, dyes, pens, brushes, storing them all here neatly, you could have a tier for your favorite brands. Oh, how about, listen, Melissa's up next, Simply Vintage. Imagine how many beautiful things Melissa could be storing in her deflector. I mean, Melissa's going to need a whole tower. Sam, we've only got 2 minutes left. What would you say to anyone at home that is sitting on the fence, thinking about taking the leap and joining the Deflector family? What would you say to them?
I mean, I think, you know, they expect me to say it's a good product, so, you know, I'll just go back to, you know, take a quick look online at the reviews first that you see on genuine purchases, you know, that have been made on Hochanda. Then I'd say secondly, go and try and find it cheaper elsewhere because you won't be able to find it. And I think those 2 things will reassure you that, you know, that you are making the right decision. You just see it. You'll see it on lots of different kind of platforms with, you know, bloggers saying how great it is. Just saying that, you know, they're really glad they purchased it. And I mean, some people go to the extreme of saying, you know, I can't imagine my arts and craft life without it now. And, you know, those are genuine reviews that we've had back from people. As I said, I'm paid to say it's a good product, but I genuinely do believe it is a good product.
Yeah.
Check the reviews, check for a better price, and I think those 2 things will confirm that you need to buy it now.
Sam, you said that so well, and I think you really did hit the nail on the head. Please, if you're thinking about getting hold of this, just have a look at how much it is elsewhere. Base it on. Have a look at just for 1 caddy. Sam, thank you so much. You're an absolute gent. You going to be back tomorrow?
Yes, bright and early, 8 a.m.
Brilliant.
Looking forward to it.
Good man. We'll have a look out for Elsa. Sam, thank you so much. Take care, buddy. Really appreciate you joining us.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, mate. He's such a good guy. I've got a lot of time for Sam. I really like Sam. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, I have to say, this option's been immensely popular. Half the stock has gone. Value for money is off the charts. This is what I have at home, and I've already filled it. Trust me, this is where you want to go. If you do want, maybe you're looking to add, because remember, you've got a 1-day special. So if you've got this at home and you need, or the other way around, you want to add to it, you can get those 2 tiers as well. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the show. Got plenty more coming up. The lovely Melissa is up next, and we have Simply Vintage. After that, we got our stackable solutions, 1-day special, so a repeat, and then sensational sewing essentials, all courtesy of Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan, and I bring Spellbinders products here to Hochanda. Spellbinders are an American-based company, and they have been in the industry for well over 15 years. Spellbinders have always brought us dies with stunning detail, but today you will find tools, dies and stamps within the Spellbinder range. What I love about Spellbinders is their partnership with licensed designers.
This always keeps my creativity flowing. I hope to inspire you with lots of hints and tips on how to use your Spellbinder products. So join us for the Spellbinder shows here on Hochanda.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watt and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Emma, the Cricut demonstrator here on Hochanda. Cricut is a range of tools, machines and accessories that allow you to work with hundreds of materials. I love Cricut because it allows me to take craft projects I have in my head and make them a reality. You can customise and personalise your papercraft projects, your home decor, clothing. You can work with iron on vinyl, paper, card, wood, fabrics. The possibilities are endless. On the shows on Hochanda, I hope I can inspire you with ideas to help you become your creative best with Cricut. So make sure you don't miss the Cricut shows on Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Setup Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Well, hello everybody and welcome back. Got another fantastic hour with Melissa and Simply Vintage. Melissa told me something in the break. Can I tell everyone? It's such a good thing.
Okay.
Can I?
Well, yes.
So, Melissa is extremely talented, and I know you've trained as an actor.
Yep, yep.
You were in a feature film when you were 15?
Yes.
Go on, tell everyone.
Oh no, it was so long ago, and I was obviously a little, but yeah, I was in Wuthering Heights because I come from Yorkshire. So yeah, I was in Wuthering Heights as a young Kathy.
I'm so impressed by that.
It was amazing. It was amazing as a 15-year-old. Yeah, but I never made it to the final edit of the film that you see today.
Doesn't matter.
But it doesn't matter. I had the experience.
You were in it, and that's all that counts.
Yeah.
You are very
Craziness.
talented.
Oh,
No
bless
end to your
you.
talents. I have to
Bless
say,
you.
what Melissa does and everything she brings, and if you watched the earlier show, you would have heard me say this, so apologies for me repeating myself, but everything, because Simply Vintage is Melissa's company. It's Melissa, she packs all the kits, she finds everything that she's offering, and that's the key, because she works so hard to source such beautiful vintage goodies, and she does all the hard work, and then you get to play with it. We've got a lot on the show.
We have.
We're going to start here with our Sew Inspiration Pack. Now, we have got 3 sets. If you do want to go for the sets individually, you can, but with the set of 3, you're saving a further £6, which, I mean, good value for money.
It is good value, yeah, because they are pretty big kits. Each individual pack has at least 30 elements. So I always say if I put buttons in, it's not 29 buttons, and one and something else is buttons are a element. So you get quite a lot. So there's 30 individual pieces of paper or paper crafting items. So you've got papers, tickets, postcards, little tags. Gorgeous playing cards, Her Majesty on.
That really is special.
Just love, and they're all original vintage. Everything in there is original. And just the images are just fabulous.
Yeah, no, to the point, have a look at this. This is where I'm saying that Melissa works so hard to give you something that has a story, that provenance to it. And the writing
is beautiful, isn't it?
Stunning.
Yeah. Back in the day with the cursive and the beautiful ink pens.
Talking about vintage, I mean, the stamp on there, that's a halfpenny stamp.
Is it? I think it's 1913.
Let's have a look.
I'm sure the postmark we saw earlier was something like 23 or 13.
Natives. I can't see it on there. Maybe I'm missing it.
Maybe it's not that one.
Where's this? Oh, it is.
Is it? Can you see
Does
it?
say 13. Do you know what? I thought it was say January 13. No, it is. There you go.
Wow.
13. You can just
So
see
that's
that
over 100 years old. So technically, it's antique.
So that is an antique postcard that you're getting there. And and look, there's maps in here as well.
Yeah, I love the linen-backed maps are beautiful to craft with. They've got such texture, and if you tear them, you know, you're left with all the little bits and these bits, the fuzzy bits. Yeah. Music paper, every one of my paper packs has some form of music paper in. It's so easy to use.
We were saying this earlier on when we were working together, but you were the one that got me onto stamping on, like, old paper.
Onto old papers,
It just looks so good.
It's great. The textures of the paper, the colour of the paper, the processing that they used to make the papers is quite, you know, different, and each one has a different feel to it. It's just beautiful for all your paints.
Special about vintage.
Oh,
but when you
feels
consider
lovely.
that's just the paper. Now remember, you can get it individually. So that's the paper pack. How many? You're telling in each one you're getting how many?
30. So 30 pieces of whatever in each
So there's 90 pieces.
Yeah.
For £29.97.
Yeah.
Oof. All right, we'll have a look at the fabrics now, and then we'll get on to our final one, which is the stitch work.
So all of these are, I just adore fabric. It's my passion. But they're all lovely vintage fabrics. So they will date pre-1980s. Most of them are kind of 50s, 60s, 70s. All with gorgeous patterns. There's some lovely names in there as well. You've got vintage, a little bit of vintage Liberty in some, more the curtaining fabrics. There's Laura Ashley's, Sanderson in some of the packs as well. There's tape, there are ribbons and laces, some gorgeous 1960s kind of night dress laces there as well, which are just the lovely kind of bright nylon.
Nice.
Is just gorgeous to work with.
Got buttons as well. I'll just take out a few so you can see some of these buttons. Again, vintage buttons.
All vintage buttons, nicely cleaned, so they won't be. They won't have all the cotton and stuff on the back. I do. It's one of my favourite jobs is sit and unpick and clean all the buttons for every pack. I just love them, the colours and the shapes that you get, and all the beautiful patterns.
Lovely. So we've got that. That's your fabrics, and then finally we've got our stitch work in there as well. Now this is just an example of what you can do. So you're not getting this in the pack, but it just shows what you could use That's so sweet.
It's so cute, isn't it? Yeah, it's one of my little side hustles. I do like to update kind of vintage dolls and children's clothing. I love stitching into them. There's such beautiful workmanship.
Yeah.
And although they don't have a life as a garment anymore, they just look beautiful hung up on a little shelf.
Oh.
And it's just using those scraps of fabric. You don't need very much, just using little tiny bits and pieces and making those lovely just little tags, little pieces of artwork with the stitch work.
So those were just examples, and show you here you've got your stitch work and everything that you're getting within the stitch work.
And the stitch work it's the most popular kit that I've brought, and I bring it back from most shows because everyone is always different for every single pack, but it's all the beautiful whites, creams, pales, linens and silks in there.
Stunning. £29.97 is your price, £76, 275 320, your item number there. Now, we're going to move on to something else that's very, very special. For anyone who did miss the earlier show, do you want to explain this? Because you put a lot of effort into
I
this.
do love these, yeah. It's my kind of new passion that's come out of lockdown. I started having a go at lino cutting last year, and I really enjoyed it. It was quite therapeutic, and so I've kind of worked on these kits, and each one of these they're hand designed by me. I've drawn them first and then lino carved them out, and they're all based on original kind of vintage embroidery patterns that you used to get, the little blue, which is why I've done them on blue actually. You used to get that you iron on, and then you used to embroider them onto cushions and tablecloths and things. So this is my version of those. So I've used that kind of blue. And yeah, I mean, obviously I adore dogs and birds. And the anchor is kind of a throwback to the old-fashioned tattoos, the pin-up tattoos and things like that. So that's where I get my inspiration from, and each one of them is on vintage linen.
So you stamped it onto, or lino printed it onto vintage linen, and also, am I saying you heat set it?
Heat set it, yeah. So I've heat set it so you can wash it, and not a nice delicate wash, not over 40 degrees. But yeah, so you can put it onto clothing. Obviously, if you've embroidered over it, you know, you need a bit more care, but you can use it on quilting, clothing, patches for any of your stitch work, that kind of thing.
Now I'm thinking, great opportunity to stitch into these, and we'll show some. I know you've got some examples, which we're showing in a while when we go to demonstration, but some beautiful examples. But once you have, say, used your stitch work, built these up, then you could have put it onto a larger project. So incorporating into a quilt, onto a bag, a table runner.
A lot of people that have bought them from me previously, they have used them for quilting. So they'll have a, you know, like a nice big quilt, and then there'll be a patch every so often with different things that they love. And so I've produced some of these for those, and it just looks amazing. Even with no stitching on it, just the plain kind of image, it's so lovely.
Truly original. So they are lino printed onto you beautiful vintage fabrics there, and these original designs as well. So what these have done, the actual design work is by Melissa herself. She's used the traditional technique of the lino print, lino cut I should say. £12.99 your price, 974783 your item number there. Okay, now the wreath was immensely busy earlier on. Whenever you bring us a wreath, it's busy. Did you do any more work on it?
I didn't, no. Okay. I have to say I haven't, because because it's obviously there's only a few left, isn't there? So
okay. Fair enough. I've got to tell you, we are limited stock for our Simply Vintage Spring Wreath Kit. So only 10% of the stock remaining, but look at that. Now I want to point something out, because in this kit, you are getting the ring, which obviously you need to build up your wreath, but you're not just getting one. You're going to be getting 2 of the rings. So you're getting enough fabric to make at least, and I do mean at least, 1 of these beautiful spring wreaths. If you were a little bit more sparing, then and maybe mix some of your stash, you can do 2. Or what I would say, throw everything at one, make one that really does stand out, and then use the same techniques, because you have got the instruction pamphlet in there. So Melissa's taking you through, she's holding your hand and giving you all the techniques to create this beautiful wreath, and then dip into your own stash. So we talked about maybe making a memory wreath, so old T-shirts or children's clothing or whatever it might
sheeting,
be.
anything that you've got at home that you can tear or cut up, it will make a beautiful wreath. Yeah, any fabrics, ribbons.
And let's talk about the fabrics, because you've given us some wonderful fabrics. So tell us a little bit about these.
So you have got in there's a lovely lawn fabric, the pretty florally pattern. These are cottons, so they tear nicely, with the exception of two. There's the satin, the shiny blue, and that does it does tear, but it obviously is more of a satin effect. And then there's that's the one. Yep, there's the kind of dupion fabric as well. Now that frays, it does fray a lot, and I put it in there. It kind of put me off at first putting it in, because I thought, oh, you know, it does fray when it ties or when you tear it, but actually the look it gives in the wreath is beautiful. So you've got those lovely fuzzy bits everywhere, so I've kept it in.
Dotty in there
lovely
as well.
bit of retro dot.
Now, when I say, and please correct me if straight away if I'm wrong, but when you say lawn, my mind goes to Liberty. Is that Liberty, or is it just a lawn?
No, it's made by the same factory.
Oh, okay.
But they don't call it Liberty.
I'll take it. Look, if it's made by the same factory, that's good enough for me.
Yeah.
So you are getting your lawn fabric, but that gives you an indication of the quality. Now, this is interesting. Tell us a little bit about these.
Now, these are gorgeous bias binding tapes, and they come. Obviously, you'll use it for your stitch work, but these are great because they've got a lovely texture. Again, I've chosen different textures. You've got soft satins, and then these have a bit more body. So when you tie them, it keeps the rest of the wreath all nice and fluffy and standing up.
And having a look here, that is your completed wreath. We are limited stock. This could sell out this hour, so please don't miss out. £11.99 your price, saving £3, 138174, your item number there. Now we're going to move on to some fabric pieces. They are beautiful.
Lovely. Vintage style. They're not vintage fabrics. They are modern fabrics. There's 3 cotton linen blends, and then one, again, it's a soft cotton.
Can I open it up here? And these are the fabrics that we're going to be getting.
They are.
This, yeah?
You're going to get all 4 of those. There's 50 centimetre square. And that one in particular I love because it's got all the little stitching adverts and little images on there. So you can fussy cut into it to your heart's content. There's so many images just on that one piece.
Wow.
That you could use for many a project.
Look at that.
And not just fabric work. I mean, they would look great on the front of a card, simple card. Just cut out one of them.
This.
Yeah,
screaming to be used. Mixed media. Beautiful piece. But wait, there is more. I'm just going to show you the other feature one, because these two you can see. You've got beautiful, that's like one of my favourite pinks. Love that proper pink.
Isn't it? Yeah.
And then you've got your gingham there, or your check. And then, look at this.
I've got a very big soft spot for Alice,
Yeah.
So lovely. The little images, again, you can cut out those circlets, use tiny little pieces on different projects, and you know, for patchwork and smaller art projects, it just looks amazing.
So a metre's worth of fabric brought to you there. You're getting a beautiful array as well. It's a collection in there. So 1 metre in total, all 4 of those for a great price of £9.99. We will move on. We've got more for you. These are interesting.
Great.
So transfers, tell us the story behind these.
Again, they are vintage inspired, and I love the kind of the old tattoo look with the roses. Obviously, I love a flamingo.
Yeah.
A teapot is,
Can't go wrong.
it's just great. Love a cup of tea, and the beautiful butterflies. So they kind of all came. I collected them for various projects, and I've never used them. So I've put them in a big pack and thought, no, I will let them go on their merry way, and they're brilliant. Just a medium heat iron, iron on, they're great. If you want to maybe use them for clothing a bit more, you can put a few stitches around them, but they're just great if you're making quick badges or cards or anything. And they do look really lovely once they're on.
Well, you know, it's interesting because you said this earlier on, that everything that you sell, you use first, you enjoy, you really get an understanding of it. So here, these are something that you've bought, you've used, you loved, and then you had them and you thought, okay, now it's time to share that with everyone.
Yeah, that's why I've kind of put them on as a special kind of sale price, because I do love them, but I don't need that many in my life.
Fair enough.
I've got to stop hoarding everything.
£9.90, it's a crafting trait.
I know.
£9.99 your price, saving £5, 807 414 your item number. Last but certainly not least, we've got our pretty packs. So, look, they live up to their name. Now, we're getting all 3 of these?
You get all 3 in a pack, yep.
Yeah.
They've come back because they were on, I've had them I think maybe once or twice on the shows, and they've always pretty much sold out. So I've brought some more back. Everyone's hand put together, and they are, at the base of each patch is a vintage or antique quilt, like a Durham quilt. So they're hand quilted, beautiful. The quilts have kind of had better days, but the fabrics in the middle of the quilts look beautiful, and they are so wonderful for your slow stitching. Yeah. You don't need any backing, you can just stitch straight into them, and they make the most beautiful patches. And with each one you get a little bundle of laces and ribbons and little tiny bits and pieces so that you can create your own patch. But every single one is different.
And that's the key. So you're going, and you've also got the instructions in here as well.
You have 2. That's my favourite little stitch guide,
right?
That I've put together. But there is also an instruction booklet, but I didn't get it back in time from the printers because I've had it redone. So
fantastic.
Sorry.
Well, you're getting an awful lot. I'm just having a look here. I like this. So you just wrapped around the little
just
peg.
the tiny little pegs. I know. With those kind of packs, with most of my slow stitching, I tend to use linen or crochet thread because it just gives a better texture when you're stitching into the fabrics. So obviously I get a lot of the crochet threads which are still in beautiful usable conditions, and just sit of an evening and pop them around some little mini pegs, and then you can use the peg afterwards.
Looking like a true crafter. Simply Vintage, your 3 packs of pretty patches. Imagine the patches that you're going to be creating there. At £19.99 your price, 928778 your item number. Everything can be found on the website. It's well worth jumping onto the website and having a little look. Lots and lots of goodies on there. So what are you going to be popping into your basket? We've got 5-star reviews. If I have to say, Melissa, she's not worth 5 stars. I'll give you 6. Yes, you deserve it. So do have a look. But all the reviews, the 5-star reviews online, they're all from our viewers, and there are lots to discover. So digital downloads as well, which are a little bit special, I would imagine, those digital downloads.
I've got them here, and I do use them on all sorts of different things. You can actually print them. They basically come to you as images, so you can download them, print them onto anything, pretty much. So yeah.
Onto calico would be cool.
In fact, there we go. As if by magic, I printed them on. So this is the kind of paper that the fabric paper thing that you get, and you can put it through your own inkjet printer. So it doesn't look like it. It looks like you've designed your own fabric. So they do come out beautiful. And again, this is the flower collection. They're just gorgeous for anything really. Lovely. For your stitching. Especially for me, anyway.
So what are we going to see now?
So if we have a little look at a combination of the hand-stamped motifs and then also moving into the patches, because they're all, what I've kind of done with this set and with my stitchwork kit is that I've tried to bring them all together so that you can use them, interchange them. So we have some little samples and ones that I started to do a bit earlier on in the show. With our little doggy, I'm going to move him out the way. His new name now, he's now been named Oscar, because he looks like Oski.
Yeah, that's a good name.
Ali and Paul's dog. He's beautiful. So we'll put him to one side and we'll just have a look at the other 2. So these 2, I've just put in a little embroidery hoop. These are 4-inch hoops that I've used here, and they just fit perfectly. With these you can obviously move your frame around if you have got a smaller one. And all I've done is use some embroidery threads just to go over, and I think I say it most times, with my stitching it's quite messy. I'm not the neatest of stitchers. However, I was quite neat on that one. I'm quite pleased with my stitch work on that one. But I'm just going to go in with some of the crochet thread just to finish off this one.
Nice.
Because obviously with the rope, I want that to be a little bit of a different colour. Now I really like the fact that the ink can be seen. I know with the original transfers, embroidery transfers, you had to cover up all of the ink with your stitching, so you didn't see that, and then it'd wash off. But I really want to keep that patterning going.
Yeah.
Now with this, I'm doing quite a loose stitch, and in with these packs, and also with the pretty patches, I have put my little favourite stitches guide. So it's just the ones that I use most, and they're the easy ones as well. Because as you can see here, I'm not doing anything that's a complicated stitch.
Nice.
And I'm missing a few, so I'm trying to get basically I'm trying to get the texture of rope. And the beauty of this kind of stitching is if it goes wrong, you can just unpick it. Really doesn't matter.
Jen, we're always looking for stitching projects. I was chatting to Holly, our director. She loves to stitch, and she's always looking for another project. So this is right up her street, to the point that you wouldn't believe this. She will actually happily darn her boyfriend's socks with holes in just because she's looking for a project.
Holly, that's amazing. I love it. But it's actually really difficult to darn. You know, do a nice darn, and I quite like it because you do, you know, you are kind of in elongating. That's the word. It's a big long word. The life of clothes, and especially nowadays, you know, we are very conscious of keeping things going. But to do that with a decorative stitch is just brilliant as well.
Do you know, we live in a. So I remember when I was younger, you buy something, say a TV. Not that I say I used to buy a TV when I was younger, but you'd get a TV and it would last like 20 years. It wouldn't actually fail. You'd have to throw it out in the end. But now, everything, it's a shame that we do feel that we live in such a disposable culture. And that's why vintage stuff that it's lasted the test of time. Someone in 100 years' time, do you think they're still going to be showing stuff that's made this era?
This
Maybe
year,
not.
from the big yellow box. No, it's one of the big reasons I kind of got into it is that, you know, you're preserving the past, but you're also using it. And I know when I used to sell a lot of vintage china, and people would say, "Oh, I've got a beautiful set, but I don't get it out." And I'm like, "No, get it out.
Enjoy it."
Because otherwise, what's the point? You don't enjoy the use of it, you know.
Totally agree.
And this is the thing, especially, I think that over this last year, people have become a lot more aware of not particularly throwing things away, you know, if something's gone wrong, because we can't really just go out and buy things. So it is nice.
I agree.
But yeah, and also things are made so much more. The quality of vintage threads. I mean, this thread, in fact, you know, that's got to be a good 30 odd years old.
Wow.
And the fact that it's still beautiful today is testament, really, to...
You really see your passion for vintage as well?
I do. I have such a passion. I adore it.
If you could wave a wand and live in any era, could be any time, when would it be?
Well, it's difficult, isn't it? Because I'd straight away say the 50s and the 40s, 50s. But then the reality of the world in those days probably wasn't what it looks like on the TV or what we think.
Be nice just to visit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like a few days.
Yeah. Go there for a little long weekend.
Yeah, I'd like to have money as well in those days. I don't want to be a poor, you know, somebody poor in a poor house or something. I'd like to have...
Just take some sugar with you.
Yes.
Worth a fortune back then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bag of sugar, you'd live like a king.
Exactly, yeah. And some nylons.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful.
Sugar and nylons.
Random things. If you're just tuning in now, who knows what we're talking about. So I've just done a really basic stitch, and you can see the texture on there. It suddenly just starts to bring it a little bit more to life.
It does, yeah.
So this is where I kind of, where I love this kind of work, because it is just play around. There's no right or wrong way to do it.
Just before we get started,
Oh,
do you mind if I give a little update?
Yeah.
Because we are very busy for our wreath. Look, I've got to point out, we are limited stock, so this was immensely popular. I don't know how it didn't sell out in the first hour. I was very close to doing it. It's hanging on, quite literally, by some lace. There, so look, if you do want to go for your wreath, I mean, how beautiful is that? Could you imagine this in your home? If the answer to that is yes, don't hang around, because we've got a lot of you who've got this in your basket. Remember, the actual rings, you're going to get 2 of those. You get enough beautiful fabric to make at least 1 wreath. You could stretch it to 2, but my advice, use it all in 1 wreath, and then you've got the other wreath to dip into your own stash. But very busy for this. $11.99 your price. It probably will go this hour, so don't miss out.
Thank you, Anna. So yeah, it's my favourite colours in there as well. I do utterly love those colours. So we'll move on to our little doggy. So he was where we started him earlier on, and just if people didn't see the earlier show, all I'm doing on him, I'm keeping him quite plain. I don't want to fill him in with what you can, obviously, but I don't want to fill him like I've done with that one.
That's really pretty.
And I chose some beautiful springtime colours with that.
What would you go on and use that for? Say the
This
bird.
one?
Yeah.
Well, do you know what? I think I was looking at this. If I put this the right way up, let's have a little play, because I was thinking about that earlier, and with the anchor as well. I'll just take him out, move him down a little bit. Oh. I'll tell you what, this is quite a good. It shows the difference between new and old, because this is quite a tricky new hoop. This is my old vintage one, which things slide in and out like a dream. So just saying, if you do happen to find the old ones, then I would grab them, because they do work beautifully.
Just got to give you a little quick update with regard to the spring wreath. It has gone. I'm so pleased, because it's such a great wreath. Now, we can bring it back on extended delivery. It will be dispatched next Monday, which will be the 8th. So it is back on extended delivery. It is not limited stock. It's sold out, but it's going to be back on extended delivery. Well done to everyone who got hold of it, but don't worry if you missed out, because I say it is back, extended delivery, and it will be dispatched on the 8th.
Thank you. So, all I've done, I mean, obviously, if you had time, you would cut that down or stitch it. Then you could add, you know, that's just some vintage blanket that you could cut into it and just make a really neat back. But yeah, I just thought, keep it in the hoop and have it just hanging up. Nice and pretty. Just hang it up in the window for spring. I've still not managed to get it completely level, but with a bit of time.
I love that. And
So
just
you could
adding
just
that
put a lace.
embroidery really does bring the image to life.
It does, doesn't it? It's lovely. And I haven't even finished it, because I've not finished the leaves. That one, I was going to do it in a darker two-tone green. But it is just play around them. If you're an embroiderer, get in with the embroidery.
Putting it onto a decorative cushion would look fantastic.
Lovely.
Wouldn't that look
Yeah,
nice?
just a little patch.
Yeah.
Or if you love your applique, and if you manage to get some of the Liberty, you know, using that, appliquing the leaves, things like that would look beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what was I doing? Oh yes, little scruffy dog. So all I did earlier is just go in with a couple of stitches around the blue. So we're not filling in anything on this particular design, but we're going in that. So he's a scruffy dog. We want to make him look like he's got scruffy fluff.
Yeah.
Again, you can applique him, you can fill with colour, you know, it doesn't have to be how I've done. So we're just going around and giving him a little bit of a fuzzy look, a bit like this
that's
chap.
cute.
And so this was the one that we started earlier.
Yeah.
And he was going to be a brooch, because I'd made a couple of brooches with him, but then I think, maybe we'll use him as a base for one of our patches.
Is he a terrier?
I'm going to say that he's a
Mongol?
terrier, a Mongol. Do we say Mongol? Do we say mixed breed?
Mixed breed, yeah, maybe actually. Sorry, mixed breed would be slightly more politically correct.
We used to call them Heinz 57s and things.
Okay.
Although that's a brand name as well. Sorry. Other beans are available. Yeah. So basically, a dog of unknown heritage. There we go.
Very nicely put. Yes.
Right. I'm all bamboozled now. Where was I? Right. There we go. So there's our little scruffy dog. So all I've done is take our stitching. We started doing some of just cross stitches to anchor him to a bit of vintage blanket. And again, if you have any of this at home, they're the old woolen blankets that we used to have. I think their technical name are like Whitney blankets, because that's why they were made in that part of the country. But any kind of nice thick wool or tweed or something like that would work.
Did you say earlier on, I don't know if you mind me saying this, but this could be something you're bringing in the future to us?
Yeah, I am. I am, definitely. Yes, some of these beautiful pieces of blanket. And if anybody knows, so some Suffolk puffs.
Yes.
I get it right, Suffolk puffs, or yo-yos. Americans call them yo-yos. Some beautiful floral designs with those, and maybe a bit more quilt. Yeah, in a kit that I'm just working on. So as I say, I like to do it first and make sure it's all beautiful and nice, and then we make up a kit.
Okay.
So yes, watch this space.
Oh,
I think that hopefully will be March, 30th of March. Okay. So like card making, I'm just basically layering up my fabrics. So we've got that. I've just done some running stitches, added a little button in the corner, and then I'm going to pop him on to some of our patch. And that just gives him a really nice, a bit of weight to him. So I won't do all of it, but we're going to just overstitch.
Would that, so is that on one of our, sorry, I was just listening to some information. Is that onto one of our pretty patches?
Well, it's onto the base of one of the pretty patches, the same fabric. So I'm getting there slowly to the patches.
Okay.
Yeah. So yes, it's the same quilt that's underneath, and it just shows how versatile it is and how you can just stitch straight onto it, and it gives such a beautiful padded effect. Nice. Now you could actually stitch it on and pad it a little bit more, and it could be fill it with lavender, add something, and then it could just be a little hanger, or it could be an extra large brooch. Again, it could be something that you put onto a piece of clothing or a cushion or anything you like, really. It's one of those things that you kind of have a look at on the internet and think, oh, I like that idea. I'm just going to, maybe I've got the things that I could, at home, that I could make that with. So that's enough of that. So you get the idea, we're just going to stitch it. I'm going to just take that bit off. World's biggest scissors. And there he is. So again, you could add things, you could stuff him.
Yeah.
Or add him to a little notebook. So it's your little scruffy dog notebook. There we go. Let's put it around the right way. Sorry, I'm getting all confused. There we go. So you could use it for anything. Nice. Basically. So I'll pop him out of the way. Okay. And because we used the back of the patches, we'll start on some of our patches.
Nice. So these are our pretty patches?
Pretty patches. So you get a set of 3.
Tell us how did the pretty patch come about? Because I know they're always popular. Whenever you bring them, they do sell out. So tell us the concept.
Lots of inspiration out there of amazing stitches. In fact, one of the most amazing, and she does come on Hochanda, and she has the most beautiful book, is Tilly Rose. Yes. And she is a huge influence. I absolutely adore what she does. So I met her obviously through here and through the shows and things. So I started seeing, what you could use, because I had a lot of these things hanging around. So from that, it turned from the bigger pieces of artwork to something that you can do fairly quickly, because I like doing big artwork pieces and I like doing the larger projects, but I do tend to get a bit bored. So I was thinking, is there something I can do that is a small piece that I maybe could even finish in a night or finish in an hour or so, and it still looks pretty and good and nice. And this is where these came from. Okay. So basically it's something you could spend as long as you like on them, or you could knock a couple of them up in, a few hours. Yeah. So that's where the pretty patches came from.
Lovely. We'll get to see it in action. I mean, that looks...
So they come in a little
pretty.
bag.
Already,
and these, I'll just bring these into shot, because these are the different patches that you will get in your kit. So you'll get 3, and it will be a variety of 3.
Yeah.
So these are the 3 pieces, the 5 colourways. I'm cheating on that because there's actually only 3 quilts here, because that one is also the same. So I've just put them so that it's different colourways.
Yeah. Okay.
I should actually show that one's got a bright pink on it as well. Okay. So you will get a mixture of any 3 of those. Mm-hmm. I'll make sure that you don't get the same 3 of the same pattern. You'll get 1 of each. Okay. Then we have lots of little bits, and these, I love putting these together because it is all the tiny little bits that are beautiful. That you can just go crazy with and add a few. We add all of them. So there's enough, you'll see when you get your patch, there will be enough to cover. So actually there's probably a little bit more on one of those. So you probably would get enough to cover it. But what you're going to do is obviously create it into a bit more of a pretty patch, shall I say. So the first thing I would suggest is just to have a little look at what you've got in each patch. And I would try and take them individually, because if you lay everything out, you get a little bit kind of overwhelmed, and it's too much. There's just too many choices. So it's really good to just gather it down and have maybe that amount. Okay. And then you can start just layering it up. Yeah. You can think about, what do I want to achieve, what do I want to use it for, what do I want to achieve with it, do I want it to be different colours, do I want it to be all one colour, is it for a card, is it for male, female, that kind of thing, or just play. And what you end up with is a stack of beautiful little patches you could use again for anything. So layering up is the first kind of thing. And I like to go into the laces, and I do like to tear. It sets some people's teeth on edge to hear that noise, but I love it. And when you tear, I just move that away, you can see the beautiful edges. And don't forget, you know, these are all small pieces, so they will have been reclaimed. I spend a lot of time reclaiming beautiful lace from old garments that would have been thrown away, or finding, you know, tiny little bits, and I keep them, and they're perfect for this. So once you start doing these, you'll probably never throw anything away again.
And this is the fun bit, building up your design. There's so much going on there. It looks stunning already.
It is exactly that. It's about building up and play with it. If you don't like something, you take it off. Nothing is set in stone. Even when you actually have stitched it on, you know, it's still not set in stone. And then with them, you do get, oh, I've lost him now. You showed him earlier, the little peg with the thread on. You do get those as well. Mine's just disappeared. Luckily, I've got some thread already on. Okay. So what I would do, I'm quite happy with that. It's got a nice little look.
Oh, I think it looks great.
I've got some little sentiments. You can, you know, bring in some book page, you know, something torn out of a book, if you've got some lovely sentiments. But these are lovely little cards, so you could even add one of those. Some of the packs have the tickets in, some of them have beautiful flowers, so you could have, let's have a look, you know, something like this that you can lay on top. It all depends. Basically, when I've made them up, I kind of look at each patch and think, yeah, you could make something out of that. Yeah. So the next step that I would do is probably take a photograph just with my phone, because that, I like how that looks. I want it to look like that.
That's a good idea.
So, and I'll never remember it again.
Just take a picture.
Just take a picture, because you're going to take all of that off. Okay. And we'll start from the base. Now, what we want to do is finish off our edges. And I'll bring in some samples, because you could leave the raw edge of the quilt. Yeah. And it is lovely. On most of them, they've got lovely old, it's kind of like old wool or old wadding in there. Yeah. You could have that showing, but over time it will fray and maybe start to come out. So you want to overstitch or blanket stitch, or any stitch that you like to do. So on these, I've just overstitched. Okay. Yeah, overstitched on those ones. I have got a blanket stitch one somewhere. Of course, it's obviously, there he is. So yeah, and it's tiny, tiny little stitches on these as well. Okay. All of these I will put online because some of them are finished, some of them aren't. They're a stepping stone to something else.
Okay.
So for the blanket stitch, really simple. We're just going to go over, and then as you pull it through, you catch your loop. This is in the guide that comes with your kits.
Okay,
So you pull it,
do you get
so you've
a
got a loop.
stitch guide if I just hold this up here?
There we go.
It's your stitch guide to show everyone. So you'll be getting this, and also you get instructions as well to make your pretty patches. Just out of interest, if we were to make these up, could we sell them?
The patches?
Yeah, once we've made it. Once we've made it.
Yeah. There's absolutely no problem. The only problem I have with, well, it's not even really a problem, that I have with the vintage things, certainly with the papers and the patterns on the fabrics, is it's so difficult with the copyright law.
Yeah.
So I would be very wary of photocopying anything and selling it. If you wanted to photocopy it for your own use or to read it, I think that's okay. But if you would get one of my vintage packs, they're all originals, so I can sell on the original.
Yeah, you just can't
You
duplicate.
can make something with it and sell it,
Yeah.
but you can't like photocopy it or duplicate
Well,
it.
that's fair enough.
Which is fair enough. It may be okay if some of them are out of copyright, but
Yeah. Don't take the risk.
I wouldn't.
No.
It's not worth it.
Just very quickly, I want to tell you about the wreath as well. So remember, it's sold out, it's back on extended delivery, and it's still proving very popular. You don't have to wait too long. It's going to be dispatched next Monday. But what you get, I mean, that just looks beautiful. What a lovely wreath to be making. It's a joy of making it and then obviously displaying it. We had a really nice picture from Michelle in our first show. She did a class with a workshop with yourself, Melissa.
Yeah,
and she was saying what a great time she had, and then she showed a picture of the wreath she made, which is here. Take a look. There we go. That was from Michelle earlier on, showing you could do it, and anyone can make the wreath.
They can, and as with that workshop, you know, it's great when you do a workshop because you obviously we try and do it around a big table back in the day, and so I always put kind of a smorgasbord of lovely vintage fabrics and laces and ribbons all down the middle, and it's kind of a case of
everyone just digs
playing.
in.
And I do say on every, and the same with these, on every start of every workshop is you'll get halfway and you will hate it. You want to throw it against the wall and you think it looks so scruffy and it will never look nice. But then the last 10 minutes when you're fluffing and faffing with it and making it look beautiful and trimming off all the edges and turning the knots around, that's when it suddenly goes, oh.
And that's when it becomes special.
It is special.
Do just stick with it.
Yeah.
And it will. It's like a magic to every wreath that all of a sudden it just clicks in, and you're like, there it is.
And
you
I
get
do
that
say,
eureka moment. Ah.
yeah, oh, I've done it.
Yeah.
I do say that anyone can have their money back at the end of the workshop if they don't like it.
Yeah.
And I've never had to refund anyone.
Well,
so that's good. So it's good because if they don't like it, I'd be really upset that I've not taught you properly.
Can I just also, because I know it's busy, Melissa, sorry to interrupt you, just say a lot of you are going for the fabric as well here, just to show you set. Now you're getting a metre of fabric, you're getting a set of 4, and if I just open them up, look at this. Beautiful fabric. So this isn't vintage, but it's vintage inspired. Vintage, that is just screaming to be cut into. So imagine all the different ways you can take that. It's absolutely beautiful. I love that. And then if I close that up and show you. So this is it's a cotton.
It's a cotton
like
linen blend.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's got that lovely like slub.
It's got a bit of like upholstery weight to it.
Yes, yeah, it really has. So it is good for crafting. I don't think I'd want any clothing made out of it because it is a little bit scratchy, but it's perfect for cutting into and again using as backings and tags and patches.
Notebook covers, notice boards.
Even notice board in that would be lovely.
I'm just thinking, even if you have that one chair and you just wanted to put it on the seat to upholster, you know, that special chair. Okay, so you're getting all 4 of the fabrics there. So they've got the gingham in there, which is cute, and that's very soft. And then you've also got that beautiful punchy pink in there as well. So all 4 of those for $9.99. I know. 540992, your item number. Okay.
So I'm not going to do the whole of the outside of that because it probably would take me the rest of the show. But one of the tips, if you're doing either a blanket stitch or just an overstitch, if you are not like me and you want it to be neater, and sometimes they can be neat, but what I would do, I haven't got a pen with me that might work, but you would do on your thumb a couple of notches. And literally, as you're going down, you could then do each stitch and move it along to the notch, so you would have an equal stitch length.
Clever.
As I say, it's not something I do very often because I'm quite messy stitching and I love it. So I'm just putting on, I've used some embroidery thread there because I want a bigger thread going up. And see, already I've forgotten where we were, whereas normally I'd have the phone out, I'd be checking. And it's just using different stitches or playing with anything. And I mean, you can, and in a workshop I have had people do this, you can almost glue it on. Really, it doesn't matter. If you're going to use it for something that isn't clothing orientated, then you can just glue it on with fabric glue. You can use the iron-on like webbing that you can use. You could do all of that.
Fuse a web.
That's one, yes. But again, it is just so nice to sit and just stitch and play with it.
Satisfying.
It's really satisfying because you do it's almost instant that you can see, and you get to feel some of these laces are hand done, and you can imagine somebody sitting there all those many years ago actually making the lace, and it is quite crazy. So I knew that would happen. I'm going to use this thread. My needles are a little bit too small for that thread.
Okay.
Also, this needle, if anyone's just noticed it that was down there, is so
small?
Bent.
Bent. Okay.
Yeah.
It's been well loved.
It's been very well loved, and you know, I go back to it all the time.
It's your favourite needle?
It really is, even though it's it's so bent and moulded into shape.
Well, there you go. Yeah. It's been...
Anyway, I'm digressing again. And not managing to thread my needle, so I'm going to take this one.
Okay.
Come on.
Now, as we're doing this, just to remind you as well, because a few of you are currently looking at our 7-day savers. So we have got 7-day savers as well. 7-day savers, if you do want to find them on our website, do go and have a look at there. We have got a mixed media bundle with our 7-day savers if you do want to have a look at that. So fantastic, if you think about it, with all the little panel collections that you're getting. Imagine putting fabric onto there. I mean, 964 would work really well, because I know obviously, Melissa, you're passionate about the vintage style, but if you just wanted to create a base and then go over the top with, I'd be sparing, I'd want to use my vintage stuff, you know, as the main feature, and the stuff that's hidden behind, then use your panel.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. You don't have to have all the old quilts or you know, expensive vintage. Some of the vintage fabrics and antique fabrics are very expensive, and I wouldn't want to cut into it. It would hurt me a little bit, and especially if something's perfect. But you don't need to use those. You can use them in teeny tiny little bits. In fact, things like floral pieces, if there's like a real raggy piece of fabric, I will go into it and cut out all the little floral bits, so that all you have left are kind of like tiny little threads of fabric. So you've used every little scrap of it. I would use everything, but yeah, I often use, you know, basic plains, calicos and things as backing.
And you might actually get some of those bits in the inspiration packs. So inspiration packs, you can get them as a bundle of 3, or you can get them individually. Just going to show you. So individually, $12.99 here. You've got your fabric, your lace and ribbon in there, minimum of 30 elements, beautiful array of wonderful vintage goodies, 263 395 your item number. Then we have the paper one. I have to say, all of them are phenomenal. So with the paper one, you've got the wonderful old playing cards in there, the maps, the postcards. There's such a wonderful story behind everything that you're getting in there. $9.99 is your price, $239.91 your item number. Last, but certainly not least, actually, it's one of the best sellers with regard to these. We've got the stitched work. So if you do want to get it individually, $12.99 the price, $400,173 item number. If you can't choose, well, don't worry, because we do have an option where you can get all three together and you save a further £6 on top of that. So everything that you've seen there, all three sets, you're going to get over 90 vintage elements for $29.97, saving £6, $275,320, your item number. Sorry, Melissa.
No, absolutely. I've just gone into a little trance again, having a play, adding bits and pieces, as I've forgotten what it looked like before. I'm just stitching away, but what I want to just do is show how I would stitch on paper or card onto something like this. And it's really simple. You want to make sure that you've got a good border, because if it's quite a thin paper or card, it will tear very easily, especially with vintage ones. This is more of a new piece of card, but if you're using pieces out of books and things, it will be quite delicate. Yes, so you just need to give a nice border.
Yeah.
And I just go in kind of to the corner, and you've got to be quite ruthless with it and just go for it, because sadly, once you've made the hole, you can't take it away. I can cover it up, but there we go. I've just done 2 on either side.
Okay.
And it's just nice and easy to do.
It's coming together so quickly.
It's so quick. I'll say I could have a production line of these. It would be a dream job just to sit and make them all day. But you see how, I mean, actually I've only used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the pieces.
Yeah.
There's usually about 8 to 10 pieces with each pack. So I've not used very many, and just come up through the button, which I've managed to knot. And buttons I use all the time, they're just such a lovely accent. And I tend to do them in 3s. Same with, I think, flower arranging, isn't it? Things tend to be in 3s.
The rule of 3, yeah. I think that the eye apparently is naturally drawn to odd.
Really?
Yeah.
It really does work. I would never have known it 10 years ago before I started doing this, but even when you're doing events and shows, when you're displaying your products, you know, if you put them in 3s, it looks so much better and helps them to sell, which is great.
Well, we are getting busy for our pretty patches. I have to say, it's always a bestseller, and it's nice to see it in action, because when you start seeing Melissa working with this and imagining the designs that you're going to be creating at home, once you have created something that already looks so pretty, living up to its name, what would you then go on to do with that? How would you incorporate it into something
Well, this one, I've used some on cards. I sillily left a couple of the cards at home, which is silly of me. But yeah, this was one I did for Valentine's Day last year.
Oh, that's nice.
So just add it onto cardstock, brooches. I've made them. What I haven't got around to showing just yet is cheating and making them into what tiny little patches.
Okay,
if you are,
tell you, we've got about a minute if you want to show us.
So all I've done on these, they are just exactly the same technique, but I've just taken the patches and cut them down into, I think they're about 1.5 inches square.
Yeah.
And this way, once you start building them, you can actually build them into, you know, little blocks, almost like quilting, with lots of different patches. And they're so simple, you can definitely do one a day.
Yeah.
And maybe build them into a larger project over a month or a year or something.
That's
just
nice.
Great to do little tiny stitches and use, you know, just a small amount of something that you've got in your pack.
Yeah.
So I made lots of little hexies, just add them to these ones. And really with the patches, I mean, with that you get about 6 of those in each patch.
Nice. Melissa, time's beaten us, I'm afraid. I'm so sorry. We've only got 30 seconds left. Melissa, it's been lovely to work with you. It's been far too long since we hung out.
It has.
So you're coming back in March?
30th of March, yep.
And you're saying you've got
I'm going to bring some new crazy projects.
So please make sure to tune in. And also, give yourself a quick plug if you want to follow you on social media.
Yep, Simply Vintage Designs on Facebook, or my website is simplyvintagedesigns.co.uk, and you can follow me on all of the Instas and things like that.
Okay, what are you on Insta?
Simply Vintage.
Do we follow each other?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm sure I like you.
Oh, good. Well, I like you then. I'll definitely like you.
Yes.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you for joining us. I hope you've enjoyed it. If you want to catch up on the show, you can always find it on our website or the Hochanda app. So coming up next, we have a repeat of our fantastic one-day special with stackable solutions. After that, we've got our sensational sewing essentials and then crafting with clarity. What an evening at Hochanda.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs, and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows on Hochanda, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Please tune in to the Pink Ink shows, Get Inspired on Hochanda.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie using her iPad and hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new. So make sure you don't miss the Daisy Bee shows on Hochanda.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.